Chapter 2279. Yuan clan's first Supreme Elder controlled Winding Light platform to reinforce Fang clan. After a round of fighting with Chicken Dog Coop, he immediately discovered that Fang clan's Earth Path Immortal Goo House was their weakness. After discovering this, Yuan clan's first Supreme Elder did not hesitate. He immediately activated Winding Light platform and shot out beams of light towards the Earth Path Immortal Goo House underground. The Earth Path Immortal Goo House quickly drilled into the ground and dodged agilely. Although its defense was not impressive, its speed was astonishing. It successfully dodged all the beams of light. Some beams of light brushed past it. It was a dangerous situation. Yuan clan's first Supreme Elder smiled. "I will show you the power of my Yuan clan Immortal Goo House." Saying so, he activated Winding Light platform, using this Immortal Goo House's proudest method. Immediately, those pure white beams of light that shot into the ground suddenly bent and changed directions, attacking the Earth Path Immortal Goo House again. A large number of beams of light formed a net, trying to trap the Earth Path Immortal Goo House from below. The Earth Path Immortal Goo House had no choice but to frantically move upwards. After a dozen or so breaths of time, it charged out of the ground with a loud sound. "I was waiting for you." Yuan clan's first Supreme Elder's eyes shined with bright light. He shouted, "Destroy this Immortal Goo House. This is the price for attacking my Yuan clan. Don't even think about it." Fang Di Chong shouted as he controlled Chicken Dog Coop to crash into Winding Light platform. Yuan clan's first Supreme Elder shouted as Winding Light platform shot out beams of light again. The beams of light curved and circled around Winding Light platform, forming a strong defense. Chicken Dog Coop crashed into it, but was deflected by the curved beams of light and brushed past Winding Light platform. Next, Winding Light platform shot out another beam of yellow light. The yellow light enveloped Fang clan's Earth Path Immortal Goo House, preventing it from moving. Next, Yuan clan's first Supreme Elder frantically instilled Immortal Essence. The yellow light gradually twisted like a fried dough twist. Under the distortion of the yellow light, Fang clan's Earth Path Immortal Goo House cracked. A large number of mortal goo were twisted into dregs. This move was Winding Light platform's strongest method. As long as it lasted for 10 more breaths of time, Fang clan's Earth Path Immortal Goo House would be completely destroyed. Even the goo immortals inside would not be spared. Wan Jueqing was flying in the sky. His expression was extremely grave and stern, but his heart seemed to be burning with raging flames. This was the fire of revenge. Wan Jueqing's father was Wan Lianghan. The latter was a rank 7 Wisdom Path Goo immortal. He had died in battle when he attacked Fang Yuan with Wan Haoguang and Wan Xiao. At that time, Fang Yuan was hiding in the Fang clan, so in Wan Jueqing's heart, it was the Fang clan that killed his father. The death of his father was absolutely irreconcilable. From the moment he learned of his father's death, Wan Jueqing's life changed dramatically. In the past, he was the second generation of an immortal. With his father's support, he was arrogant and did not think about improving himself. After his father, the tree that sheltered him from the wind and rain, fell, Wan Jueqing quickly matured in grief and panic. He understood that the treatment he had received before was mostly due to the respect of his father. He understood how lucky he was in the past, and he also understood that the only hope now was to work hard. Thus, when Yuan clan's appeal failed and they set up defenses at the border, although Wan Jueqing only had rank 6 cultivation level, he disregarded the danger and took the initiative to go to the border to guard the resource point. He knew he had to show his value to the clan. If his value was not high, then he had to show his loyalty. He did not have any fortuitous encounters, he could only rely on the clan. But the clan was not his father. Every time Wan Jueqing understood the happiness he felt when his father was alive, his hatred towards Fang clan would deepen. Wan Haoguang wants me to guard the resource point here, but I am a mere rank 6 Goo immortal. Even with the help of the immortal formation, what can I do? Wan Haoguang is the main force that can hold on until reinforcements arrive. If Fang clan's true goal is to attack the resource point at the border and attack en masse, I will not be able to defend it. In that case, I might as well take a risk and directly attack Fang clan's resource point. I will do what Wan Haoguang cannot do. Wan Jueqing decided to take a risk. If he defended the resource point and Fang clan attacked en masse, he would only be able to hold on for a short while before he would have to retreat through the teleportation immortal formation. If he returned to the clan with such results and lost the clan's resource point, it would be a small offense. But if he attacked Fang clan's resource point and obtained something, it would be a huge merit. Especially when Tall Pine Oasis was attacked, the casualties would definitely not be small. In this situation, as long as Wan Jueqing had any merit, it would be like sending charcoal in a snowstorm to one clan. At that time, 1 merit point will be divided into 10. The clan will also look at me in a new light. With the clan's rewards and nurturing, I will be able to grow rapidly. Otherwise, with my current speed, it would be impossible to take revenge for my father. After Wan Lianghan died, his goo worms were not left to Wan Jueqing. It was not easy for Wan Jueqing to cultivate, he could only fight for opportunities for himself. I have arrived, it is here. Fang clan's resource point is the closest to the border. Wan Jueqing slowed down and concealed his aura as he quietly approached. Fang clan, I will settle the debt of killing my father with you now. But a moment later Wan Jueqing was dumbfounded. He looked at the desolate desert, standing on the spot in a daze. Isn't this where the flying sand cave is? Wait, there are clear traces of demolition here. Fang clan took away this resource point? Wan Jueqing did not understand. Was there a need to do this? Just to prevent a small retaliation from Wan clan, they moved the resource point away? After all, this was not a small loss. The resources produced by a demolished resource point would definitely decrease. Because the resource point was not only dependent on itself, it also had to be integrated with the surrounding environment. A demolished resource point was like a tree being moved away, its roots would be separated from the soil and nutrients, even if it was planted in a better place, it would need some time to adapt. And how many places were there that were suitable for a resource point? Even if it was a place with denser earth path Dao marks, if the Dao marks were distributed differently, it could be the culprit behind the destruction of the resource point. Super forces rarely demolished resource points. To their enemies, demolishing a resource point was like losing a frontline fortress. It would reduce the enemy's obstruction and allow them to attack deeper. This was a good thing. No, this is not good. Originally, super forces would not easily demolish resource points, but it is different now. Heaven Refining Demon Venerable has been frantically developing his sovereign immortal aperture. Most of the goo refinement bids in Jewel Yellow Skies are for Earth Path resource points. Fang clan is likely to have secretly transacted with Fang Yuan, using these resource points as bargaining chips. How many immortal goo did they exchange for? A sudden thought appeared in Wan Jueqing's mind, causing his face to instantly turn deathly pale. Fang clan's strength rose sharply because of their secret transaction with Fang Yuan. Our information on Fang clan is greatly lacking. Not good. Tall Pine Oasis is in danger. Realizing this, Wan Jueqing did not hesitate. He immediately sent a message to Wan clan's first Supreme Elder through Jewel Yellow Skies. But at this moment, Wan clan's first Supreme Elder was controlling Winding Light Platform to deal a fatal blow to Fang clan's Earth Path Immortal Goo House. How could he have the time to look at Wan Jueqing's information? Break for me. Wan clan's first Supreme Elder shouted furiously. Wishful thinking. Right at this time, a figure suddenly appeared above Wan clan's first Supreme Elder. Rank 8 aura surged. It was Fang clan's first Supreme Elder, Rank 8 Fang Gong. Wan clan's first Supreme Elder did not even look at Fang Gong, his gaze was fixed on the Earth Path Immortal Goo House. He wanted to destroy this Immortal Goo House first and make Fang clan suffer heavy losses. As for his safety with Winding Light Platform's protection, Wan clan's first Supreme Elder was confident. However, all of this was within Fang clan's plan. Immortal Killer Move, Roof Tile Breaker. Fang Gong fiercely used a killer move, his palms slamming down fiercely. Light rippled around Winding Light Platform, blocking Fang Gong's attacks. Bam bam bam, Fang Gong slammed endlessly, palm shadows flew everywhere, his attacks were like a storm, all hitting Winding Light Platform. Rank 7 Winding Light Platform had Rank 8 battle strength, it could easily block Fang Gong's attacks. But Wan clan's first Supreme Elder's expression suddenly changed. He was shocked to find that each of Fang Gong's attacks contained a strange power. Although they could not break Winding Light Platform's defensive methods, they could penetrate inside and cause heavy losses to Winding Light Platform's goo worms. Almost instantly, Winding Light Platform was destroyed. The yellow light pillar that had been controlling Fang clan's Earth Path Immortal Goo House also lost its source and completely collapsed. Wan clan's first Supreme Elder saw this and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Fang clan, you are going too far. At the next moment, Wan clan's first Supreme Elder activated Winding Light Platform, wanting to retreat. He completely understood that Fang clan had specially targeted him, or more accurately, they were targeting Wan clan's Immortal Goo House. Compared to Tall Pine Oasis, Winding Light Platform was Fang clan's true target. Wan clan's first Supreme Elder desperately retreated, wanting to leave the battlefield. But when Fang clan saw their true target, How could they let it go so easily? Under normal circumstances, other Gu immortals might not be able to resist the rampage of an immortal Gu house. They could only retreat, but Fang Gong was an exception. Fang Gong fiercely restrained Winding Light Platform, while Chicken Dog Coop also attacked. Winding Light Platform lasted for a while before collapsing. Yuan clan's first Supreme Elder was extremely furious as he attacked Fang Gong. Fang Gong's expression was indifferent. Yuan clan's first Supreme Elder, remember this moment. Our Fang clan is not to be trifled with. This Winding Light Platform is the price you have to pay for recklessly attacking us. Fang Gong lightly punched towards Yuan clan's first Supreme Elder, maintaining a strong momentum. Yuan clan's first Supreme Elder only had rank 7 cultivation level. Fang Gong simply did not care about him. But at the next moment, Yuan clan's first Supreme Elder's expression suddenly froze, his killer move's activation failed and he was hit by Fang Gong's punch, turning into meat paste on the spot, losing his life. Everyone was stunned, including Fang Gong and Fang Dichang. First Supreme Elder. Wan Xiao cried out miserably. He rode on his wind falcon and took the chance to escape Tall Pine Oasis. His action startled the Fang clan immortals. What do we do now? Fang Gong transmitted to Fang Dichang with an awkward expression. Fang Dichang's expression was grim. How could Wan clan's first Supreme Elder be killed? This was not in line with the previous plan. Fang clan's true target was Wan clan's immortal Gu house. Wan clan had 2 immortal Gu houses, both rank 7 and able to resist rank 8. This was Wan clan's foundation as a super force. Its importance was far greater than Tall Pine Oasis. Destroying Winding Light Platform would be Fang clan's greatest victory. Fang clan's reputation would rise greatly. No other super force would dare to ally with others to deal with Fang clan. In contrast, Wan clan had 2 rank 7 immortal Gu houses. After losing one, they could only hide in their territory and not cause any trouble. But it was different now. Wan clan's first Supreme Elder's death was a huge problem. Wan clan would definitely take revenge and gather Western Desert's Righteous Path forces in the name of revenge. They would definitely form a punitive expedition against Fang clan. Because Fang clan had gone too far. Not only did they fight without a declaration, they even killed their first Supreme Elder. This was like a neighbor suddenly barging into the house one day and killing the male owner. Such a Fang clan was completely the work of the demonic path. Righteous Path super forces would definitely panic, afraid that they would be the next Wan clan. Thus, Western Desert's super forces would definitely ally. I had already held back with that punch, but Wan clan's first Supreme Elder was agitated at that time and seemed to have triggered the backlash of the killer move. He actually lost his life due to a freak combination of factors. Fang Gong sighed. Although they won, Fang Gong was not happy. The Fang clan Gu immortals present had heavy hearts, because everyone knew that this matter had blown up. Except for one person. Tang Fangming was hiding deep underground in the desert, feeling excited and afraid. Amazing, this Dream Path killer move is really amazing. Wan clan's first Supreme Elder died because of it, but Fang clan is still in the dark. I have finally completed Lord Fang Yuan's mission. Chapter 2280. In Fang Dichang's mind, a vast number of thoughts rose and collapsed like a tall building. After thousands of collapses, Fang Dichang was drenched in sweat and his face was flushed red. Clearly, his wisdom path deductions had reached their limits. Oh no, this is terrible. Fang Dichang muttered with an unsightly expression. The results of his deductions already showed him Fang clan's miserable future. Earlier, Wan clan summons failed and Fang clan escaped. It was mainly because of the unclear relationship between Fang clan and Fang Yuan. Adding on the disappearance of the 5 regional walls and the merging of the 2 heavens, Gu immortals were all vigilant and worried. However, Fang Dichang was very clear what the so-called Great Love Immortal Venerable's true appearance was. If something happened to Fang clan and they were attacked by Western Desert super forces, Fang Yuan would absolutely not help them. Fang Yuan only cared about practical benefits. Unless Fang clan offered a high price that moved Fang Yuan would absolutely not help Fang clan. Like this time, Fang clan had the intention to attack Wan clan and secretly transacted with Fang Yuan. Fang clan paid a lot of resource points to exchange for many immortal Gu, to advance the core immortal Gu of roof tile breaking killer move, and to barely construct that Earth Path immortal Gu house. Once Fang Yuan did not help, the true relationship between Fang clan and Fang Yuan would be exposed, and Fang clan would face a calamity. Could Fang clan pay a high enough price for Fang Yuan to help them? Fang Dichang had no confidence in this. What worried him the most was that Fang clan could pay a high price for Fang Yuan's help. If other super forces followed suit, how could Fang clan be their match? No matter what Fang clan chooses, Fang Yuan will be the biggest winner. Fang Dichang gritted his teeth inwardly, he was filled with hatred. Fang Yuan destroyed his body and captured his soul. Fang Dichang naturally could not forget this hatred. What should we do? This Yuan clan first supreme elder is truly a disgrace to Yuan clan, he is actually so weak. Perhaps we can revive him? Fang Gong furrowed his brows and made a suggestion. Fang Dichang shook his head slowly. He had already thought of this idea in his mind, but it was not feasible. Not to mention that Fang clan did not have a method to revive Gu immortals. To revive Yuan clan's first supreme elder, they would need to seek help from others. Even if he succeeded in resurrecting the Yuan clan's first supreme elder, would the hatred this time disappear? Just like Fang Dichang himself, he was killed by Fang Yuan once and his soul became a captive before being released by Fang Yuan. Could the hatred between him and Fang Yuan be eliminated just like that? How could this be? On the contrary, this hatred grew even stronger. It could be said that the hatred between Fang clan and Yuan clan was very hard to wash away. Yuan clan would definitely take revenge. In this situation, Fang clan reviving Yuan clan's first supreme elder was reviving their enemy and then letting him find trouble with them. That was stupid. Of course, Gu immortals had countless methods, they were uncountable. It was not that there was no way to resolve the hatred. For example, the well-known spring and autumn cicada. As long as one succeeded in rebirth, everything could be restarted. There were also wisdom path methods that changed the emotions of Yuan clan's immortals. But for these methods to be effective against Yuan clan's immortals, they had to be of extremely high rank. Fang clan could not grasp them. Huff. Fang Dichang let out a breath of turbid air, his eyes flickered with a sharp light as he said solemnly, "Right now we can only continue down this path. We will attack Yuan clan's headquarters, we must deal a heavy blow to Yuan clan." Fang Gong squinted. The other Fang clan Gu immortals felt a chill in their hearts when they heard this. This matter had already escalated, Fang clan was definitely in deep trouble. In that case there was no need to be hesitant, they might as well go all out and weaken Yuan clan with all their strength. Alright. Fang Gong was decisive and immediately made his decision. Fang clan immediately stored Chicken Dog Coop and moved the Earth Path Immortal Gu house, charging towards Yuan clan's headquarters from underground. However, when they entered Yuan clan's headquarters, they found that there was no one inside. Yuan clan's Gu immortals had retreated in advance. Yuan clan's only remaining immortal Gu house, Myriad Age building, along with many resources in the headquarters and Yuan clan's treasury, had completely vanished. Fang clan's immortals had ashen expressions. This was the most disadvantageous situation for Fang clan. After a moment of silence, Fang Dichang suggested, "First Supreme Elder, for now, I would like you and Chicken Dog Coop to sweep through Yuan clan's resource points. Meanwhile, I will lead the group back to the headquarters and prepare for battle." Fang Gong nodded slowly, "That is the only way." Fang Dichang's expression was extremely solemn. If Fang clan wants to get through this crisis, we need to hold onto Fang Yuan's thigh tightly. First Supreme Elder, the more resource points you can seize, the more immortal Gu our Fang clan can obtain from Fang Yuan, that is how much hope we have. I understand. Fang Gong selected the two and entered Chicken Dog Coop, quickly vanishing into the horizon. Meanwhile, Fang Dichang led the rest of the Fang clan immortals and moved the Earth Path Immortal Gu house back to Fang clan's headquarters. A storm was brewing, lightning was descending. Fang clan was extremely nervous. They were like fierce tigers that sensed the threat of life and death. Their hair stood on end and their eyes were wide open as they fought with all their strength against the backlash of the beasts. Eastern Sea. The sea breeze blew gently, seagulls chirped softly. Fang Yuan leisurely controlled the Gu refinement. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the refinement of Rank 9 Advanced Refinement Gu had already reached the latter stages. It was too easy. This was Fang Yuan's biggest feeling, even though this was the refinement of a Rank 9 Immortal Gu. It was completely different from the previous time. This time, Fang Yuan did not have the external pressure of Giant Sun Immortal, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He did not need to guard the Heavenly Spirit. There was another crucial point. Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was a Wood Path Immortal Gu, while Advanced Refinement Gu was a Refinement Path Immortal Gu. The latter was what Fang Yuan was most proficient in. Processing Refinement Path Immortal materials was much easier than processing Wood Path Immortal materials. Fang Yuan was even refining Rank 9 Immortal Gu while dealing with other matters. The Fang clan quickly sent a letter with a list of items. There were more than 10 resource points on the list. There was no lack of large resource points, there was even a super resource point. These last few days, Fang Gong displayed the strength of a rank 8 Gu immortal. Fang Di Chong controlled the situation and sent Inquiry Doc out. Fang clan swept through Yuan clan's territories and occupied many resource points. It seems that Fang clan's gains are not small. Everyone has potential after all. If they don't force themselves, how can they erupt? Fang Yuan smiled lightly. After Fang clan joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, they secretly proposed transactions. Seeing the immortal Gu that Fang clan wanted to trade, Fang Yuan deduced their intentions. Putting himself in their shoes, it was reasonable for Fang clan to take revenge on Yuan clan in order to protect themselves. After all, in Western Desert, Tang clan was intentionally hidden by Fang Yuan. Among the entire Western Desert super forces, only Fang clan had a close relationship with Fang Yuan. This was too special. When Yuan clan summoned Western Desert's righteous path to attack Fang clan, it had already deeply provoked Fang clan. After Yuan clan's summon failed, Fang clan let out a sigh of relief and decided to attack Yuan clan. This was a wise move of using offense as defense. Fang Yuan saw this and had a plan. On one hand, he added fuel to the fire and helped Fang clan achieve their goal, causing their strength to rise sharply. On the other hand, Fang Yuan ordered Tang clan to teach Tang Fang Ming a Dream Path killer move and rent a Dream Path Immortal Gu. Right now, Fang clan was schemed against by Fang Yuan and became the source of Western Desert's chaos. In order to protect themselves, they had to cooperate more closely with Fang Yuan and seize more resource points for Fang Yuan. On the other hand, Tang clan plotted against Fang clan. This was equivalent to Fang Yuan obtaining a huge leverage over them. Fang Yuan's influence on Tang clan also deepened. In Fang clan's letter, not only did they request for more immortal Gu, they also requested Fang Yuan to personally go to Western Desert when necessary and display the invincible might of great love immortal venerable. For this, Fang clan was willing to pay everything. You want me to take action? Fang Yuan sneered. How could this be? Right now, the three venerables were in a stalemate. Every second mattered. It was impossible for Fang Yuan to personally take action for Fang clan. He was using Fang clan as a pawn. And pawns were pawns, they had to be sacrificed when necessary. Unless the pawn's value was extremely high and irreplaceable, he would not personally protect it. Was there anyone among Fang Yuan's subordinates that was irreplaceable? No. When Fang Yuan was ruthless, he could even discard his own clone without hesitation. Why would he take action for Fang clan? Celestial Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had just started to refine Celestial Court's Wisdom Path Dao marks when important information arrived. There is a change in Western Desert. Fang clan is invading Yuan clan? Starlight flickered in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes. Fang clan is so aggressive, there must be something fishy. Is it Fang Yuan who is secretly adding fuel to the fire? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable quickly thought of this. After all, Fang clan had publicly joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. The entire 5 regions knew about it. This time, Fang clan's strength has risen sharply. It is clearly because of Fang Yuan's support. Yuan clan was caught off guard. Yuan clan's first supreme elder died in battle. This shows that Fang Yuan is intentionally stirring up a storm in Western Desert. Fang clan is actually willing to follow Fang Yuan's orders, risking the entire clan's survival. It seems that Fang Yuan's influence on Fang clan is deeper than I thought. Not good. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned slightly. She soon realized Fang Yuan's true motive. Fang Yuan does not care about Fang clan, even though he needs resource points to develop the sovereign immortal aperture. His main goal is to set an example for Fang clan, to influence the entire 5 regions and 2 heavens Gu immortal world. Fang Yuan was a refinement path venerable. It was easy for him to refine immortal Gu. With Fang's investment, any superpower strength would skyrocket in secret. As the saying goes, with a sharp weapon in hand, one's killing intent would rise. Fang Yuan's simple transaction broke the balance of forces that had been formed for a long time in the 5 regions Gu immortal world. Right now, Western Desert super forces had already realized the benefits of transacting with Fang Yuan. On one side, Fang Yuan was publicly trading immortal Gu in jewel yellow skies. Only super forces would be able to afford the price. On the other side, he had opened the door of the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. He allowed any super force to join. Moreover, once they joined, they could transact in secret and even obtain a lot of benefits. Because Fang clan joined the alliance, they were able to transact in secret and their strength rose sharply. Now Yuan clan's Gu immortals did not dare to show their faces. Yuan clan's resource points, big or small, were at Fang clan's disposal. This was too bad. Fang clan's profits were tempting. while Yuan clan's miserable state made everyone feel insecure. In this situation, what could super forces do? Joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance was the easiest choice. Literature Hall. Chapter 2281. All along, Fang Yuan's external policies had been very flexible. For example, the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance and the Sovereign Immortal Apertures Contribution Board, Mission Board and Exchange Board had different contents. Similarly, when Eastern Sea Gu Immortals joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, they would be restricted by the Alliance rules. But for the other 4 regions outside of Eastern Sea, the Alliance rules for joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance were very loose. There were almost no restrictions. From this point alone, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had experienced Fang Yuan's craftiness. She had a clear understanding of Western Desert's situation. We need to suppress Fang clan, we cannot let them rise if necessary, we need to exterminate them. Otherwise, if other super forces follow suit, Fang Yuan's influence in the 5 regions will be greatly boosted. Fang Yuan relied on immortal Gu trading and other methods to easily manipulate the situation of the 5 regions Gu immortal world. As the saying went, humans die in pursuit of wealth and birds die in pursuit of food. If things developed like this and became common knowledge, Fang Yuan's influence would spread throughout the 5 regions in the future. Even if there were no 5 regions, there would be 3 regions. By then, with just a thought from Fang Yuan, he could influence Southern Border, Western Desert and Eastern Sea to attack Central Continent. Of course, no matter how many Gu immortals the 3 regions had, they could not do anything to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Venerables were invincible, especially venerables who were starting to display the might of Tao Lords. But venerables were threats to each other. If Fang Yuan's influence could make the 3 regions Gu immortals become cannon fodder, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would have to personally defend Central Continent. This way the situation of the 3 venerables would change. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would be burdened by these cannon fodder, while Fang Yuan would take the chance to surpass them. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the #1 wisdom path Gu immortal in history. The moment Fang Yuan used this vicious plan, she saw through it immediately. Right now, the 3 venerables are fighting to refine natural Tao marks. Fang Yuan is lagging behind the most, so he is using this plan to shorten the gap. How can it go as you wish? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made her decision. Zhou Xiong Xn Wanzi Hong, go to Western Desert. Western Desert. Sun Family's headquarters. Sun Clan's first Supreme Elder was meeting Wan Hao Guang and Wan Xiao, 2 Wan Clan Gu immortals. Fang clan attacked my Wan clan without any prior notice, and now they are crazily occupying the major resource points of my Wan clan. They are already frenzied and vicious. This kind of behavior was completely demonic. The entire Fang clan had already fallen into the demonic path. The entire Fang clan was the biggest demonic nest in Western Desert. Your clan is one of the pillars of the Western Desert righteous path. How can you sit and watch in such a situation? Wan Hao Guang said righteously. Sun Family's first Supreme Elder nodded and said, Wan Hao Guang is right, my Sun Family will do our best to protect the righteous path of heaven and earth. It's just that the Sun Family is in a difficult situation now. The Sun Clan's first Grand Elder spoke of the Sun Clan's predicament, but at the end he patted his chest and said that as long as the Wan Clan successfully contacted the other superpowers, the Sun Clan would definitely join in and do their best for the common people of the Western Desert. This old fox. Wan Hao Guang was extremely furious after leaving the Sun Clan's headquarters. Wan Xiao laughed bitterly. Among the Western Desert superpowers, the Sun Family is the most cowardly. It is not strange for Sun Family's first Supreme Elder to say this. His expression is already the greatest sincerity he could muster. Next, which one should we go to persuade? Just as he said this, 2 figures flew over from the horizon. Their rank 8 auras were not concealed at all. Who is it? Ah, they are Gu immortals of Celestial Court. Wan Xiao and Wan Hao Guang had vigilant expressions. They were not afraid, after all, myriad age building was with them. The 2 immortals of Celestial Court were Zhou Xiong Xan and Wan Zi Hong. Friends from Wan Clan, please wait a moment. We are here to help Wan Clan. Zhou Xiong Xan greeted them from afar. Wan Xiao and Wan Hao Guang looked at each other, seeing the joy in each other's eyes. Immediately the 2 stopped in the air, concealing their joy and showing vigilance. The 2 immortals of Celestial Court stopped when they were 1,000 steps away, expressing that they had no ill intentions. Wan Zihong did not speak. Zhou Xiong Xan explained his intentions. Fang clan joined the so-called Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, receiving the support of Heaven Refining Demon Venerable, they are trying to overthrow Western Desert's righteous path and turn the whole of Western Desert into a demonic den. Although Celestial Court is the leader of Central Continent, it cannot bear to watch such a situation, thus it sent us to help you to kill the demonic wind and restore peace to the 5 regions. Wan Hao Guang asked, how will Celestial Court help? If necessary, will Star Constellation Immortal Venerable personally take action? These 2 questions were very crucial. Celestial Court's help was not a good thing for Wan Clan. If it was not handled well, Wan Clan's situation would worsen. They might even be consigned to eternal damnation. Why? Because Celestial Court was a Central Continent force, while this was Western Desert. Although the 5 regional walls had dissipated, in the hearts of Gu immortals, how could the 5 regional walls that had existed since the beginning of the world collapse so easily? If Celestial Court's Gu immortals personally intervened in Wan Clan's battle, then Wan Clan would be publicly recognized as a subordinate of Celestial Court, the bridgehead of Central Continent's forces in Western Desert. In this situation, Western Desert's super forces would be extremely vigilant, they would all retreat. Wan Clan would lose the legitimate reason to summon Western Desert's super forces, they would become a target that everyone would be on guard against. This way, the civil war between Western Desert's forces would turn into a situation where Fang Yuan and Fang Clan faced off against Celestial Court and Wan Clan. Zhou Xiongxen smiled, don't worry, we Celestial Court's Gu immortals will not personally intervene in this battle against Fang Clan. Wan Hao Guang and Wan Xiao immediately let out sighs of relief. Celestial Court's Gu immortals could not directly intervene. Next, Zhou Xiongxen continued, the conflict between Wan Clan and Fang Clan is Western Desert's internal affair. The reason why Celestial Court is supporting Wan Clan is to deal with heaven-refining demon Venerable Guyue and Fang Yuan. Once Fang Yuan personally takes action or sends his subordinates, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable will not just stand by and watch. At the same time, Celestial Court's immortals will also take action to protect the world's justice and peace. Wan Hao Guang and Wan Xiao could no longer hold back their joy. All along, what they were most wary of was the relationship between Fang Clan and Fang Yuan. Once Fang Yuan took action, which Western Desert super force could resist him? None of them could withstand it. Celestial Court's guarantee immediately removed Wan Clan's greatest worry. Wan Clan would then summon Western Desert's forces, and after these forces learn of this situation, they would definitely take action and help Wan Clan. Wan Xiao asked, Fang Clan joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance after all? They used their resource points to exchange for a large number of Immortal Gu, and even formed a brand new Immortal Gu house. Now they are crazily demolishing our clan's resource points, their intentions are clear. In this situation, can Celestial Court sell some Immortal Gu to our Wan Clan? Wan Hao Guang's eyes were also shining as he looked at Celestial Court's 2 immortals. Zhou Xiongxen sneered in his heart, wishful thinking. Immortal Gu are unique, Celestial Court's Immortal Gu are barely enough, why would they sell them? At the same time, a smile appeared on his face. Immortal Gu cannot be sold, but they can be rented. On the other hand, Immortal Killer moves and Immortal Gu recipes can also be considered for transactions. Zhou Xiongxen's following quotation immediately made Wan Xiao and Wan Hao Guang's expressions turn unsightly. Celestial Court's asking price was very high, Wan Clan would have to bleed a lot to get anything. There is a price for upholding justice, friends. Zhou Xiongxen suddenly lowered his voice. In fact, Celestial Court still has an important sponsorship for Wan Clan, it will definitely satisfy your clan. We would like to hear the details. Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan was currently communicating with Heavenly Lord Baizu. Baizu, you clearly cultivate enslavement path, why are you exchanging Immortal Gu with me for blood path? Fang Yuan smiled as he asked despite knowing the answer. Heavenly Lord Baizu was far away in northern plains, smiling bitterly. He muttered in his heart, do you think I am willing? But there was no other way. Giant Sun Immortal had personally summoned Heavenly Lord Baizu for the Blood Path Immortal Gu transaction, asking him to be the middleman and communicate on his behalf. How could Heavenly Lord Baizu refuse? He was only a tiny rank 8 Gu Immortal, and his clan was established in northern plains. He could only agree to Giant Sun Immortal's order. As the saying goes, one had to lower one's head when under someone else's roof. Heavenly Lord Baizu naturally had resentment towards Giant Sun Immortal, but at the same time he also had resentment towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's declaration of great love had shocked the world. Fang Yuan announced that he was in contact with Gu Immortals and forces of the 5 regions. Among them was the transaction with Heavenly Lord Baizu. It was fake. Heavenly Lord Baizu was so scared that his skewers were burnt. Fang Yuan wanted to use this to sow discord and probe Giant Sun Immortal's reaction. Giant Sun Immortal's philosophy was to rule the world. Heavenly Lord Baizu was not his bloodline descendant. Baizu tribe had always been suppressed and ostracized by the Huangjin tribes. This was Fang Yuan's plan to sow discord. Who knew the Huangjin tribes might join forces to kill Baizu tribe and cut off one of their own? Of course, this possibility was very small. The world did not lack smart people. But the cost of Fang Yuan's plan was too low. He only needed to say a few words. Moreover, how would he know if he did not try? Thus, Heavenly Lord Baizu did not have a good time during this period of time. He was a Grand Rank 8 Gu Immortal, but he was trembling in fear all day, afraid that Giant Sun Immortal would find trouble with him. Eventually, Giant Sun Immortal found trouble with him and gave him a mission. Giant Sun Immortal's attitude was clear. Aren't you Heavenly Lord Baizu close to Fang Yuan? Then be my contact and exchange Blood Path Immortal Gu. Use your actions and results to prove your loyalty to me, Giant Sun Immortal, to Longevity Heaven, and to the whole of Northern Plains Righteous Path. Heavenly Lord Baizu felt very wronged. When had he ever had a close transaction with Fang Yuan? It was clearly Chu Du and Fang Yuan who had something going on. What did this have to do with me, Heavenly Lord Baizu? I had even fought with Fang Yuan before. He wanted to prove his innocence, but Giant Sun Immortal did not mention this at all. He wanted him to take this mission. In fact, from Giant Sun Immortal's perspective, there were very few people who could do this. Longevity Heaven and Huangjin tribes Gu Immortals were excluded, because these people represented Giant Sun Immortal. But Heavenly Lord Baizu and Chu Du were different. Lord Fang Yuan, you are great love immortal venerable, why are you toying with a minor character like me? Heavenly Lord Baizu lowered his stance. How can someone as wise as you not know my situation? Fang Yuan laughed heartily. What blood path immortal Gu do you want? Chapter 2282. In this world there were genes, oddities, sealed artifacts, runes, Taoism, major thousand realms. Zhang Yi's identity alternated between the young sword grandmaster and the beautiful Yellow Springs queen. He traversed between reality and illusion, searching the past and the future. The hidden history would eventually be revealed, and the dead gods would soon be resurrected. This is a book written by a friend. If anyone is interested, please support it. Venerable Gu recommends, The Strange City of Rebirth, currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 2283. Giant Sun Immortal had instructed Heavenly Lord Baizu, as long as there was a possibility, he had to dig out all of Fang Yuan's blood path Immortal Gu. But Heavenly Lord Baizu could not say that now. He mentioned 10 Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan got the information and sneered. These Immortal Gu included Bloodline Immortal Gu, Blood Asset Immortal Gu, Blood Skull Immortal Gu and Blood Chi Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan had Bloodline Immortal Gu. This Immortal Gu originally belonged to Wu clan. When Fang Yuan disguised himself as Wu Yihai, Wu clan used Bloodline Gu to test Fang Yuan's authenticity. Later it was deceived by Fang Yuan and became his. It was not difficult for Giant Sun Immortal to obtain this information. Blood Asset Immortal Gu also belonged to Fang Yuan. This was a Gu created by the previous land spirit of Langya by combining some of the Blood Path Gu recipes in Jewel Yellow Skies. Fang Yuan obtained it from Langya sect. Right now, this Blood Asset Immortal Gu had already risen from rank 6 to rank 8, becoming one of the core Immortal Gu of 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. It was also one of the 4 elements. It had great significance. Blood Skull Immortal Gu was also in Fang Yuan's hands. Fang Yuan originally had the rank 4 Blood Skull Mortal Gu. He had used it to raise his aptitude. But Blood Skull Mortal Gu had a high price. To raise a Gu master's aptitude, he had to kill enough blood relatives. Back on Qing Mao Mountain to raise his aptitude, Fang Yuan almost slaughtered the entire Guyue village. At Gu Immortal level, the value of Blood Skull Gu, which could raise aptitude, fell sharply. To many Gu Immortals who fought alone, Blood Skull Gu was of little value. But to a force, Blood Skull Gu was extremely important. Fang Yuan thought he himself would not benefit from the Blood Skull Gu, but other people could use it. The 500 years of memories of his previous life told him that the Blood Skull Immortal Gu true inheritance had been destroyed due to the changes in heaven and earth. Thus, before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, when he helped many Gu Immortal seeds undergo immortal ascension, he used natural inspiration to ask for a more incomplete Blood Skull Immortal Gu recipe. Next, through his own deductions, he obtained Blood Skull Immortal Gu's recipe. According to this Immortal Gu recipe, Fang Yuan easily refined Blood Skull Immortal Gu. As he expected, Blood Skull Immortal Gu's effect was to raise aptitude. Because it was an immortal goo, it was effective on goo immortals. The drawback was that he still needed to slaughter his own kin. The higher the goo immortals' cultivation level, the larger the scale of slaughtering their kin, to the point where they would need to slaughter the goo immortals' kin. As for blood chi immortal goo, it was in Fang Yuan's hands. Demon immortal Chi Ju obtained the blood chi immortal goo true inheritance. He had once transacted with Fang Yuan and obtained the relevant immortal goo recipe from Fang Yuan. After demon immortal Chi Ju died, Fang Yuan refined it. His current rank was not high, it was only rank 6. Other than that, Fang Yuan had other blood path immortal goo. For example, bloodstain goo, blood vow goo. These two blood path immortal essence were created by Eastern Sea's blood path demonic immortals, Ding Yen and Ding Qi. One was used for investigation while the other was used for information path. Fang Yuan did not obtain these two immortal goo recipes from Ding Yen and Ding Qi, but he knew that these two immortal goo were destroyed. Using natural inspiration, he asked for a more complete immortal goo remnant recipe. Along with his own deductions, he refined it. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth, Bai Zhu, I have a large number of blood path immortal goo. Fang Yuan said to Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu quickly praised, Lord Fang Yuan plans for a rainy day, you have great foresight as a refinement path venerable, you are the #1 refinement path venerable in history. I am filled with admiration. Fang Yuan chuckled. If you want to trade for blood path immortal goo, then use the primordial domain extraction method to exchange. Before Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu came to find Fang Yuan, he had been instructed by Giant Sun Immortal. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal had told him about the primordial domain extraction method. From Giant Sun Immortal's point of view, Fang Yuan's desire for the primordial domain extraction method was obvious. Didn't he see that in jewel yellow skies, Fang Yuan's primordial domain was still stored here? Fang Yuan had not extracted it yet, it could basically be determined that there was no primordial domain extraction method. Thus, this method was the greatest bargaining chip to purchase blood path immortal goo, it could be used well. As expected, Fang Yuan immediately suggested this primordial domain extraction method. Giant Sun Immortal was not wrong. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was secretly excited, the unease in his heart also dissipated greatly. He purposely remained silent for a while before replying to Fang Yuan, primordial domain extraction method? Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu purposely showed a difficult expression. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, don't play tricks, since you were sent here by Giant Sun Immortal, did Giant Sun Immortal not take care of you? Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu's heart shook, he quickly straightened his posture. Lord Fang Yuan is wise and mighty, you have great insight, please forgive my offense. Fang Yuan lightly grunted. Then use the primordial domain extraction method to purchase one of my blood path immortal goo. What? Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was shocked, Fang Yuan was so greedy, he almost did not dare to believe it. Lord Fang Yuan, I think the primordial domain extraction method is extremely valuable, I can safely exchange it for 10 blood path immortal goo. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu quickly said. Fang Yuan sneered. Hee, you are asking for too much, you are actually so greedy. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. Fang Yuan did not need any primordial domain extraction method, he played around with Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu while refining advanced refinement goo. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, dozens of rivers were flying in the sky. Each river was filled with all kinds of immortal materials. The rivers converged at times and separated at other times. In this refinement of rank 9 advanced refinement goo, Fang Yuan mainly used the water refinement method. The core immortal goo of 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, rank 8 water refinement immortal goo, had been injected with immortal essence since the start of the refinement, almost without stopping. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu slowly recovered and started to lower the price. Lord Fang Yuan, you must know that I am extremely sincere. The primordial domain extraction method is extremely rare, you must know that. To you, this primordial domain extraction method is extremely valuable, it is what you need the most now. And just 10 blood path immortal goo are not important to you at all. You are a refinement path immortal venerable, can't you refine any immortal goo with just a thought? Fang Yuan sneered, his attitude quickly turned cold. Back then I transacted primordial domain with Giant Sun Immortal, shouldn't he have given me the primordial domain extraction method? Now that I can't extract the primordial domain, I have yet to settle the score with him, but he actually shamelessly wants to sell this thing? I am a grand refinement path venerable, can't I deduce a rank 9 refinement path killer move to treat the primordial domain as an immortal material and extract the primordial domain? Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu quickly said, Lord Fang Yuan, please don't be angry. Shut up. Fang Yuan continued, "Go back and tell that giant Sunday. I am refining Blood Path Immortal Goo to make things difficult for him. He wants to cultivate Blood Path as well? I will continue to refine more Blood Path Immortal Goo. Unless he first takes out the primordial domain extraction method and gives it to me so that I can see how much sincerity he has." Heavenly Lord Baizu did not dare to speak anymore. He sighed and contacted Giant Sun Immortal. After Giant Sun Immortal learned of this, he immediately scolded, "Fang Yuan, you are so arrogant, you dare to threaten me like this. Heavenly Lord Baizu, you are also a trash. Cowering like this, don't you know that you are negotiating with Fang Yuan on my behalf?" Heavenly Lord Baizu could only say, "Lord Giant Sun, it is my fault. I do not have Huang Jin bloodline, my ability is shallow." "Enough." Giant Sun Immortal interrupted him. "Precisely because you do not have Huang Jin bloodline and your ability is shallow, I am giving you these opportunities to temper yourself and increase your ability." Heavenly Lord Baizu, Giant Sun Immortal continued, "Continue negotiating with Fang Yuan the primordial domain extraction method? I will absolutely not give it away. Tell Fang Yuan that among the three venerables, his progress is the slowest, and he has the least immortal essence. Advise him to judge the situation and cooperate with me. There will be great benefits, it can make up for the gap. A wise man should be able to see the situation clearly." Heavenly Lord Baizu asked again, "Then Lord Giant Sun, how many Blood Path Immortal Goo can the primordial domain extraction method be exchanged for?" Giant Sun Immortal was silent for a while. Hearing Heavenly Lord Baizu's words, Fang Yuan's plan was to deduce a rank 9 killer move using the Refinement Path Venerable's foundation and extract the primordial domain. Although this method was time-consuming and laborious, it was indeed feasible. This way the price of the primordial domain extraction method could not be so high. But as for the price, in Giant Sun Immortal's opinion, the more the better. Thus, he reprimanded Heavenly Lord Baizu, "How many Blood Path Immortal Goo can be exchanged for will depend on how hard you work and how loyal you are to my longevity heaven. Go, I will wait and see." Heavenly Lord Baizu felt extremely gloomy. He was under huge pressure and contacted Fang Yuan again. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, there was a problem with the Refinement Path Immortal Materials processing. Fang Yuan was currently dividing the rivers and getting rid of some of them. Heavenly Lord Baizu smiled, "Lord Fang Yuan, I really cannot give you the primordial domain extraction method. But since you feel 10 Blood Path Immortal Goo is too much, how about 8? Fang Yuan did not have the mood to talk with Heavenly Lord Baizu. He immediately scolded, "Little Baizu, I am a Grand Venerable, why would I bargain with you? Do you think I am a commoner?" Heavenly Lord Baizu scolded inwardly. He quickly said, I wouldn't dare. Fang Yuan added, "Put aside the primordial domain extraction method. Since you want to purchase Blood Path Immortal Goo, take out more primordial domain." This, Heavenly Lord Baizu wanted to say something but was interrupted by Fang Yuan. "What are you staring blankly for? Can you make the decision? Go back and ask for instructions." Heavenly Lord Baizu was furious. He, a Grand Rank 8 Goo Immortal, had actually become a messenger. And both sides of the messenger were venerables. He could not afford to offend them. He could only swallow this anger and go back to look for Giant Sun Immortal. As expected of Fang Yuan, such a greedy person. Giant Sun Immortal smiled. He indeed had a large number of primordial domain with him, but these primordial domains had little value to him. After all, he did not have the sovereign immortal body. Right now, Giant Sun Immortal mainly cultivated Luck Path and also cultivated Blood Path. It was already his limit. But these primordial domains could be used by Giant Sun Immortal to nurture his subordinates. It is not impossible to use them to transact with Fang Yuan. Giant Sun Immortal pondered for a moment before informing Heavenly Lord Baizu of this decision. Heavenly Lord Baizu contacted Fang Yuan again. "Lord Fang Yuan, Lord?" He tried many times but Fang Yuan ignored him. Heavenly Lord Baizu, at this time in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, dozens of rivers merged together, creating countless waves. In the vast water flow, a brand new advanced refinement Goo slowly rose. It was at rank 9 level. P.S. All the typos and bugs in section 277 to 285 have been corrected. Chapter 2284. Rank 9 Advanced Refinement Goo. Fang Yuan looked at it carefully and found that the Immortal Goo looked no different from the rank 8 Immortal Goo. However, the truth was, it had undergone a qualitative change. This was Fang Yuan's second rank 9 Immortal Goo. It was a huge help to Fang Yuan. 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool would also become a rank 9 Immortal Goo house because of this. Rank 9 Immortal Goo house. Such an immortal goo house could be counted on one hand in the history of humanity. Celestial Court's Heaven Overseeing Tower was the most famous one, but with the destruction of rank 9 Fate Goo, it was no longer one of them. Once I finish modifying it, rank 9 Advanced Refinement Goo can be placed in 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool again. This immortal goo house would also undergo a qualitative change. If there is an immortal goo house ranking, it will definitely be at the top. Fang Yuan assessed internally. If it was before, 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool might be on par with Divine Emperor City, but once it became a true rank 9, it would definitely suppress Divine Emperor City. After all, Divine Emperor City did not have rank 9 immortal goo. Of course, Fang Yuan had to modify 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool so that it could match rank 9 advanced refinement immortal goo. Fang Yuan was a refinement path venerable, a refinement path supreme grandmaster. It was not difficult for him to modify this. Fang Yuan temporarily put down advanced refinement immortal goo and inspected himself. As he had expected, because he had a second rank 9 immortal goo, the net of heaven path Dao marks left on him by obscured heavenly secret were expending twice as fast as before. This showed how much help rank 9 advanced refinement goo would bring to Fang Yuan. It had a huge significance and could influence many things in the future. It would be much easier for Fang Yuan to refine rank 8 immortal goo in the future. Thankfully, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal have expended a lot of immortal essence. They need to use it to refine natural Dao marks. They will not investigate like before. This greatly reduces the pressure of obscured heavenly secret. Fang Yuan was very clear that this was the limit of the killer move obscured heavenly secret. If Fang Yuan wanted to refine the third rank 9 immortal goo now, obscured heavenly secret might be able to help him conceal it in the early stages, but in the later stages, it would not be able to conceal it. The killer move's power would be completely depleted. So should I refine or not? If I were to refine a third rank 9 immortal goo, which one should I refine? Fang Yuan calmed down and analyzed the current situation. He was now facing internal and external troubles. First of all, the sovereign immortal aperture was not stable. Because of the non-conflicting Dao marks, abnormal situations occurred frequently, and the entire immortal aperture's ecology was very unstable. Because of the severe losses in Crazed Demon Cave, there were too few goo immortals in the sovereign immortal aperture. They could only barely maintain stability. Next were calamities and tribulations. To become a supremacy, one had to undergo a tribulation. Among the 3 venerables, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had conflicting Dao marks. Their immortal aperture's time flow could not be altered using time path methods. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, accelerated Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus twice when he was refining it. Because of this, He Chunchio's time path clone's time path foundation was almost completely destroyed. For a period of time, Fang Yuan could not change the sovereign immortal aperture's time flow. If he tried again, it would trigger a chain reaction and cause abnormal situations to erupt, forming terrifying calamities and tribulations that engulfed the entire sovereign immortal aperture. This was because a time path killer move that could change the entire sovereign immortal aperture had to be of high rank. To be effective, it had to be engraved or altered by many time path Dao marks. The sudden change of time path Dao marks would cause a chain reaction in the sovereign immortal aperture, causing changes that Fang Yuan could not deduce clearly, resulting in huge losses. If it caused losses, the losses would be huge. Fang Yuan had used landscape as before with the year essence pool to recover, but he could not use it now. Because the year essence pool's water of the river of time had only been rapidly poured in recently. The essence of this method was still time path Dao marks. The chaotic time path Dao marks would cause abnormal situations to erupt. Using any time path killer move would only add fuel to the fire. To reduce this concern, I need to at least create the first ring of time path Dao veins. The third concern was the sovereign immortal body's food. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body was formed from sovereign immortal fetus goo. It needed to consume immortal apertures of the same rank to feed it. Right now, Fang Yuan's cultivation level had risen to rank 9, he needed to consume rank 9 immortal apertures. In this aspect, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable were Fang Yuan's food. But the difficulty of this was extremely high. Of course, Fang Yuan was not unprepared. He had plotted against the revived Paradise Earth in Crazed Demon Cave. Before Paradise Earth died, he was only a hair's breadth away from rank 9, his corpse still had a rank 8 immortal aperture. This rank 8 immortal aperture could be considered quasi-rank 9. And because it cultivated Heaven Path, this immortal aperture displayed a special ability, it could actually form its own body and was very stable. Normally speaking, after a Gu immortal died, their immortal aperture would become unstable, it would fall into the world and open its entrance, absorbing a vast amount of heaven and earth chi to form a blessed land or grotto heaven. But Paradise Earth's quasi-rank 9 heaven path immortal aperture was very special, it was very stable. If there is no other way in the future, I will split a part of my soul and use Paradise Earth's body to create a heavenly venerable clone. Then, I will let this clone undergo tribulation and become a heaven path venerable, before annexing his rank 9 immortal aperture. Paradise Earth's corpse was Fang Yuan's food. Of course, this was a bit extravagant. If possible, Fang Yuan still hoped to have a heavenly venerable clone to help him at all times. The three concerns were the sovereign immortal aperture, calamities and tribulations, and food. Other than that, Fang Yuan also had external threats. The external threats were venerables. Fang Yuan had secretly refined 2 rank 9 immortal Gu, this was his greatest advantage now. But the other venerables also had advantages. The number of Dao marks refined by Giant Sun Immortal was definitely the highest among the 3 venerables. In his territory he could fight 1 against 2 and hold the upper hand. The amplification of external Dao marks was huge. And even though Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was inferior to Giant Sun Immortal in this aspect, the number of Wisdom Path Dao marks refined was clearly higher than Fang Yuan's. Furthermore, Fang Yuan could guess that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was definitely modifying her killer moves. Fang Yuan had almost no achievements in this aspect. He had 2 newly refined rank 9 Immortal Gu that were still warm, but he did not have a single rank 9 killer move. Fang Yuan's attainment in deducing killer moves was also far below Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. If the 3 venerables fought now, Fang Yuan's 2 rank 9 Immortal Gu would not be able to provide any direct help. The 2 venerables had something that Fang Yuan was envious of. Giant Sun Immortal had Longevity Heaven, while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had Celestial Court. The 2 venerables had headquarters. As long as they hid in them, they would have a huge amplification. They would have the might of a true Dao Lord. Even if the other 2 venerables cooperated sincerely, they would not be able to do anything. This was an undefeatable position. No matter how the situation collapsed, as long as they had this headquarters, they would have a foothold and hope of counterattacking. But Fang Yuan did not have such a thing. The sovereign immortal aperture was unstable to begin with, how could he use it as a battlefield? His foundation in this aspect could not compare to the other 2 venerables. After all, the 2 venerables had become venerables in their previous lives, while Fang Yuan was not even a rank 8 Gu immortal in his previous life. The main reason was that in Fang Yuan's previous life, Fate Gu was still around, Providence had purposely arranged for it, the venerables made arrangements, Fang Yuan could not go against heaven. Thus, if Fang Yuan lost, he would have no place to settle down. Fang Yuan thought about it for a long time but could not make a decision. There was a crucial point in front of him. Whether he chose to refine or not, it would have a huge impact on his future plans. For example, if he chose to refine a rank 9 immortal Gu that could be used in battle, Fang Yuan might have to personally attack and suppress the other venerables, expending their immortal essence and expanding his own immortal essence advantage. If he did not refine, the obscured heavenly secret could still last for some time. Using this time, Fang Yuan could secretly accumulate more advantages. It was up to Fang Yuan now. Insufficient information. Fang Yuan sighed deeply. Unlike the battle in Crazed Demon Cave that had just ended, the venerables had developed for some time, their trump cards and methods had changed. The situation was not clear, it was not easy to make such a decision. Another advantage of choosing a direct confrontation was that he could forcefully obtain information. But Fang Yuan was suppressing 2 venerables at the same time, it felt a little unreliable. The other side had a headquarters, and if the 2 venerables were forced to work together, could Fang Yuan deal with them? As the confrontation between the 3 venerables continued to drag on, the importance of information became more obvious. Fang Yuan was not proficient in this aspect. Information Path was best at gathering information. Fang Yuan had never had a good achievement in this aspect. This was not to say that he had not grown in this aspect. Even though Li Xiaobai had high hopes placed on him in the past, he was only one of Fang Yuan's chess pieces now. Fang Yuan's current foundation was still effective in probing ordinary Gu immortals or super forces. It was just that his information path attainment could not keep up with his development. Now that he was dealing with 2 venerables, he was very weak in this aspect. Giant Sun Immortal was probing him, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was deducing him, but Fang Yuan could not retaliate in this aspect. While Fang Yuan was thinking deeply, Western Desert's situation was changing rapidly. Wan Xiao, Wan Hao Guang, Sun Wang, Wan Zihong, Zhou Xiong Xian, and the rest came to Xiao clan's headquarters Blessed Land. Everyone, I know the reason for your visit. Fang clan has gone insane, their entire clan has fallen into the demonic path, they are the shame of Western Desert's righteous path. My Xiao clan is willing to cooperate with Wan clan to recover their lost land. Xiao Yi, who, as the representative of Xiao clan, immediately expressed his intentions. Wan clan's group thus successfully formed an alliance with Xiao clan. After some discussion, Wan clan was willing to cede Visualization Oasis, Fragrant Wind Flying Island, Black-Yellow Earth Pool, and other resource points. Xiao clan sent Xiao Yi, who and several other Xiao clan experts. At the same time, the Celestial Court would provide funds to replenish the immortal Yuan stone. Furthermore, the Celestial Court guaranteed that if Heaven Refining Demon Venerable acted personally, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would definitely defend Western Desert's righteous path forces. With Zhou Xiong Xian and Wan Zihong's active participation, a Western Desert Righteous Path alliance targeting Fang clan was rapidly forming. Literature Museum. Chapter 2285. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Western Desert. Mermaid Immortal Yuzi's face was pale as she looked at the flying sand cave in front of her, gasping for breath. The arrangement is finally complete. Yuzi muttered. The Rockman Gu Immortal Sure Sandbai thanked her. Yuzi cultivates water path. It is truly difficult for you to arrange this kind of earth path resource point. But it's impossible for me to succeed if I were to do it alone. Rockmen were most proficient in earth path. This was the innate talent of their race. Originally, Sure Sandbai and Sure Guabai had agreed to complete this kind of earth path resource point arrangement mission together. But not long ago, Fang Yuan ordered several Rockman Gu Immortals to be sent out of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Sure Sandbai had no choice but to wait for others to cooperate with him. In the end, it was Yuzi who came. Although Yuzi was a Water Path Gu Immortal, she was still a Rank 7 Gu Immortal. With Sure Sandbai as the leader and Yuzi as the support, the two worked together and spent close to 10 days before they finally arranged this resource point and completed the mission. Seeing Sure Sandbai thank her, Yuzi quickly said some humble words with a very polite attitude. She actually had her own plans. Flying Sand Cave, this kind of resource point, can be used as an earth vein node. After this kind of resource point is arranged, Lord Fang Yuan's clone will personally come to set up an immortal formation and turn this resource point into an earth vein node. This is a good opportunity for me to meet Lord Fang Yuan. Ever since Yuzi saw Fang Yuan's main body, her fighting spirit had been shaken. But after this period of time she had thought it through. She did not have any extravagant hopes of getting together with Fang Yuan's main body, she placed her attention on Fang Yuan's clones. As long as she could get on Fang Yuan's good side and become one of Fang Yuan's fiancés, the merfolk status would immediately be stabilized like an immovable mountain. Moreover, with this relationship, the merfolk's development would be greatly guaranteed. It was because of this that Yuzi accepted this mission and cooperated with Sure Sandbai. A figure suddenly appeared in the horizon. It's Lord Wu Shuai. Sure Sandbai said respectfully. It's coming, it's coming. Wu Shuai is Fang Yuan's Dragon Man clone. Yuzi's heart raced as she encouraged herself. The future of the merfolk race would depend on her to fight for it. Yuzi hurriedly swept her eyes over her attire. This time, she wore a rare pearl necklace that could constantly emit the fragrance of the sea breeze. Her colorful dress accentuated her slender figure, and her bright and spotless fish scales gave off a pure and flawless feeling. Yuzi nodded in satisfaction in her heart, and then she gathered her spirits and spun her beautiful eyes while revealing a faint smile on her face, and she tried her best to reveal her beautiful and moving side. Sure Sandbai was dumbfounded, he instantly understood the Mermaid Immortal's plan. When Wu Shuai arrived above the flying sand cave, Yuzi said softly, "Greetings, Lord Wu Shuai." This voice caused Sure Sandbai to shiver, and he hurriedly bowed in greeting. Wu Shuai nodded lightly, he glanced at the two of them before activating an investigative killer move to inspect the flying sand tunnel. After inspecting it 3 times, Wu Shuai said in satisfaction, "Not bad, you have arranged this flying sand tunnel very well." Saying so, Wu Shuai mobilized Mortal Goo, and many immortal materials to set up the immortal formation. Yuzi carefully sized up Wu Shuai. He had a broad body and handsome face. His tall nose bridge and firm lips made him look like a peerless warrior. His dragon eyes were amber in color, he had a pair of golden coral-like dragon horns on his forehead, and his body was covered in pure golden dragon scales that shone brightly. It was closer to the beauty of merfolk. Lord Fang Yuan is truly peerless in beauty. Yuzi praised in her heart. The beauty that Fang Yuan's main body gave her was a kind of shock, a feeling that she could only worship and look up to. It made Yuzi feel ashamed of her inferiority. And Wu Shuai's heroic appearance moved her heart. Several hours later, Wu Shuai finished setting up the immortal formation. Lord Wu Shuai has amazing methods indeed. Setting up the immortal formation is as easy as blowing off dust. Yuzi immediately praised. Wu Shuai smiled. I cannot make a conclusion yet, it depends on the actual effect. Step back and pay attention to your safety. The first activation of a newly created formation was rather dangerous. If the killer move collapsed, the Gu Immortal would suffer a backlash. If the immortal formation collapsed, not only would the Gu Immortal suffer a backlash, it would also cause the surrounding environment to change. After all, the formation was closely connected to the surrounding environment. Especially the formation of this kind of resource point. Once it collapsed, the huge amount of Dao marks in the resource point would change, and the damage would be huge. This was even more so in the environment of the sovereign immortal aperture. This was all from experience. There had been several failures in setting up the immortal formation, causing chaos in the Dao marks and the environment to change. The loss of resource points was a small matter, but there were also terrifying abnormal situations. Wu Shuai carefully activated the formation. He cultivated enslavement path after all. The reason why he could set up the formation was because he shared his formation path attainment level with his main body. Thus, once a flaw appeared in the formation, it would be hard for Wu Shuai to deal with it with his methods. He was not a formation path Gu Immortal after all. The immortal formation started to activate. There were no accidents for the time being. Wu Shuai's gaze was like a torch, he did not relax. After a few breaths of time, Yuzi could not endure it anymore. She boldly approached Wu Shuai and said with a worshipful expression, Lord Wu Shuai, this immortal formation seems to have no problems. Wu Shuai did not look at her, he frowned slightly and sniffed. What is this smell? Yuzi's expression turned joyful. She was just about to pretend to be shy and say that this was the fragrance of pearls. But right at this time there was a loud sound. Large amounts of stench gushed out of the flying sand cave. The surrounding 10 li was filled with an incomparably foul stench. Yuzi's expression was pale, she almost vomited on the spot. Her pearl fragrance was completely drowned, and the pure white pearl necklace was completely dyed black. Wu Shuai laughed heartily. Don't worry, this is the stench of the earth's lungs. This flying sand cave was moved here, but the methods used were not up to standard, causing the poisonous air to accumulate in the cave. But now it's all good. My great formation has automatically expelled it, and all the hidden dangers are gone. Congratulations, Lord Wu Shuai. Shirsanbai quickly cheered. Yuzi forcefully endured the stench and also praised. This is all thanks to Lord Wu Shuai's outstanding methods. She boldly moved closer, trying her best to attract Wu Shuai's gaze. But right at this time, lumps of sand and rocks shot out from the flying sand cave. These sand and rocks were filled with moisture. They were not dry because the stench of the earth's lungs was still filled with a foul stench. Clumps of sand and stones flew into the air, and then immediately fell on the surrounding desert, making pitter-patter sounds. It was like she was having diarrhea. Yuzi looked at the sand and rocks in the air, her heart was like dead ashes. In this situation, no matter how dazzling she was, Wu Shuai would not feel moved. After the sand and rocks shot out for a while, it became normal again. Large amounts of fine and dense dry sand spewed out from the flying sand cave. The sand flew high up into the sky about 100 feet above the ground. Then like a drizzle it sprinkled down. These were flying sand, they were immortal materials, they were very light. Even though they were only rank 6 immortal materials, there was a lot of them. Under the effect of the formation, the flying sand cave had already become one of the earth vein nodes. Wu Shuai nodded in satisfaction, saying with a joyful tone, this way the sovereign immortal aperture's earth vein has already completed the second circle. Before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, even though it was also the second circle, there were very few nodes back then. How could it be as large as now? I absolutely believe that this world will get better and better. Yuzi echoed with deep sympathy. Wu Shuai took a glance at her before turning back to look at Shirsanbai before flying away. Yuzi and Shirsanbai quickly sent him off. Only when Wu Shuai vanished into the horizon did Yuzi retract her gaze and sigh deeply. She could not conceal her deep disappointment. Shirsanbai smiled internally. He knew the mermaid's intentions but did not look down on her. The mermaids had already stayed in the sovereign immortal aperture for some time. This period of time was neither long nor short. The mermaid Gu Immortals' performance could be said to be very conscientious. Almost all the Gu Immortals acknowledged them. The weak relied on the strong to survive. This was a wise survival strategy in Sanbai's opinion. He did not have any enmity. After all, the rockmen were all males, there was no competitive relationship between them. Thus, Sanbai pretended not to know. Next, I will continue to set up an Earth Path resource point. Fairy Uz, are you willing to continue working with me? Sanbai naturally hoped to cooperate with Earth Path Gu Immortals, but the Sovereign Immortal Aperture was really lacking in manpower. After all, Uz had worked with him before. They had some tacit understanding. Uz inquired about it in detail before tactfully rejecting Sanbai with a difficult expression. The following Earth Path resource point could not bear the burden of the Earth Vein node. It also meant that without seeing Fang Yuan's clone, Uz would not have much motivation. Sanbai was quite understanding and suggested, "In my opinion, Fairy, you should take a good rest." Uz immediately felt strange. Only one thought appeared in her mind: Gu Immortals and the Sovereign Immortal Aperture can rest? Uz had lived here for some time. She had already realized that the Gu Immortals here were all workaholics. What was rest? Now, this was the first time she had heard the word rest from the Gu Immortals here. Sanbai smiled and said, "This is just a little bit of my personal experience. The mission board is not empty, there are endless missions and we lack manpower. Most of the time we are not proficient in them, but we have no choice but to complete them. Fairy, you cultivate Water Path. It is very strenuous for you to set up an Earth Path resource point. You can only display 20% of your full strength and you feel stifled. So next, I suggest you take on some missions that will allow you to display your strength to the fullest, that way you can relieve your depression." Uz quickly nodded, expressing her thanks. But she was already vomiting blood in her heart. As expected, the so-called rest is still to do missions. These Gu Immortals do not seem to know what is true rest. Sleep. I have not slept for more than 10 days. I have only slept 5 times since coming here, and each time it was not even 4 hours. I really want to sleep until I wake up naturally. Why are there so many Earth Path resource points in this period of time? I'm already disgusted with the arrangement of these resource points. I hope there will be some Water Path resource points next. Thinking of this, Uz almost wanted to slap herself in anger. What are you thinking about? What other resource points do I need? I hope there are no resource points. There will be fewer missions. They will be completed by other Gu Immortals. Let me sleep. I really want to have a complete sleep. Chapter 2286. Western Desert, Fang Clan's headquarters, Blessed Land. Fang Clan's immortals were all present. All of them had ashen expressions. The atmosphere in the discussion hall was so heavy that it was hard to breathe. According to the information we just received, one clan's group paid a visit to Qin Clan. They have already sent Qin Lang to join the battle. Qin Lang was a famous expert in Western Desert's Gu Immortal world. He had rank 7 cultivation level and cultivated space path. His signature method was Clear Whirlpool. Once used, it could make the world clear and bright. This means that one clan's alliance against my Fang Clan has already included Shao Clan, Qin Clan, Sun Clan, Shi Clan, Gong Clan, and Tang Clan. Sun Clan's representative is Sun Wang. Although this person's battle strength is lacking, he is extremely proficient in investigative killer moves. Gong Clan's Gu Immortal is Gong Jiao Che. Everyone here should know of his famous battle achievements. Shi Clan's Gu Immortal is Shi Kong. He has recently become a famous expert. His defense is extremely strong. Tang Clan's Gu Immortal is Tang Lan Ku. She is a Time Path Gu Immortal. She has always been in charge of Tang Clan's tributary of the River of Time. Although she is not famous, since Tang Clan gave her such an important task, her strength is definitely not ordinary. The biggest supporter is still Shao Clan. Shao Clan has sent Xiao Yihu. That's right, this person had a fortuitous encounter when he was young. He obtained a Gu Immortal True Inheritance and an incomplete Immortal Gu House. Xiao Yihu used this to become a Gu Immortal. He used Shao Clan's strength to repair the Immortal Gu House and changed his name to Xiao Yihu. According to rumors, his Dark Path Immortal Gu House chamber pot is extremely vicious. Although it is small, it can forcefully trap Gu Immortals inside. If the Gu Immortal cannot break free, they will turn into a pile of sh*t after being trapped in this pot for a night. Fang Clan's immortals conversed. They felt huge pressure. Western Desert had a total of 14 super forces. Shi Clan, Shao Clan, Tian Clan, Fang Clan, Dong Clan, Wang Clan, Sun Clan, Mo Clan, Tang Clan, Qin Clan, Shi Clan, Gong Clan, Wuxia Clan, and Tuoba Clan. If the mysterious secluded Yi Clan was included, there were 15 super forces. Fang Clan was only one of them. There was no accurate ranking of the super force's strength. Western Desert was not like Southern Border. Southern Border's Wu clan was the strongest. It had been tested for a long time and was publicly recognized by Gu immortals. A super force's strength consisted of many aspects, like Gu immortals, resources, immortal Gu houses and others. And in these areas there were strengths and weaknesses. In reality, superpowers competed with each other, allied with each other, or were enemies with each other. There were many factors involved, making it difficult for superpowers to compare one another. Of course, there would be a vague understanding. For example, in Western Desert's Gu immortal world, Shao clan and Tian clan's strength was generally looked upon favorably by Gu immortals. Because in the past peaceful times, these two clans had the biggest businesses, they had many Gu immortals and rank 8 experts. Fang clan's strength was actually not bad. Fang clan had rank 8 Gu immortal Fang Gong who controlled 3 immortal Gu houses, and now they had an Earth Path immortal Gu house. If they could control Divine Bean Palace, Fang clan would become the overlord of Western Desert's Gu immortal world. Unfortunately, he didn't succeed. Now, Fang clan was facing the alliance of all the other super forces. These super clans only needed to send 1 or 2 Gu immortals to make Fang clan suffer. If they mobilized more immortal Gu houses, they would not need all the super forces. Just a third of them would be enough to surpass Fang clan's immortal Gu house. Right now, Yuan clan had only contacted a portion of the super forces. Fang clan's Gu immortals felt like they were sitting on pins and needles. While the immortals were discussing, Fang Lung also spoke. Everyone, don't forget that we still have to face the most terrifying enemy, Celestial Court. Although according to the information, Celestial Court's Gu immortals have clearly stated that they will not interfere in Western Desert's internal affairs, it is precisely because of their guarantee that we cannot use Great Love Immortal Venerable's prestige to make those Western Desert super clans completely dispel their last layer of apprehension. What worries me the most is that Celestial Court sent 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. One of them is Wan Zihong, a famous demonic path expert in Western Desert's history. Once Wan Zihong was mentioned, Fang clan's Gu immortals immediately understood Fang Lung's meaning. Don't tell me this Wan Zihong is related to Yuan clan. Wan Zihong is a demonic path Gu immortal. There is no evidence that she is related to Yuan clan by blood. But without evidence we can create evidence. If we really confirm that Wan Zihong is a member of Western Desert's Yuan clan, then Celestial Court will have an official reason to interfere in Western Desert's internal affairs. Although this possibility is small, we have to guard against it. Many people nodded at Fang Lung's words. Fang Gong felt gratified. He had nurtured Fang Lung as his successor and watched him mature day by day, especially during this period of time, his growth was very obvious. At this time, Fang Yun spoke. In my opinion, our clan needs to seek Great Love Immortal Venerable's help. As long as this lord makes a move, no matter how many Western Desert super clans come, they will not be a problem. Only Great Love Immortal Venerable can contend against Celestial Court's star constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yun was Fang Di Chang's successor. Different from Fang Lung's simple question, he directly stated the conclusion in his heart. During the period when Fang Di Chang was captured, Fang Yun was the person in charge of Fang clan's Wisdom Path faction. This kind of experience not only gave him a lot of experience, it also increased his authority in the Fang clan. As for why he ignored Giant Sun Immortal, it was because Fang clan could not establish a connection with Giant Sun Immortal. In fact, even if they established a connection, Giant Sun Immortal would be suspicious. After all, Fang clan and Fang Yuan's relationship was too deep. Great Love Immortal Venerable has already sent several Rockman Gu immortals, but they are only responsible for receiving resource points. It is not that our clan did not request them before, but Great Love Immortal Venerable does not seem to want to interfere. Fang Lung frowned as he answered. Fang clan placed some resource points in Jewel Yellow Skies and openly transacted with Fang Yuan. Another batch of resource points were secretly transacted with Fang Yuan. This naturally could not be done through Jewel Yellow Skies. The biggest disadvantage of Jewel Yellow Skies was that it would be completely exposed. Resource points were countable and recorded. Only transactions in the dark could be concealed. The possibility of Great Love Immortal Venerable taking action personally is too low, and our clan cannot afford to pay such a price. At this time, Fang Di Chang finally spoke. He had been silent all along. Besides him, Fang Gong and Fang Huasheng were also doing this. These 3 were the true authorities of Fang clan. They would not easily express their thoughts. They were also giving Fang Yun, Fang Lung, and the others a chance to train themselves. Super forces were different from lone Gu immortals. They usually placed great emphasis on nurturing their younger generation Gu immortals. Once Fang Di Chang spoke, everyone else shut up. They stared at Fang Dichang quietly, their gazes showing clear trust. Fang Dichang suddenly smiled as he continued, "Don't worry, I have already deduced the possibility of star constellation Immortal Venerable taking action is extremely low. During the confrontation, Venerables will try to avoid fighting each other directly, they will not take action because of us. Don't overestimate yourself. In the eyes of a Venerable, we are as insignificant as ants." Fang clan's immortals listened quietly and nodded. Most of them had strange expressions. This might be the first time they felt glad that they were too weak and were looked down upon. Next, Fang Dichang changed the topic. "But we still need to transact with Fang Yuan, we need to rely on Fang Yuan like before to exchange for more support from him." Fang Gong immediately understood the meaning behind his words and frowned. "Ever since we invaded Yuan clan's territory, we have already taken out many of Yuan clan's resource points to transact with Fang Yuan in exchange for immortal goo and so on. Fang Yuan has sent Rockman goo immortals to receive them day and night, but they are still too busy." Fang Dichang shook his head. "But it is not enough, we need more immortal goo houses. Once the battle starts, you will be the only rank 8 in our clan. And Yuan clan's alliance army will likely have several of them, even if they do not have them now. Once the battle situation turns bad, they will reinforce us at any time. So, we need immortal goo houses. Only then can Fang clan's rank 6 and rank 7 goo houses be of use. Only then can they protect their lives in the battlefield and to a certain extent rely on the immortal goo houses to advance and retreat freely." Fang clan's immortals were silent. Fang Dichang heaved a sigh. "We can all see the current situation is very grim. Our Fang clan is standing against all of Western Desert's righteous path. We cannot directly raise our cultivation level, and we do not have enough immortal Yuan stone, but the Celestial Court can provide immortal Yuan stone. We need to deal a heavy blow to this wave of anti-Fang Alliance army and cause them huge losses. Otherwise, even if we manage to survive this crisis, there will be a second and third wave of anti-Fang Alliance army. How many waves can our Fang clan resist? In fact, we can only resist this first wave and we have already used all our strength." "This is a penetrating insight," Fang Huaxing praised. Fang Dichang took the opportunity to propose the transaction of Black-Yellow Earth Pool and the other 2 resource points. Fang clan's immortals were greatly shaken. Black-Yellow Earth Pool is a super resource point. It is absolutely extraordinary. It is Yuan clan's #1 resource point, Yuan clan's pride. Are we going to sell it so easily? The long-term profits will be extremely impressive. Fang Dichang did not speak, he only looked at Fang Gong. Fang Gong pondered for a moment before saying directly, "I agree, let's do this." Fang Dichang smiled lightly at the crucial moment. Fang Gong did not disappoint him. He continued, "We can discuss other resource points later, but we must openly trade this Black-Yellow Earth Pool with Fang Yuan." "Good plan." Fang Yuan immediately reacted, his eyes shining brightly. When they learned of Fang clan's decision, Shi Guobai and the rest were shocked. Fang clan's resolution is too deep. Most importantly, we have no way to demolish such a super resource point. Shi Guobai and the other Rockman goo immortals felt awkward. They only had rank 7 cultivation level, while this super resource point was at rank 8 level. "Don't worry, Great Love Alliance leader has already expected this." Lu Weiyin's sudden appearance immediately dispelled the awkwardness of the Rockman goo immortals. Lu Weiyin had joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. He naturally came here on Fang Yuan's orders. His defense was top-notch among pseudo-venerables, he could match the 2 immortals of Celestial Court. Moreover, he cultivated Earth Path. It was not difficult for him to demolish Black-Yellow Earth Pool. This was killing many birds with one stone. It could be seen that Lu Weiyin was the most suitable person to go to Western Desert. Chapter 2287. Bai Ningbing's divine sense was roaming around in jewel-yellow skies. She looked at the distant primordial domain as well as Fang Yuan's will above it, and fell into hesitation. Should I transact with Fang Yuan as well? During this period of time, Bai Ningbing had been cultivating in the depths of Earth Trench, risking her life to explore. There were often immemorial desolate beasts roaming around underground. There were all sorts of fortuitous encounters amidst the risks. During this period of time, Bai Ningbing had collected many immortal materials, and also discovered many natural resource points, most of which were Earth Path. Refining immortal goo is too difficult. If I can borrow Fang Yuan's strength, it will definitely be of great help to me. Bai Ningbing was gradually moved. According to her understanding of Fang Yuan would basically agree to her request. But Bai Ningbing had her misgivings. On one hand, she could not directly dismantle these Earth Path resource points and put them into jewel yellow skies. Bai Ningbing mainly cultivated ice and snow path, and as a dragon man with enslavement path talent, she did not have any suitable immortal goo to excavate Earth Path resource points. On the other hand, Bai Ningbing was worried that the secret of the rich resources deep underground would be exposed, and Fang Yuan's greed would be aroused. Fang Yuan might not do it himself, but if he sent his subordinates, Bai Ningbing would feel uneasy. After all, Xin Shang and Lu Weiyin had joined Fang Yuan. Just as Bai Ningbing was hesitating, an Earth Path resource point suddenly appeared in jewel yellow skies. Next, a treasure light burst out of this Earth Path resource point, forming a huge pillar of light that soared to the sky. This is a super resource point? Even with Bai Ningbing's vast knowledge, she was greatly shocked. At this moment, all the wills and divine senses of the Gu immortals and jewel yellow skies were fluctuating intensely. Oh my god, am I seeing things? A super resource point, an Earth Path super resource point. This kind of resource point is something that even super forces will fight for, but it was actually sold here. Unimaginable. Which prodigal would do such a thing? How can we live like this? No matter which prodigal it is, who should he sell these resource points to? Who else could it be? It must be Great Love Immortal Venerable. Sure enough, as the immortals expected, this Earth Path super resource point was successfully taken over by Fang Yuan's will. Soon, the resource points were moved from jewel yellow skies to the sovereign immortal aperture. A public transaction was completed. The jewel yellow skies were still shaking. The Fang clan of the Western Desert and Fang Yuan have made a public deal. It's Fang clan that sold this Earth Path super resource point. I found out. This super resource point is the black-yellow Earth Pond. It originally didn't belong to Fang clan but Yuan clan's #1 resource point. So it's an item from the Yuan clan. I understand now. Yuan clan has been visiting the Western Desert Righteous Path's superpowers to form an anti-Fang alliance. Fang clan is really ruthless to sell this resource point. The Gu immortals of the 5 regions were discussing this matter. The Yuan clan soon found out. How can this be? Wan Jueqing's eyes were red with hatred as he gritted his teeth. Fang clan is too despicable, too despicable. Wan Zhao's expression was ashen. This was a typical case of a child selling his father's land without any pain. Fang clan did not touch their super resource point, they directly sold Yuan clan's super resource point. They even chose to make a public transaction. The scheme was really vicious. Wan Haoguang also had a headache. This was because he had already negotiated with the Shao family about the black-yellow Earth Pond. Shao clan sent several Gu immortal experts to participate in the anti-Fang alliance and formed a close alliance with Yuan clan in the future to help the heavily injured Yuan clan regain their territory. But now the black-yellow Earth Pond was gone, it was sold to Fang Yuan by Fang clan. Who was Fang Yuan? Great Love Immortal Venerable. Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. Did Yuan clan dare to ask for the black-yellow Earth Pond from Fang Yuan? Did Shao clan dare? Even if they had 10,000 guts, they would not dare to do so. Sure enough, not long after, Xiao Yi who came to find them. Friends from Yuan clan, there is a change in the situation. We need to negotiate. Xiao Yi who said with a heavy expression. Wan Haoguang and the others also had unsightly expressions. After negotiating with Xiao Yi who again, Yuan clan's immortals' expressions became even more unsightly. This group of greedy and shameless people. Wan Haoguang clenched his fists. The transaction between Yuan clan and Shao clan was modified several times, the black-yellow Earth Pond was removed, and Yuan clan added several giant resource points. Shao clan guaranteed their benefits, Xiao Yi who left in satisfaction. Yuan clan's immortals were filled with anger and hatred, but also helplessness and bitterness. What could they do? If we want these Righteous Path forces to join the anti-Fang alliance, our Yuan clan will have to pay a corresponding price. Shao clan is the super force that contributed the most, so we have to pay the most to them. They are throwing stones at us when we are down. Sai, in the entire Righteous Path, Tang clan has the most Righteous Path demeanor. That's right, I did not notice it before. Now that we are in danger, we can see their demeanor. Tang clan's price is the lowest. Although Tang clan is not strong, when our Yuan clan recaptures our territory in the future, we should interact more with Tang clan. This makes sense. Tang clan is the model of the Righteous Path. Just as Yuan clan was discussing, the rank 7-time Path Gu immortal Tang Lan Ku sent by Tang clan was secretly contacting Fang Yuan. Reporting to Lord, Xiao Yi who took the initiative to find Yuan clan's immortals and secretly negotiated for a long time before leaving. Looking at his expression, he seems to be satisfied. Fang Yuan nodded and deduced the truth. It seems that Yuan clan ceded Black-Yellow Earth Pond in exchange for Shao clan's support. Fang clan's plan has already taken effect. Continue to hide and gather information. Yes, Lord. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Because the flow of time here was even faster, many days had already passed by. Around an earth vein node, an abnormal situation was happening. A yellowish-brown fog surrounded this earth vein node. Rocks that looked like darts kept flying out of the yellow mist, swooshing towards the nodes of the earth meridians. Yuzi accepted the protection mission and was facing the countless flying rocks alone. She was surrounded by water vapor and waved her hands, creating huge waves that submerged the flying rocks. Ever since Yuzi parted ways with Shi Sanbai, she had accepted his suggestion and purposely chose a mission. She wanted to do as much as she could and vent the depression in her heart. This was the mission that she had accepted. At first, she shook the wind and clouds, her moves were majestic and powerful, she was free and unrestrained. But this abnormal situation continued until now and was not completely suppressed by Yuzi. Yuzi's current expression was anxious and depressed. Why am I so unlucky? I casually chose a mission, but it is actually so troublesome. These days I have already expended a lot of immortal essence. Do I have to pay out of my own pocket and ask others to help me? Just as Yuzi was hesitating, the yellow fog suddenly expanded and the number of flying rocks doubled. Yuzi was caught off guard and could not block them, she could only watch as many flying rocks shot towards the earth vein node. Damn it! Yuzi cursed in anger and shock. She had accepted this mission to protect the earth vein node. But if the earth vein node was destroyed, she would have to deduct her contribution points. At the crucial moment, a figure suddenly appeared. He waved his hand lightly as dreamlike pink light sand scattered into the yellow fog. This is a Dream Path killer move. Yuzi was surprised and overjoyed. Dream Path killer moves were indeed effective. The yellow fog rapidly shrank and the danger was resolved. This lowly girl Yuzi greets Lord Meng Qiuzhen. Yuzi quickly bowed. She was extremely excited. This was truly fortune and misfortune. To be able to see another clone of Lord Fang Yuan because of this, it was truly fortunate. Are you all right? Meng Qiuzhen asked warmly. Yuzi raised her head and saw that this Meng Qiuzhen had a head of pink wavy hair. He looked dreamy and ethereal. His eyes were extremely enchanting, the lines of his face were gentle and smooth, his smile and concern made her feel a warm feeling in her heart. So beautiful. Yuzi was dumbfounded as she thought to herself. Even though Meng Qiuzhen only had rank 6 cultivation level being cared for by him, Yuzi felt a sense of security. She then thought of her scheme and immediately became even more delicate, covering her face as she said with tears, "Many thanks for Lord Meng Qiuzhen's concern." This lowly girl used all her strength to barely protect the earth vein node. But this lowly girl was unable to protect the formation around the earth vein node. Meng Qiuzhen nodded. "I remember this formation, I was the one who set it up. According to the environment at that time, the formation base was buried underground, the formation structure was rather loose, so I constructed a formation membrane." Yes. Yuzi felt the same way. The formation membrane is too fragile, I repaired it many times but the moment I repaired it, it would break again. Meng Qiuzhen stared at Yuzi, he suddenly stretched out his arms and pulled her into his embrace, moving his hands all over her body. He pinched here and caressed there. Yuzi was dumbfounded, her entire body stiffened like a statue. Why did it suddenly become like this? The styles of Lord Fang Yuan's clones were so different. If I knew this, wouldn't it be better to just look for Lord Meng Qiuzhen? Meng Qiuzhen, such a good name, dreams come true. An intense feeling of bliss spread throughout Yuzi's body, her stiff body quickly softened as she shrunk into Meng Qiuzhen's embrace, looking up at Meng Qiuzhen's face with a blushing face. But at the next moment, Meng Qiuzhen said calmly, "The problem is indeed with you, you have already been contaminated." What? Yuzi was stunned. Meng Qiuzhen continued, "You have been severely contaminated, the abnormal situation is the source of the contamination, it is already weak. But after contaminating you, you became the potential source and have been supporting it. The more you resist, the more intense the abnormal situation will become." Is this true? Yuzi's eyes widened in disbelief. "You don't believe me?" Meng Qiuzhen smiled as he patted her shoulder. "Look, you have hair." Meng Qiuzhen said, "I stimulated the abnormal Dao marks on your body." Yuzi almost fainted on the spot. Her chest, nose, armpit and other parts of her body all had chest hair, nose hair and armpit hair. In just a few breaths of time, the length of these hairs had already exceeded an adult's palm. Meng Qiuzhen patted her again. Look, you have mold. Yuzi's hair was originally standing straight, but now it had softened and was covered in greenish-white mold. A putrid stench of decay assailed his nostrils. Yuzi shed tears. This was a huge blow to her. Because the aesthetics of mermen had nothing to do with hair. What the mermaids admired were the fish scales. They were smooth and streamlined. Harry was ugly. What should I do? Please save me, Lord Meng Qiuzhen. Yuzi begged. This time it was a sincere plea. Meng Qiuzhen smiled. If you want me to help you, you need to take out contribution points. I am willing to give up everything I have. Yuzi quickly shouted. Meng Qiuzhen shook his head. But your contribution points are not enough. Yuzi was dizzy from anxiety. She quickly explained. That is because I exchanged for an immortal goo earlier. Let's do this. Meng Qiuzhen said as he activated a dream path method. Pink light enveloped Yuzi, suppressing all the hair on her body. Yuzi returned to her original appearance. Meng Qiuzhen said, I will temporarily seal the abnormal Dao marks on your body. When you have enough contribution points, go to Star Collection City and receive treatment there. Go. Saying so, Meng Qiuzhen left Yuzi behind and started to repair the formation of the Earth vein node. Yuzi gritted her teeth and bowed before leaving. While flying, she activated her goo worm and checked the mission list. Why are there so many resource point assignment missions? Yuzi's face was pale, a feeling of disgust vaguely arose in her heart. But she had no choice. In order to heal herself, she could only grit her teeth and choose a mission. Set up the black-yellow earth pool. This mission rewards the most contribution points. Chapter 2288. Yuzi's face was deathly pale, her eyes were dark and heavy. She walked into Star Collection City absent-mindedly. After working hard for more than 10 days without rest, she finally finished arranging black-yellow earth pool with the help of 2 other goo immortals. Isn't this fair, Yuzi? I heard you were in charge of arranging black-yellow earth pool? A goo immortal took the initiative to greet Yuzi. Yuzi quickly raised her spirits and replied. Our luck is really good. This mission rewards a lot of contribution points. I was busy back then, otherwise I would have also taken on such a mission. Another goo immortal spoke to Yuzi. Yuzi quickly smiled and nodded to the person. The 2 immortals brushed past each other and soon separated. This was the style of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's goo immortals. Always in a hurry, they were simply racing against time. You don't seem to be in a good state, quickly go to Liver Life Hall. Lian Kuxen saw Yuzi and said with a concerned expression. You are here too? Yuzi saw a goo immortal of the same tribe and immediately relaxed. Lian Kuxen nodded. I just came out of Liver Life Hall. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture has added black-yellow earth pool. There are so many super resource points here. Yuzi had the same feeling. As far as I know, there are Rolling Waterfall Jumping Cliff, 3 Sacred Mountain, Divine Needle Valley, Hanjiao Deep Pool, Needle Forest Snowfield, Water Spider Sea, Heavenly Crystal Storage Pool. Now that we have deepened this black-yellow earth pool, there are definitely others. Before Lian Kuxian and Yuzi entered the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, they were the authoritative figures of the Merman Imperial Court. They naturally knew the value of super resource points. Normally speaking, resource points were divided into several grades. Micro resource points, small resource points, and medium resource points produced rank 1 to rank 5 cultivation resources. Large resource points could produce rank 6 resources stably, and occasionally rank 7 resources. Large resource points could produce rank 7 cultivation resources stably. Super resource points were at rank 8 level, and ultimate resource points were those secluded domains of heaven and earth. A super resource point could cause super forces to fight for it with all their strength. They would not hesitate to fight for it. The super forces of the 5 regions all controlled super resource points. Some had more than 10, while others had 3 or 4. The super forces here naturally did not include Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven. Strictly speaking, the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven were the ultimate forces. Now, Fang Yuan's forces were definitely the ultimate forces. There were more than 10 super resource points in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. It was just that the Mermaid Immortals had not been here for long. They did not come into contact with them. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's foundation grew again. This is a good thing. But I'm worried that strange things will happen more frequently. Lian Kursen was both happy and worried. Resource points had dense Dao marks. After being moved into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the number of Dao marks increased sharply. Right now, the Mermaid Immortals already understood the source of the abnormality. Lian Kuxen was very worried, so was Yuzi. She sighed. Master sent several goo immortals out. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture is lacking manpower again. During this period of time, the number of missions on the mission board continued to increase. The speed at which Gu Immortals completed missions could not keep up with the speed at which they were created. If Master could bring in more Gu Immortals, that would be great. Lien Kuxn nodded and analyzed. I also hope to have more companions. But rashly bringing in Gu Immortals from the 5 regions is not appropriate. On one hand, we need to eliminate the suspicion of spies, on the other hand, the races are equal here. If we bring in those arrogant human Gu Immortals, it might ruin the atmosphere here. Perhaps his lord also has such concerns. The two conversed as they walked. Liver Life Hall was at the end of the street. Yuzi looked at the Liver Life Hall and suddenly understood. I heard that the previous Liver Life Hall was only a Liver Life Great Formation. Master spent so much effort to modify it into an immortal Gu house. It was a wise move. Immortal formations were closely connected to the surroundings, while immortal Gu houses were independent entities. Strange things happened frequently in the sovereign immortal aperture. All the immortal formations were tested, but immortal Gu houses were not affected. Yuzi sighed again. I am still a little worried. Don't you feel that Master's concept of managing the immortal aperture is a little too radical? Right now, the sovereign immortal aperture is like walking on a tightrope. We have to work hard to maintain this fragile balance. Even so, we are slipping into the abyss of failure. Lien Kuxn squinted her eyes. Maybe this style is one of the reasons for Master's legendary rise. Right now, the sovereign immortal aperture is indeed like a glutton. It is already suffering from indigestion but is still devouring. We are building Dao veins everywhere but not the root cause. If we don't solve the root cause, the abnormal situation will continue. Yuzi shook her head. During this period of time, I saw Lord Wu Shuai and Lord Meng Qiuzhen. Both of them were dazzling and beautiful beyond compare. I don't believe such beautiful existences are not aware of the root cause here. We are only minor characters. How can we understand Master's considerations? That's right. This is not something we should worry about. Lien Kuxn patted Yuzi's hand. All right, Yuzi, Liver Life Hall is right in front of us. I won't accompany you in. I still have a mission to complete. Yuzi bid farewell to Lien Kuxn. She did not tell Lien Kuxn about her abnormality. Yuzi walked into the Liver Life Hall with ease. Yuzi had come to this mystical immortal Gu house many times. She was no stranger to it. She thought it would be smooth this time, but she did not expect an accident to happen. Bam! Liver Life Hall shook, alerting the nearby Gu Immortals. Looks like someone's liver exploded again? This is not a good feeling. No matter who it is, he or she is much luckier than me. The healing hall was just constructed not long ago. Thus, when Yuzi woke up, she found that she was no longer in Liver Life Hall. She was lying on a large porcelain plate. The surroundings were filled with dazzling white light that almost made her unable to open her eyes. When she finally adapted to this light, she saw a lump of wool floating in the air, looking down at her. This lump of wool condensed into the appearance of Fang Yuan's main body. Yuzi quickly stood up to greet but was stopped by Fang Yuan's will. Don't move, your liver has already exploded, your injuries are not light. Also, there are still some Dao marks hidden in your body. Although they were temporarily suppressed by dream path methods, they are showing signs of relapse now. Yuzi immediately panicked. She did not want to grow hair and mold in front of Fang Yuan's main body's will. Of course, her current appearance was also very pitiful. After her liver exploded, her stomach was split open, half of her ribs were blown away, and her internal organs were all injured. Yuzi looked up at Fang Yuan's will and quickly called out, Please save me, Master, I have enough contribution points. Fang Yuan's will nodded. You have enough contribution points, then I have a few treatment methods for you to choose from. The first is to use a time path killer move to restore you to your previous state. The second is to transplant an ancient desolate beast's liver to you, and then use transformation path methods to perfectly fuse this liver with your body, as if it was one with you. The third method is a refinement path method. It will first refine the different Dao marks in your body, and then refine a new liver for you. The fourth method is the most recommended. This is an immortal killer move called saltwater liver. After you cultivate it, you will be able to create a new liver. This liver not only has water path Dao marks, but also food path Dao marks. With this liver, you will be able to cultivate food path in the future. Compared to an ordinary Gu Immortal's liver, saltwater liver can last longer and be strengthened by Liver Life Hall. Moreover, if you fall into a desperate situation in the future with no way out and lacking food, you can eat this liver to fill your stomach. And the fifth method is, Fang Yuan's will spoke eloquently, listing more than 10 treatment methods. After listening carefully, Yuzi asked about the price. She eventually found that the safest and least risky method was the first-time path method. But because she cultivated water path, the time path killer move's effect was not obvious. To have an obvious effect, she would have to pay a higher price. Thus, the first method was not cost-effective. The second method had the best effect. As long as UZ could afford it, she could transplant an immemorial desolate beast's liver into her body. The lowest price was the refinement path method, which was also the third method. The fourth method was the most cost-effective. Saltwater liver UZ thought for a moment before nodding. I will choose this. While UZ was healing in Western Desert, Xiao Yi, who looked at Wan Hao Guang, frowning. Mudplow Beach is gone, Fragrance Flying Island is also gone. They have been publicly traded by Fang clan to Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. The transaction between us needs to be modified. Wan Hao Guang had a pained expression. Xiao Yi, who, you have already come here to discuss with me no less than 5 times, right? Is it appropriate to change it like this? According to my previous suggestion, we should attack Fang clan as soon as possible and chase them away, then change the details of the transaction according to the situation, right? Xiao Yi, who shook his head, sighing deeply. Wan Hao Guang, this is very risky. Your clan's resource points have almost all been sold by Fang clan. Even if you succeed in suppressing Fang clan, can you take out enough compensation? After all, you have already contacted all the super forces in Western Desert. Among the price you have to pay to invite these people, can you satisfy my Xiao clan first? Wan Hao Guang felt a headache. He was just about to appease Xiao Yi, who when suddenly heaven and earth shook and thunder rumbled. Their base had been ambushed. Fang clan again. Such guts, we did not attack them, but they actually dared to send themselves to death. Fight. After the anti-Fang alliance army reacted, they retaliated furiously. Wan clan's Gu immortals were especially furious. It was this group of shameless scoundrels who sold their resource points. They had to modify the transaction every few days. It was a huge headache. Fang clan mobilized 3 immortal Gu houses this time. Fang clan's immortals were also furious. It's you. You forced our Fang clan to sell our resource points. Bam bam bam. Both sides were filled with anger and hatred. The moment they fought, heaven and earth shook, sand and rocks flew. Chapter 2289. Thunderous explosions resounded as all sorts of killer moves clashed one after another. Pineapple Sigma Small Infinity said that even the terrifying shockwave that was stirred up carried with it a fatal danger. Fang clan's attack was too sudden. It was out of the anti-Fang alliance's expectations. What made the alliance immortals even more hateful was that they did not choose a resource point to set up camp at. They chose an ordinary desert. They were about to attack Fang clan. It was just that before the battle they had to discuss the contents of the transaction. Fang Dichang's scheme was very effective. He repeatedly made public transactions with Fang Yuan, causing the anti-Fang alliance to be unstable internally and greatly delaying their attack. And this sudden attack was also Fang Dichang's idea. Fang clan's Fang Dichang. Wan Xiao gritted his teeth. Not just him, the alliance immortals also felt Fang Dichang's power at this moment. Inside Chicken Dog Coop, Fang Dichang's expression was cold. His eyes were shining with a sharp light. The situation of the battlefield was reflected in his mind. He shouted, "Release all the ancient desolate beasts. I do not want to kill them, but I want to scatter the enemy immortals." At the next moment, Chicken Dog Coop burst out with a dazzling light. Dozens of ancient desolate beasts, including chickens and dogs, barely formed into 2 groups as they charged forward. Wan Hao Guang's eyes were bloodshot. He immediately understood Fang clan's plan. He shouted, "Don't get scattered. Anyone who is left alone will face life-threatening danger." Fang clan's Gu immortals were hiding inside the 3 immortal Gu houses, while the alliance's Gu immortals were flying in the sky. These Gu immortals' expressions changed. Who could block these ancient desolate beasts with their physical bodies? Even if they used killer moves, they could not destroy them immediately. If they fought and retreated at the same time, their already loose formation would be broken and Fang clan would succeed. Right at this time, one of the alliance Gu immortals laughed loudly. His appearance changed abruptly. "It is my turn." He was wearing a green robe. He laughed loudly. His voice was noisy and gave a deep impression. "You are not Tian Fenggo, you are Tian Deji." The other Gu immortals in the alliance shouted with joy on their faces. Tian Deji had rank 7 cultivation level. He cultivated enslavement path. He was not a direct descendant of Tian clan. He was originally a lowly youngster with no cultivation aptitude. He could only be a farmer his entire life. But one time, when he was taking care of a field, he accidentally found a Gu immortal inheritance. It was this inheritance that caused his fate to undergo an earth-shattering transformation. He first cultivated in secret before being discovered. He had no choice but to contribute the Gu immortal inheritance to Tian clan. The Gu immortal who took over the inheritance, Tian Ganghui, was a righteous person. He did not covet this inheritance. Instead, he protected Tian Deji in the following days. Tian Deshang had inherited this strange inheritance. He could only enslave chickens, but the effect was amazing. At the next moment, Tian Deji suddenly attacked. Using an enslavement path killer move, all the chicken ancient desolate beasts released by Fang clan rebelled. These ancient desolate beasts immediately turned around to deal with the dog-like ancient desolate beasts behind them. For a time, chickens and dogs fought each other, and the battlefield was covered in sand. The crisis of the anti-Fang alliance was instantly resolved. Wan Xiao, Wan Hao Guang, Sun Wang and the others all made their moves. Wind path, light path, fire path, and other killer moves erupted one after another, forming three perfect waves of attacks that charged towards Chicken Dog Co-op. Fang clan had a plan and Wan clan was also prepared. Tian Deji's identity was a secret that had only been exposed now. This was the result of Wan clan's communication with Tian clan. Although the alliance was delayed by Fang clan, Wan clan did not waste this time. While discussing internally, Wan clan organized Gu immortals to practice. The alliance's Gu immortals had little tacit understanding with each other. There was no problem in fighting one-on-one, but fighting in groups was their greatest weakness. After all, Dao marks of different paths repelled each other. Aiming at this weakness, with the Celestial Court's continuous supply of immortal Yuan stone, the Alliance immortals trained hard and formed a basic tacit understanding for group battles. Fang Hua Sheng. Fang Di Chang controlled Chicken Dog Coop to retreat while calling for help. Although the chicken ancient desolate beast had rebelled, Chicken Dog Coop still controlled the dog-like ancient desolate beast. This immortal Gu house was very important. If it lost any crucial immortal Gu, it would be terrible. The dog-like ancient desolate beasts would not listen to orders and would quickly be defeated. Fang Hua Sheng, who was inside Fallen Flower Hall, immediately rushed over. Immortal killer move, Mirror Flower. The surface of Fallen Flower Hall burst out with radiance. The radiance was white as snow. It first burst out before converging into a huge flower bud on the roof. The flower bud quickly bloomed. Its petals were like mirrors that refracted light. During the process of blooming, the petals collided with each other, producing a series of crisp sounds. After the flower completely bloomed, it was even larger than the roof of Fallen Flower Hall. It was extremely beautiful. The mirror flower formed in the blink of an eye and burst out with a strong suction force. Be it Wan Hao Guang, Wan Xiao, or Sun Wang's killer moves, most of their power was absorbed by the mirror flower. But there was still a small portion of its power that caused Fallen Flower Hall to shake. The mirror flower's petals scattered and shattered. The remaining petals gathered and formed a flower bud again. I'll return it to you. Fang Huaxing shouted. The mirror flower's bud bloomed again, releasing the killer move's power that it had absorbed earlier. The flower completely dissipated. The killer move that was released forced Wan Hao Guang and the rest to retreat. They could only use their methods to resist. Fang Huaxing saw that the three immortals were in a sorry state. He knew that an opportunity had appeared. He was about to give chase when a fire path immortal Gu house suddenly appeared in the enemy's formation. This immortal Gu house was like a huge wheel. After sucking in Dong clan's two Gu immortals, Dong Zhu and Dong Ming, it rolled over. Dong clan's immortal Gu house, Red River Wheel. Inside Red River Wheel, Dong Ming shouted with hatred, Fang clan, you once used a theft path immortal Gu house to attack my Dong clan's resource points. You destroyed my clan's treasure moon oasis. We will take our revenge today. Red River Wheel charged towards Fallen Flower Hall with a crushing momentum. Countless flames surged and burned fiercely. Boom. With a loud sound, Fallen Flower Hall shook intensely and retreated rapidly. Where are you going? Red River Wheel chased relentlessly. Not long after Fallen Flower Hall was covered in flames, it was at a disadvantage. To a certain extent, Red River Wheel countered the wood path immortal Gu house, Fallen Flower Hall. Since there is fire, it is easy. Within the alliance formation, Gong Jiao Che smiled as he unleashed a killer move. Rumble. At the next moment, the flames on Fallen Flower Hall surged and turned into a huge fire. Damn it. Fang Huaxing gritted his teeth as he controlled Fallen Flower Hall to defend with all his strength, but the situation was not salvageable. The other Fang clan Gu immortals in Fallen Flower Hall were doing their best to save the Gu worms inside. Red River Wheel's flames were seeping into the immortal Gu house, spreading towards the core immortal Gu. Fang Gong saw this and wanted to use Inquiry Dock to reinforce it. But the other rank 7 immortal Gu house blocked its path. It was Yuan clan's time path immortal goo house. Myriad age building. Next, Fang Dichang's chicken dog coop was also attacked by many goo immortals. Fang Dichang heaved a deep sigh as he thought, Yuan clan made ample preparations this time. Be it Tian Deji who was hiding his identity, Red River Wheel that countered Fallen Flower Hall, or Myriad Age building that was harassing Inquiry Dock, they all proved that Yuan clan had come prepared in this counterattack. Fang clan's 3 immortal goo houses were not a secret. And this anti-Fang alliance included more than 10 super forces. It was not difficult to find a way to restrain Fang clan from them. Ever since the chicken ancient desolate beast was instigated, Fang Dichang knew something was amiss. When the anti-Fang alliance gained a foothold and reacted, Fang clan was instead suppressed. The advantage of their sneak attack earlier was already gone. But even though the situation was dangerous, Fang clan's immortals were not flustered, they were still full of confidence. Earth Shuttle, move. Fang Qin and Fang and Lei flew out of the immortal goo house and entered Earth Shuttle. This is the immortal goo house that destroyed my tall pine oasis formation foundation. Wan Xiao saw this and was furious. He immediately changed his target and threw the rampaging wind blades that he had been preparing at Earth Shuttle. Earth Shuttle did not dodge. After enduring this rampaging wind blade, it charged towards the enemy formation. Wherever it went, the Alliance goo immortals dodged in panic. Who would dare to use their own body to clash with a rank 7 immortal goo house? Wan Zhao's pupils shrunk. Earth Shuttle immortal goo house was strengthened in all aspects. Last time when they attacked Tall Pine Oasis, its defense was very weak. But it was completely different this time. However, this Earth Path immortal goo house was also within Yuan clan's range of response. In fact, even the strengthening of the Earth Path immortal goo house was within Yuan clan's expectations. At the crucial moment, Mo Shata stood up and activated a killer move to obstruct Earth Shuttle. Earth Shuttle's surface was immediately covered in a thick layer of sand, causing its speed to fall sharply. Bam! Earth Shuttle shook fiercely, the sand shattered. Without any restraints, Earth Shuttle directly charged towards Mo Shata. Mo Shata was pale with fright, he turned around and ran. The Alliance's formation started to fall into chaos. Xiao Yi who gritted his teeth, he had no choice but to make a move in advance. He raised the chamber pot in his hand and aimed it at Earth Shuttle, letting out a lump of pitch-black light. Don't even think about it. Fang Huaxing shouted. Fallen Flower Hall activated again. Immortal killer move, Fleeting Bloom. The pitch-black lump of light was originally extremely fast, but it was affected by Fleeting Bloom and suddenly slowed down. The Earth Shuttle dodged the attack effortlessly, causing Xiao Yihu to glare angrily. You still have the mind to care about others. Taba Qingfeng attacked. He was a famous goo immortal in Western Desert's goo immortal world. He was extremely proficient in support methods. This was a wind path support killer move. After it covered Fallen Flower Hall, it immediately used the wind to engulf most of Fallen Flower Hall, causing it to burn fiercely. Fang Huaxing's expression sank. Although he had helped Earth Shuttle earlier, he had made Fallen Flower Hall's situation even more dangerous. Should we reinforce Fallen Flower Hall? Fang Dichang's gaze swept through the battlefield. He saw a figure and his pupils shrunk. No, save Inquiry Dock first. Zuoqiu Sansha had been hiding behind the enemy lines since the start of the battle, preparing his killer move. Right now, the killer move's aura was close to completion. Fang clan had roof tile breaking killer move, it countered immortal goo houses. Zuoqiu clan also had a killer move called Scattered Sand, it was created by Zuoqiu Sansha. Chapter 2290. Scattered Sand. This move's power was similar to breaking the roof tiles, it could also counter immortal goo houses. Without a doubt, this was the anti-Fang Alliance's trump card against Fang clan. Fang clan was most skilled in immortal goo houses. Zuoqiu Sansha, who was in a state of disunity, was the key to suppressing Fang clan. We cannot let him use his killer move. Fang Dichang pointed out Zuoqiu Sansha's threat and immediately ordered, Fang Ji Fang Dong Shi Go. 2 Fang clan rank 7 goo immortals flew out of Chicken Dog Coop and took out an immortal goo house. This immortal goo house only had 2 floors, it was a short building. When the immortal goo house was activated, thick smoke rose from the roof. Rank 7 immortal goo house, smoke wave building. A brand new immortal goo house has appeared. Fang clan traded so many resource points, they indeed built another immortal goo house from heaven refining demon venerable. The Alliance Celestials were shocked. According to the plan they had discussed earlier, Shi Kang stepped forward bravely and anxiously approached the smoky wave tower to test the waters. After all, defense was his forte. Smoke wave tower did not move quickly, but the thick smoke on the roof grew more and more turbulent. Very quickly, it spread to more than half of the battlefield, attempting to engulf Wuxia. The Alliance Celestials did not know the power of the smoke and retreated cautiously. Immortal killer move, swirling clear space. Qin Lang used the technique he was most proud of in his life. In an instant, most of the vast smoke dissipated, and the world became clear again. Fang Dichang saw this and personally left behind a sentence before leaving. Fang Lung, Fang Yun, look after chicken dog coop for me. Fang Dichang flew out and immediately took out an immortal goo house and flew inside. Another rank 7 immortal goo house. The anti-Fang alliance was in an uproar, greatly shaken. Fang clan had 3 new immortal goo houses, and they were all rank 7. How many things did the Eastern Seas Heaven Refining Demon Venerable give to the Fang clan? The 3rd immortal goo house was called Thought Expelling Pavilion. It was a Wisdom Path immortal goo house that matched Fang Dichang. Fang Dichang activated the immortal goo house's method and shot at Wuxia. Wuxia was close to success, but the thoughts in his mind suddenly left, flew out of his mind and circled around him. The goo worms in the immortal aperture became chaotic. Wuxia killer move activation failed. He coughed out blood and suffered a severe backlash, falling to the ground. Taba Qingfeng and Gong Jiaoqia saw that the situation was not good and quickly gave up on besieging the fallen flower hall. The former rescued Wuxia while the latter attacked the vanquishing pavilion from afar. Thought Expelling Pavilion forcefully withstood Gong Jiaoqia's Fire Path killer move, using the same trick again. Tang Lank cried out and fell to the ground from a high altitude. I can't hold on any longer. Shi Kang's entire body was pitch black as if he was covered in soot. He shouted loudly as he rapidly retreated. The thick black smoke emitted by the smoky wave tower made it extremely difficult for him to defend, and he had already reached his limit. Right at this moment, a yellow meteor suddenly pierced through the battlefield and slammed into Shi Kang. It was the Earth Shuttle. Shi Kang's pupils shrank to the size of needle tips, and a terrifying sense of death enveloped his entire body. Bang! At the critical moment, Shi Shedong flew over and crashed into him from the side, forcefully changing the Earth Shuttle's path. Shi Kang almost brushed past the Earth Shuttle and was lucky enough to escape with his life. Most of his fighting spirit dissipated, and he retreated with all his might. The enemy is in chaos. Fang Dichang saw this and activated Thought Expelling Pavilion to find Tian Deji. Tian Deji was so scared that he quickly released ancient desolate chickens from his immortal aperture to protect himself. Who knew that Fang Dichang was only bluffing and immediately turned the spearhead back to Sun Wang. Sun Clan's Gu Immortals were the most conservative. The moment they saw Thought Expelling Pavilion move, they immediately retreated at an astonishing speed. Yuan Clan's Gu Immortals had extremely ugly expressions. Fang Dichang was worthy of being a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. He could clearly see through people's minds. Relying on the deterrence of Thought Expelling Pavilion, he did not need to make a few moves to obtain all sorts of results. First Supreme Elder, this is the moment when my Fang clan wins. Fang Dichang's tone was slightly excited. In Inquiry Dock, Fang Gong was already impatient. Hearing Fang Dichang's call, he laughed loudly, handing Inquiry Dock to the other Fang clan Gu Immortals as he flew out like a meteor. Fang Gong slammed into the Longevity Tower, causing it to almost collapse. Immortal Killer Move, Roof Tile Breaking. Fang Gong's palm shadows flew everywhere, creating a storm of attacks. Myriad Age Tower's defensive killer move could not resist roof tile breaking. The tower quickly collapsed. Good. Xiao Yi, whose eyes shined with bright light, he finally saw a Gu Immortal who was alone. This gave Chamber Pot Immortal Gu House a chance to display its power. But just as he was about to make a move, he saw Earth Shuttle approaching. Xiao Yi, who cursed, he had to retreat and protect himself first. Myriad Age Tower had no choice but to activate its strongest defensive method. Fang Gong's lifespan began to be rapidly extracted. Fang Gong sneered, decisively flying away. He had forced Myriad Age Tower to use this method. He had already achieved his goal. Once Myriad Age Tower activated this method, it could only stop after 2 hours. The surrounding Gu Immortal allies quickly retreated, distancing themselves from Myriad Age Tower. The anti-Fang alliance's formation was already in complete chaos. Fang Gong abandoned Myriad Age Tower and charged towards Red River Wheel. Don't you want revenge? Then come. Fang Gong shouted. Roof tile breaking burst out again. Red River Wheel quickly retreated, the blazing flames pressing towards Fang Gong. Fang Gong did not dodge, he stuck close to Red River Wheel in the blazing flames. Dong Ming screamed, Fang Gong, you are going too far. He activated Red River Wheel and crashed towards Fang Gong. Fang Gong's eyes shined sharply as he crashed towards Red River Wheel. The two collided, Red River Wheel retreated as Fang Gong chased after it. Dong Ming's expression was deathly pale. This is the power of a rank 8 strength path Gu Immortal? Dong Zhu did not say a word, she let out Molten Flame Bird. Fang Gong's fists and legs collided, the Molten Flame Bird was brutally destroyed, it was a miserable sight. In a dozen or so breaths of time, Red River Wheel was forced back by Fang Gong, the surface of the wheel was in tatters. Fang Gong, don't be arrogant. Xiao Yi, who had finally gotten the help of his allies, he finally had a chance to attack. In order to invite him, Yuan clan had paid a huge price to Xiao clan. What? It was to deal with Fang Gong. Immortal Gu House chamber pot was small, it could not carry people like ordinary Immortal Gu houses, it would be at a disadvantage in a collision. But it was most proficient in dealing with Gu Immortals outside. Even Fang Gong would be threatened. Fang Gong die. Xiao Yi, who finally attacked, the pitch-black light lump shot towards Fang Gong. Fang Gong, you are still not retreating? Dong Ming and Dong Zhu shouted in unison. They were very flustered because Red River Wheel was on the verge of destruction. But Fang Gong laughed loudly, not even looking at the pitch-black light lump. This is the battle that will make my Fang clan famous. How can I, Fang Gong, be stingy with my life? There was a loud bang. Red River Wheel was completely destroyed by Fang Gong. Dong Ming and Dong Zhu were extremely shocked. They were flying in the sky, surrounded by countless fragments of Red River Wheel and a vast number of Gu worm corpses. They looked at Fang Gong as if they were looking at a fearless and invincible heavenly god. But at the next moment, the pitch-black light lump landed on Fang Gong's body. Success. Xiao Yi, who was overjoyed. Yuan clan's Gu immortals were overjoyed. Boom. Fang Gong's arms shook, directly shattering the pitch-black light lump. The anti-Fang alliance's immortals were terrified. Many people subconsciously opened their mouths wide in shock. How is this possible? Xiao Yi, who could not believe it, his eyes were wide open. You are next. Fang Gong looked at Xiao Yi, who and spoke calmly. Xiao Yi, whose heart shrunk. He was intimidated by Fang Gong's ferocious aura. There was only one thought in his mind: escape. Where do you think you are going? Fang Gong flew toward Xiao Yi, who like a meteor, tearing through the air and creating a grand chi wave. Save me. My Xiao clan will repay you generously. Xiao Yi, who frantically tried to escape. Gong Jiao Che, Tang Lan Ku, Qin Lang, Tian De Ji, and the others attacked in an attempt to stop him. Fang Gong did not dodge, all the killer moves were forcefully endured by him. He was like a ferocious tiger coming down the mountain, or a wild dragon entering the sea, rapidly approaching Xiao Yi, who, like a tiger swallowing 10,000 li. Xiao Yi, who could not shake off Fang Gong, he could only watch as he got closer with a look of despair. Let this battle start the rise of my Fang clan. Fang Gong shouted in his mind, battle intent burning in his chest like fire. At the periphery of the battlefield, high in the sky, Wan Zihong and Zhou Xiong Xen watched the battle quietly. Seeing this scene, the former was somewhat restless. Friends from the Celestial Court, it is better for you to watch quietly. Lu Wei-yin appeared with a smile on his face. Wan Zihong and Zhou Xiong Xen's expressions changed, they stared at Lu Wei-yin with full vigilance. At the same time, Northern Plains. Giant Sun Immortal activated Luck Path investigative methods. Once in a while, Giant Sun Immortal would do this. He first inspected Celestial Court. In his mind, Fang Yuan lacked immortal essence and refined the least Dao marks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who was in Celestial Court, was following him closely. She was the main target he needed to be wary of. Celestial Court's luck increased again. It seems that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has already refined most of Celestial Court's Dao marks. It will be harder for me to investigate her in the future. Next, Giant Sun Immortal inspected Eastern Sea. He saw that Fang Yuan's luck was low, it had only increased slightly compared to before, there was no problem. A portion of Fang Yuan's and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's luck was sent to Western Desert. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable looked towards Western Desert. He saw a battlefield with countless luck entangling together, mixing together and forming a blood-red color with some black mixed in. It seems that Western Desert's anti-Fang battle has already begun. Giant Sun Immortal nodded slightly. Fang clan's matter had caused a huge commotion. All 5 regions were paying attention to it. Giant Sun Immortal naturally knew the details. He looked carefully and understood immediately. Fang clan seems to have the upper hand, but there is actually a huge variable. Yuan clan is hiding. So Celestial Court is actually supporting Yuan clan like this. Giant Sun Immortal saw through the secret and snickered coldly. From start to finish, he had not interfered in Western Desert's anti-Fang battle. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable do not cultivate luck path. They do not know that they are expending each other's luck in this contest. This is already a flaw. If I were at my peak in my previous life with my luck path methods, I would definitely be able to gain an advantage. What a pity, what a pity! Giant Sun Immortal needed to conserve immortal essence to refine luck path Dao marks now. Other than that, even though he had many rank 8 luck path immortal goo, he did not have any rank 9 luck path immortal goo. Chapter 2291. Rank 9 existences, be they goo immortals or immortal goo, were envied by heaven. They could not be preserved. Thus, there were only 11 venerables in human history, and each had a limited lifespan. There were also very few rank 9 immortal goo in the world. Giant Sun Immortal took a final look at his luck. He frowned slightly. The situation was not good. It was worse than before. But according to the information, Giant Sun Immortal could not figure out where this bad luck came from. He was most suspicious of Celestial Court. What is that old woman Star Constellation Immortal Venerable trying to do now? Giant Sun Immortal was not anxious. In fact, he had a way to change his own luck. But there was still a flaw. He was short on immortal essence. He needed to refine Dao marks. His luck path immortal goo did not have rank 9. It was very difficult to use a rank 8 luck path killer move to change his rank 9 luck. It would expend a lot of immortal essence. Giant Sun Immortal soon stopped using his investigative method. The longer the three venerables fought, the more important the information became. But Giant Sun Immortal's investigation time was getting shorter and shorter. He had to consider his immortal essence expenditure. He had to conserve as much immortal essence as possible. Giant Sun Immortal fell into deep thought. Where did my bad luck come from? Celestial Court is the biggest suspect, but Fang Yuan cannot let his guard down. He has the sovereign immortal body. He cultivates all paths. His future potential is terrifying. Other than this, he has another advantage. That is refinement path itself. Even though refinement path does not specialize in offense, its development far surpasses luck path and blood path. Thus, the number of rank 9 immortal goo far surpasses luck path, blood path, wisdom path, and star path. The development of each path had its own advantages and disadvantages. Giant Sun Immortal preserved his luck path. It did not spread out. It had little development. Other goo immortals could not defend against Giant Sun Immortal's luck path methods, but there were very few luck path immortal goo that could reach rank 9. In contrast, refinement path was the most widely developed path. Because goo refinement was something that goo cultivators could not avoid. Even goo cultivators of other paths would refine goo to some extent. This way, as refinement path developed, there would be more refinement path goo cultivators, there would be more refinement path Dao marks, there would be an endless supply of refinement path resources, there would be many types of refinement path immortal goo, there would also be more and more refinement path immortal goo that could advance to rank 9. Thankfully, Fang Yuan lacks immortal essence now. He is still far from refining rank 9 refinement path immortal goo. Maybe my bad luck is not Fang Yuan or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, but other venerables. If the other venerables were to be revived, who would be the most disadvantageous to me? Fang Yuan had cooking luck pot as a backup, and the crucial thing was obscured heavenly secret. Even though Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had the ability to investigate, the result was not ideal. If I have a breakthrough in the blood path immortal goo trade, my luck should be able to improve. Not only did Fang Yuan obstruct Giant Sun Immortal in terms of blood path immortal goo, Celestial Court had already done so back in Blood Sea Ancestors era. Demon Judgment Board's core immortal goo, blood relation, and Red Heart Traveler's heart blood immortal goo were things that Giant Sun Immortal desired. Currently, Heavenly Lord Baizu was still in a long negotiation with Fang Yuan's clone. Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court were also secretly negotiating over blood path immortal goo, but there was almost no progress. Western Desert. Fang Gong arrived in front of Xiao Yihu and punched. Xiao Yihu was terrified. He could only use immortal goo house chamber pot to block. With a loud explosion, chamber pot shattered on the spot. The terrifying fist force's power weakened slightly as it landed on Xiao Yihu's chest. Xiao Yihu was sent flying like a meteor. A deep pit was formed on his chest. A large amount of blood mixed with his shattered organs spurted out of his mouth, leaving a trail of blood behind. With one punch, Xiao Yihu was on the verge of death. Chamber pot shattered. Retreat. We can't fight anymore. The anti-Fang Alliance army was scared out of their wits. their battle intent was almost completely extinguished. Fang Gong's strength far surpassed their expectations. He was not countered by Chamber Pot. This Fang clan's first supreme elder was simply the bane of immortal Gu houses. Ever since Fang clan attacked Yuan clan's Tall Pine Oasis, he had already destroyed Winding Light Platform, Red River Wheel, and Shao clan's Chamber Pot. These three immortal Gu houses were all rank 7, they had rank 8 battle strength. There is still the last one. Fang Gong turned around slightly, ignoring the rank 7 Gu immortals who were retreating. He stared at Myriad Age Building. The Anti-Fang Alliance army only had one immortal Gu house left, Myriad Age Building. Myriad Age Building was also a rank 7 immortal Gu house. It could fight rank 8. It was the final pillar of the Anti-Fang Alliance army. As long as it fell, Fang clan would obtain complete victory. This was the most crucial point. The other Gu immortals might be elites among rank 7 Gu immortals with their own specialties, but without Myriad Age Building to suppress them, these people would scatter as soon as they charged. They were like a mob. Fang clan has 6 immortal Gu houses, they are all rank 7. Our side only has Myriad Age Building left. Retreat, retreat. The Celestial Court is still not making a move? They are really too useless. Look at how much Heaven Refining Demon Venerable supported Fang clan, a total of 3 immortal Gu houses. What did the Celestial Court offer? Fang Di Chong displayed his Wisdom Path Gu immortal stratagem once again. At this crucial moment he ordered Fang clan's army not to chase after these rank 7 Gu immortals, but to control the immortal Gu houses to surround Myriad Age Building. Without Fang clan's pursuit, all the Gu immortals in the alliance besides Yuan clan were retreating frantically. Wan Xiao and Wan Hao Guang had ashen expressions as they returned to Myriad Age Building. Fang clan's 6 immortal Gu houses surrounded Myriad Age Building. Fang Gong had a calm expression as he slowly flew towards Myriad Age Building. Surrender, Yuan clan's friends. I can guarantee with Fang clan's reputation that as long as you surrender and are willing to give up a portion of your territory, my Fang clan will not demand all of your immortal Gu, nor will we take any of your lives. Fang Gong spoke. His conditions were actually very lenient. We won. Fang Lung and Fang Yun were already cheering. Fang clan's immortals had no objections to Fang Gong's persuasion. Fang clan had already discussed this. If such a situation occurred, they would persuade them to surrender like this. If Yuan clan surrendered, this result would be extremely beneficial to Fang clan. Once Yuan clan admitted defeat, Fang clan would have the righteous name of the righteous path, and would rightfully occupy a portion of Yuan clan's territory. Yuan clan would no longer have a righteous cause to rally the other super forces to form an anti-Fang alliance again. Of course, Yuan clan's headquarters and some important resource points would be taken back by Yuan clan. But to Fang clan the overall gains were far greater than the losses. Lord Lu Weiyin, it seems Fang clan won. Of course. Look at who is supporting them. The 2 Rockman Gu immortals were beside Lu Weiyin, and seeing this scene they revealed proud smiles. But Lu Weiyin frowned slightly, sensing something amiss. These 2 Celestial Court Gu immortals still have calm expressions. It seems the matter is not so simple. On Celestial Court's side, Zhou Xiong Xian and Wan Zihong had calm expressions. They even had expectant gazes. In Myriad Age Building, a woman's voice suddenly resounded. Fang clan's descendant is truly amazing. Your scheme is also very detailed. But how can my Yuan clan be humiliated like this? Fang clan's immortals were bewildered. At this critical moment, this unfamiliar female voice actually represented the Yuan clan. Who exactly was she? Could it be that the Heavenly Court had interfered? But Fang clan knew a lot about Wan Zihong. It did not sound like this. May I ask for this fairy's name? This is a contest between my Fang clan and Yuan clan. Fang Gong frowned as he probed. Ah. The mysterious female immortal laughed loudly. Her voice was hoarse and not pleasant to the ears, but it was filled with calm confidence. Following her laughter, a surging rank 8 aura surged out. Wind, dust and flowers fall, everything is not over. The cold sound of the year bell shatters, cannot dispel the sorrow of 10,000 ages. As the poem finished, the world turned dark. Dark winds blew, gloomy clouds covered the sky. In the surrounding several li, all living beings, including Gu immortals from both sides, felt an intense sense of sorrow engulfing their hearts. Sorrow, sorrow, sorrow. Loss, disappointment, melancholy, worry, anguish, dejection. All sorts of emotions made people shed tears on the spot. Their chests felt stifled, they could barely breathe. Fang clan's 6 immortal Gu houses that surrounded Myriad Age Building were swaying left and right, almost falling to the ground. Inside thought-expelling pavilion, the wisdom path Gu immortal Fang Dichang was half kneeling. He had a malevolent expression as he resisted Yuan clan's terrifying killer move with all his strength. Blood flowed out of his mouth and nose. Fang Gong barely resisted. He retreated in panic as he shouted, "You are Wan Gu Cho?" In a short period of time, the wrinkles on his face increased rapidly. He aged rapidly, close to 100 years of his lifespan was extracted. Retreat. Fang Dichang spoke with difficulty. Fang clan's 6 immortal Gu houses retreated in panic. The Alliance immortals who had already retreated to the edge of the battlefield were dumbfounded. Wan Gu Cho. Isn't that the strongest peak rank 8 female immortal in Yuan clan's history? When she was in power, Yuan clan almost dominated the whole of Western Desert. She lived for 10,000 years, myriad age building was created by her. She actually survived. That's right, this is likely the doing of Celestial Court. It must be her. Her killer move with the same name, Wan Gu Cho, is famous in history. Only she who cultivates both Time Path and Wisdom Path can use it. Only she can use this move to unleash such terrifying power in myriad age building. This move already has the demeanor of a pseudo-venerable. The immortals were shaken. At the next moment, Wan Gu Cho stopped her killer move. She shouted at the Alliance Gu immortals, "Are you still not going to attack?" The immortals came to a realization. They shouted and charged over again. Fang clan was hit by the killer move Wan Gu Cho. They could not get rid of their depressed emotions. They could not even display 20% of their battle strength. They were routed. Myriad Age Building led the experts to pursue. The immortals first destroyed Smoke Wave Building, then destroyed Thought Expelling Pavilion. In order to save Fang Dichang in Thought Expelling Pavilion, Fang Gong and the other immortals were forced to take action. After a battle to the death, Fang Dichang was rescued, but Fang clan paid a heavy price. The most outstanding immortal Gu house, Fallen Flower Hall, was destroyed. Fang Dongxi and Fang Enlei, 2 rank 7 elites, died on the spot. Eventually, Fang clan brought the 3 damaged immortal Gu houses and escaped the battlefield. Writing pen Chinese net. Chapter 2292. Wang Xiao'er woke up from his slumber. Wasn't I imprisoned all along? Where is this place? Wang Xiao'er was dazed. He found himself in a vast desolate plain. Quickly escape. Run run. A large group of people suddenly surged towards him. Crack. With a loud sound, a bolt of lightning struck down. Next, the earth shook. With a loud sound, the ground started to collapse. After a dozen or so breaths of time, a huge crater formed in the surrounding 10 li. The crater surrounded everyone including Wang Xiao'er. Wang Xiao'er was stunned. He was trapped in the crowd. The surrounding people were in chaos and panic. Wang Xiao'er also felt the same. He did not know what was going on. Before this, he was captured by Dong Fangxi in Sand Heap Blessed Land. After soul searching, he obtained information about Hu Land. During the battle for Sand Heap Blessed Land, Dong Fangxi lost his soul core. Fortunately, Dong Fangxi captured Wang Xiao'er and obtained information about Hu Land from him. Dong Fangxi used this precious information to make up for his mistake. On the other hand, he also found out about the peculiarity of Wang Xiao'er's body. Dong Fangxi imprisoned Wang Xiao'er in his immortal aperture. He specially set up an underground prison and conducted many in-depth research on Wang Xiao'er, but he could not figure out what was wrong with Wang Xiao'er. All of you shut up. A figure suddenly appeared in the air. Wang Xiao'er and the rest raised their heads. Your ancestor Fang Dong died in battle. Everything here belongs to me, Xiao Yihu. You are all my captives. All of you stay here. If anyone dares to run away, I'll make him wish he was dead. Xiao Yihu's face was pale. He had a malevolent expression. Under his threat, the previously noisy and chaotic crowd immediately fell silent out of fear. Fang Dongxi and Fang Enlei died in battle to protect Fang Dichang. They were both rank 7 Gu immortals. When their immortal apertures landed on the ground, their immortal aperture's entrance would open and absorb heaven and earth chi, forming an ownerless blessed land. Xiao Yihu took the chance to enter and plunder the loot. However, the results of the search did not satisfy Xiao Yihu. He suffered severe losses this time. The entire immortal Gu house chamber pot was destroyed by Fang Gong. Even if he emptied Fang Dongxi's immortal aperture, it was only a drop in the ocean. No, the Yuan clan must give me an explanation. Xiao Yihu's expression was unsightly. After stabilizing the situation in Eastern Blessed Land, he hurriedly left to find the Yuan clan. At this moment, the Anti-Fang Alliance had already successfully reclaimed the Yuan clan's blessed land. The immortals of the Anti-Fang Alliance were temporarily resting here. Arriving at the front of the hall, Xiao Yi who slightly concealed his unsightly expression and shouted, "Senior Wangu Cho, Junior Xiao Yi who represents the Xiao clan and requests an audience. I have important matters to discuss." Things were different now. Wangu Cho suddenly revived and defeated Fang clan, turning defeat into victory. Her fame spread far and wide. Western Desert's Gu immortal world was shaken. In the face of such an expert, Xiao Yi who had to restrain his attitude towards the Wan clan. Very soon Xiao Yi who received permission to enter the main hall and saw Wangu Cho. Wangu Cho was dressed in white and had a head full of silver hair, looking very old. On the left stood Wan Hao Guang, on the right stood Wan Xiao. She looked at Xiao Yi who and laughed. Her laughter was hoarse and horrifying. "Xiao Clan's Junior, you've come at the right time. I have something important to discuss with you. Take a seat first and wait for a while." "Yes." Xiao Yi who did not dare to retort, he chose a seat and sat down. Not long after, the other anti-Fang Alliance Gu immortals were invited to the main hall to discuss matters. Even the two Gu immortals of the Celestial Court, Wan Zihong and Zhou Xiong Xan, were present. Wangu Cho looked around and said directly, "Although Fang clan lost, they stole a large number of our clan's resource points. According to our agreement with Zhu clan, our Wan clan is unable to pay the compensation. However, there is a great opportunity now. Fang clan suffered a huge loss and their strength has fallen greatly. As long as we continue to attack, Fang clan will not be able to resist us. Fang clan has fallen to the demonic path, we must exterminate them. We will divide the spoils of battle together." The immortals felt a chill in their bodies and minds. This Wangu Cho was extremely shameless. She said she could not pay the compensation and forced the anti-Fang alliance to continue. Her methods were also ruthless. She wanted to continue to attack and exterminate Fang clan. But this was indeed a good opportunity. The immortals could not help but be moved. Fang clan sold a large number of Wan clan's resource points and sold few of their own resource points. Fang clan's foundation was still there. Now was the time to beat them while they were down. Wan clan is sinister, they purposely hid Wangu Cho and kept us in the dark. Wangu Cho had been hiding and waiting for us to be defeated before she made her move and defeated Fang clan in one go, creating the current situation that is most beneficial to Wan clan. On the surface, Wan clan has the most transactions with Xiao clan, but in fact, their biggest partner is Central Continent's Celestial Court. None of the immortals present were stupid, they had already reacted during this period of time. If Wangu Cho made her move earlier, even if the anti-Fang alliance defeated Fang clan, the credit would go to most of the alliance's Gu immortals. But Wangu Cho only made her move at the last moment, immediately restoring Wan clan's prestige. The alliance immortals did not have the qualifications to emphasize their contributions, they did not have the face to ask for compensation. Evil must be eradicated, Fang clan broke the rules, how can such a super clan continue to stand tall in Western Desert's Gu immortal world? I agree with Senior Wangu Cho's plan. But we need to discuss how to distribute the spoils of war. The immortals had participated in the previous battle and suffered losses. Some were anxious to make up for it, like Xiao Yi Hu. Some had experienced danger and wanted to gain more, they wanted to take the chance to make a profit. Seeing that the Western Desert Gu immortals agreed, Wangu Cho looked at the two Gu immortals from Celestial Court. Since ancient times, Celestial Court has been the leader of human path, the role model of the righteous path. This time we will need your help to counterattack Fang clan. Wangu Cho understood deeply. Compared to these Western Desert Gu immortals, Celestial Court's support was more important. Without Celestial Court's support, Wan clan could not attack Fang clan. Wan clan had paid a lot to cooperate with Celestial Court, but they also gained a lot. Wangu Cho was revived by Celestial Court. Right now, her many rank 8-time path immortal Gu were all lent to her by Celestial Court. Even her myriad Gu Cho killer move was modified by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Zhou Xiong Xian and Wan Zihong looked at each other. This development was not out of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expectations. This opportunity was what the two immortals from Celestial Court had been waiting for a long time. At the next moment, Zhou Xiong Xian stood up. Friends of Western Desert, my Celestial Court is duty-bound to deal with the demonic path, we are also very willing to support you. However, Fang clan's calamity is right in front of us. Why did Fang clan have the guts to attack Wan clan? The true source is not Fang clan, but Eastern Sea's Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. Celestial Court is willing to continue supporting you, but our condition is that you are forbidden from joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. The whole place was silent. The Gu immortals looked at each other. Wan Gucho was the first to break the silence. My Wan clan will be the first to respond. After the war against Fang clan, Wan clan had already become the staunchest supporter of Celestial Court. Wan Gucho spoke again. Xiao Yihu, what do you think? Xiao Yi, whose expression was very unsightly, Wan Gucho had specially pointed out his name and forced him into a corner. He had no choice but to express his opinion. He snorted coldly. I, Xiao Yihu, am naturally not willing to associate with the demonic path, but this is only my personal opinion. How can I casually represent my Xiao clan and agree to this? I will naturally have to ask my Xiao clan's first supreme elder. He was trying to stall for time. But Zhou Xiong Xian had already expected this. Then I would like Xiao Yihu to contact your clan's Gu immortals. I believe the difference between righteous and demonic is deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. Xiao clan is one of the models of Western Desert's righteous path. How can we make a mistake on such an important matter? Wan Gucho immediately nodded, echoing the Celestial Court's immortals. Then let's do it like this. We will discuss the distribution of the spoils of war after all of you ask for instructions. She pretended to be tolerant. If any clan is unwilling, we will not blame them. In this war against Fang, even if you did not make any contributions, you have worked hard. If you do not want to join the anti-Fang alliance, my Wan clan will send you off. We will not make things difficult for you. The immortals heard this and cursed inwardly. Right now they had not received any rewards, or perhaps only a small portion. If they did not agree to the Celestial Court's conditions, Wan Gucho would chase them out of the anti-Fang alliance. Only by joining the anti-Fang alliance could they get rewards, as well as more spoils of war from Fang clan. After a while, the Gu immortals present finished asking for instructions. None of them left. Under the pressure of righteousness, Western Desert super clans could not bear the pressure of public opinion and leave the alliance. Moreover, if they left the alliance at this juncture, the Gu immortals would not get any benefits. Fang clan was like a piece of juicy meat, attracting these giants to fight over it. Very good, you did not disappoint me after all. Wan Gucho stood up with a smile on her face. Right now, a new opportunity was in front of her. She was now the alliance leader of the anti-Fang alliance. As long as she led the alliance and defeated Fang clan, her reputation would rise to the peak of Western Desert's Gu immortal world. By then she would be like Western Desert's Wu Yong, becoming the publicly recognized leader of Western Desert's Gu immortal world. Zhou Xiong Xian and Wan Zihong also had smiles on their faces. All of this was within Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's calculations. Making Wan Gucho the leader of Western Desert was extremely beneficial to Celestial Court. Fang Yuan is number 1 in Gu refinement, but in terms of methods, how can he be Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's match? Zhou Xiong Xian sneered in his heart. On the same day, Wan Gucho announced the establishment of the new anti-Fang alliance. Following the revival of the strongest expert in Wan clan's history, the situation of Western Desert's Gu immortal world changed. Almost all the Gu immortals of the 5 regions were paying close attention to this. Celestial Court has won this contest. Fang clan is in danger. To think that Celestial Court can revive other Gu immortals, it is not just limited to Celestial Court members. The true situation is still in the hands of the Venerables. If Fang Yuan takes action personally, this Wan Gucho is just a clown. Fang Yuan can make a move, but can't Star Constellation Immortal Venerable do the same? Haha, it would be best if the two fight, then I, Ancestor Giant Son, can reap the benefits. Chapter 2293. Western Desert. Myriad or Desert. Shi Zhong looked at Shi clan's information with an indifferent expression. Fang clan failed. It seems that Shi Kong has a chance again. However, Fang clan only lost 2 rank 7 Gu immortals and 3 immortal Gu houses. They still have the strength to fight. Shi Zhong was someone who was ostracized by Shi clan, while Shi Kong was a rising star that Shi clan had specially nurtured. Shi Zhong flattered Shi Kong on the surface, but he was envious and disgusted inwardly. Regardless of the battle situation or the result, it has nothing to do with me. I still need to rely on myself. Shi Zhong gritted his teeth, thinking about how his latest attempt to refine wealth immortal Gu had failed again. The thought of asking Fang Yuan for help in the Gu refinement flashed in his mind. Shi Zhong gritted his teeth, finally making a decision. It seems that I need to sell some wealth mortal Gu. Shi Zhong could not be nurtured to begin with. Trying to refine wealth immortal Gu in secret had expended almost all of his wealth. He was already penniless now. He could only sell some things to exchange for immortal materials for his next attempt. and the only thing he could sell was wealth mortal goo. Even though he had failed many times, he had some results. He could not refine wealth immortal goo, but he managed to refine wealth mortal goo. Communicating with Jewel Yellow Skies, Shizhong hesitated for a long time before choosing more than 10 wealth mortal goo and bringing them into Jewel Yellow Skies. Wealth mortal goo gathered into a lump, forming a treasure light. The treasure light was abundant, but these were clearly mortal goo. This situation attracted the attention of other goo immortals. What goo is this? Why is it giving off such a treasure light? New Heir 2 asked. In a little over a year he advanced to rank 6 goo immortal. Even though he relied on Northern Plains New Heir clan, he was still a new rank 6 goo immortal. When he had some free time he would communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies, using his divine sense to explore and increase his knowledge. New Heir 2 was the great-grandson of goo immortal New Heir Chi. He had also participated in the last Imperial Court contest. He was skilled at enslaving leopards. He was once on the same level as Fang Yuan's Chang Shanin. He was recognized as one of the 5 Beast Kings by Northern Plains goo masters. This is wealth goo, Shizhong replied. New Heir 2 was stunned for a moment, becoming even more curious. Wealth goo? Wasn't this the legendary immortal goo recorded in The Legends of Rinzu? With your mortal goo. Shizhong snorted coldly. This is a mortal goo recipe that I created after painstaking research. These rank 5 wealth goo can be turned into any rank 5 goo material. New Heir 2's heart shook as he asked, any rank 5 goo material? Can it be used multiple times? Shizhong's voice turned gloomy. These are all one-time consumable goo. If that wasn't the case he wouldn't have taken it out for sale. Shizhong had been trying to refine immortal goo level wealth goo. If he sold too many wealth mortal goo, there was the risk of others deducing the immortal goo recipe. At that time Shizhong would be nurturing his own competitor. If he had a choice, Shizhong would not sell these wealth mortal goo. Moreover, he was only selling a dozen or so mortal goo. New Heir 2 thought, these wealth goo can only be converted into any rank 5 goo material, they are not practical. As a goo immortal, what rank 5 goo material can't he get? But this involves the legendary wealth goo, buying some for research or gifting is a good idea. New Heir 2 asked for the price, his divine sense soon fluctuated intensely. You are asking for such a high price for immortal goo? Have you gone crazy from poverty? Shizhong said, friend, at first glance, exchanging mortal goo for immortal materials is somewhat unimaginable. But think about it, as long as you have these mortal goo, you can deduce immortal goo recipes from them. Wealth immortal goo, think about it, how valuable is it? To speak the truth, these mortal goo are basically unique in the current world, there are likely only these few left. I only managed to obtain these by chance, Yi Zichen said with a smile. Unfortunately, I am not proficient in goo refinement. If not for the fact that I am in a tight spot, I would not have sold them. Friend, how many do you want? If you buy 3 at once, I can give you a discount. Shizhong had a glib tongue. New Heir 2 fell into hesitation after hearing this. Shizhong's words were not without reason. But was it worth it to use a large number of immortal materials to buy the hope of deducing an immortal goo recipe? New Heir 2 was not stupid, he thought about it and said, buying 2 or 3 wealth goo is not a problem. But what I really want to know is, where did you get these things from? Shizhong immediately became vigilant. Friend, you are asking too much. I do not want any trouble because of this. Moreover, if I really provide information as you wish, how can you determine whether it is true or false? That is true. New Heir 2 hesitated again. Right at this time, another divine sense interjected with excitement. You actually have wealth goo. I will buy them. How many do you have? Give them all to me. Shizhong replied, friend, don't be anxious, listen to my price. The mysterious goo immortal heard this and paused for a moment before nodding. All right, I want them all. Shizhong was slightly dazed, while New Heir 2 became vigilant. Shizhong thought about it and said, friend, it is not that I do not want to sell them all to you, but you came later, this friend arrived earlier, we are almost done. Shizhong did not want to sell all the wealth goo to one person. That way he would have the most clues to deduce, and the possibility of deducing an immortal goo recipe would be higher. This mysterious goo immortal's attitude made Shizhong feel somewhat uneasy. For stability he naturally hoped that New Heir 2 would buy some. But New Heir 2 backed down. I was just hesitating when this mysterious goo immortal appeared. Is this a trap to urge me to buy some wealth mortal goo? New Heir 2 had heard of this scam before. Thus New Heir 2 gave up on the idea of purchasing them. Shizhong was helpless. After hesitating for a while, he sold all the wealth goo to the mysterious goo immortal. After collecting enough immortal materials, he left jewel yellow skies and prepared to refine Gu again. You really sold them? New Heir too was somewhat disappointed. And after that mysterious Gu immortal obtained wealth Gu, he also left jewel yellow skies. He was Spirit Butterfly Valley's Gu immortal Xiao Baihong. Xiao Baihong gave these wealth Gu to the rank 5 Gu master beside him, Xiao Qixing. Xiao Qixing was Xiao Baihong's great-grandson, one of the current 10 children of human path. He was heavily nurtured by the celestial court. Xiao Baihong said, "Oh Qixing, are these wealth Gu really that helpful to you?" Xiao Qixing said, "Great-grandfather, I cultivate human path and recently obtained a Gu immortal true inheritance by chance. This true inheritance is very incomplete, but there are more than 10 Justice Immortal Gu recipes. One of the Immortal Gu recipes is the most outstanding. It uses Wealth Immortal Gu as a supplement to refine Justice Immortal Gu. Now, even though we did not obtain Wealth Immortal Gu with these Mortal Gu, we can modify that Immortal Gu recipe. Once I refine Justice Immortal Gu, I can use this Gu as my Vital Gu and officially advance to a Human Path Gu Immortal." The 10 children of Human Path were aware of the superiority of Human Path, thus they planned to become Human Path Gu Immortals. But this way they would need Human Path Gu Worms as Vital Gu. Xiao Qixing had great ambitions. He wanted to obtain rank 6 Justice Immortal Gu in advance and use it as his Vital Gu. At that time, if his Immortal Ascension was successful, his Vital Gu would advance to rank 7. That way the rank 6 Xiao Qixing would obtain rank 7 Vital Immortal Gu in advance. Justice Gu is no doubt a Human Path Gu worm. With it, along with Soldier Gu, Sergeant Gu, and others, I will be able to grasp the Human Path Killer move, Master of Justice. This move might become my signature method. Xiao Qixing described his cultivation plan with an excited expression. Xiao Baihong laughed heartily and patted Xiao Qixing's head. Good. Since you have such great ambitions, then I, great-grandfather, will help you even if I have to exhaust all my wealth. Southern Border Tai Clan. Good, the righteous path is truly in the hearts of people. Tai Chuzhong laughed loudly. Lord Chuzhong, I wonder what made you so happy? A female voice was heard. Tai Chuzhong turned his head and saw a valiant and heroic-looking rank 5 female Gu master. He smiled. It's Tai Ruanan. Take a look, this is Western Desert's Fang clan's latest battle report. Saying so, Tai Chuzhong handed an information path Mortal Gu to Tai Ruanan. Tai Ruanan probed with her consciousness and her expression changed. So such a thing happened when we were in closed cultivation in Demon Suppression Tower. Tai Chuzhong said with hatred, I had thought that Fang clan was just an empty shell. This clan was already involved with Fang Yuan long ago. They were unworthy of being Western Desert's righteous path. They did not have any of the righteous path's demeanor. Now it seems that it was indeed so. Fang clan's hearts are completely corrupted. They colluded with this demon, Fang Yuan. Now that they have suffered a crushing defeat, this defeat will be Fang Yuan's outcome in the future. Tai Ruanan nodded. Since ancient times, evil never triumphed over righteous. The demonic path is rampant for a moment, but there is always the strength and hope of the righteous path in this world. These two had always hated Fang Yuan. Firstly, Tai clan's tradition was to fight against the demonic path. They were very iron-fisted. Secondly, these two had deep enmity with Fang Yuan. There was no need to talk about Tai Ruanan. They already had enmity on Qingmao Mountain. Her father had died there. And Tai Chuzhong had once participated in the pursuit of Fang Yuan, but was captured by Fang Yuan, and his immortal edge Gu was stolen by Fang Yuan. Although he was released, his immortal aperture was taken by Fang Yuan. Tai Chuzhong could only cultivate again, but he was still a Gu master. Tai Ruanan continued to analyze. Celestial Court is indeed the role model of the righteous path, the leader of humanity. They supported Yuan clan and revived Yuan Gucho. They would rather provide immortal Gu and immortal Yuan stone than interfere in Western Desert's matters. This is the style of the righteous path. Fang clan's danger is not related to Yuan clan's destruction. Yuan clan is only a corner of the 5 regions. Even if it is destroyed, there are still many super forces left. Fang clan's greatest danger is that it can corrupt people's hearts, causing other Gu immortals and super forces to fight to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. But now, Celestial Court is giving the world another choice. Celestial Court has immortal Yuan stone, immortal Gu, and can even revive Gu immortals. Yuan clan paid a high price to obtain such support. This is Celestial Court's good intentions. Only when there is profit to be gained can it be spread widely, and there is a possibility of following it. This kind of justice is firm and stable. Overly noble justice is instead somewhat fake. it cannot be widely used, it will only make justice appear weak. Chapter 2294. I have read some comments recently, thank you for your guidance. Many people said that the plot was lousy, but I actually put a lot of effort into it. For example, the choice of the supporting characters in this chapter was done after careful consideration. On the surface, the clues in this chapter were the anti-Fang conflict, but in the dark, it was Justice Gu. It revealed the way of the Celestial Court, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's scheme and Tai Clan's own thoughts. But I have to admit, Venerable Gu is not a good book to read. Because there are too many clues and too many characters. Once they are written, the scale of the book will expand rapidly. The best time to read is around 1 to 3 chapters. Thus, many people felt that the first few chapters were interesting. Actually, the later stages were also very interesting, but they were different from the earlier stages. Once you read through it, you would find that the characters and events interacted with each other. The characters from a few million words ago still had their own performances in the later stages. Everyone has their own desires and thoughts, and the whole world is alive. At the end of the book, these characters would experience life and death agitation. Their ideals would collide. They would experience the ups and downs of their own fates, causing a dazzling spark to blossom. This writing style was closer to traditional literature. It was indeed a thankless task. Because web novels were a genre, the content of each chapter would be magnified in the reader's perception. The beauty of the overall layout would be reduced over and over again. My outline was over 860,000 words long. I used at least half an hour to think about each chapter before I started writing. There were very few web novels that involved so many characters. This is also a huge challenge for me. I did not know what the final result would be. Would it be a success or a failure? But I felt the joy of writing from this challenge. But I also understood that most of the time, my readers would only read it for a few minutes every day. They would forget many characters. Recently, I have seriously looked at the suggestions of my readers. Many of the suggestions were very pertinent. For example, there were too many typos. I would like to apologize for this. Indeed, I did not do it well enough. Currently, every once in a while I would correct the typos that my readers found. In the future I would check it several times before uploading it. Actually, I did check it, but I was too familiar with the article. I could read it quickly. Honestly speaking, checking was quite difficult. The first time you read it, you would find typos more easily. There were also some suggestions on writing and style. First, the management team will do a questionnaire survey which will be released in the group, Tieba, and other channels. Everyone, please do your best. Let me see what everyone thinks. Secondly, I have done some reflection. It was easy for me to rewrite it. If the story was straightforward, it would indeed make the readers feel better when they followed the updates. I could make a little more money, but it would be a waste. Writing in a straightforward manner is actually less taxing on the brain and less challenging than writing in my current style, and my enjoyment of writing is reduced. Venomous Goo Master, in my view, has always placed earning money at the back. I think if I update it a little more, I might make some adjustments to the look and feel. After all, if you only read one chapter, the progress of the plot would indeed be limited. My writing method would involve many supporting characters, which would indeed have such a disadvantage. The troublesome thing was that this writing method required a lot of thought and meticulous planning, so there wasn't much time to write. Therefore, there were only so many updates. Everyone should understand each other. I try to update more. But everything was based on quality. Thank you for your suggestions. I saw some of my friends' posts which were very long, and I was very touched. I know this is all because of their love for the book. Especially the pictures. Wow, it's really amazing. Chapter 2295. Tai Chu Zhong heard this and nodded. His gaze towards Tai Ruanan was filled with unconcealable admiration. Previously, when Tai Chu Zhong heard that Tai Mianshin chose Tai Ruanan to be the inheritor of Iron Mask True Inheritance, he had some doubts. But after this period of interaction, Tai Chu Zhong completely acknowledged Tai Ruanan. He felt that she was the most promising person in this generation of Tai clan. Tai Ruanan, it is good that you have such a deep understanding. Fang Yuan is vicious. He stole my immortal aperture and forced me to use my second aperture to cultivate. I have no choice but to be controlled by him. I cannot make it. My future is bleak. But you have a bright future. With your current accumulation, it is enough for you to ascend to an immortal. Tai Chu Zhong said with joy. Tai Ruanan was not modest. Yes. These days I have been in closed cultivation using the power of Demon Suppression Tower, and also consulted the experiences of the seniors in the clan. I have 80 to 90% confidence in passing the Immortal Ascension tribulation. Very good. But you need to take it easy. The two heavens are in chaos, Providence is in chaos, there will be losses during the Immortal Ascension. Natural inspiration is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, it is very important. Tai Chu Zhong guided. I would like to hear the details. Tai Chu Zhong explained in detail. During the process of natural inspiration, the Gu cultivator can ask Providence and get the answer. If the question is too difficult and surpasses the limits of heaven and earth, there will be no answer. For example, if you want to ask for the method of eternal life during the process of natural inspiration, heaven and earth will not be able to give you an answer. If the question is too simple, even if the Gu cultivator gets the answer, they will not be able to make full use of this precious opportunity, it will be a pity. The most ideal situation is for the question to be of moderate difficulty and get a perfect answer. But this situation is too rare, we cannot be sure of it. Thus, the most mature method is to ask a slightly more difficult question. That way the answer will be correct, but it will not be complete, there will be a small portion missing. As for the missing parts, we can use manpower and material resources to make up for them in our future cultivation. This is the most effective way to use natural inspiration. Tai Ruanan's eyes flickered with light, asking, "Then how can I judge the difficulty of these questions?" Normally speaking, when asking about the immortal Gu recipes of ordinary rank 7 immortal Gu, this is the standard. Any Gu worm related to the legends of Rinzhu is not an ordinary Gu. Other than that, you have to ask about things that are closely related to you. For example, if you cultivate Metal Path, you would ask about Metal Path. But if he asked about things unrelated to the Earth Path, the results would be very low. You have to be even more careful when it comes to the Dream Path. Meanwhile, southern border. Steel Tooth Mountain. In a nameless cave. Wu Yong cupped his fists and bowed, saying with a smile, "Fellow Immortal Wang, I've brought some good wine this time." In front of him was an elderly Gu immortal. He was sitting cross-legged on the ground, his eyes were blurry as if he had just woken up. The old man sighed and said, "Lord Wu Yong, this is the third time you've come to visit. You are a rank 8 Gu immortal, the alliance leader of Southern Alliance, but you are treating a mere rank 7 Gu immortal like me with such respect. I understand your meaning, but I only want to cultivate in seclusion, I do not want to get involved in the conflicts of this world. Even though your wine is fragrant, I do not have the fortune to enjoy it." This old man was a secluded cultivator of southern border, he cultivated Wisdom Path and was called Forgotten Taoist. Wu clan specialized in Wind Path, they had no advantage in Wisdom Path. Wu Yong had been looking for reliable candidates. After learning that Forgotten Taoist was living in seclusion on Steel Tooth Mountain, he personally came to recruit him several times. Wu Yong said with a solemn expression, "You are wrong. In the current world, the 2 heavens are in chaos, the 5 regions mock battle is almost upon us. Who can remain unaffected? Even if you do not want to make things difficult for others in this chaotic world, there will always be people who are unwilling to be left out, for example, Western Desert's Fang clan. After obtaining some assistance from Fang Yuan, Fang clan invaded Yuan clan, even Yuan clan's first supreme elder died because of it. This is a sign of the chaotic world. Even if the celestial court helped Yuan clan to victory, what is the intrinsic difference between star constellation Immortal Venerable and Fang Yuan? You are a Wisdom Path Gu cultivator, you cannot ignore this." Forgotten Taoist sighed again, "It is better to be a dog in peace than a person in chaos. In the current world, Great Love Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and Giant Sun Immortal are each leading an ultimate force. They have deep foundations and can easily topple the balance of super forces. For example, you Wu Yong, you will be excited and restless, but I feel only sorrow and bitterness. Lord Wu Yong, there is no need to persuade me anymore, please leave." Wu Yong sighed deeply, he could only hold on to his expectations and bid farewell to Forgotten Taoist with deep regret. This world was huge. There was Shi Zhong who worked hard to refine Immortal Gu in secret. There was Xiao Qi Xing who borrowed his great-grandfather's strength and was already plotting to obtain rank 7 Vital Gu before ascending to Immortal. There was New Heir Tu who obtained the clan's assistance and was already a Gu Immortal. There was Tai Ruanan who cultivated Metal Path as a Gu Master and obtained guidance from a senior to understand the secret of natural inspiration. There was an ambitious person like Wu Yong. There was also a Gu Immortal like Forgotten Taoist who was content with living in seclusion and did not want to get involved in conflicts. There was also a super force whose future was bleak and was in imminent danger, Fang clan. Fang clan's headquarters. In the discussion hall, the atmosphere was heavy. Fang clan was defeated. Huge losses. What should they do? Be it Fang Gong, Fang Dichong, Fang Lung or Fang Yun, they all had heavy moods. Wan Gucho had recovered all of Wan clan's lost territories, but the anti-Fang alliance still existed. If not for the alliance discussing the distribution plan, Fang clan would have already been attacked by the anti-Fang alliance. Even though Fang clan still had the strength to fight, their chances of winning were extremely slim. Right at this time, Lu Weiyin suddenly visited. Fang clan's immortals were moved. Quickly invite him in. Fang Gong had just said this when he stood up. No, come with me to welcome him. Fang clan's immortals welcomed Lu Weiyin into the hall. Lu Weiyin saw that the Fang clan immortals had strange expressions. Myriad Gucho is truly amazing. According to what I know, Myriad Gucho is a compound killer move of Time Path and Wisdom Path. Once one's emotions are affected, their lifespan will decrease. The decreased lifespan will strengthen the killer move's power and make the melancholic emotions even more intense, shrouding one's heart and causing one's fighting spirit to fall to rock bottom. Fang Huaxing sighed. This killer move is very different from historical records. I tried my best to heal it, but there are still many emotions remaining in our hearts. We can only slowly erase them. Lu Weiyin laughed heartily. No worries. I brought a special immortal goo this time, please give it a try. Saying so, Lu Weiyin lent an immortal goo to Fang Dichang. This was a rank 7 immortal goo belonging to Wisdom Path. Fang Dichang barely managed to activate it as the immortal goo shone with profound light that covered his entire body. A moment later, Fang Dichang's expression recovered. He felt relaxed. The melancholic emotions that had been lingering in his heart for a long time had vanished. Good immortal goo. Fang Dichang praised. Lu Weiyin continued. Our alliance leader learned of Fang clan's defeat. He specially refined this immortal goo. With this Wisdom Path immortal goo, it is easy to heal the remnant power of Myriad Gucho. Other than this immortal goo, there are also several killer moves that complement it. One of them can even defend against Myriad Gucho. Your clan only needs to pay a set of super resource points to buy them all. Fang Dichang smiled bitterly. He was about to speak. Lu Weiyin continued, friends from Fang clan, don't be sad. I know that Fang clan lost Fang Dongxi and Fang Enlei. This is a huge loss for Fang clan. But it is not a problem. Celestial Court has a method to revive Myriad Gucho. How can Lord Fang Yuan not have one? Lord Alliance leader only needs 2 huge resources to revive these two, but their cultivation level will only be at rank 6. This time the expressions of Fang clan's immortals changed. Can we really revive Enlei? Fang Chen was extremely excited. He was Fang clan's son-in-law, Fang Enlei was his wife. Lu Weiyin smiled. Earlier, when we transacted with you, one of the conditions was for you to use your own human qi as a commodity. This human qi is the key to Lord Alliance leader's revival. There is no problem in reviving them. Not just that, it is also not a problem for these two to recover to rank 7. We just need to add 2 huge resource points. Of course, it is not impossible to raise their cultivation level to rank 8. As long as your clan can afford it, Lord Alliance leader has great abilities, he will not disappoint you. Even rank 8 cultivation level can be bought and sold? Fang Gong was stunned. The other Fang clan Gu immortals had complex expressions. Rank 8 cultivation level was once the highest level in the world, but in the last few decades, pseudo-venerables appeared one after another, venerables revived, rank 8 cultivation level fell again and again. Now, rank 8 cultivation level was a commodity that could be bought and sold at will. This made Fang clan's immortals a little dazed. Lu Weiyin looked around as he said loudly, do you still not understand? Ever since Fake Gu was destroyed, the situation in the world has changed drastically. Immortal Gu houses are like this, rank 8 Gu immortals are like this, even venerables are like this. This kind of upheaval is akin to turning the world upside down. If a superpower can't adapt to this change, it'll only be a splash in the tide of the new era. It'll only be a fleeting moment before it's eliminated, Shifeng said. Fang Dichang squinted. Lord Lu Weiyin seems to be implying something. Lu Weiyin chuckled. I will be frank, the current situation is very dangerous. How can Fang clan resist the anti-Fang alliance? If we defend ourselves, no matter how strong the immortal formation is, it will only delay the destruction for some time. Only by making a world-shaking move can we deal with such an intense change. Of course, the choice is yours. Lord Alliance leader will not interfere in Western Desert's internal conflict. But if I were you, I would abandon all the resource points and sell them in exchange for immortal Gu and immortal materials to revive my clan's Gu immortals. Fang Gong and Fang Dichang's pupils shrunk. The other Gu immortals were in an uproar. How can we do that? We are too unfilial. Without these resource points, our Fang clan's foundation will be gone. If we do that, won't we be letting down our ancestors? This is the foundation of our Fang clan. Fang clan's immortals reacted intensely. They looked at Lu Weiyin with ferocious and hateful gazes. Lu Weiyin shrugged, saying calmly, "Whether we sell or not is up to you. I'm only giving you a small suggestion." So. Fang Dichang's voice was extremely hoarse. Fang Gong was silent, he did not object. Lord Fang Dichang. Some Fang clan Gu immortals stood up in excitement. But Fang Dichang's next words made these Gu immortals unable to retort. "If we don't sell, can you defend them?" Chapter 2296. Sitting on a desolate hill, Fang Dichang was as silent as a rock. Ever since the 2 days were mixed together, there was no longer a clear distinction between day and night. Instead, the sky was filled with black and white. As a result, there was a clear distinction between light and darkness in this area. Fang Dichang was currently in the darkness. He expressionlessly looked down the desolate hill. It was a desolate desert with not even a blade of grass growing there. But because the two heavens were intertwined, this huge desert was also divided into areas where light and darkness intertwined. This was Tassel Desert, Fang Clan's super resource point. Every year, during a certain period of time, earth roots would grow here. The earth roots were like straw, like willow branches, soft and tough. The earth roots were long and short, they ranged from ordinary Gu materials to rank 8 immortal materials. When it was lush, the earth roots would cover the entire Tassel Desert. When the wind blew, it would look like the waves of earth roots that were as vast as mountains and seas, magnificent and soul-stirring. This was the #1 resource point of Fang Clan. It was the pride of every Fang Clan Gu immortal. But now he had to sell it to Fang Yuan. Once he sold it, he would never be able to return. It was practically an eternal farewell. Fang Dichang's expression was wooden, but his heart was like the desert in front of him, desolate and cold. Fang Gong's figure flew over and landed on the desolate hill, standing beside Fang Dichang. "You really are here." Fang Gong sighed. Fang Dichang, who was sitting on the ground, suddenly had a twisted expression as he clenched his fists. Fang Yuan did it on purpose. I'm afraid he already knew about Wan Guchao's existence, but he didn't say anything, causing our clan to suffer a great loss. Fang Gong was slightly taken aback. Fang Dichang continued, "Even if he does not know about Wan Guchao's revival, he concealed the fact that he can revive my clan's Gu immortals. As long as he mentioned it in advance, even if it was just half a sentence, I would know. I knew that venerables had methods to easily revive Gu immortals. I would have been on guard against Wan Guchao. Who knows, we might exchange for that forgotten worry immortal Gu in advance. We would have the most basic defense against the killer move Myriad Sorrow. We would not be defeated, instead the anti-Fang alliance would collapse." Fang Dichang was almost shouting at the end. He wasn't wrong at all. At that time, the battle situation was actually on the front line. The victory of Fang Clan and the anti-Fang alliance was just a matter of time. If they knew of Wan Guchao's existence, Fang Clan would not have sent 6 immortal Gu houses to attack Myriad Age Building. Myriad Ancient Sorrow had an area of effect. But at that time, under the condition that Fang Clan didn't know about it, forcing the remnants of Wan Clan to surrender was the best move to obtain benefits. All right. Fang Gong smiled bitterly. Things have already happened. Second Elder, don't dwell on it anymore. We don't have the spring and autumn cicada to go back. The Gu immortals that Celestial Court revived earlier were all their members. Everyone guessed that their revival was related to the contribution of immortal apertures. Adding on the fact that the immortal tomb was almost completely destroyed by Fang Yuan, Wan Guchao's resurrection is very hard to predict. Fang Dichang's expression was cold as ice. No, it is Fang Yuan, everything is because of Fang Yuan. He's the mastermind behind all of this. I'm very clear-headed now. Our Fang clan defeating the anti-Fang alliance is not what the Celestial Court wants to see. But it is also not what Fang Yuan wants to see. Because even if our Fang clan wins, we will not invade other super forces. But in this situation, our Fang clan needs to relocate urgently and sell all our resource points to Fang Yuan in exchange for immortal Gu and Gu immortal revivals. What will we do next? We have no resource points and cannot replenish ourselves. We can only rely on Fang Yuan. We can only continue to invade other super forces' resource points and trade them with Fang Yuan in exchange for immortal Gu and other cultivation resources. Our Fang clan has already become his vanguard, his bandits. We are plundering Western Desert for him. And he, Guiyue Fang Yuan, is still in Eastern Sea. He is the high and mighty great love immortal venerable. He will announce to the outside world that he will not interfere in Western Desert's internal strife. All of the crimes and crimes will be shouldered by our Fang clan. Igua Fang Yuan is clean. Haha. What heaven and earth great love alliance? What great love immortal venerable. Fang Dichang looked up at the sky and let out a mocking laugh. His eyes were red, his hair was disheveled and there were already glistening tears in his eyes. First Elder Fang Gong, think about it, don't you feel that one clan's first Supreme Elder's death was too strange? If he dies like this, our Fang clan will only have one path left to take. This is Fang Yuan. He wore a fake human skin but was actually a vicious beast that devoured people without spitting out their bones. I hate him, I hate him. Fang Dichang gritted his teeth. I hate my Fang clan for being too deeply involved with Fang Yuan. I hate those Eastern Sea super forces, they were too weak and easily bullied, they actually allowed Fang Yuan to act like a tyrant over them. However, the person I hate the most is myself. I am a wisdom path Gu immortal in vain. I did not see through Fang Yuan's scheme and even implicated the whole of Fang clan to become Fang Yuan's chess pieces. We were manipulated by him, played by him. I, Fang Dichang, am the sinner of Fang clan. Saying so, Fang Dichang was already kneeling on the ground. He looked down at the ground and punched the ground as he cried bitterly. This proud wisdom path Gu immortal had not lost his composure and cried so bitterly for 100 years. Fang Gong sighed and slowly sat down beside Fang Dichang. One clan's first Supreme Elder's death was strange, how could I not be suspicious? But even if it is Fang Yuan's scheme, what can we do? Do we have evidence? Fang Gong showed a helpless and humble smile. Even if we have evidence, what can we do to heaven refining demon venerable? Fang Gong put his hand on Fang Dichang's shoulder. Don't lose your composure, second Supreme Elder, you are the brains of Fang clan. If other Fang clan Gu immortals see this, what will they think? What will happen to our morale? Fang Dichang gritted his teeth and stopped crying. He sat down on the ground again and stood beside Fang Gong. Fang Gong continued, I also hate. I hate Celestial Court, I hate one clan, I hate Fang Yuan, and I also hate you. But at the same time, I hate myself even more. As Fang clan's first Supreme Elder, I was defeated by the killer move Myriad Ancient Sorrow. I was like a dog that fled in a sorry state, I could not do anything. My fists were so weak, my body was so fragile. Fang Dichang, you are not the first Supreme Elder I am. Who is at fault for Fang clan's current situation? No one's mistake is heavier than mine. If I could atone for my sins with my death, I would immediately commit suicide in front of the Anti-Fang Alliance. But I cannot. We are all aware of the nature of the righteous path. Once Fang clan loses a rank 8 like me, those people will become even more vicious. I can only live with my fists clenched, my face steeled and my chest puffed out. Only then can I be more beneficial to Fang clan, only then can I hope to atone for my sins. I want to atone for my sins with merit. I don't want to become the greatest sinner in history, I don't want Fang clan to end in my hands. Do you understand? Fang Dichang. Fang Gong shouted. Fang Dichang gritted his teeth, staring at Fang Gong. Of course I understand. Fang Gong stood up and looked at the desert and the horizon, continuing, today's tasseled desert is like the walking stone crevice of the past. We need to imitate Fang clan's first-generation immortal ancestor and face the difficulties head-on. What is home? It is not these resource points, it is ourselves. Where there are people there is hope. You are right. Fang Dichang also stood up with a resolute expression. Our Fang clan still has hope. Immemorial to heavens. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's mountain-like body charged towards Jun Xinguang and Che Wei, the two Celestial Court Gu immortals. Air currents surged as formless pressure enveloped Jun Xinguang and Che Wei. Oh no, why did we provoke him? Jun Xinguang frowned deeply. Che Wei sighed, even if Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is not sane, we are not his match. Retreat. But we've worked so hard to guide these stars here. And this heavenly veil was given to us by star constellation Immortal Venerable. Jun Xinguang gritted his teeth, choosing to retreat wisely in the end. The three-headed thousand-armed Spectral Soul Demon Venerable shouted loudly, raising hundreds of thick black arms that resembled towering trees as he tore at the empty space in front of him. With a series of loud tearing sounds, the originally empty sky suddenly tore open, as if a huge curtain had been torn into countless pieces. Hidden in the curtain were hundreds of thousands of huge stars. Bam bam bam, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable charged into the group of stars. The stars along the way were either smashed by his mountain-like body or crushed by his hundreds or thousands of giant hands. The two Heavenly Court Gu immortals saw that their painstaking efforts over the past few days were all for naught. They were furious. Fortunately, the stars scattered quickly. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable lost his consciousness and only a small portion of them was destroyed. Che Wei and Jun Xinguang discussed for a while. They decided to clean up the Heavenly Veil and bring the remaining stars back to Central Continent. After all, this was a mission personally given by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. This is a Heavenly Veil. Xin Shang suddenly appeared. Che Wei and Jun Xinguang's hearts sank. They became very vigilant. Xin Shang had displayed pseudo-venerable battle strength in Crazed Demon Cave. He was a truly strong enemy to them. Xin Shang also collected some heavenly veils. He looked at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable who was still destroying the stars. He smiled at the two Celestial Court Gu immortals. Can you tell me why Celestial Court is collecting these stars? Che Wei and Jun Xinguang had grim expressions. Xin Shang continued to smile. It doesn't matter if you don't tell me. Since you used the heavenly veil to collect the stars, you definitely want to do this secretly. You don't want this matter to be interrupted. Then I will directly collect these shattered heavenly veils and announce your actions to the public. Che Wei snorted coldly. Xin Shang, don't go overboard. Fang clan's outcome will be the outcome of all the super forces that sided with Fang Yuan. Your Xin clan's good days will be numbered soon. Xin Shang squinted. You don't need to worry about my Xin clan's matters. I know for sure that the good days of the two of you are about to come to an end. Retreat. Jun Xinguang spoke. Che Wei immediately responded. Xin Shang chased for a while, forcing the two Celestial Court Gu immortals to retreat. He returned and collected all of the heavenly veils. These heavenly veils are all very precious Heaven Path immortal materials. It is the best to offer them to Alliance leader Fang Yuan. Chapter 2297. Hundreds of stars shot towards profound literature Grotto Heaven. Old immortal Hua Yu's subordinates had already received the news. They were already prepared. They're here. Quickly activate the immortal formation. Bam bam bam. The stars collided with the immortal formation, erupting with a huge force. Profound light flashed as the stars shattered into countless fragments. The immortal formation suffered the most intense attack. A large number of Gu immortals were injured and coughed out blood. A moment later, the damaged immortal formation was still standing, but there were still several stars charging towards it. Retreat. Old immortal Hua Yu ordered. Lord. No, the Grotto Heaven is behind us. If there is a mishap, I will not retreat. Even if we have to sacrifice our lives, we will protect our homeland. Even though the Gu immortals were weak, their morale was high. Profound literature Grotto Heaven was originally placed in the void. It was condensed into a single point. The movement of the stars in the outside world had nothing to do with it. But now that the two heavens were mixed, there was a huge change. All the Grotto Heavens in the two heavens were more or less implicated. They were forced to show themselves. Right now, behind the damaged immortal formation was profound literature Grotto Heaven's immortal aperture entrance. Even though the entrance was closed, it was exposed and could not disappear. Old immortal Hua Yu immediately shouted, I have my methods, don't hesitate, otherwise you will lose your life for nothing. The immortals were silent. They quickly disassembled the immortal formation and left, entering profound literature Grotto Heaven. They believed in old immortal Hua Yu. They're here. Old immortal Hua Yu was alone. He looked at the incoming stars with a grim expression. Immortal killer move, cold words. Immortal killer move, idle gossip. The first move emitted a cold frost that caused the stars' speed to decrease. The second move sliced the stars, causing them to shatter. However, the large star fragments still had a huge impact force. Go all out. Old immortal Hua Yu shouted furiously. Disregarding his life, he used his methods to block all of these star fragments. Jeez. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, his body was covered in injuries. Star path light shined from him. With the fusion of the two heavens, the stars were affected by the heavenly Tao. They were extremely chaotic, but they were also strengthened and had great power. Even old immortal Hua Yu, who had rank 8 cultivation level, could barely resist it. Just as old immortal Hua Yu was about to turn around, he suddenly turned around and saw another wave of stars flying over. If these stars were to reach profound literature Grotto Heaven, the consequences would be unimaginable. His pupils constricted and his expression stiffened before relaxing again. He was prepared for this. Even if he had to sacrifice his life, he had to block this wave. But at this moment, Jun Xinguang suddenly appeared. The sky curtain. As he flew, he waved his hand and quickly set up a canopy in front of the planet. The stars crashed into the sky. causing the sky to tremble violently, forming huge transparent waves. It is Celestial Quartz Gu Immortal Jun Xinguang. Old Immortal Huayu was stunned. It's the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance's Old Immortal Huayu. Jun Xinguang was also slightly taken aback and immediately became worried. This was a crucial moment. If Old Immortal Huayu took action, the sky screen would probably be destroyed again. However, what worried Jun Xinguang did not happen in the end. An unbearable amount of time passed, but Old Immortal Huayu did not do anything. He watched as Jun Xinguang closed the sky curtain and enveloped all of the stars. Eventually, Jun Xinguang took a deep look at Old Immortal Huayu before dragging the huge bag of sky curtain and leaving with the stars. His immortal aperture's entrance opened. Old Immortal Huayu entered the grotto heaven with a complex mood. He had actually managed to survive because of Celestial Court. Looking down at the whole of profound literature grotto heaven, there were calamities everywhere, there were earthquakes and floods, the thick smoke from volcanic eruptions covered the sky, and the acid rain had already lasted for dozens of days. The two heavens have fused, the heavenly Tao is in turmoil. Providence is in chaos, and our two heavens grotto heavens are all heaven vein nodes. We are also facing calamity. Lives are in chaos, countless people are crying in sorrow. Sigh, I feel guilty. Old Immortal Huayu sighed deeply. He was filled with self-blame, helplessness, anger, and other complex emotions. The Gu Immortals of the two heavens grotto heavens had deep feelings for their own grotto heavens. This was different from the Gu Immortals of the five regions. The Gu Immortals of the two heavens grotto heavens were ostracized by the five regions. They could only survive in the two heavens that were filled with danger. Most of them cultivated in seclusion. They viewed their grotto heavens as the world's final, warmest, and most stable pure land and home. Among these grotto heavens, there was a unique imperial court system. It was a unified Gu immortal force. Profound literature grotto heaven had the deepest feelings towards its home. The immortals came to greet Old Immortal Huayu. That was a close shave. We should ask for reinforcements from the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. The two heavens are fusing, the environment is so dangerous, Eastern Sea's Gu immortals live like princes, why would they take the risk? Sigh, it is not impossible to ask for reinforcements. It is just that the price is too high. The entire Imperial Court's foundation is about to be emptied. Skeleton Grotto Heaven and others are asking for reinforcements at all costs. This is a vicious competition. Eastern Sea's Gu immortals are raising the price. Damn it. Sigh, Lord Alliance leader is not doing anything. Great Love Immortal Venerable is busy refining Tao marks or making arrangements in Western Desert. Why would he care about the small matters of profound literature grotto heaven? Our profound literature grotto heaven is going to be devoured by him anyway. Old Immortal Huayu's expression turned solemn. He shouted, "Shut up, how can you criticize Lord Alliance leader like this?" Even though he said that, Old Immortal Huayu's mind flashed with the scene earlier, especially Jun Xinguang's final glance. Longevity Heaven. Waves of golden radiance vibrated. Hold on. Several Gu immortals of the eight extremities controlled Calamity Luck Altar, trying to stabilize the situation. The whole of Longevity Heaven was shaking intensely. The ground was shaking. Not just Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sichuan was also controlling Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. However, the two Luck Path Immortal Gu houses could only barely maintain the situation. Rumble. With a loud sound, the ground cracked, almost splitting the whole of Longevity Heaven into two. Swoosh swoosh. The sound of waves could be heard from underground. Scarlet light pierced through the sky. A vast sea of blood appeared in front of the immortals. Longevity Heaven actually has a sea of blood of such a scale? Bing Sichuan and the rest were shocked. Celestial Court. The bright and peaceful atmosphere was already gone. Qin Ding Ling, Red Heart Traveler, 9 Spiritual Fairy, Prince's Impatience, and other members were rushing around. Shabi 95, Ruan Dan, and even Qing Cho were mobilized to stabilize the situation. Heaven and earth were collapsing, forming terrifying cracks. The grand palaces had already been dismantled by the Celestial Court's Gu immortals, condensing into more than 10 immortal Gu houses of rank 6, 7, and 8. No matter what the situation was, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not care. She focused on refining the wisdom path Tao marks in Celestial Court. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, Fang Yuan's soul was lying leisurely in the pool water. The pool water was hot, steam lingered around it, it was like a white fog. Every once in a while, the pool water would create waves that slammed onto Fang Yuan's soul. Fang Yuan's soul originally had 100 arms and 2 heads, but after being cleansed by the pool water, most of his hundreds of arms had already disappeared. His head had also returned to its original size. This pool was not an ordinary pool, it was 4-element square regret blood refinement pool. After Fang Yuan raised advanced refinement Gu to rank 9, he started to modify 4-element square regret blood refinement pool. After completing it some time ago, he started to bathe his soul. Because 4-element square regret blood refinement pool contained rank 9 advanced refinement Gu, it was already a genuine rank 9 immortal Gu house. This immortal Gu house still had 4 core immortal Gu, advanced refinement immortal Gu, water refinement immortal Gu, immortal regret Gu, and blood acid immortal Gu. Advanced refinement immortal Gu was rank 9, the other 3 immortal Gu were rank 8. Among them, blood acid immortal Gu had already reached its limit, it could not be raised to rank 9. Celestial Court's contributions in suppressing the development of blood path could not go unnoticed. Advanced refinement immortal Gu reached rank 9. 4-element square regret blood refinement pool was originally created before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. After Fang Yuan became a refinement path supreme grandmaster, he had the ability to modify it. Right now, 4-element square regret blood refinement pool's Gu refinement power had undoubtedly risen by a large margin. Fang Yuan's soul used 4-element square regret blood refinement pool to bathe in it. The effect was miraculous. The drawbacks of soul path cultivation were gradually decreasing. Fang Yuan cultivated soul path mainly by referring to spectral soul demon venerable's soul path true inheritance. But this true inheritance had a huge drawback, it was already showing itself. A human soul was at most 100 million man soul, this was the limit of the race. But after Red Lotus Demon Venerable destroyed Fate Gu, and after Spectral Soul Demon Venerable innovated it, it broke through the limit of the human body and underwent a qualitative change, breaking through from 100 million man soul to desolate soul. Then 10 desolate soul, 100 desolate soul, 100 million desolate soul. 100 million desolate soul was the limit of Spectral Soul's true inheritance. It could form 3,000 armed demon souls with quasi-rank 9 battle strength, directly resisting calamities and tribulations, defying heaven and earth, slaughtering deities and ghosts, shocking the world. This was the peak of soul cultivation, it was also the limit that the world could contain. But Fang Yuan gradually discovered that this cultivation method had a huge drawback. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable sought too much power, it left behind many hidden dangers. A human soul was a human soul, after breaking through to desolate soul, the pure human nature had added bestial nature, or rather, it was one's nature. 100 million desolate soul was terrifying, but the human nature occupied very little of it, instead, the natural wild nature occupied most of it. Right now, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's consciousness had completely dissipated, he was first controlled by star constellation Immortal Venerable, then roamed the 2 heavens acting according to his bestial nature. This was the manifestation of the drawback. Fang Yuan had already guessed Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's situation. Some time ago, Xinshang had contributed a portion of his human path cultivation results. Fang Yuan compared the two and finally confirmed the drawback of soul path cultivation. In the past, human path had not developed, the limit of a human was 100 million man soul. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had no choice but to make a breakthrough, but in fact, he had stepped onto the wrong path. Of course, there are many reasons for this. Back then, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable wanted to create Killing Path and annexed Black Heavenly Spirit, but he did not succeed, so he created Soul Path instead. The deeper meaning behind this is terrifying just by thinking about it. Chapter 2298. Intense winds and rain filled the entirety of Celestial Court. The silver-white sky was dark and gloomy. Within the intense winds, more than 10 immortal Gu houses were moving around. Almost all of the members of Celestial Court were here to stabilize the situation. A large amount of black smoke is leaking from the northeast corner, it can corrode the ground and turn it into mud. The immortal graveyard is there, we need to protect it. Name Plaque Palace is heavily damaged, requesting reinforcements. Someone help me, I can't repair this crack in time. The Gu immortals conversed, this situation had already been going on for dozens of days, it was getting more and more intense. Celestial Court was filled with danger everywhere, and most importantly, Celestial Court's foundation was too deep, it could be said to be the #1 heaven vein node in the world. During these 2 days of confusion, Celestial Court suffered the greatest impact. Originally, Celestial Court was heavily defended, but after 2 invasions, the defensive methods left behind by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable and the rest were either completely destroyed or had their power greatly reduced, they could no longer be used. Thunder rumbled, lightning flashed across half of Celestial Court. It was blocked by 5 Deity Hall in the end, the latter suffered heavy injuries and fell to the ground, creating a huge crater and rumbling dust. Such a phenomenon was the display of Celestial Court's deep foundation. Even the rank 8-5 deity hall could barely resist it. It was a chaotic scene. Right at this unstable situation in Central Great Hall, star constellation Immortal Venerable slowly opened her eyes. Her starry eyes were deep and profound. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's gaze pierced through Central Great Hall, instantly seeing the situation in Celestial Court. From today onwards, this is your home, little star. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable introduced the young star constellation. Where is this? Celestial Court. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable said with deep emotions. Celestial Court. Star constellation muttered this unfamiliar term. You can treat it as your home. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable stroked star constellation's head. Home? Star constellation's eyes brightened. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable looked at everything. His gaze seemed to be looking at the 5 regions as if he could see through the future. This is naturally your home, because it is also the home of the entire human race. A scene from deep within her memories appeared in star constellation Immortal Venerable's mind before vanishing. Since when has the Celestial Court been in such a difficult situation? Master. This is our home. I will protect you until the end and then. I await your return. In the next moment, a purple radiance suddenly spread out from the central hall, and soon spread to every corner of the Celestial Court. This is... Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made a move? We are useless, we implicated Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. No, why would Star Constellation Immortal Venerable be so unwise? Clearly, she had completely refined all the wisdom path Tao marks of the Celestial Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately changed the situation. Under the illumination of the purple light, the raging wind and rain dissipated, the bombarding thunder and lightning disintegrated, and the cracks between heaven and earth quickly closed up. The Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were deeply shaken. This was the might of a Tao Lord. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had refined all the wisdom path Tao marks of the Celestial Court. Her strength here had already surpassed Giant Sun Immortal and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Even now, when Giant Sun Immortal and Fang Yuan joined hands to attack the Celestial Court, they would not be able to gain an advantage over Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Go. Let's go and meet Lady Star Constellation. Some immortal Gu houses landed, some floated in the air. The Gu Immortals moved out and entered the Central Great Hall. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was already using her investigative method. This time the effect was completely different from before. Using the huge number of wisdom path Tao marks of the Celestial Court, the investigative killer move's power rose sharply. It seems that the situation is still within our expectations. The two venerables are still refining natural Tao marks. Fang Yuan is limited by his immortal essence. His refinement results are the lowest. Giant Sun Immortal has the most results. He is ahead of me. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable soon stopped her investigative method. She needed to conserve her immortal essence. It was time for the Celestial Court's immortals to report the situation. With the fusion of 2 days, Celestial Court was shaken and suffered huge losses. Back then, profound literature Grotto Heaven was in danger of being attacked by the stars. Old Immortal Hua, you did not make a move against me. I managed to retrieve that batch of stars and bring them all back to Central Continent. Jun Xinguang mentioned an interesting situation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's heart jumped. Humans, the Imperial Court, poems, mountains and rivers, Fang Yuan, Mermaid Immortals, Sovereign Immortal Aperture. In an instant, all sorts of information regarding Old Immortal Hua Yu and profound literature Grotto Heaven flashed past Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mind. With the help of the Celestial Court's wisdom path Tao marks, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable only used a few hundred thoughts and a negligible amount of immortal essence to deduce the result. This profound literature Grotto Heaven has the possibility of rebelling. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could completely understand Old Immortal Hua Yu's deep feelings towards the Grotto Heaven. Disrupting Jun Xinguang was undoubtedly a huge contribution, but Old Immortal Hua Yu did not do so. This proved that in his heart, profound literature Grotto Heaven's status was higher than his contribution in the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. And most importantly, Old Immortal Hua Yu was against Fang Yuan and the Variant Human Alliance. Thus, profound literature Grotto Heaven joined the Righteous Chi Alliance. But later, when Fang Yuan declared it to be Great Love, Eastern Sea superforces were too disappointing and joined Fang Yuan. Profound literature Grotto Heaven was actually caught in the crossfire. As for why Fang Yuan did not devour these grotto heavens and end it all, it was simple. The sovereign immortal aperture was not stable, it could not hold on for much longer. Non-conflicting Dao marks was a double-edged sword. Long before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, star constellation Immortal Venerable had already deduced this huge threat to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan absorbed resource points crazily. He focused on Earth Path resource points in the beginning. He was likely constructing Earth Path Dao veins and stabilizing the sovereign immortal aperture. In the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan lost a large number of Gu immortal subordinates. Later he recruited 6 mermaid immortals and was willing to take the risk. It showed that he was lacking manpower and the sovereign immortal aperture was in danger. Thus, Fang Yuan could not devour these grotto heavens. He is only good at defending against wisdom path deductions. Western Desert's Fang clan's decision also affected his mental state. His lack of refinement path gains is his greatest worry. Profound literature grotto heavens situation is unavoidable. Even though Fang Yuan was strong, he became venerable in refinement path, not wisdom path. His wisdom path attainment was not high in star constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes. The reason why Fang Yuan succeeded in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave was because star constellation Immortal Venerable focused on reviving and plotted to obtain Crazed Demon Cave's gains. While guarding against Giant Sun Immortal, Fang Yuan managed to take advantage of this loophole. Wisdom path was not good at fighting. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had too little time to prepare. As time passed, wisdom path's advantage continued to accumulate. Ignoring everything else, after refining Celestial Court's wisdom path Dao marks, star constellation Immortal Venerable was already invincible against the 3 venerables. But even if Fang Yuan is not skilled in wisdom path, his wisdom path methods are not something ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals can compare to. The flaw in profound literature grotto heaven has just been exposed. Old Immortal Hua, you will definitely not report this matter. This is our Celestial Court's advantage. Once we do not grasp this opportunity and waste time, Fang Yuan will notice this. Thinking of this, star constellation Immortal Venerable immediately sent Jun Xinguang and Qin Ding Ling to profound literature grotto heaven in secret, to try to instigate old Immortal Huayu. Since profound literature grotto heaven can be instigated, maybe Western Desert's Fang clan can as well? Wan Zihong's will saw this and raised her opinion. Duke Tong chuckled in disdain. Star constellation Immortal Venerable shook her head and asked Wan Zihong's will, "Why do you think Wan clan did not choose to side with Fang Yuan back then? Knowing the relationship between Fang clan and Fang Yuan, why did Western Desert super forces still agree to form an anti-Fang alliance with Fang clan before our Celestial Court showed up?" Wan Zihong's will was slightly dazed. She seemed to have understood something. The fusion of the 2 heavens, the confrontation of 3 venerables, the political situation of the 5 regions was treacherous. Other than benefits and strength, there was also the human heart. The human heart was a very subtle thing. It was hard to guess at times, but also easy to distinguish at other times. Back then, the reason why the Celestial Court was established and received an extremely intense response was because of the human heart. Righteous path and demonic path, if they were only divided according to the standard of those who benefited from it, it would be somewhat superficial. The Celestial Court could recruit otherworldly demons. It could recruit demonic path Gu immortals like Wan Zihong. This could be said to be protecting the righteous path. It was a great virtue. But if the Celestial Court recruited Fang clan, it would lose the human heart. What reason did the Celestial Court use to support Wan clan? What slogan had the Celestial Court always followed? What stance did they take? If they could easily recruit Fang clan who had joined the demonic path, then what would the Celestial Court's actions, which only cared about benefits, be like? In front of such a major issue, if the Celestial Court wavered and coveted small benefits, it would be a huge blow to its own prestige. Even the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects would hesitate because of this. Especially at this sensitive moment, Fang clan had Fang Yuan's support. Fang Yuan secretly plotted to have Fang clan attack Wan clan because he knew that his prestige in the human heart would not gain widespread recognition just because he proclaimed great love. Eastern Sea super forces took the initiative to side with him because they feared his prestige. Wu Yong and Fang Yuan's transactions were mostly for the sake of benefits. Not long after, didn't Wu Yong openly transact with the Celestial Court again? If the Celestial Court did that, Fang Yuan would probably laugh his head off. This suggestion was only made by Wan Zihong's will. She was from the demonic path after all. The other Celestial Court Gu immortals did not make such a suggestion. Did they not think of it? Of course not. The righteous path has already gained the upper hand in the battle in Western Desert. The only worry is that Fang clan is staking it all and selling all their resource points to Fang Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a thought. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the #1 person in Wisdom Path. She had already expected this situation, thus when she sent people she chose Zhou Xiong Xian. Zhou Xiong Xian was an information path Gu Immortal. He was skilled in collecting clues. Once Fang clan abandoned everything and wandered, Zhou Xiong Xian would collect relevant clues and report them to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Evil must be eradicated. Fang clan had to be destroyed. After Star Constellation Immortal Venerable refined all of the Wisdom Path Dao marks of the Celestial Court, she needed to rest and accumulate some immortal essence before moving on to the next step. In this short period of time, the threat of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is much greater than Giant Sun Immortal and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. It is time to send people to search for Fairy Myrtle. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable arranged everything clearly. Chapter 2299. Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. This time I managed to conceal it again. Just earlier, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had used an investigative killer move to probe Fang Yuan's background. Obscured Heavenly Secret worked again. It helped Fang Yuan conceal the truth. Heaven Path, Giant Sun Immortal did not understand Heaven Path, so be it. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was deceived time and time again. She had once become one with the Tao. She influenced and even altered Providence. She was actually deceived by me. Is it because Heaven Path is profound, or is it because her revival has hidden flaws? At least in terms of Heaven Path, she did not inherit her previous life's foundation? Earlier, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's investigative ability was unprecedentedly powerful. There is a high chance that she completely refined Celestial Court's Tao marks. Fang Yuan was only guessing. He did not use any investigative methods. Fang Yuan inspected the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The third ring of Earth Path Tao veins had already been constructed. The Wind Path Tao veins and Fire Path Tao veins were also almost complete. Only a few more were left before the first ring of Tao veins would be completed. The Immortal Gu transactions in Jewel Yellow Skies were carried out several times. They were exchanged for some resource points. The main reason was Fang clan's contribution points, otherwise, there would not have been such huge progress. Western Desert's Fire Path, Earth Path and Wind Path Tao marks were outstanding, so these three paths had the most resource points. Fang clan was forced into a desperate situation. They could only sacrifice themselves to survive. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture had a lot of gains, but this caused the Immortal Aperture to be in a dangerous situation. Currently, Fang Yuan had already slowed down the acquisition of Earth Path resource points. He had switched to other paths' resource points. According to his deductions, he should first construct the initial stages of each Tao vein, at least to the scale of the first ring. After that, it would have an immediate effect on the stability of the entire Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture is unstable, abnormal situations are occurring frequently, the Gu Immortals inside the Immortal Aperture are already being squeezed to the limit. Even the 6 Mermaid Immortals we recruited earlier are not enough. During this period of time, several Gu Immortals had already gone all out. Thankfully, Fang Yuan built a healing hall. Otherwise, if the Gu Immortals took too long to heal, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture would collapse. In the end, Fang Yuan's main body had to personally suppress it. I need to increase the manpower of some Gu Immortals. It was true that Venerable Ones were invincible, but the situation was rather complicated when 3 Venerable Ones were confronting each other. Based on the current situation, the most important task for the 3 Venerables was to refine the natural Tao marks. However, the scale of the natural Tao marks in the world was terrifying. It would take a long time for the 3 Venerables to completely refine them. Currently, Giant Sun Immortal was making the most progress. He was still refining Northern Plains Tao marks. The 3 Venerables were far from reaching the stage of a decisive battle. Because Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court were refined, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a stable base. Even if the other Venerables joined forces, they would not be able to form a sufficient advantage. Before they had enough of an advantage, it was unwise to fight in advance. The Venerables would never do such a thing. Thus, for a long period of time, the Venerables needed other Gu Immortals to help them and assist them. Because of the situation, ordinary Gu Immortals had a lot of value to the Venerables. This kind of value was still very great during the standoff. Even if Fang Yuan was a refinement path Venerable who could refine rank 8 and below Immortal Gu at will, and could construct many Immortal Gu houses, he could not replace Gu Immortals. It was clear from the fight against Fang Yuan earlier. The true deciding factor was not the immortal Gu houses, but Fang Gong and Wan Guqiu. 4 Gu immortal experts. Once an immortal Gu house's routine was figured out, it would be stiff and inflexible, easy to target. Be it Fang clan's roof tile breaking killer move or Wuxia clan's scattered sand, they could counter immortal Gu houses. Thus, it depended on the person. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth, while man was the spirit of all living beings. It was good to have many immortal Gu, but the human factor was equal to the Gu. Fang Yuan needed a large number of Gu immortal subordinates. On one hand, when the venerables fought, it would be convenient for him to have enough subordinates. Especially when he was refining natural Dao marks and could not leave. On the other hand, Fang Yuan was developing the sovereign immortal aperture. He needed a large number of Gu immortals to suppress abnormal situations. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also needed Gu immortals. On one hand, during the confrontation they could help the venerables deal with some matters. For example, when Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was refining Celestial Quartz Dao marks, Jun Xinguang went into the 2 heavens to collect stars. On the other hand, Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court were trying to nurture a second Venerable. With Fate Gu destroyed, it was completely possible for a new Venerable to be born. As for Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, because of conflicting Dao marks, they could not become a second Venerable. But how could he increase the number of Gu immortals? It was most convenient to bring in Gu immortals from the 5 regions. But there was a huge hidden danger. On one hand, these Gu immortals might be planted by other venerables. Fang Yuan was already taking a risk by bringing in the 6 mermaid immortals. If he brought in Gu immortals from the 5 regions, Fang Yuan was more inclined to bring in variant humans. After all, variant humans stood on the opposite side of Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven. Other than bringing in external Gu immortals, Fang Yuan's main method was to undergo immortal ascension. He would nurture Gu immortals in the sovereign immortal aperture. This had advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that the Gu immortals' loyalty could be guaranteed. The disadvantage was that nurturing Gu immortals would take a long time. As the saying goes, distant water cannot quench present thirst. But thankfully, Fang Yuan was more outstanding than the other venerables. His sovereign immortal aperture did not exclude time path, so he could easily change the flow of time. Among the venerable immortal apertures, the sovereign immortal aperture had the fastest flow of time. It was almost the fastest. In terms of nurturing Gu immortals, Fang Yuan had accumulated many excellent candidates. He had specially revived the Gu immortals who were sacrificed in Crazed Demon Cave as mortals. But now that the 2 heavens were mixed, Providence was in chaos, Gu immortals would lose the chance to undergo immortal ascension now. This would not do. Fang Yuan knew his own limitations. His wisdom path deductions could not compare to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and he could not compare to Giant Sun Immortal either. Thus, Fang Yuan had to make good use of this chance of natural imitation. If he missed this chance, his deductions and modifications of killer moves would fall behind the other 2 venerables. If he could not bring in Gu immortals or nurture Gu masters into immortal ascension, what should he do? Fang Yuan thought of human path. Fang Yuan's clone was still trapped in Divine Emperor City, but he used Xinshang to transfer his human path cultivation results to Fang Yuan's main body. Moreover, Fang Yuan had made a transaction with Xinshang. The latter contributed a portion of his human path cultivation results. Fang Yuan thus obtained Merchant Gu and Beggar Gu's Immortal Gu remnant recipes. If he had the complete Immortal Gu recipes, Fang Yuan could refine Merchant Gu and Beggar Immortal Gu. After activating them, he could add more manpower without worrying about loyalty. But Fang Yuan's human path attainment level was not high enough. Human path Immortal Gu recipes were not easy to deduce. Were there such wild human path Immortal Gu in the natural world? According to Fang Yuan's deductions, there was a high probability of none. Such Immortal Gu recipes needed to be created personally. After Fang Yuan thought about it, he did not try to deduce these human path Immortal Gu recipes. It would waste too much time and effort. Thus, Fang Yuan was looking forward to the development of human path in Central Continent. Not to mention anything else, just his soul Dao cultivation had to be driven by the human Dao. Like refinement path, the reason why it could reach its current level of prosperity was because of the development of refinement path itself, and also because of the various paths. The sea of people shook, creating huge waves. After the tides rose and fell, 2 Gu immortals were left on the beach. Where is this? I should have died on the battlefield. Fang Dongxi and Fang Enlei stood up in confusion. The scene in front of them made them uncertain. But soon Fang Yuan's will descended and told them everything. Lord Fang Yuan actually has such an incredible method to revive us. Fang clan's 2 Gu immortals were filled with excitement and joy of revival. Right at this time, a huge wave appeared in the sea of people. The scale of this wave was much larger than Fang clan's earlier wave. The huge wave crashed onto the beach. It came quickly and retreated quickly. A young-looking Gu immortal stepped on the wave, walking towards the shore. He had rank 8 aura. The 2 Fang clan Gu immortals were dumbfounded. They immediately recognized this newly revived Gu immortal's identity. It is one of Fang Yuan's original bodies, Zhan Budu. In the situation where bringing in external Gu immortals, nurturing immortals and human path immortal Gu could not work, Fang Yuan chose to revive Gu immortals. Originally, when Gu immortals revived, they were mortals. But now they had cultivation level. Fang clan's 2 immortals had rank 7 cultivation level, while Zhan Budu was rank 8. Because of this, Human C had an unprecedented expenditure. According to the remaining numbers, 3 more rank 8 Gu immortals could be revived. There were gains and losses. Next, Fang Yuan needed to cultivate again and collect Human Qi to replenish Human C. But this was not urgent. The most important thing to replenish was Refinement C. At this point, Fang Yuan's Refinement C was about to dry up. After releasing the 2 Fang clan Gu immortals, Fang Yuan gave the Transformation Path Immortal Gu to Zhan Budu. This way, as long as he used the Transformation Path Killer move, Zhan Budu would have pseudo-venerable battle strength. Zhan Budu went to deal with the situation, while Fang Yuan's main body expended the Heavenly Membrane to replenish the power of obscured heavenly secret. Next, he continued to dispel the truthful floating ice. Right now, Fang Yuan's Transformation Path, Rule Path and other attainment levels had risen. The greatest increase was still in Heaven Path. Fang Yuan could already sense that his Heaven Path attainment level was approaching a qualitative change. Black and white heavens. A transparent pillar fell down. Most of the soul beasts below were killed by the pillar. From a desolate level soul beast's body, 2 Gu immortals flew out. One was a female immortal wearing an embroidered purple robe. She had snow-white skin and black hair that reached her waist. Her figure could not be concealed. Her eyes were like deep pools. Her face was shrouded in sorrow. The other was a male immortal. He had an ordinary appearance. His eyes were pitch black. He emitted a soul path aura. They were Fairy Myrtle and Wuxia. What Heaven Path immortal material is this? When it fell, the soul beasts could not move. They could not dodge. Wuxia asked curiously. Fairy Myrtle identified it. This is a heavenly pillar. Every heavenly pillar is a rank 9 Heaven Path immortal material. Back then, Central Continent's Tianti Mountain was able to connect to Celestial Court because it had a heavenly pillar. There are no soul beasts to hide, but we obtained a rank 9 immortal material. Is this good or bad luck? Wuxia sighed. What's the point of lamenting about this? The most important thing now is to find your true body, Lord Ghost. Writing pen Chinese net. Chapter 2301. Western Desert, Fang Clan's territory. Open for me. Emo Shata shouted loudly. As the killer move was activated, the immortal formation in front of them opened. It was completely empty. There were no resources left at all. It was like a desert. Nothing was left behind. This again. Many Gu immortals were furious. It's all gone, it's all gone. Another person muttered, his eyes somewhat absent-minded. Such a vicious Fang clan. Some Gu immortals' eyes were spewing fire. They gritted their teeth. Fang clan alone does not have so much manpower and methods. Heaven refining demon venerable must have done this behind the scenes. These Gu immortals were helpless. This was Fang clan's last resource point. Like the previous resource points, nothing was left for the anti-Fang alliance. The Gu immortals discussed noisily. This was too different from their original expectations. Not only did Fang clan empty their resource points, they even left behind immortal formations. These immortal formations were created using natural Dao marks and immortal materials. The anti-Fang alliance's Gu immortals had to expend immortal essence to unravel the immortal formations. They expended a huge amount of immortal essence, but in the end they gained nothing. Looking at the pits or the deserts, these anti-Fang alliance's Gu immortals had dark expressions. Xiao Yi, who did not even have the strength to be angry. He felt great regret. If I had known this, I would not have participated in this stupid matter. Xiao Yi, whose injuries had not healed yet, and most importantly, his immortal Gu house chamber pot was destroyed. It was not that he did not gain anything, but the battle spoils were too little, the losses were too great. Wan Guchou looked at this scene and sighed internally. She was helpless. In her first life she had never seen such a bottomless super force. This revival had broadened her horizons. She led the anti-Fang alliance and did not see a single Fang clan Gu immortal. They unraveled many immortal formations but did not gain any resource points. Some immortal formations were very devious. If the method to unravel them was not in place, they would explode. This was too damaging. Many Gu immortals were injured because of this. As for Fang clan's headquarters, they had already moved it away. This was a public blessed land. Fang clan actually had such a method to move their immortal aperture. There was a saying on earth, a monk can run away but the temple cannot. But now Fang clan had moved their temple away. Wan Guqiu did not know of this saying. But her mood was equally terrible. Even though they defeated Fang clan, Wan Guqiu was not happy at all. She felt even more worried. Fang clan was gone, but they still had enough battle strength left. Now it was Wan family and the other super forces' turn to worry. If one day Fang family attacked a certain resource point, the possibility of defending it was very low. Without these resource points, Fang clan did not need to send Gu immortals to guard them. This was the clan's Gu immortal Gu of them. Wan Guqiu looked at the heavenly court Gu immortals. In this celestial court and clan Fang clan Gu clan was you. In fact, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already given the order to exterminate Fang clan. Thus, when Zhou Xiongxin noticed Wan Guqiu's gaze, he immediately said without hesitation, Fang clan's actions are completely destroying their own foundation. It is equivalent to completely submitting to heaven refining demon venerable. This means that Fang clan and Fang Yuan are the same kind. They are both demons. They are the scourge of the world. Don't tell me this. What do we do now? The other Western Desert Gu immortals did not buy it. Zhou Xiongxin smiled. Our Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already expected this situation. Thus she sent me to search for clues and traces of Fang clan. Once we find them, the anti-Fang alliance will go all out and destroy Fang clan. On the other side, Wan Zihong understood Fang clan's actions. Some time ago she had suggested to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to recruit Fang clan, but her suggestion was rejected. Wan Zihong knew that Fang clan could not surrender. Celestial Court would definitely punish them as a warning to others. In this situation she would do the same. The anti-Fang alliance's actions were too slow. It gave Fang clan and Fang Yuan plenty of time to relocate their resources. The anti-Fang alliance's best strategy was to attack Fang clan immediately. However, they spent too much time on internal discussions. Negotiations were time-consuming to begin with. The anti-Fang alliance only began to act after they had confirmed the division plan. But Wan Zihong could understand. If they did not do this, the anti-Fang alliance's Gu immortals would not be able to send their Gu immortals or determine their strategy. Benefits and risks were equal. Only after confirming the benefits and then deciding who would take the lead and who would take care of the rear, would the anti-Fang alliance have enough battle strength. This alliance was established too recently. The Gu immortals participating in the alliance came from all sorts of super forces. No one was willing to submit to anyone else. The strength of an individual was not enough to influence them. Without benefits, the anti-Fang alliance could not be formed. Like earlier, one clan had no choice but to take out all their assets to attract all the super forces to send people to form the anti-Fang alliance. After Wan Guqiu was exposed, they used Fang clan's assets to attract other Gu immortals. And without a clear division of benefits, the anti-Fang alliance had no battle strength. Once the battle began and Fang clan attacked, the Gu immortals would immediately retreat. Without clear benefits, no one was willing to take the risk. Fang clan, on the other hand, was forced into a desperate situation. They were united. In such a situation, Fang clan could only clench their fists. Even if the anti-Fang alliance had many people, they were in a state of disunity and had a high chance of failure. Thus, the anti-Fang alliance had to go through this process. However, just me alone is far from enough. Everyone should know the threat of Fang clan's remnants. If we want to get rid of these demonic path cancerous tumors, I hope everyone can send information path Gu immortals to hunt them down. Zhou Xiongxin said. Fang clan is in the demonic path. They are no longer Western Desert's righteous path. Everyone has the right to kill them. Western Desert's Gu immortals nodded. But our efforts were in vain. Your Yuan clan and Celestial Court need to give us an explanation. That's right, in this situation we can't return empty-handed, right? If we return empty-handed, Yuan clan will be too disappointed. If Fang clan invades us in the future, will anyone join this anti-Fang alliance? The Gu immortals started to argue again. Wan Guqiu felt a headache. She thought about it and secretly transmitted to Xiao Yihu. Friend from Xiao clan, don't worry, my Yuan clan will be the first to guarantee your gains. It is said that back then Fang clan's first ancestor was the only Gu immortal in Fang clan. Back then, Fang clan occupied the movement rock crack and was the smallest superforce in Western Desert. When the Sand Calamity attacked, Fang clan's ancestor had to make a choice. He could have set up an immortal formation and sacrificed some Fang clan mortals to resist the Sand Calamity. But he chose to preserve Fang clan's people and directly retreated. He would rather give up on the movement rock crack. Such an extreme nature can be said to be of the same origin. Fang clan's action is not hard to understand. Friend, you have already obtained many Fang clan clansmen. Although they are only from a branch family with Fang clan style, we can make use of them. Shao clan was Yuan clan's strongest superforce. Wang Guqiu first had to appease such an existence. Everything depended on strength. Xiao Yi, whose expression eased after getting Wang Guqiu's guarantee, he stopped making a fuss. Wang Guqiu was trustworthy. This was how the righteous path worked. Moreover, even if Wang Guqiu did not keep her word and refused to pay, what could Xiao Yi do? So, I want to sell these Fang clan clansmen as slaves and humiliate Fang clan. We can also do something to these people. We might be able to find out the range of Fang clan's immortals. Xiao Yi, who gritted his teeth, he was determined. Not long after, in jewel yellow skies. Where is this place? Wang Xiao'er cried out in shock. The surrounding people were also in a state of shock. Buzzing noises could be heard. These people were floating in jewel yellow skies. There was a formless force restraining these people. Thus, Wang Xiao'er felt very uncomfortable. He was not standing on solid ground. There were people above and below him. He was also being squeezed by the surrounding people. We were sold. This is the legendary jewel yellow skies. Some knowledgeable Gu masters spoke the truth. Fang clan's expressions turned extremely pale. This was the result of defeat. Fang clan Gu immortals, listen to me. You have defied the law and turned into the demonic path. You are the shame of Western Desert's righteous path. Even if you escape now, you will be punished in the future. These people are your Fang clan clansmen and family members. They are actually innocent, but because of you, they became slaves. This is all your fault. Xiao Yi, whose will also entered jewel yellow skies, he continued to spread the news and humiliated Fang clan. These words made the Fang clansmen cry out in grief. Someone save us. Lord ancestors, we are here. Why are you crying? Don't throw away Fang clan's face. To them, the best situation was for Fang clan's Gu immortals to buy them back. Wang Xiao'er was among them. He also cried out a few times. He was feeling very uneasy. He was thought to be a member of Fang clan because the situation back then was too chaotic. Fang clan's people did not know that an outsider Gu master had mixed in with them. Different from others, Wang Xiao'er was not willing to be bought back by Fang clan's Gu immortals. Because Fang clan's Gu immortals knew they were different. In the previous period of time, not only did Fang Dongshi torture him, he even tried many strange and vicious methods to torture him. He was healed afterwards. Chaotic times are coming. Fang clan is a super force, but they actually fell to this state. They are courting death. Fang clan definitely did not want to take one clan's first supreme elder's life. They must have held back. In my opinion, it is all because one clan's first supreme elder was too useless. He was actually killed like this. The current Yuan clan is different. With the revival of Wang Guqiu, such a legendary expert, Yuan clan will definitely return to its peak. Cooperating with Fang Yuan will allow us to trade immortal Gu. Cooperating with Celestial Court will allow us to revive Gu immortals. This is really tempting. Fang clansmen becoming slaves was a warning to many Gu immortals. The 5 regions' chaotic war had not started yet, but the super forces were already unstable. At once, there were people who grieved and some had other thoughts. How much are you selling these human slaves? Many people asked. Human slaves were actually getting rarer. In the last 100 years, there had not been such a large-scale sale of human slaves. After all, capturing humans for no reason and selling them as slaves was a proper demonic act. But now, these Fang clansmen were the losers. Their origins were justified. Chapter 2302. Among the Gu immortals who came to purchase Fang clan slaves, there might be Fang clan Gu immortals, but they could not be identified in jewel yellow skies. Xiao Yi, who did not care. He stated the price expressionlessly. This was a normal price, neither high nor low. Immediately, a few deals were made. With this batch of Fang clan clansmen, I have filled the final gap. I can try to refine wealth Gu again. Shirkong was very happy. Don't let Fang clan's Gu immortals buy me. Wang Xiao'er prayed internally. Let's go with this batch. They seem to be of good quality. The Gu immortal communicated with Xiao Yi, who and chose a batch. Human slaves were of high quality too. Among them, rank 5 Gu masters sold the best. After them were young Gu masters who showed great talent. At once, cries could be heard. Fang clansmen were sold, their families were separated, they were separated by life and death. Parting here would be the last time they would see each other. It was truly a tragedy. Here, the fates of Fang clansmen would change, the difference would be like heaven and earth. The pitiful Fang clansmen would be used as Gu refinement materials by Shi Kang, they would die immediately. The better ones would be chosen to be Gu immortal seeds, they would join sects or clans. If they succeeded in their immortal ascension, this investment would be huge. Of course, there were very few Gu immortal seeds that could be favored. Fang clan lost, but they have not lost yet. It seems that this battle will continue. In these 2 days, Fairy Myrtle had diverted some of her attention from jewel yellow skies. She was paying attention to the situation of the world. Right now, several days had passed since she and Wuxia entered the 2 heavens. During this period of time, they had traveled with great difficulty, they experienced many dangers. The immemorial 2 heavens environment was dangerous to begin with, ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals had to be careful. Now that the 2 heavens had merged, the environment became chaotic and unstable. The 5 regions were already affected, the 2 heavens were even more intense. From time to time they would encounter roaming immemorial desolate beasts, or large numbers of desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, or even immemorial desolate beast armies. Encountering wild beasts was not too bad. The scarier thing was that some dangerous areas with dense Dao marks were mixed together after the 2 heavens shattered, causing these dangerous areas and forbidden areas to move around. Once one fell into it, it would be like a mortal trekking through a desert and falling into quicksand. One could only despair and wait for death. Even someone as strong as Fairy Myrtle was in danger. Wuxia, how much further? Fairy Myrtle asked. Right now the 2 of them were hiding in a group of soul beasts. There were many ancient soul beasts in this horde, and they were all under Wuxia's control. Wuxia replied, according to my senses, it will be another 3 days before we can see the main body. During this period of time, if the main body were to move, the time might be shortened or even longer. Wuxia used Soul Path Killer moves to barely sense his main body. But Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's speed was not something they could match. Thankfully, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had lost his mind now. He did not guard against detection, he was roaming around and destroying things, he did not purposely avoid these 2. Thus, during this period of time, Fairy Myrtle and Wuxia were still getting closer to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Oh! The soul beasts that were moving ahead suddenly stopped, as if they had crashed into an invisible wall, they cried out in pain. What's going on? Fairy Myrtle immediately became alert. Be careful, stop. Wuxia also controlled the soul beast group to stop, they floated in the air. Over the past few days, they had relied on their soul beasts to explore many dangerous places. For this, they sacrificed 30% of the soul beast. This is Heavenly Chasm? Fairy Myrtle recognized it and exclaimed in shock. Heavenly Chasm was a rank 9 Heaven Path immortal material, its shape was not fixed but it was huge. It was formless and looked like transparent air, but it could not be passed through. We are so unlucky to encounter this. Wuxia was very disappointed. Heavenly Chasm was not dangerous, but it was a huge problem for the 2 of them. Because they had to go around Heavenly Chasm, but they did not know the shape of Heavenly Chasm and how it was arranged in the sky. Both Fairy Myrtle and Wuxia's detection range was far smaller than the size of Heavenly Chasm. In other words, they could only rely on luck, choose a direction and try to go around it. No one could estimate how much time they would have to waste. Without a choice, Fairy Myrtle and Wuxia could only take the long way around. After walking for a long distance, Heavenly Chasm was still in front of them, like a huge wall that connected heaven and earth. Suddenly, a sound entered Fairy Myrtle and Wuxia's ears. At first, they did not pay much attention, thinking it was just the normal sound of the wind. But soon, the sound became more and more pleasing to the ear. When the 2 immortals were naturally attracted to it, their movements unconsciously slowed down. After a dozen breaths, the entire soul beast group also stopped in the sky, completely immersed in this beautiful sound. There were no musical instruments in this sound, it was purely made up of wind, rain, thunder, birds and so on. Yet it formed such a wonderful music that Fairy Myrtle and Wuxia were both immersed in it. Oh no, this is heavenly music. Fairy Myrtle's heart shook, she wanted to warn them, but she only moaned as her body went limp and relaxed completely. Wuxia's cultivation level was lower than hers, but he was even more immersed than her. He had an intoxicated expression on his face, unable to extricate himself. Fairy Myrtle's heart continued to sink. She knew that they were in a desperate situation this time. At this rate, she, Wuxia, and the soul beasts would all be immersed in this heavenly music until their consciousness completely dissipated, turning into floating corpses in the sky. Fairy Myrtle wanted to save herself, but after several attempts she could not activate any goo worms, not to mention any killer moves. If she had reacted immediately and retreated with all her might, she might have had a chance of survival. But now that she had been immersed in the heavenly music for so long, she was like a mortal struggling after falling into water. Her strength was getting weaker and she was drinking more and more water. Am I going to die here? Fairy Myrtle felt her eyelids becoming heavy, her vision was turning blurry, she could not help but close her eyes. She wanted to listen to this heavenly music with all her might. This might be the most beautiful way to die in this world. As Fairy Myrtle gradually died, her heart was gradually filled with intoxication and happiness. When she died, she would not leave behind any negative emotions like sadness, despair, pain, or anything else. But right when Fairy Myrtle and Wuxia were about to die, the heavenly music started to weaken. A goo immortal was flying towards them from afar. He wore a red and white robe, his posture was tall and straight, resembling a spear or a sword. His eyebrows were long, his eyes were filled with divine light that was concealed. His lips curled into a smile, giving off a warm and confident feeling. It was the current rank 8 sound path great expert Fang Jioge. What a heavenly music! Fang Jioge laughed heartily as he looked at the soul beast group, as well as Fairy Myrtle and Wuxia who were unable to guard against detection. The heavenly music that trapped the 2 members of Shadow Sect did not do anything to Fang Jioge. Instead, he used some mysterious method to collect it. Fang Jioge? Fairy Myrtle gradually recovered. She was moved when she saw the goo immortal in front of her. Ever since the battle of fate, Fang Jioge had vanished without a trace. Was he in the 2 heavens all this time? If he could collect a rank 9 immortal material like heavenly music, did this mean that his strength had risen again? Did he retain pseudo-venerable battle strength? These were all mysteries. Fang Jioge collected the heavenly music while activating a killer move. 2 lumps of profound white light shot towards Fairy Myrtle and Wuxia, enveloping them and gradually seeping into their bodies. Fairy Myrtle was still unable to move because of the heavenly music. She could only let Fang Jioge do whatever he wanted. What killer move is this? What are you trying to do? Fairy Myrtle slowly recovered her ability to speak. Fang Jioge said, "Don't worry, I have no intention of harming you. After the battle of fate, our changes are actually very similar, isn't that so?" Fang Jioge said as he turned around and left. Fairy Myrtle could not chase after him, she could only watch as he flew away. What happened? Wuxia also gradually recovered, he could only see Fang Jioge's departing figure far away. We were hit by the heavenly music, we were already in a desperate situation. But Fang Jioge suddenly appeared and collected the heavenly music, he also used some mysterious method on us. Fairy Myrtle explained everything in a concise manner. Wuxia stared with wide eyes. This? Fang Jioge did not kill us? He is also a member of the demonic path, he betrayed the celestial court, why would he want to kill us? Fairy Myrtle sighed. If he wanted us to die, he could have just stood by and watched, he would have obtained our corpses, immortal apertures and immortal goo. Other than collecting the heavenly music, his motive was also the killer move he planted on us. The 2 used all sorts of methods to investigate their bodies, but they did not find any clues or abnormalities. It was as if Fang Jioge's killer move earlier was just an illusion, it had never happened. Regardless of whether he still has pseudo-venerable battle strength, his methods are getting more profound. Fairy Myrtle sighed. What killer move is this? Wuxia frowned, is he trying to use us as bait to harm his main body? Fairy Myrtle shook her head, there are too few clues now, but my intuition tells me that Fang Jioge does not care about Lord Spectral Soul. Maybe your guess is correct. But are we going to stop here? Wuxia thought about it before nodding, of course we have to move forward. Even if Fang Jioge wants to harm the main body, he is only rank 8, how can he deal with the main body? The 2 immortals continued on their journey. The soul beast group had lost half of their numbers because of the heavenly music. There were no replenishments around the heavenly chasm. This time, to guard against the heavenly music, the soul beasts were spread out, they were very far apart from each other. Main body, I can sense the main body. Not long after, Wuxia suddenly shouted in shock. Following the feeling, the 2 immortals adjusted their direction and saw Spectral Soul Demon Venerable after 15 minutes. So the main body was separated from us by the heavenly chasm, but because of the heaven path rank 9 immortal materials interference, I thought that we were far away. Wuxia realized at once. He shouted, "I am here." When Spectral Soul Demon Venerable saw the clone, he roared. Boom boom boom. With a series of loud sounds, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's hundreds of fists landed on the heavenly chasm. The heavenly chasm shook intensely, it was on the verge of collapse. Wuxia and Fairy Myrtle had pale expressions. Why did Spectral Soul Demon Venerable become so fierce after seeing the clone? It was as if they were mortal enemies. What was going on? Chapter 2303. Qin Dingling and Jun Xinguang flew carefully in the two heavens. This old immortal Huayu is really crafty. He actually made us instigate flickering light grotto heaven first. Jun Xinguang complained. After they received the mission to instigate old immortal Huayu, they had secretly approached profound literature grotto heaven. While old immortal Huayu was driving away beast groups, they secretly contacted him. Do you think old immortal Huayu is purposely trying to fool us? When we instigate flickering light grotto heaven, what if there is already a trap set there? Jun Xinguang suddenly said. Qin Dingling sighed. This is not likely. Old immortal Huayu has been hesitating for a long time, but why is his attitude so ambiguous? He is worried that if they betray him, they will be hunted down by Fang Yuan. In this situation, he naturally hopes that there will be less hostility towards him. Thus, he hopes that more grotto heaven forces will betray Fang Yuan. That way, profound literature grotto heaven will not be conspicuous. But the situation you mentioned cannot be ruled out. Jun Xinguang said with difficulty, what should we do? Flickering light grotto heaven's Gu immortal leader Liang Jingjing is different from old immortal Huayu. We do not understand her and cannot determine her true intentions. Qin Dingling pondered, we do not understand her, but old immortal Huayu has some confidence. Otherwise, he would not have singled out this grotto heaven for us to instigate. Maybe it is time to use this move. Qin Dingling slowed down, her expression became resolute, she had made up her mind. Jun Xinguang had a puzzled expression. Qin Dingling said, flickering light grotto heaven is not far away, but before we take the risk, let me use luck path methods to make some preparations. Jun Xinguang asked worriedly, isn't the price of this move too high? Qin Dingling shook her head. Even though I need to expend some luck path Dao marks, for the sake of the celestial court, this is nothing. The reason why I am hesitating is because this move has a huge flaw. It is like moving my future luck to the present, it might have the effect of helping the enemy. So it was like that. Jun Xinguang nodded. Qin Dingling continued, but thinking about it, the matter of persuading old immortal Huayu is quite important. Now that the three venerables are facing off, there will be a long period of balance. Western Desert Fang clan has already become a stray dog. If old immortal Huayu and the rest betray Fang Yuan, then Heaven Refining Demon Venerable's reputation will fall to the lowest of the three venerables. Whether or not Fang Yuan pursues old deity Huayu, he will suffer a loss. We rank 8 Gu immortals can influence the battle of venerables, isn't this very valuable? Jun Xinguang was convinced. Indeed. Lord Qin Dingling, please do as you wish. I will protect you. Not long after, Qin Dingling finished preparing and activated her killer move. But this time, it took an hour to activate the killer move before it ended. Qin Dingling's face was pale and covered in sweat. Her gaze was extremely strange. Is there a problem? Jun Xinguang had already noticed that something was wrong and quickly asked. Qin Dingling didn't hide anything and answered, when I activated this move this time, it actually triggered a mysterious change as if heaven and earth were responding to me. Originally, a killer move only needed a dozen breaths of time to activate. But in that situation earlier, with the help of heaven and earth, I tried to persevere and activate it continuously. I didn't expect that this would last for an hour. Jun Xinguang frowned. I've heard of the secret of the Tao Lord's might. When a venerable refines natural Tao marks, their every action will be amplified by the Tao marks, that is the response of heaven and earth. Lord Qin Dingling, how did you have such a fortuitous encounter? Qin Dingling shook her head. I can't comprehend it for now. But it doesn't matter, in this trip to Flickering Light Grotto Heaven, we will definitely receive a huge boost. Let's go. The two immortals of the celestial court continued on their way. On the other side. Boom. With a loud sound, the heavenly chasm could no longer hold on, its weakest point was pierced by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's arm. Both sides communicated at this moment. Fairy Myrtle and Wuxia's pupils shrunk at the same time. At that instant, they felt boundless killing intent surging out of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body. This killing intent was so dense that Fairy Myrtle and Wuxia felt an illusion. It was as if they were mortals facing a huge wave. Helplessness, despair, and panic rose in their hearts, filling up their chests. Quickly leave. Fairy Myrtle was a wisdom path grade expert after all. She reacted quickly and activated a killer move. Wuxia also regained his senses after receiving help. Bam bam bam. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's arms pierced through the heavenly chasm and reached towards the two. The rank 9 heavenly chasm could not stop Fairy Myrtle and Wuxia, but it could only cause some trouble to the mindless Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Fairy Myrtle and Wuxia quickly retreated. But all of a sudden, a black arm sped up and grabbed Wuxia. At the moment of life and death, Wuxia quickly used a method. Immortal killer move, change soul technique. At the next moment he switched places with a soul beast. This ancient soul beast replaced him and was captured by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Meanwhile, Wuxia appeared far away, escaping in panic. During this period of time, Wuxia had cultivated hard and created change soul technique. This change soul technique had its own advantages and disadvantages compared to Fang Yuan's soul swapping dream method. Wuxia managed to escape. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable roared with a loud sound, his claws squeezed and turned the ancient soul beast into powder. The ancient soul core was instantly absorbed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Even more claws broke through the heavenly chasm and extended towards him. Close to 10 claws opened up, a terrifying suction force burst out from their palms. Wuxia's soul beasts were unable to resist, they were all sucked in. The claws closed, but this time they did not crush these soul beasts, they continued to squeeze. The soul beasts, be they desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts, all of them cried out in pain. After a few breaths of time, the claws opened up again, releasing all of these soul beasts. The released soul beasts not only changed in appearance, their strength also rose by a lot. 3 immemorial soul beasts were created. These soul beasts were completely loyal to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. They howled as they attacked Wuxia. Wuxia coughed out blood. He was extremely shocked. His method of controlling and enslaving soul beasts was completely destroyed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He suffered a backlash as a result. Fairy Myrtle brought Wuxia along as they escaped. Purple smoke rose up, trapping these soul beasts temporarily. They flew in circles inside the smoke. After flying for a while, the two immortals heard a loud sound. The surrounding 100 li started to shake. The heavenly chasm was broken through by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. The two immortals had pale expressions. They tried their best to escape. But Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was extremely fast. He soon caught up to the two immortals. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's left head roared loudly. The silhouette of Dang Hun Mountain appeared, descending towards the two immortals. The two immortals could not dodge. Immortal killer move, Purple will birth. At the crucial moment, Fairy Myrtle used her killer move. Her body shook as she turned into purple smoke that enveloped Wuxia, vanishing on the spot. After a few breaths of time, purple smoke appeared out of nowhere at a certain place tens of li away. The purple smoke turned back into Fairy Myrtle. Wuxia fell out of it. Fortunately, they encountered the heavenly melody earlier. After Feng Jioge left, Fairy Myrtle set off. She set up a method at a fixed distance. This method was originally used to defend against the heavenly melody. Fairy Myrtle did not expect to use it to evade Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Now that she used this killer move, the two immortals managed to survive. But the killing intent was still thick. The two immortals were definitely not out of danger yet. Bring me away. There is a huge backlash from using this killer move. I need to get rid of the purple will in my mind before I can use it again. Fairy Myrtle said anxiously. Wuxia quickly used a soul path method to fly away with Fairy Myrtle. After the two immortals escaped for a while, Wuxia was shocked to find that his speed was getting slower. The immortal essence expenditure of every soul path killer move was increasing. I was hit. It was when the main body grabbed me earlier. What kind of method is this? It seems to be a killer move that targets all soul path. Wuxia soon became a cripple. Fairy Myrtle had no choice but to take action again. She escaped with Wuxia. As Spectral Soul Demon Venerable approached, Fairy Myrtle had no choice but to use Purple Will Survival again to stall for time. Let's split up. Wuxia gritted his teeth and suggested. Fairy Myrtle shook her head, rejecting him. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable wanted to kill Wuxia. If they split up, Fairy Myrtle could survive, but Wuxia would not. Fairy Myrtle was hit by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's method. She was extremely loyal to him. Spectral Soul's main body was clearly not in a good condition. Fairy Myrtle was more loyal to Spectral Soul's clone. She would risk her life to protect Wuxia, even if she had to sacrifice herself. However, right at this time, 3 rank 8 Gu immortals appeared in front of Fairy Myrtle. The one on the left had a round head and large ears, his robe was fluttering, he had a dense chi path aura, he was Celestial Court's Gu Immortal 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch. The one on the right had a golden circlet, he was Golden Hooped Great Immortal. The Gu Immortal in the center had a kind expression, his eyebrows were long and extended to his chest, he was one of the 3 dukes, Duke Mei. Fairy Myrtle is here after all. Oh, there is also Wuxia. Duke Mei 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch, and Golden Hooped Great Immortal were here on Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's orders to capture Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle's immortal aperture was given to Celestial Court, with such an obvious clue in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's deduction. The 3 immortals followed the clues and intercepted Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle and Wuxia's expressions changed. There was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. They were in a desperate situation again. What do we do? Wuxia had a pale expression. Fairy Myrtle frowned deeply, her life and death were at stake. She shouted, "Feng Jioge, I know you are nearby. If you lend us a helping hand, we will definitely repay you tenfold in the future." Feng Jioge? Is he that traitor of Celestial Court? Golden Hooped Great Immortal frowned slightly. 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch snorted coldly, "Good, let's deal with him together." Duke Mei was about to speak when his brows suddenly rose, his long eyebrows shook intensely. "Oh no, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is here." Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's mountain-like figure appeared in the Immortal's vision. Chapter 2304. At once, the situation became very complicated. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable broke through the heavenly chasm and chased after them. Fairy Myrtle and Wuxia were among them. The 3 immortals of the Celestial Court, Golden Hooped Great Immortal, 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch, and Duke Mei blocked the path of the 2 Shadow Sect immortals, while Feng Jioge was truly hiding far away like Fairy Myrtle had said. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had his own consciousness, Feng Jioge would not do this, it was too risky. Fairy Ziwei was only probing him a little more. She was not sure of Feng Jioge's location, she only deduced the possibility. After all, Feng Jioge did not kill the 2 Shadow Sect immortals, he planted some method on them instead. This proved that the 2 Shadow Sect immortals were useful to Feng Jioge. Fairy Myrtle was in a desperate situation, she had to make use of everything she could. In this situation, Feng Jioge became Fairy Myrtle's hope. But Feng Jioge did not have any intention to move. He squinted as he looked at the 2 Shadow Sect immortals far away, sighing internally, "It is useless, I can already hear the cries of your destiny, even though it has its ups and downs, it is sliding into the abyss, the outcome is already set." While he was missing, he had been cultivating Destiny Song, he had made a lot of progress. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's left head suddenly roared, a large number of soul balls appeared out of nowhere. The soul balls dragged their tadpole-like tails as they swam towards Fairy Myrtle and Wuxia, before exploding intensely. Fairy Myrtle and Wuxia resisted with difficulty, their souls shook, they were about to be shattered on the spot. Attack. At the other side, Duke Mei activated a killer move first. Golden Hooped Great Immortal and 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch followed closely behind. "My life is over." Wuxia's expression was ashen. How could this be? At the next moment, Fairy Ziwei showed a shocked expression. Because the 3 immortals of the Celestial Court did not attack the 2 Shadow Sect immortals while they were down, instead they targeted Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, blocking the Soul Ball method while helping the 2 Shadow Sect immortals defend. Why did the Celestial Court take the initiative to rescue the 2 immortals of the Shadow Sect? Even a Wisdom Path great expert like Fairy Myrtle was stunned. Don't tell me because of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's revival, I can return to the Celestial Court and abandon my loyalty to Master. Or perhaps they want to capture Wuxia the key avatar, and use some means to suppress and target Master? Although the clone technique was very convenient, it also exposed its weakness. Nothing in the world was perfect. Where there are advantages there are disadvantages. There were actually quite a few drawbacks to cloning. Most importantly, he could use the connection between his doppelganger and the main body to do tricks. The weakness of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's clone was exposed long ago. That was the sharing of attainment levels. This was an advantage but also a huge disadvantage. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's clone refined Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, expending a vast amount of attainment levels to create a dream realm. This caused Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body's attainment level to fall. Regardless of the true intentions of the 3 immortals of the Celestial Court, the 2 Shadow Sect immortals were able to survive because of them. Far away, Feng Jioge shook his head inwardly. Be it the two immortals of the Shadow Sect or the three immortals of the Celestial Court, their efforts were futile. As expected, the number of soul balls increased sharply, reaching a level that the five immortals could not resist. Be it Fairy Myrtle, Duke May or the rest, they fell into despair. This is the might of a venerable? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is clearly unconscious, he is also heavily injured. Damn it! The three immortals of the Celestial Court could not save the two Shadow Sect immortals, they were implicated and became Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's targets. At the next moment, the terrifying soul balls were about to explode and take the lives of the five immortals, but at this moment, Feng Jioge's expression changed. At this moment he felt a vast power suddenly invading the battlefield. This was the power of Luck Path. It was so grand and majestic. Luck Path is a variable. This power was only a small variable at first, but because of the two heavens Luck Path Dao marks, it became a huge variable. The source seems to be man-made? Feng Jioge analyzed carefully. The power of Luck Path was so huge it could rival rank 9 killer moves. Crack crack. The power of Luck Path changed the two heavens, it changed the entire battlefield. Originally, the two heavens were mixed together, the fragments of immemorial Black Heaven and White Heaven were intertwining. The five immortals were inside a fragment of White Heaven. Right at this moment, the immemorial Black Heaven fragment that was right in front of them crashed into them. White Heaven had abundant light path Dao marks, while Black Heaven had mostly dark path Dao marks. The Dao marks repelled each other. As the immemorial Black Heaven fragment crashed into each other, the immemorial White Heaven fragment shattered. A large number of black and white fragments of the two heavens formed a huge flood. The flood poured down and enveloped Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, sweeping him away. Without Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's control, the soul balls floated quietly on the spot. Let's go. Using this chance, Fairy Myrtle brought in Wuxia and flew away, entering the immemorial Black Heaven at the side. Wait. The three immortals of the Celestial Court quickly chased after them. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was struck by the two heavens fragments along the way, the power of the flood slowly weakened, allowing Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to escape. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was covered in injuries now, Heaven Path Dao marks were all over his body was pierced by countless tiny fragments of the two heavens, it was like countless black and white glass shards. The distance was too far, with the obstruction of Injury Mountain's Heaven Path Dao marks, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable could not sense Ing Wuxia's presence. His mind was not clear, he could not use any investigative or tracking methods. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable roared in anger. After venting his anger for a while, his attention was drawn to a distant Grotto Heaven. This Grotto Heaven was Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. The Gu immortal leader of Flickering Light Grotto Heaven, Liang Jingjing, was in extreme fear, her entire body was trembling. If this was in the past, Flickering Light Grotto Heaven could be stored in the void and condensed to a point, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable would not be able to find it while he was unconscious. But now, the fusion of the two heavens was at its peak, Flickering Light Grotto Heaven was one of the heaven vein nodes, it was affected by the commotion and was forced to appear. Lord Alliance Leader, save me. Liang Jingjing did not hesitate, she immediately sent a message to Fang Yuan. I am willing to hand over Light Heaven in exchange for a huge amount of contribution points. I only hope that Lord Alliance Leader can save my Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. Liang Jingjing had a pitiful expression. Light Heaven. Fang Yuan quickly received Liang Jingjing's message, he was currently undoing the truthful floating ice. From the message, Fang Yuan also learned about the details of Light Heaven. Flickering Light Grotto Heaven devoured many fragments of the immemorial nine heavens, but its internal space was still too small. A certain generation's Flickering Light Grotto Heaven proposed a grand plan to construct a Grotto Heaven, it was to create another heaven. That was the origin of Light Heaven. From then on, generations of Gu Immortals and Flickering Light Grotto Heaven worked hard, they made many contributions to this grand plan. They gathered heavenly light and refined it, making the Light Heaven and Flickering Light Grotto Heaven bigger and bigger. The current scale had already greatly surpassed the original space of Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan quickly thought about it. His original plan was to let Zhan Budu stabilize his immortal aperture, then create resource points and create Dao veins. Finally, he would take in the primordial domain and raise his attainment levels. With these attainment levels and a stable sovereign immortal aperture, he could annex the two heavens Grotto Heavens. But now, Flickering Light Grotto Heaven's destruction was imminent, Fang Yuan's plan could not keep up. Fang Yuan's current light path attainment level was only Master. If he wanted to protect Flickering Light Grotto Heaven, Fang Yuan would have to fight Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. If the battle was too intense, obscured Heavenly Secret would not be able to conceal it, he would be exposed. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would work together to suppress him. Most importantly, against Venerables, Fang Yuan did not have much of an advantage. Even though he had 2 rank 9 Immortal Gu, he did not create a killer move that complemented them. At the same time he cultivated Refinement Path, it was not specialized in fighting. If Venerables fight, I will have some Immortal Essence advantage at most. But if they work together to suppress me, my Immortal Essence advantage will be offset by the enemy's numbers. Flickering Light Grotto Heaven cannot be saved. Fang Yuan decisively gave up on Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. Lord Alliance Leader, this light heaven is priceless. If you place it in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, it will add to your glory. Liang Jingjing urged. The only thing she could offer to move Fang Yuan was this light heaven. Lord Alliance Leader, can you hear me? Quickly reply to me. Liang Jingjing stomped her feet anxiously. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable arrived in front of her. With a loud sound, the Grotto Heaven entrance was destroyed. Hundreds and thousands of arms entered the Immortal Aperture. Everywhere they went, countless people were slaughtered. Nobody could resist the might of a Venerable. Liang Jingjing could only retreat into Light Heaven, crying and begging for Fang Yuan's help. Fang Yuan had an indifferent expression. He knew that this would cause him to lose the support of his subordinates, but fighting against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable would result in greater losses. These subordinates were only tools for him to fight against the Venerables. He would not sacrifice his own benefits for the safety of 1 or 2 tools. Pawns were pawns because they could be used and discarded when necessary. Fang Yuan, I hate you, I hate you. What kind of great love Immortal Venerable are you? I was wrong about you, you did not save me, you are not fit to be the Alliance Leader. Liang Jingjing cursed in despair before her death. Fang Yuan had a joyful expression. There was a qualitative change in the truthful floating ice. His Heaven Path attainment level had reached Grandmaster. There was a huge increase in Heaven Path Dao marks, his attainment levels of other paths had also increased. And most importantly, he obtained the Rank 9 Immortal Gu recipe of Heavenly Secret Gu. Rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu? This was an unexpected surprise for Fang Yuan. Even someone like him could not help but have bright eyes. It was a wise decision not to save Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. So close? If I had protected Flickering Light Grotto Heaven, it would have caused the Venerables to fight. And I was just 1 step away from obtaining the Rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu's Immortal Gu recipe. This Immortal Gu recipe came at the right time, it was very useful to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan immediately decided to advance his 3rd Rank 9 Immortal Gu, Heavenly Secret Gu. Chapter 2305. Qin Dingling and Jun Xinguang traveled rapidly. Ever since Qin Dingling used her Luck Path Killer move, the two's journey was very smooth, they did not encounter any setbacks. Jun Xinguang praised this many times. Qin Dingling explained, this power is far beyond what I can unleash normally. I have also figured out the reason behind the resonance of heaven and earth. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal placed Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace in Northern Plains Black Heaven for over 300,000 years. Over these 300,000 years, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace has been in operation. It slowly created Luck Path Dao marks, almost covering the whole of immemorial Black Heaven. Because of such a terrifying accumulation, Central Continent once attacked Northern Plains to seize fortune rivaling Heaven Gu, but suffered heavy losses halfway through the march. Giant Sun Immortal had already expected that the 2 heavens would fuse, so he moved Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace away and used it for the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. But over 300,000 years of Luck Path creation, Luck Path Dao marks have already been carved in immemorial Black Heaven above Northern Plains. Furthermore, the scale of these Luck Path Dao marks is unimaginably huge. After the 2 heavens fused, immemorial Black Heaven and White Heaven split into countless fragments. Some were big and some were small, black and white. The Luck Path Dao marks also spread out. Jun Xinguang asked, then why did Lady Qin Dingling's Luck Path Killer move get amplified by these Luck Path Dao marks? Did Giant Sun Immortal help you? Qin Dingling's expression sank. If that is the case, I'm afraid Giant Sun Immortal is involved in this. But this possibility is not high, because I have already sent a message back to ask Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable told me clearly that these Luck Path Dao marks have already returned to natural Dao marks, they are not Giant Sun Immortals. Jun Xinguang was even more confused. Then why did it respond? Qin Dingling shook her head. Let's not investigate this for now, the most important thing now is to recruit Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. Jun Xinguang was even more confident in this. Lady Qin Dingling, your luck path killer move is truly powerful. In my opinion, we will succeed this time. A moment later, the two immortals of the Celestial Court finally arrived near the Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. They were shocked to see that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was rampaging outside Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not enter Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. He broke the Grotto Heaven's entrance and stretched out his countless arms, rampaging inside the Grotto Heaven, slaughtering countless living beings. He killed humans and immortals alike. He was extremely cruel. Qin Dingling was dumbfounded. She had never expected such a thing to happen. The Supreme Ancient Two Heavens were too powerful. The probability of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable finding trouble with Flickering Light Grotto Heaven was very small. Jun Xinguang also opened his mouth wide, staring at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable before slowly turning around to look at Qin Dingling with a strange and complex expression. Jun Xinguang seemed to be saying, "Lord, is this caused by your luck path killer move?" Qin Dingling coughed and said awkwardly, "Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is a venerable, even if my luck path methods are resonated with heaven and earth and are amplified by luck path Dao marks, it should not be to this extent, right?" Jun Xinguang was also at a loss. Then what should we do? The two of them originally wanted to instigate profound literature Grotto Heaven, but in the end, old immortal Hua Yu fully displayed the specialty of an information path expert. He vaguely told the two immortals of the Celestial Court without leaving any evidence that if the Celestial Court could persuade the twinkling Grotto Heaven to surrender, then old immortal Hua Yu would follow. But now, Qin Dingling and Jun Xinguang had gone through a long and arduous journey to reach the Flickering Light Grotto. In the end, Flickering Light Grotto Heaven was going to be destroyed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Go quickly, Cave Master. Let us attract Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attention. Flickering Light Grotto Heaven is destined to be destroyed, but there are still our clansmen in your immortal aperture. Please think of the big picture. Right at this time, 6 Gu Immortals came out of Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. Rank 8 Light Path Gu Immortal Liang Jingjing was already heavily injured. She was escaping in tears under the protection of the other Gu Immortals. However, even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not in his right mind, he was still a venerable. He was filled with killing intent. Seeing that these Gu Immortals were about to escape from under his nose, he followed his instincts and attacked. The Gu Immortals of Flickering Light Grotto Heaven were in danger. "A chance," Jun Xinguang blurted out. "So that's it." Qin Dingling realized at once. "So my luck path killer move is here." Huge opportunities were often hidden in danger. "Let us lend you a hand," Qin Dingling shouted, taking the lead to attack. Jun Xinguang followed closely behind. The Gu Immortals of Flickering Light Grotto Heaven were initially terrified. After all, according to the current situation, they were enemies. But when they found out that the two Immortals of Celestial Court were truly helping them, these Gu Immortals felt even more joy and gratitude. Eventually, with the help of Qin Dingling and Jun Xinguang, the Gu Immortals of Flickering Light Grotto Heaven successfully broke out of the encirclement. Of course, they had paid a huge price. Qin Dingling was lightly injured, Jun Xinguang was heavily injured. There were only 3 Gu Immortals left in Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. 1 was unconscious and 2 were heavily injured. This is the power of a venerable. We could not retaliate at all. Jun Xinguang sighed. Even though he was safe now, he still felt some lingering fear. He was a rank 8 expert, but under the pursuit of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, he was as weak as a baby. And this was when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had lost his mind. His actions were similar to a soul beast. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable chased us with his full strength, we would not have survived. Thankfully, his attention was still on Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. He only chased us for a short while before returning to Flickering Light Grotto Heaven to wreak havoc. Qin Dingling said. Sigh. Our homeland, of the 3 Gu Immortals of Flickering Light Grotto Heaven, 1 was unconscious, the other 2 had pale expressions, their hearts were heavy, they could not conceal their grief, anger, helplessness and other emotions. My condolences, my 3 friends. Venerables are invincible, we rank 8s are still ants. It is already a great fortune that we were able to escape. Qin Dingling consoled. Liang Jingjing suddenly bowed towards Qin Dingling and Jun Xinguang. I will never forget your kindness in saving my life. We were enemies, but you 2 risked your lives to save me. Such righteousness and magnanimity, I am truly moved by it. It is truly shocking. Celestial Court is indeed the leader of humanity since ancient times, the #1 superforce forever. Compared to you, our alliance leader actually calls himself Great Love Immortal Venerable and created the so-called Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. It is the greatest irony in the world. Liang Jingjing was filled with anger and hatred at the mention of Fang Yuan. Qin Dingling and Jun Xinguang looked at each other, seeing the joy and surprise in each other's eyes. The other Gu immortal from Flickering Light Grotto Heaven who was awake said, "Friends of Celestial Court, our Grotto Heaven leader is not a traitor, it is Fang Yuan who has gone too far. We had already asked him for help, we took the initiative to stuff Light Heaven into jewel yellow skies and transacted it to him. But he took the Light Heaven and ignored us, he did not even think of helping us, he directly abandoned us. We are his subordinates, we are members of his Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Such actions are truly too disappointing and despicable. To think that we thought he had truly turned over a new leaf after becoming venerable, he had turned over a new leaf." Qin Dingling and Jun Xinguang heard this and were overjoyed. Even without their persuasion, the Gu immortals of Flickering Light Grotto Heaven had already taken the initiative to surrender. Lady Qin Dingling's luck path killer move is truly profound. Jun Xinguang praised in his heart. Qin Dingling said solemnly, "Friends, I will not hide it from you, we have our own reasons for coming to help." Next, Qin Dingling explained the reason in detail and asked Liang Jingjing to help her persuade old immortal Huayu to surrender. Liang Jingjing and the rest were overjoyed after hearing this. They had no choice but to turn to Celestial Court and betray Fang Yuan. They felt very uneasy. If Fang Yuan came to settle the score with them, they would be in deep trouble. Even if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could block Heaven Refining Demon Venerable for a while and protect them. But was there a reason to guard against a thief for a long time? If Fang Yuan harbored hatred in his heart and wanted to kill these traitors, he would definitely have the initiative. He could attack whenever he wanted. If he attacked one day, the Gu immortals of Flickering Light Grotto Heaven would not be able to resist for long enough to wait for reinforcements. This was something that they were absolutely certain of. Because earlier they had experienced the terror of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. And this was a Venerable without sentience. With sentience, if Fang Yuan replaced Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, he would be extremely terrifying. These Gu immortals would not have any hope of escaping. The Gu immortals of Flickering Light Grotto Heaven had already decided to betray them. They hoped that there would be as many traitors as possible to divert their attention. Thus, Liang Jingjing ignored her injuries and decided to go with Qin Dingling to Profound Literature Grotto Heaven to rebel against Old Immortal Huayu. The group met up with Old Immortal Huayu in secret. Qin Dingling had a powerful explanation. Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has already deduced the result. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable seems to be casually roaming around and destroying things, but there is a pattern to it. Everything he destroyed was the pillar that supported immemorial White Heaven. For example, the Heavenly Chasm, the Heavenly Pillar, or the Heaven Vein node of immemorial White Heaven like Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. Your tribe's Profound Literature Grotto Heaven is the same as Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. They are both Heaven Vein nodes in immemorial White Heaven. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable will definitely come to destroy Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, just like how he destroyed Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. Liang Jingjing immediately added, "Old Immortal Huayu, we have known each other for many years. You have seen my situation. Fang Yuan did not save me and even devoured my tribe's Light Heaven. His actions are not only cruel, they are also despicable and shameless. Are you still placing your hopes on such an alliance leader? Oh friend, please make a decision quickly. Once Spectral Soul Demon Venerable comes, Profound Literature Grotto Heaven will not have the time or opportunity to relocate." Chapter 2306. Old Immortal Huayu was moved, he gritted his teeth. "I wonder if Celestial Court has a way to transfer my Grotto Heaven?" Qin Dingling smiled, "Of course we do. Our Celestial Court's foundation is not something that Longevity Heaven or Fang Yuan can compare to. Trust me, it is a wise choice for you to side with Celestial Court." Old Immortal Huayu sighed deeply. "This is a serious matter, please allow me to return to the Grotto Heaven and hold a meeting to discuss with the other Gu immortals. Then we will wait here for your good news." Qin Dingling was very magnanimous. Old Immortal Huayu returned to the Grotto Heaven and gathered the immortals, explaining the situation. The immortals were shaken. After discussing for 3 days and 3 nights, they all decided to side with Old Immortal Huayu to side with Celestial Court. Li Xiaobai was among them. He also expressed his allegiance to Celestial Court, but he was feeling uneasy internally. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable inspected him, she might discover the relationship between Li Xiaobai and Fang Yuan's main body. But he could not do anything alone. joining Celestial Court had already become the consensus of the immortals. Old Immortal Hua Yu led the immortals out of the Grotto Heaven's entrance, greeting Qin Ding Ling and Jun Xinguang. Good. Qin Ding Ling smiled as she accepted them. Everyone, not only will your future benefit by joining the light, you will also be able to fight for a bright future for your clan. Old Immortal Hua Yu said, that's right, such a good thing should be shared. I hope that Lady Qin Ding Ling and Lord Jun Xinguang can help us. I am willing to take the risk and save more friends from the demonic nest that is the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Qin Ding Ling and Jun Xinguang heard this and laughed heartily. With Old Immortal Hua Yu leading the way and Liang Jingjing as an example, of course, with the help of Qin Ding Ling's luck path killer move earlier, Qin Ding Ling's following persuasion was very smooth. Several days later, almost all of the human forces in the two heavens Grotto Heavens betrayed Fang Yuan. They joined Celestial Court. The truth was, Qin Ding Ling only wanted to make Old Immortal Hua Yu defect, but after taking action she did not expect the results to be so good. Unsurprisingly, this news could not be concealed. Once it spread, the whole of the 5 regions Gu immortal world was shaken. The Celestial Court is indeed the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan is at a disadvantage again. Previously in Western Desert, it was the Celestial Court's victory that forced Fang clan to sell all their resource points and flee. Right now, Fang Yuan's influence in the past 2 days has almost been uprooted by the Celestial Court. Although Fang Yuan is a venerable, he mainly cultivates refinement path. Celestial Court Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is a wisdom path expert. She is most skilled in making arrangements and making use of people's hearts. To be honest, I can understand why the two heavens forces would side with the Celestial Court. After all, Fang Yuan did not do anything and allowed Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to invade and slaughter. This was not the behavior of a responsible alliance leader. There are even rumors that Liang Jingjing clearly offered Light Heaven to Fang Yuan, but he accepted it and did not make a move. The Gu immortals discussed among themselves. Every action of a venerable, no matter how small, was a huge matter in the 5 regions Gu immortal world. It would attract the attention of the entire world. Many people started to guess what Fang Yuan would do next. Would he take revenge? Would he personally chase after those Grotto Heaven forces that betrayed him? Or should he swallow this loss in silence? If it were me, I would definitely take action. Traitors must be punished. If they live better lives, what would the other members of the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance think? Betraying them just like that, they are clearly looking down on Great Love Immortal Venerable's reputation. Maybe they are bullying Lord Fang Yuan for being the newest venerable. How can the dignity of a venerable be challenged like this? Soon, a wave of public opinion rose. It became the mainstream voice in jewel yellow skies. Southern Borders Wu Yong snickered. He did not need to guess to know that Longevity Heaven was behind this. If Heaven Refining Demon Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could fight personally, it would be extremely beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal. Fang Yuan will not take action, I know him too well. Wu Yong looked towards Eastern Sea as he sighed deeply. If it were him, he would not help either. Once he took action, Fang Yuan would have to fight against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. This was more disadvantageous than advantageous for Fang Yuan. Looking at the confrontation between the 3 venerables, it is clear that Giant Sun Immortal is ahead of them. He has the upper hand. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal both have bases to defend. Fang Yuan's foundation is the weakest. He has the least immortal essence. In this situation, we need to be even more careful. If we act rashly, our opponents might widen the gap. The rumors should be true. Fang Yuan accepted Light Heaven but did not help. In this aspect, I am inferior to him. Wu Yong compared himself to Fang Yuan, then reflected on himself. He felt that he needed to learn more from Fang Yuan in terms of shamelessness. What were reputation and face? They were just a factor that was beneficial to survival and victory. If reputation and face were not beneficial to survival and victory, then he would discard them. When it was time to be shameless, he would be decisive and shameless. It is time. It is time to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Wu Yong's eyes flickered with bright light. When almost everyone looked down on Fang Yuan, when they thought that Fang Yuan was the weakest among the 3 venerables, Wu Yong made a different choice. Fang Yuan accepted it, of course. When news spread, Southern Borders Gu Immortal World was in an uproar. The Gu Immortals of the 5 regions were shaken. Fang clan, who joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, became a stray dog. A large number of the 2 heavens Grotto Heaven super forces left the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Under such a situation, Wu clan went against the flow and joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. it was truly suspicious and disdainful. Southern Border's Gu immortal world was shaken. People started to doubt Wu Yong's decision. Wu clan, who was at the center of the wave, was still united like a reef. No matter how strong the waves were, they did not move, they did not show any flaws. Western Desert. Southern Border's Wu Yong? I have heard of his name long ago, his courage is truly admirable. Fang Gong sighed. Fang Dichang nodded. I wonder he used the entire Wu clan as a bargaining chip to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. How many benefits did he obtain from Fang Yuan? No matter what the result is, this is a hero with wild ambitions. Wu clan has been the #1 superforce in Southern Border for a long time, but they still took such a risk. My Fang family's original status is far inferior to the Wu family, so what is there to be worried about? Fang Huaxing said with a smile. What Third Supreme Elder said is extremely true. Right now, our Fang clan has finished recuperating, we have traded many immortal Gu and all kinds of resource points. Seniors Fang and Lei and Fang Chen have also returned, the immortal Gu house has also been modified and replenished. We should make a move. Fang Lung called out with a fervent expression. Fang clan had completely lost their territory, they had become a nomadic force without a foundation. But this situation instead allowed youngsters like Fang Lung to grow rapidly, they became more proactive and worked harder. Fang Dichang slowly looked at the other Gu immortals. What are your thoughts? I also think we should make a move. My bones are rusting from staying here all the time. Those super forces that attacked our Fang clan, it is time to let them know the price of offending our Fang clan. Seeing that the clan's Gu immortals had high morale, Fang Gong was happy and gratified. Very good, then let's give them a memorable lesson. First Supreme Elder made his stance clear, the eyes of Fang clan's immortals shined, they became even more excited. Fang Dichang nodded with a smile, he threw out an information path Gu worm that turned into a map in the air. Then let's set this as our target. The immortals took a look and their expressions changed, they did not expect Fang Dichang to go so far. This is Earth Flame Forest? This is Dong Clan's #1 resource point. The defense is quite tight. Isn't it a little too aggressive? Fang Dichang smiled, everyone listen to me. Earth Flame Forest is not made of trees, it is made up of surging underground flames. After breaking through their limits, they burst out of the ground and formed a tree-like flame. The root is the underground fire path Dao Vein. However, after the 5 regions were united, the regional walls disappeared and the earth vein migrated, the influence was very widespread. Right now the fire path Dao Vein there has also migrated. The immortal formation that Dong clan set up earlier was based on the environment at that time, they did not use any immortal Gu. Right now it is already at the end of its tether, it is like a thin sheet of paper that can be pierced with just a slight poke. Most importantly, Lord Alliance Leader's mission board has already changed. The contribution points that can be exchanged for Earth Path resource points are much lower than before, while the value of Wind Path and Fire Path resource points has increased. If we attack this place we can exchange for even more contribution points. After hearing this, Fang clan's immortals understood that Fang Dichang had already made sufficient deductions and bargaining chips. As expected of Lord Fang Dichang. Fang Chen sighed. Since Second Supreme Elder said so, we will believe you. Fang and Lei also expressed her stance. Then let us take this Earth Flame Forest ha. Old Ghost by June was a slave Gu immortal of Fang clan, he did not want to fall behind. I can't wait anymore. Fang Dongshi rubbed his palms. Even though he revived and his cultivation level was still rank 7, his immortal aperture was empty and needed to be developed. Earlier, when the Fang clansmen were sold, he went to Xiao Yihu to trade but found that Wang Xiao heir had already been bought. As for the other Fang clansmen, under Fang Dichang's persuasion, Fang clan's Gu immortals did not buy them back just in case. Several days later, Fang clan moved out and successfully attacked the Earth Flame Forest. The Fang clan was powerful, but the Dong clan had just lost the Red River Wheel. Dong clan's first Supreme Elder did not hesitate, he immediately asked for help from other super forces. When Dong clan finally gathered many Gu immortals and several immortal Gu houses to reinforce them, there was only a huge crater and ruins, it was a scene of devastation. Not only did Fang clan retreat calmly, they even moved the entire Earth Flame Forest into jewel yellow skies. Western Desert's Gu immortal world was shocked. The 5 regions' Gu immortals were stunned. Just as Dong clan's first Supreme Elder was hesitating about whether to form a second anti-Fang alliance, Fang clan's Gu immortals moved out again, attacking the resource points of other super forces, they succeeded and retreated calmly. The 5 regions were shaken. Western Desert's super forces were panicking. Everyone was in danger. Fang Yuan did not move out to investigate the betrayal of the two heavens grotto heavens. But Southern Border's Wu clan and Western Desert's Fang clan's actions were like two slaps on Celestial Court's face, creating two loud slaps. Chapter 2307. Celestial Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable let out a breath of turbid air. Her expression was pale, weakness and exhaustion filled her body and mind. I finally completed this formation. Human path will advance by leaps and bounds now. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at the derivation formation in front of her, feeling gratified. After she refined all the wisdom path Tao marks in Celestial Court, she did not set off immediately. Instead, she used this period of time to complete the derivation formation's construction. Even though Star Constellation Immortal Venerable cultivated wisdom path primarily and star path secondarily, setting up immortal formations was not her weakness. In fact, she was even more formidable than most formation path rank 8 experts. Of course, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's formation path attainment was still lacking compared to those legendary formation path grade experts. All in all, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already completed the derivation formation with all her might. The core of this formation was rank 9 derivation Immortal Gu. This was a legendary Immortal Gu. It was recorded in the Legends of Rinzu. After Limitless Demon Venerable obtained it, he had been using it as the core of the Crazed Demon formation. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable obtained a piece of truthful floating ice, which contained derivation Immortal Gu. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used Celestial Court's Heaven Path research results to break the truthful floating ice and take derivation Immortal Gu out. Next, she used derivation Immortal Gu as the first core, surrounding it and creating this formation. Limitless Demon Venerable used derivation Immortal Gu and the primal chaos in outer space to deduce and create the truthful floating ice that did not belong to this world. Meanwhile, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used the essence of the Crazed Demon formation to create the derivation formation, which was used to promote the development of human path. The development of a path usually required countless elites to put in their effort, as well as hundreds of thousands of years or even millions of years of continuous development. But with the derivation formation, the path's development seemed to have grown wings. It could leap into the sky and soar into the sky. After inspecting the derivation formation, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable inspected the Wisdom Path Killer moves that she had activated earlier. These Wisdom Path Killer moves could defend against investigations, conceal the derivation formation, and strengthen the defense of Celestial Court. Even though the core Immortal Gu of these Wisdom Path Killer moves were only rank 8, with the amplification of Celestial Court's Wisdom Path Tao marks, even if other Venerables attacked with full strength, they could last for some time. After doing this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable chose to rest for once. She had expended too much immortal essence. Even though she was developing her immortal aperture, the production of rank 9 immortal essence could not keep up with the expenditure. Furthermore, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not cultivate formation path after all. She had to expend a lot of her mental energy to set up this rank 9 formation. Speaking of which, ever since Star Constellation Immortal Venerable revived, she had not had such a good rest. The confrontation between the Venerables gave her a heavy pressure. After 3 days, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately started to deal with the matters of the Celestial Court. The Immortals, Wills, of the Celestial Court gathered again for a meeting. Qin Dingling came to report everything that had happened in the past 2 days. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable encouraged her. Qin Dingling and Jun Xinguang had indeed made great contributions this time. They had actually instigated more than half of the two heavens grotto heavens. As for the mysterious amplification of Qin Dingling's luck path killer move, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also decided to take some time to deduce it. Northern Plains was fine. The lone and demonic cultivators had already gathered under the influence of Giant Sun Immortal. They were either recruited by the Huangjin tribes or gathered around Chu Du, Heavenly Lord Baizu and Fairy Black Moon. In Western Desert, Fang clan was in chaos. They attacked Western Desert's super forces everywhere and succeeded many times. Western Desert's righteous path was in a terrible situation. Yuan clan and other forces were actively seeking help from the Celestial Court. In the southern border, Wu Yong had stirred up trouble. The Celestial Court that was close to the Celestial Court suddenly changed its attitude and joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable rejected the suggestion of sending a large number of reinforcements to Western Desert's righteous path. She sent almost all of the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects to set up the star array calculation formation. Western Desert side was still led by Zhou Xiong Xan and Wan Zihong. Fang clan is only a small problem. How many resource points can Fang clan plunder alone? It is not much for the sovereign immortal aperture. The more Fang clan makes a move, the more clues they will leave behind. One day we will find out their location. Western Desert's righteous path's losses are not our celestial court's losses. As for southern borders, Wu Yong, let him be. Right now, it is not time for the celestial court to mobilize their troops. He has great ambitions, but he is not even a pseudo-venerable. How many ambitious Gu immortals are there in this world? There will be more in the future. The fusion of the two heavens has reached the most crucial moment. This is the evolution of the heavenly Tao. Right now, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable has already lost his humanity. His every action is based on his nature. I have already deduced that there will be a huge change soon. My central continent needs to set up the star array calculation formation in time to prepare for this huge change in the heavenly Tao. After Star Constellation Immortal Venerable said this, a Gu immortal asked, "The scale of setting up this formation is unprecedented. It is definitely the first in history. I am very worried that if we do it so openly and without concealment, venerables will attack us." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled, "No worries, I have a plan." On the same day, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects sent a large number of Gu immortals to the sky above Central Continent to set up the stars and start setting up the star array calculation formation. The number of Gu immortals involved and their cultivation levels were unprecedented in the history of humanity. Such a huge movement immediately attracted the attention of the 5 regions' Gu immortals. Evidently, other than Star Constellation Immortal Venerable herself, no one had such a huge rallying power. Many Gu immortals tried to guess what kind of power this formation that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to set up would have. Giant Sun Immortal had already returned to Longevity Heaven. His gaze pierced through the ground, reaching the Blood Sea below. The Blood Sea was boiling, huge waves were surging, a huge whirlpool was formed at the center of the Blood Sea. The time is ripe. Giant Sun Immortal nodded slightly. This Blood Sea had always been hidden in Longevity Heaven. It was created by Giant Sun Immortal's former clone, Blood Sea Ancestor. His intention was to create a blood path secluded domain of heaven and earth. Blood Sea Ancestor had left behind countless blood path inheritances, including 9 true inheritances. He naturally left behind even more essence for Longevity Heaven. The Blood Sea was one of them. Initially, this Blood Sea was not large and of low quality, but after so many years, it had already reached a considerable level. Before Giant Sun Immortal revived, he had already started to make arrangements for the Blood Sea. The Blood Sea was extremely important to Giant Sun Immortal. For this, he did not hesitate to send Yao Huang, who was the most skilled in Gu refinement, here to take charge of the situation. Immortal Killer Move, Birth of Time. Giant Sun Immortal activated the Killer Move. This luck path method combined with the Blood Sea had the power to revive Gu immortals. Under the amplification of Longevity Heaven's luck path Tao marks, golden light shone down on the world, penetrating deep into the Blood Sea. Every drop of blood was dyed in golden light. Rumble, blood waves surged to the sky, the sound of the waves was deafening, the whirlpool was rotating rapidly and violently. Yao Huang looked haggard. He had been guarding this place these days. He had to use refinement path methods from time to time. He could be said to be racking his brains. He did not dare to relax at all. He had a strong look of anticipation on his face as he pondered. The Blood Sea itself has the power to revive, while Ancestor used a luck path killer move to create it. With the combination of these two, the first Gu immortal to revive will definitely be the greatest help to my Longevity Heaven and Northern Plains. Who in the world is he? Boom. After the blood wave reached its limit, it suddenly exploded and set off a terrifying tsunami. The surging tide surged into the huge whirlpool in the center from all directions, instantly filling up the whirlpool. The Blood Sea surface became strangely calm. It was extremely violent a moment ago, but now it was as calm as a mirror. It gave off an intense feeling of abruptness. Suddenly, a ray of light shot out of the sea. Next, 2, 3, hundreds and thousands of pillars of light pierced through the sea like giant swords that were tens of li long. A huge lump of light rose up from the Blood Sea like a small sun. This light was so dazzling that Yao Huang squinted his eyes and activated a killer move, but he still felt his eyes turning bright. A light path Gu immortal expert. In history, who has the Huang gene bloodline? Almost instantly, a name appeared in the mind of the medicine sovereign. The dazzling light faded, A Gu immortal floated in the air. He had no hair, every part of his body was emitting intense light, he was like a man of light. He pointed at the sky and the ground shouting, "In this world I am the brightest." Yao Huang's mind and body shook intensely. That's right, this aura, it is him. Ancestor's eldest son, a legend who cultivates light path, a great expert who left his mark in history. Pseudo-venerable, Light Emperor. At this moment, Light Emperor reacted, looking at Yao Huang. I actually revived. Who are you? I am the current South Desolation Immortal, Yao Huang. You revived me? Yes. Giant Sun Immortal's voice resounded. Father. Light Emperor was shocked, he quickly blinked his eyes. Then it seems that other than father, I am the brightest in this world. Cough cough. Yao Huang interrupted. The truth is, Lord Light Emperor, in the current world, there are 4 venerables and 3 venerables. Light Emperor was stunned, he rubbed his chin. Is that so? Then other than the 4 venerables, I am the brightest person in this world. You are not the only pseudo-venerable, my son. Giant Sun Immortal's voice resounded again. Oh my oh my. Light Emperor rubbed his bald head. He did not have eyebrows and could not frown, but his expression was clearly troubled. It seems that there are many shining people in this era. But it does not matter, I am Light Emperor. You were born at the right time, I have already investigated. Your fortuitous encounter is in the immemorial 2 heavens. Go, my son. Giant Sun Immortal's voice gradually weakened. He was already far away. Dad, don't leave in such a hurry. Give me some immortal goo, otherwise how can I shine? Light Emperor shouted. Lord, don't worry, old ancestor has already prepared immortal goo for you. Yao Huang said as he flew forward, handing over several light path immortal goo. Light Emperor was annoyed. Just these few immortal goo? No wonder his father left so quickly. This time it's going to be very difficult. Writing pen Chinese net. Chapter 2308. To think that Celestial Court would place us here. Where else do you want to be placed? In Celestial Court? Everyone, the situation is already set in stone. Since we have already joined Celestial Court, we have no other way out. Any infighting is a foolish act. Old Immortal Hua Yu, Liang Jingjing, Granny Skeleton, and the other Grotto Heaven Gu immortal leaders gathered together. Some of them had ugly expressions on their faces. After joining Celestial Court indeed used a method to relocate their immortal aperture, even though their Grotto Heavens had devoured immemorial 9 heavens fragments before. But these 2 heavens Grotto Heavens suffered huge losses because of the forced relocation. And after the relocation, they were all concentrated in the 2 heavens above their respective races. According to Celestial Court's notice, their Grotto Heavens had to resonate with Central Continent's starry sky calculation formation. They were the formation cores of this formation. Fellow immortals, how have you all been? Qin Ding Ling smiled and flew over. The Grotto Heaven Lords were expressionless, some even snorted coldly. Eventually, old Immortal Hua Yu and Liang Jingjing welcomed them together. Qin Ding Ling understood the emotions of these rank 8 Gu immortals. After these people joined Celestial Court, not only did their Grotto Heavens suffer huge losses, they were also immediately used by star constellation Immortal Venerable as the formation cores of the starry sky calculation formation. This meant that when the 3 venerables fight and someone tries to break the formation, these Grotto Heavens would be the first to be attacked. They would become the first line of defense against the enemy. They could be sacrificed if they were careless. Qin Ding Ling smiled as she conversed with old Immortal Hua Yu and Liang Jingjing. Before her tone turned cold, she said in a reprimanding tone, "Everyone, we have already explained. Celestial Court's justice has a price. If we did not take action and remove the Heaven Vein Node status from your Grotto Heavens, would your homeland still exist?" The other immortals' expressions changed. Qin Ding Ling's attitude had not been revealed at all when she had tried to recruit them. Now that it was exposed, the Grotto Heaven Lords could only endure it. He had no choice but to lower his head when he was under the eaves. Especially Granny Skeleton and the other Gu immortals, their Grotto Heavens were located in immemorial Black Heaven. They were instigated by the situation. They joined Celestial Court together with old Immortal Hua Yu and the rest. Looking at the other variant human Grotto Heavens left in the immemorial 2 heavens, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable only destroyed the Grotto Heavens in immemorial White Heaven. He did not attack the Grotto Heavens in immemorial Black Heaven. Granny Skeleton and the others were naturally frustrated, but what else could they do now that things had come to this? After reprimanding these Grotto Heaven Lords, Qin Ding Ling saw that the immortals had respectful expressions. She snorted coldly. "It seems that everyone has recognized the truth now. Follow me to pay respects to Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable." Star constellation Immortal Venerable was no longer in the celestial court. She refined all of the wisdom path Tao marks in the celestial court and used wisdom path methods to conceal the great amplification formation that had already been constructed. She left the grotto heaven and started to refine the natural wisdom path Tao marks of Central Continent. But because of the lack of immortal essence, the immortal aperture origin cores could not produce enough immortal essence to keep up with the expenditure. She spent her free time helping the Central Continent immortals construct the starry sky calculation formation. Under Qin Ding Ling's lead, the two heavens human grotto heaven lords met star constellation Immortal Venerable in the sky above Central Continent. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was inside embroidered tower. She personally engraved wisdom path and star path Tao marks, using the surrounding 10,000 li as a piece of cloth to weave and paint. After the Fate War, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's trump card was obtained by Fang Yuan. After star constellation Immortal Venerable revived, she started to modify and repair embroidered tower. Right now, embroidered tower was not only complete, it was even more powerful. Seeing star constellation Immortal Venerable's mystical methods, the two heavens grotto heaven lords were shaken. They paid their respects to her. Seeing them kneeling in the air, the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects who were setting up the formation saw this. These members of the celestial court became excited, their morale rose greatly. Star constellation Immortal Venerable looked down and sensed the complex emotions of the two heavens human grotto heaven lords. Most of them felt uneasy, but there were also some who felt resentful. Star constellation Immortal Venerable consoled them expressionlessly. Everyone, you are all humans. Leaving Eastern Sea Demon Cave is part of humanity. Since ancient times, the celestial court has been the sacred land of all humans in the world. It is the highest homeland. No matter what reason your ancestors once hid in the immemorial two heavens, celestial court will let bygones be bygones, let bygones be bygones. Don't worry, celestial court treats everyone equally. From now on, anyone who makes contributions will be rewarded fairly by celestial court. In fact, in the future, the glory of joining the heavenly court and becoming one of them will also fall on the shoulders of you and your juniors. Old Immortal Hua Yu and the rest were still kneeling. After hearing these words, they expressed their gratitude and praised the righteousness of celestial court, expressing their loyalty and confidence towards celestial court. Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan looked at the rank 9 immortal gu recipe of heavenly secret gu and let out a breath of air. This immortal gu recipe was different from before. The original rank 9 immortal gu recipe of heavenly secret gu came from the truthful floating ice. It was Limitless Demon Venerable's own foundation. He had digested the chaos in outer space. That was to say, according to the current heavenly Tao, there was no rank 9 heavenly secret gu. In order to seek eternal life, Limitless Demon Venerable digested the chaos in outer space. He had many achievements that surpassed the current heavenly Tao. Heavenly Secret Gu's rank 9 immortal gu recipe was one of them. This was indeed a great achievement, but there was still room for improvement. After all, Limitless Demon Venerable had died long ago. Even if he revived, he was not a refinement path venerable. In terms of refinement path, Fang Yuan was the #1 person in history. The other venerables could not compare to him. Thus, Fang Yuan used his own refinement path attainment to modify this immortal gu recipe. It was even better than before. It was so excellent that it was beyond the limits of the heavens. Right now, Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of Heavenly Secret Gu's essence. Heavenly Secret Gu was a Heaven Path Gu worm, but Fang Yuan had once thought that it was a Wisdom Path Gu worm. This immortal gu was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He already had Heaven Path attainment back then. Afterwards, Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu was refined by one of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's split souls, Inkstone, but it was destroyed in the Battle of Etian Mountain. Eventually, Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu was refined by Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan still remembered that he used the Refinement Path Killer move Heavenly Light Will back then. Activating Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu could detect the thoughts of providence. It could probe the contents of calamities and tribulations. It could allow the Gu Immortal to ask heaven and earth for answers. As long as something happened in heaven and earth would know about it. As the saying goes, heaven and earth know, you and I know. Being able to leak the secrets of heaven and earth, even if the Gu Immortal had no evidence, they could point to the truth. But Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu had a flaw in its usage. 8 out of 10 times of activating Heavenly Secret Gu would fail. Once it failed, one would suffer a backlash and lose 10 to 70 years of lifespan. This flaw was a manifestation of people's misunderstanding of Heavenly Secret Gu's essence. Heavenly Secret Gu was a Heaven Path Immortal Gu. only those who cultivated Heaven Path had enough Heaven Path Dao marks to use it normally. Activating Heavenly Secret Gu not only required immortal essence, it also required a certain amount of Heaven Path immortal materials. Like Fang Yuan's obscured Heavenly Secret Killer move, it expended Heaven Path immortal materials. Without using Heaven Path immortal materials, Heavenly Secret Gu could barely be activated, but the price was that the Heaven Path immortal materials needed would be expended, it would be delayed until the next time it was used. This was the weakness of the Gu cultivator losing lifespan after the backlash from failure. Lifespan Gu belonged to Heaven Path, the lifespan of a Gu cultivator was actually Heaven Path Dao marks. Looking back, Old Man Inkstone did not recognize Heavenly Secret Gu's essence back then. However, this situation was very normal. Sects were constantly developing, and the nature of Gu worms was also gradually explored when they were being used. Understanding things required a process. With this immortal Gu recipe, I can officially refine Heavenly Secret Gu. Fang Yuan did not lack Heaven Path immortal materials. This was all because of the fusion of the two heavens, an unprecedented amount of Heaven Path immortal materials was produced. Shen Shang, who was in charge of collecting Heaven Path immortal materials, was working very hard. Because earlier Fang Yuan clearly wanted to collect his human path cultivation results, he only handed over a portion of them. This made him very uneasy. For the sake of the clan and also for himself, he needed to perform better. As long as I refine rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu, obscured Heavenly Secret Killer move's power will rise sharply, the two venerables will continue to be deceived. But before that, I need to make an announcement. Almost all of the two heavens human grotto heavens had joined Celestial Court. The variant human grotto heavens left in immemorial White Heaven were all destroyed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Regarding this, Fang Yuan had to make a statement. Friends of the 5 regions and 2 heavens, I am Great Love Immortal Venerable. Firstly, I want to congratulate all of you who joined Celestial Court. Don't worry, I will not pursue this matter. How can I, Great Love Immortal Venerable, be such a person? I am very sorry about the destruction of the grotto heavens in immemorial White Heaven. Not long ago, I was ambushed by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. I could not fight Spectral Soul Demon Venerable personally. I have already mobilized people to evacuate the grotto heavens. I firmly believe that the world needs love and harmony. War hurts everyone. Not just humans but variant humans and all living beings as well. Why can't we live together in peace and happiness? Precisely because of this belief, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable entrusted all of his inheritance to me. The Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance was established with this belief in mind. It is not a super force to fight for supremacy, it is everyone's home, it is an attempt to allow everyone in the world to coexist peacefully. The actions of the 2 heavens grotto heavens have made me reflect deeply on myself. I know I was wrong, but my thoughts are still restricted by history and tradition. I have decided. From today onwards, the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance will open its doors, we will abolish all binding agreements, everyone can join and leave freely. I, Great Love Immortal Venerable, swear to the world that I will not pursue this matter. I will still refine Gu for those who did not join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. This is a fair transaction. Those who join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance will receive a 20% discount on Gu refinement. Yes, 20%, a full 20% discount, you did not hear wrongly. As for how to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, it is simple. You just need to pay a joining fee. Furthermore, this joining fee will still be yours, it will be converted into contribution points for the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. When you refine Gu in the future, you can use these contribution points to exchange for large amounts of Gu refinement resources. O Yang Jing Jing, I am not greedy for your light heaven. Your light heaven will be converted into contribution points for the Great Love Alliance. Fellow human Gu immortals who joined Celestial Court, I hope you will be well. I also welcome you to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance again. I will not mind your identities. Because the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance has always been free, open, and peaceful. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, the 2 heavens human Gu immortals, Jewel Yellow Skies. Chapter 2309. In the sky above Central Continent, the starry sky calculation formation was taking shape. Large numbers of Central Continent Gu immortals were moving around. Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Little Swan Z set up the formation as he muttered, clearly thinking about the problem. Sister Bai Qing, do you think we can join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance? Not far away, Rainbow Butterfly Immortal Concubine Han Kai Xan transmitted. Fairy Bai Qing wore a white dress with a green jade sash around her waist. She smiled. Kai-xen, are you moved? How can I not be moved? There is a 20% discount, and there are no restrictions on entry and exit. Such a huge benefit. If I were not a member of Spirit Butterfly Valley, I would have joined long ago. Is sister not moved? Han Kai-xen said. Colorful butterflies flew around Han Kai-xen, placing countless goo worms at the designated locations. Fairy Bai Qing pondered. Even though she was a goo immortal of Spirit Affinity House, she had a good relationship with Han Kai-xen. They were close in nature. They called each other sisters in private. She knew why Han Kai-xen was asking her, because Fairy Bai Qing's daughter was Feng Kim Hong. Fairy Bai Qing had a closer relationship with Celestial Court. Fairy Bai Qing shook her head. I am not sure about this. Maybe we can ask Yi Fengyang. If it were before, Fairy Bai Qing might have directly said her opinion, but after Fairy Myrtle and Feng Jioga's betrayal, Fairy Bai Qing could only act cautiously. Little 9, get to work. After setting up this star path immortal goo, we will leave immediately. Far away, Yi Fengyang transmitted to 9 Palace Crane. Little 9. He had had enough. Ever since Fang Yuan made the announcement, all the goo immortals in the world knew that joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance had huge benefits. They could enter and leave freely without any restrictions. Yi Fengyang became the target of all the immortals' gazes and questions. After all, Yi Fengyang had received Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's instructions to trade immortal goo with Fang Yuan publicly. Forget about what the members of Celestial Court were thinking. Just the goo immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were moved. Who did not lack immortal goo. Especially after the 5 regions were unified, the realm walls disappeared, the chi tides swept through the world, and the earth veins and heaven veins were all connected. All kinds of immortal materials overflowed, simply gushing out. Among them, Earth Path, Chi Path and Heaven Path were the most powerful. The goo immortals had more immortal materials. Transactions in jewel yellow skies became more frequent, but the goo immortals still did not have many immortal goo. Everyone had their own specializations. If one was not a refinement path goo immortal but another path, the chances of success in refining immortal goo were too low. From ancient times until now, in the 3 million years of human race's rise and dominance, it was all the blood and tears of goo refinement. Countless heroes and heroes had sunk into the bitter abyss of goo refinement. The radiance of just a few refinement path great experts could not shine on everyone. The goo immortals were all heartbroken by goo refinement, but they had to try again and again. It was unbearably bitter, but there was nothing he could do. But now, a refinement path venerable had appeared, and this refinement path venerable was different from other goo immortals. He was very special. He created the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, and even conducted public transactions in jewel yellow skies, conducting immortal goo refinement businesses. This made all the goo immortals who were tormented by goo refinement see hope. They felt a sense of warmth. Most of the goo immortals were moved. No matter how fake Fang Yuan's declaration of great love was, the benefits were right in front of everyone. But the identity of one of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects was a form of restriction. These goo immortals were worried about the Celestial Court's thoughts. Thus they asked Yi Fengyang about it. Because Yi Fengyang was the first goo immortal of Central Continent's righteous path to conduct public transactions with Fang Yuan. According to rumors, he had even received instructions from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Yi Fengyang had indeed received Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's orders, but what could he say? Some things could be allowed to happen, but they could not be said out loud. Once it was put on the table, the nature would change. Thus Yi Fengyang could only give vague answers. The more vague he was, the more others would want to get to the bottom of it. For example, now, Vicious Lightning Fiend took the initiative to ask. Vicious Lightning Fiend had rank 7 cultivation level, and he had been famous for a long time. Compared to him, Yi Fengyang could only be considered a minor character in the past. But now, because of his transaction with Fang Yuan, Yi Fengyang became famous in Central Continent and was the focus of attention. Facing Vicious Lightning Fiend, Yi Fengyang naturally had to lower his head. Yi Fengyang spoke vaguely, hinting at him repeatedly. However, Vicious Lightning Fiend wanted a clear answer. Yi Fengyang was under a lot of pressure. Right at this time, another goo immortal asked. It was Immortal Monkey King Shirley. This expert had been rank 7 for a long time, and now there were rumors that he was about to advance to rank 8. When Feng Jioga was still in Central Continent's righteous path, Immortal Monkey King Shirley was an expert second only to him. Brother Yi Fengyang, is it true or not? Tell me directly. Shirley was very direct. This time Yi Fengyang felt even more pressure. Fairy Bai Qing and Rainbow Butterfly Immortal Concubine transmitted at the same time. Fairies, I don't know either. He Fengyang felt a headache coming on. Brother He Fengyang, why don't you ask him? Vicious Lightning Fiend said. He Fengyang wanted to cry, Brother, please forgive me, I am just a pitiful person. Vicious Lightning Fiend chuckled, You have been in contact with Fang Yuan for a long time, your relationship is different, how could I not know? He Fengyang was extremely depressed, he almost wanted to roar out loud, I really don't know this demon. He Fengyang was still thinking of a way to reply to Vicious Lightning Fiend without offending him. On the other side Shirley urged, I have a good idea, brother. If you join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance now, I am sure Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable will not punish you. He Fengyang's eyes rolled, he would rather faint on the spot. He Fengyang was in a difficult situation, Liang Jingjing was also going through a test. Her divine sense had already entered jewel yellow skies, communicating with Fang Yuan's will. After knowing that Light Heaven had been exchanged for a large number of Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance contribution points, she felt very conflicted. She felt very uncomfortable. Because this amount of contribution points was huge, it would be very painful for her to give it up. Liang Jingjing had 2 Gu Immortals with her, Flickering Light Grotto Heaven was already destroyed. In her current situation she needed cultivation resources even more. But Celestial Court would not support her for no reason. She needed to save every cultivation resource and start from scratch. Thus, the contribution points that Light Heaven had been exchanged for became the greatest temptation. Liang Jingjing was not worried that Fang Yuan would go back on his words. After all, Fang Yuan had already announced it to the world. If Liang Jingjing joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance again, Fang Yuan would definitely do his best to protect her and announce it to the world. Liang Jingjing was worried about Celestial Court and the other Gu Immortals in the world. She had just betrayed Fang Yuan and joined Celestial Court, now she wanted to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance again. What would Celestial Court think? What would the world think of her? At this moment, Liang Jingjing had to admit that she was a little regretful. Of course, her hatred and anger towards Fang Yuan was still the main factor, it did not waver. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Fang Yuan started to refine Heavenly Secret Gu. This was his 3rd rank 9 Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was much more confident in this Gu refinement than before. Because for this Gu refinement, he had made the most ample preparations in his life. While refining Gu, Fang Yuan thought about the big picture. Now that he had lowered the requirements for joining, it had already caused a huge commotion, the impact would become more obvious in the future. Lord Great Love Immortal Venerable, I am Shang Beggar Fan, I wonder if I can join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance? A southern border Gu Immortal contacted Fang Yuan's will, who was inside Jewel Yellow Skies. Actually, during this period of time, many Gu Immortals had contacted Fang Yuan's will, but this was the first person who expressed his desire to join the alliance. You can join as long as you pay a fee. Fang Yuan's will replied plainly. Naturally, the entry fee for joining a guild alone and a guild with a superpower would be different. Shang Beggar Fan asked, Is it possible to join secretly? Fang Yuan's will nodded, expressing his agreement. Then I am willing to join. Shang Beggar Fan agreed. He made an agreement with Fang Yuan's will about the time and place to exchange the resource points. That's right, the fee to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance was resource points. Shang Beggar Fan is a marginal character in Shang Clan, but this time he was sent by Shang Clan as a representative to join my Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Fang Yuan immediately understood Shang Clan was behind this. The resource points that he requested earlier were already beyond Shang Beggar Fan's capabilities. But Shang Beggar Fan agreed, it was clear that he had the support of the entire Shang Clan. Even though Southern Borders Shang Clan is not as bold as Wu Clan, their thoughts are very flexible. Fang Yuan smiled. This was just the beginning. Soon, as Fang Clan continued to provoke them, and Wu Clan continued to take the lead, more super forces would come to probe them. These super forces would probably do the same thing as Shang Clan. They would send one person in first to make use of the benefits of being a member of the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. But all of this was within Fang Yuan's plan. He would let them have a taste of the benefits first. When these super forces could not stop themselves, Fang Yuan would start to restrict the number of Gu Immortals they could refine. Next, these super forces would send even more Gu Immortals to join secretly, or even their entire clan. Of course, Fang Yuan would not restrict them, they could leave the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance at any time. While refining Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan used information path methods to contact Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, how have you been? Fang Yuan greeted with a warm attitude. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable quickly replied, I am fine, but dirty water fell from the sky and landed on me. Great love, do you have anything to say? Fang Yuan laughed loudly. To speak the truth, Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, I am here to help you. I heard that you have been working hard recently, setting up a super formation that covers the whole of Central Continent. A formation of this scale will definitely need many immortal goo. And in this aspect I, Great Love Immortal Venerable, am most proficient. Why don't you join my Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance and enjoy a 20% discount? That is the best way to save money. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable laughed. She was laughing out of anger. Chapter 23:10. Towards Fang Yuan's shamelessness, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was convinced. She had no choice but to admit, Fang Yuan's declaration of taking action was a brilliant move. Fang Yuan lowered the requirements for joining and leaving the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance to the lowest level. He did not care about the loyalty of these members, he immediately opened up a whole new situation. He used benefits to fully display the advantage of refinement path. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal could not stop him. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was certain. Right now, all the Gu Immortals in the world were restless. Even the Gu Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were considering whether to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Even if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could order these Gu Immortals not to join this Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, she could not change their minds. People's hearts were fickle. But what did Fang Yuan lose in this? Almost nothing. Originally, the subordinates he recruited in Eastern Sea and the two heavens did not have much loyalty. It was only because of the situation that they had no choice but to join Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could not hope for them to attack Central Continent and other places in the future. From the fact that Qin Ding Ling successfully incited a large number of Grotto Heaven forces to defect, these people's loyalty towards Fang Yuan could be seen. If Fang Yuan was the only venerable in the current world, everyone would be loyal to him. But now, there were 4 venerables and 3 venerables, these Gu Immortals had a choice. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly in her heart. She knew that Fang Yuan purposely contacted her, it was not just to show off his strength. Fang Yuan's suggestion of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance was just a joke. He was clear that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would not join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance to build up support for him. Fang Yuan's true motive was to threaten Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. At the moment, Zhongzhou State was carrying out an unprecedented formation. At this crucial moment, if Great Love Immortal Venerable or Giant Sun Immortal made a move, it would be easy for the formation to fail. Fang Yuan has little immortal essence, he does not want to destroy the Starry Sky Calculation formation, nor does he want us to succeed easily, so he contacted me. Fang Yuan had been acting crazily, he did not mind using immortal goo to exchange for resource points, as if he was trying to increase the foundation of his immortal aperture origin core to increase his immortal essence. Star Constellate Immortal Venerable had also investigated, but like Giant Sun Immortal, she could not find anything wrong with Fang Yuan. Thus in her mind, Fang Yuan lacked immortal essence all along. This left a deep impression. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was not surprised that Fang Yuan contacted her. She agreed to transact with Fang Yuan. Heavenly Court would pay resource points, primordial domain and immortal materials in exchange for Fang Yuan refining immortal goo for Heavenly Court. Star to Star Constel Immortal goo to do the transaction Star to do, Celestial Sectimto exchange would be Clan's great deal. Fang Yuan knew that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was protecting their formation. This was also within Fang Yuan's expectations. According to the current incomplete formation, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's formation was not out of the ordinary, it was within the range that Fang Yuan could endure. Fang Yuan gave up on attacking and destroying, in exchange for a peaceful deal that was more beneficial to himself. It was a win-win situation. Especially now that he was refining heavenly secret goo. At this juncture Fang Yuan could not resort to force at all. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not know this. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used primordial domain as a bargaining chip. It was a small surprise. Fang Yuan had been negotiating with the Celestial Court for the origin domain all this time. Primordial domain's value to him was much higher than to Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had not relented, but now she finally revealed a small portion of primordial domain to tempt Fang Yuan to accept this transaction. Maybe in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's view, I have not taken back the primordial domain in jewel yellow skies because I lack the method to do so. Thus, Giving me a portion of primordial domain in a short period of time will not give me an advantage. To think that star constellation Immortal Venerable would give me primordial domain first, I thought that I would obtain this breakthrough in the blood path transaction with Giant Sun Immortal. Fang Yuan thought of this and got distracted. He contacted Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun, star constellation Immortal Venerable is making such a huge move, the formation that she wants to set up must be extraordinary. She is the #1 wisdom path Gu cultivator in history. If she has the help of the formation in the future, we might not be able to detect it even if we fall into her trap. Giant Sun Immortal smiled, replying, "What do you think?" Fang Yuan said directly, "I am willing to work together with Giant Sun to deal with star constellation Immortal Venerable and destroy her formation. Wisdom Path is no small matter, it can be seen from the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. We cannot let her set up the immortal formation smoothly." Giant Sun Immortal said ambiguously, "This is a good suggestion. Then, great love, have you considered Heavenly Lord Baizu's suggestion?" Fang Yuan chuckled, "That can be discussed. I have many blood path research results and blood path immortal Gu." Giant Sun Immortal had been looking to purchase blood path resources. Now that Fang Yuan took the initiative to give in, Giant Sun Immortal smiled lightly, immediately contacting star constellation Immortal Venerable. "Heaven Refining Demon Venerable has just contacted me. We are going to attack your formation together. I wonder what star constellation Immortal Venerable thinks?" Giant Sun Immortal directly sold out Fang Yuan. Star constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly in her heart, using the same method to transact with Giant Sun Immortal. The three venerables negotiated and schemed against each other. As a wisdom path Gu cultivator, star constellation Immortal Venerable was superior, she had the initiative. Eventually, she gave up on a portion of the benefits and settled the issue between Fang Yuan and Giant Sunday. We finally managed to stabilize these two. But if our formation was stronger, it would not have been so easy to deal with. It was not that star constellation Immortal Venerable did not have stronger immortal formations, but she could not set them up. Once she set them up, the two venerables would destroy them. There was no agreement. The Starry Sky calculation formation was carefully chosen by star constellation Immortal Venerable. It was above the bottom line that the two venerables could accept. The two venerables would rather let star constellation Immortal Venerable set up the immortal formation so that they could exchange for some benefits. This was star constellation Immortal Venerable's analysis of the three venerables. Of course, the main reason is because of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Star constellation Immortal Venerable felt that the two venerables were cheating because of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Compared to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, star constellation Immortal Venerable's formation was not worth mentioning. The three venerables were paying close attention to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's movements. As they expected, after Spectral Soul Demon Venerable got rid of the white heaven grotto heaven that he could sense, he charged towards the sun. In the mixed two heavens, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's mountain-like black figure charged towards the sun. This was within Fang Yuan's observation. He thought about it. "Back then I expended White Heaven's heavenly spirit. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable could not directly control immemorial White Heaven. He only has Black Heaven's heavenly spirit. He can only represent immemorial Black Heaven to annex immemorial White Heaven. Right now, among the two heavens grotto heavens, White Heaven grotto heaven no longer exists. The heaven vein nodes in the grotto heavens were all destroyed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. As for Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court, they are heavily guarded. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is not in a clear state of mind, he cannot investigate them. Therefore his only remaining target is the sun. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable charged towards the sun. This time was different from before, he roared and shouted with unprecedented determination and killing intent. However, the closer he got to the sun, the more obstructions he faced from fire path and light path Tao marks of a terrifying scale. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body started to melt like wax. Small flames started to appear on his body. Giant Sun Immortal looked at the immemorial two heavens. He had been paying attention to this matter. He evaluated. The sun has existed since ancient times. It has immense power. It is the largest heaven vein node in the world. It is also the largest light vein and fire vein node in the two heavens. Even in my previous life when I was at my peak I could not deal with the sun. Now that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is not in a clear state of mind, it will be even harder to deal with. In the previous life, Giant Sun Immortal was invincible in the world, he was invincible in the universe, he could naturally destroy the sun. But there were no benefits to doing so, it would cause great harm to all living beings. Giant Sun Immortal did not do that. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable finally charged into the sun, countless pitch-black pillar-like arms grabbed at the sun, his mountain-like body rampaged in the sun, creating huge currents of light and fire. But at the same time he suffered even greater damage. His body quickly melted, a vast number of light path and fire path Dao marks were engraved on his body. The soul path Dao marks that he had accumulated were collapsing rapidly. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's three heads roared in pain, their gazes were filled with even more anger and hatred. Following his instincts, he activated a defensive killer move, his entire body was covered in a layer of eerie light, pitch-black smoke surged out crazily, resisting the boundless power of the sun. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable stabilized his footing for now. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stayed in embroidered tower, watching from the window. The sun is only a lump of heaven path, light path and fire path Dao marks that has a form but no substance. It can be seen as a tribulation, but this tribulation has lasted for countless years, it has been accumulating since the beginning of the world. Thus, even if it is not a chaotic tribulation, it is not easy for venerables to deal with. This time, when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable fights the sun, both sides will suffer heavy losses. At that time it will be time for me to make a move. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable can be eliminated, it will be greatly beneficial to our celestial court. By then, we can even compromise with the other venerables. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable knew the principle of being flexible. For Celestial Court, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was a huge threat. Because Celestial Court was located in immemorial white heaven, it had the largest heaven vein node in the world. It was just that Celestial Court was concealed by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's wisdom path methods. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not sense it. However, at the next moment, a change occurred. A giant beast the size of a hill, with a trace of the aura of a rank 9 immortal goo, escaped in panic. There is a legendary immemorial desolate beast inside the sun? And a rank 9 immortal goo? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was shocked. Giant Sun Immortal stared with wide eyes. No, not just one rank 9 immortal goo, there is another one. Under the three venerables' observation, the rank 9 wildfire goo inside the sun was no longer concealed. After a few breaths of time, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable reached the center of the sun. He stretched out his remaining dozens of arms, ignoring the intense pain, he sucked the fire goo into his hands. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's left head opened its mouth and swallowed the fire goo. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable screamed in pain. His left head immediately burned like a torch. Without the support of two goo, the sun self-detonated with a loud sound, heaven and earth could hear it. At this moment, all living beings looked up in fear as the sun turned into countless lumps of light and fire, scattering in all directions. The sun was gone. Chapter 23:11. This change happened too quickly. Even the three venerables were unable to act in time. The original plan of the three venerables was to wait for Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and the sun to fight until both sides were heavily injured. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable followed his nature, he had survival instincts. Once they were heavily injured, they would retreat. At this time, the three venerables attacked Spectral Soul Demon Venerable while they were both heavily injured. In the confrontation of three venerables, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was still a huge variable. They could not completely eliminate the possibility of him regaining his consciousness, so the three venerables had a tacit agreement to eliminate this variable first. Like in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to eliminate all the pseudo-venerables first. What surprised the three venerables was that the sun was the first to collapse. Different from what people thought, the truth was that the sun was actually hiding two rank 9 immortal goo and a mysterious legendary immemorial desolate beast. The foundation of the sun was far beyond their estimation. According to this foundation, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not have sentience. It would be even harder to deal with him, he would definitely lose first. However, the legendary primordial desolate beast hiding in the sun was scared away. It was fine if it was scared away, but the important thing was that it took away a rank 9 immortal goo. Once this immortal goo left, the sun lost its core, its stable state disappeared and it collapsed. Even the strongest and sturdiest goo house can be easily destroyed from the inside. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed. A saying of the goo cultivation world appeared in her mind. This sudden change had disrupted her plans. Among the three venerables, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable the most. Because she was the clearest about the threat Spectral Soul Demon Venerable posed to the Celestial Court. Originally, she wanted to make some sacrifices to lure the other two venerables to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and eliminate him. Who would have thought that such a change would occur? Fire Gu was a legendary immortal Gu recorded in The Legends of Renzu. It was a rank 9 immortal Gu, but was devoured by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. This could be ignored for now, but that mysterious legendary immemorial desolate beast also had a rank 9 immortal Gu. This meant that they had to give chase. This concerned a rank 9 immortal Gu, and a legendary immemorial Gu was not a problem for venerables. Precisely because it was too easy to succeed, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had to seize every second. There were 3 venerables in the world. She did not want this immortal Gu to be obtained by another venerable. Be careful, there are flames coming like a storm. Fairy Bai Qing warned. Oh heavens, what do we do? Rainbow Butterfly Immortal Concubine looked up at the sky and saw countless fireballs falling down. The level of these flames was too high. Bright Splendor Ring Fire occupied the majority. This was one of the 3 fires in the world. Heavenly Fire, a rank 9 Fire Path Immortal material. Those who were not rank 8 Fire Path Gu Immortal experts could not deal with it. However, there was a huge immortal formation in the sky above the central continent. The central continent Gu Immortals had to defend the formation. They had to deal with these flames. Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, please give the order. Shirley shouted. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed to herself. She left behind a portion of her will and rank 9 immortal essence to control Embroidered Tower and control the situation here. As for her main body, she resolutely abandoned this place and rushed straight for the 2 heavens. See. Fang Yuan was currently using his investigative techniques to observe the entire 5 regions. The sun disintegrated, turning into countless immortal materials that scattered in all directions. Among them, most of the light path resources are still scattered in the 2 heavens, while most of the fire path resources are in the 5 regions. The fire rain is mostly in Western Desert, while Eastern Sea has the least. The reason was simple. Conflicting Dao marks. Among the 5 regions, Eastern Sea had more water path Dao marks, while Western Desert had more fire path Dao marks. Thus, the fire rain favored Western Desert more. These flames are all high-level resources. After collecting them and accumulating to a certain extent, we can create fire path resource points. Especially Bright Splendor Ring Fire, this rank 9 immortal material can only be found by chance. It is very rare. This time their numbers have increased sharply. This is a good opportunity, we need to grasp it. Fang Yuan immediately gave the order to send Gu Immortals to various places to collect these fire path resources. Regretfully, he had the most water path Gu Immortals under him. He did not have many fire path Gu Immortals. There were also very few rank 8 Gu Immortals. Regarding this, Fang Yuan used the will in Jewel Yellow Skies to announce, good news, good news. The Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance is holding a new activity. As long as you collect Fire Path Immortal materials and come here to trade, you will be able to exchange for a certain amount of Alliance contribution points. After accumulating a certain amount of Alliance contribution points, you will be able to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. It will no longer be resource points. And after joining, the contribution points that can be exchanged with immortal materials will still be there. Fang Yuan's will tossed out a list with the details of the various exchanges. Bright Splendor Ring Fire was at the top of the list. It could be exchanged for the most contribution points. Gu Immortals in the world heard this news and became restless. Originally, joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance required resource points, but now they only needed to collect these Fire Path Immortal materials. For most Gu Immortals, the difficulty of joining the alliance had fallen again. Fang Yuan's will revealed. This activity will only last for a short period of time, first come first serve. Once the Fire Path Immortal materials are collected, this activity will stop. Fire Path Immortal materials? Unfortunately, other than Bright Splendor Ring Fire, the other Fire Path Immortal materials I collect cannot compare to the Heaven Path Immortal materials. In these 2 days, Xin Shang continued to search for resources. Are we not going to chase after Fang clan? Chase for what? Let Celestial Quartz Zhou Xiong Xan chase after them. Quickly gather these Fire Path Immortal materials, use a portion and sell the rest to Great Love Immortal Venerable. If we miss this opportunity, we won't get another one. More and more Gu Immortals in Western Desert started to move around. Southern border. Wu Yong led a large group of Wu clan Gu Immortals and started to move. It was a swift and decisive action. Benefits were the main attraction. At once, countless Gu Immortals of the 5 regions were mobilized by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan himself was also heading towards the 2 heavens. Spectral Soul Destructive Sun also affected his plan. Originally, he was thinking that if Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and the Sun were both heavily injured, if he succeeded in refining Heavenly Secret Goo, he would be able to take action in time and gain some benefits from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. But now, he had to refine Heavenly Secret Goo while continuing his disguise. Thus, he had to enter the two heavens and act like he was chasing after a rank 9 Immortal Goo. This was the most normal behavior and reaction. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable were very astute. Fang Yuan had to do this to not expose any flaws. The sun was extinguished, the entire world of the 5 regions dimmed. The Mortal Goo Masters were shocked, the other living beings were also panicking, panicked beast roars and bird cries could be heard everywhere. This was an unprecedented change. It was inevitable that it would cause a large-scale panic. Starlight flickered, a legendary immemorial desolate beast broke out of the encirclement while bathed in blood. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the first to arrive. She waved her hand as the remaining blood chi and scales in the air flew into her hand. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable activated her Wisdom Path Killer move and deduced. It is Yu Tianguang? She quickly deduced the origin of this legendary immemorial beast. She could not help but feel shocked. Yu Tianguang and Zui Yi Hui had once wreaked havoc in the 5 regions, creating a bloodbath. They were very crafty and often worked together. Whenever a demon venerable or immortal venerable appeared, they would hide. It was hard to find them. But eventually, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable conquered the world and killed Yu Tianguang. This was recorded in history. But Yu Tianguang is still alive now. Did he fake his death? Could he fake his death in front of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable? Or, is this also Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangement? At once, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable thought of many things. The situation immediately became a little confusing. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable chased as she analyzed. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that this was likely Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's backup plan. According to the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, if Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable revived and became venerable using Heaven Path, he would have a huge advantage in the 2 heavens. Especially after he refined the Heaven Path Tao marks of the 2 heavens, he would be able to control all of the Heaven Vein nodes. By then, the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven would face a huge threat from Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. The Sun was also a Heaven Vein node. Back then, if Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable purposely placed Yu Tianguang in the Sun, he was clearly planning to subdue the Sun. Thankfully, Paradise Earth died and did not revive. From this, it seems that I should thank Fang Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had just thought of Fang Yuan when Fang Yuan appeared in her vision. Star Constellation, we meet again. Fang Yuan smiled as he greeted. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly in her mind, but she nodded with a smile on the surface. She was very graceful. The two had a warm attitude, but their movements were not slow at all, they moved even faster. The 2 venerables were on guard against each other as they chased after Yu Tianguang. This Yu Tianguang was also in human form. He had a hunched back, his forearms were long, he had a horn on his head, his body was covered in scales, they were like countless mirrors shining brightly. Under the pursuit of the 2 venerables, Yu Tianguang actually managed to escape time and time again. As I expected, this Yu Tianguang took away rank 9 light goo. And it has not been refined by him, it is still a wild immortal goo. Fang Yuan saw some clues. He grumbled internally. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, Heavenly Secret Goo's refinement had reached a crucial moment. He did not want to snatch this rank 9 light goo. Once he obtained it, he would face the frenzied attacks of the other venerables. A rank 9 immortal goo could completely break the balance between the 3 venerables. Nobody wanted such an immortal goo to fall into someone else's hands. But Fang Yuan still had to say what needed to be said. Yu Tianguang, your master, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, and I were good friends. After Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable died, he gave all of his resources to me. As for you, I did not have the time to tell you. Quickly leave with me, I will do my best to ensure your safety. Yu Tianguang coughed out blood as he cursed. Paradise Earth, that old scoundrel, I was almost killed by him, I had to hide under the sun to recuperate. After sleeping for so many years, I finally regained my senses. He caused me so much trouble, I will not surrender to him. That means it was not Paradise Earth's arrangement? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable came to a realization. She could clearly sense Yu Tianguang's emotions, he was not lying. This Yu Tianguang can fake his death and escape from Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, he is quite capable. Light Emperor, who was hiding in a corner, sighed. He was hiding in the black clouds, he did not want to shine at all. Chapter 23:12. Immortal Killer Move, Sword Tongue Dragon Soul. Fang Yuan's body shook as 100 evil dragons appeared around him. The evil dragons flew and surrounded Yu Tianguang in groups. He had already used this compound killer move. If he used it against Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, there was a risk of it being broken or countered. But now Fang Yuan used it to trap Yu Tianguang. The evil dragons pounced at Yu Tianguang from all directions. Some opened their mouths to bite, some swung their tails, some used their horns to provoke their enemies, some used their claws to tear, and some even opened their mouths to roar, shooting out sharp sword chi from their tongues. In a moment of desperation, Yu Tianguang also erupted with legendary immemorial level strength. He waved his arms as his body moved like lightning. The horns on his head were extremely sharp. After fighting for a while, 3 evil dragons were cut in half. He had killed several evil dragons with much difficulty, but these evil dragons produced dragon souls and modified the battlefield. The more evil dragons were sacrificed, the more dragon souls there would be, the more soul path Dao marks there would be on the battlefield, the stronger the dragon souls would be. The situation was getting more dangerous. Yu Tianguang charged left and right, fighting a bloody battle, but he could not escape from the evil dragons. Sensing the danger of its host again, the wild rank 9 light goo on Yu Tianguang burst out with power again. Piercing light shone on the entire battlefield. At the next moment, it was about to bring Yu Tianguang away. Earlier, when Fang Yuan and Star Constellation chased after Yu Tianguang, they were stalled by this move. They failed repeatedly. But at this time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was already prepared. Starlight specks flew and instantly enveloped Yu Tianguang's body. Rank 9 Wild Light Goo's power was mostly restrained by the starlight specks. It caused Yu Tianguang's escape to fail. Yu Tianguang was heavily injured instead. Rank 9 Light Goo was still wild. It did not cooperate well with Yu Tianguang. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable found a flaw. But this was normal. Even though Yu Tianguang and wild rank 9 Light Goo had been together for so many years, Yu Tianguang was almost always asleep. Even if he was awake with his rank 8 cultivation level, he could not refine a wild rank 9 Immortal Goo. Back then, when Star Constellation Immortal Venerable became venerable, she spent 100 years to refine wild rank 9 Wisdom Goo. Giant Sun Immortal tried to refine rank 9 Love Goo, but he still failed. Yu Tianguang spat out a mouthful of blood and fell into despair. The enemy he was facing was too strong and his injuries were too heavy. His entire movement slowed down. But he was still struggling. He was fighting for the glimmer of hope that remained in his heart like a mirage bubble. Don't come over, don't come over. Light Emperor Lord hid in the dark clouds and watched Yu Tianguang approach him. He grew increasingly anxious and terrified. The direction in which Yu Tianguang was fleeing was coincidentally in his direction. Could this be where my opportunity lies? Light Emperor's body suddenly shuddered as he recalled Giant Sun Immortal's words. He instantly realized that his fortuitous encounter was with rank 9 Light Goo. But, Dad, you've gone too far this time. Light Emperor quickly took a glance at Fang Yuan and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He did not even dare to look at these two venerables for too long, lest they discover him. Light Emperor Lord's bald head subconsciously shrunk into his neck. All along, his body had been shining with radiance, but he had concealed it with all his might. Only a thin layer of light was left on his body now. But Yu Tianguang was escaping crazily. He was almost coming straight for him. At this moment, Light Emperor hated this huge fortuitous encounter like never before. What he did not know was that Fang Yuan also had similar emotions. The timing is not right. If this happens after I refine Heavenly Secret Goo, I might be able to fight for this wild rank 9 Light Goo with all my strength. Fang Yuan chased after Yu Tianguang while secretly refining Heavenly Secret Goo. Thankfully, he had spent a lot of effort to modify Heavenly Secret Goo's Immortal Goo recipe. Using 4 elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool and the help of other Hairy Man Refinement Path Goo Immortals, Heavenly Secret Goo's refinement continued in an orderly manner. Next is the most difficult part. But at this time I have to chase after some rank 9 Light Goo. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. As for the rank 9 Light Goo, he did not covet it. Rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo's value to Fang Yuan was much higher than Light Goo. But now that things had reached this stage, Fang Yuan had to show an intense competitive intent. Fate Goo is destroyed. This situation should be caused by the entanglement of the luck of the other 3 venerables. Fang Yuan had a vague understanding. Once Fang Yuan succeeded in refining Heavenly Secret Goo, his strength would rise again. It would not only bring the convenience of obscured heavenly secret, it would also bring many other benefits. This way Fang Yuan's advantage would be too huge. Precisely so, the other three venerables were greatly threatened by Fang Yuan. The three venerables themselves might not have sensed it, but their luck was already resisting. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's luck, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's luck, and Giant Sun Immortal's luck were entangled with each other. They mixed together and attacked Fang Yuan. Thus, at the crucial moment of refining Heavenly Secret Goo, Fang Yuan encountered a huge change. 4 venerables coexisting, 3 facing each other, this is the crucial point of a qualitative change. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, Rank 9 Advanced Refinement Goo, I cultivate Refinement Path as well as Heaven Path, Obscured Heavenly Secret. All these factors have given me a huge advantage, my luck is equal to the other 3 venerables combined. The sum of the 3 venerables here was unknown to them. They had expended a lot of effort to reach the same level as Fang Yuan. Once the venerables understood the situation and saw through the truth, they would work together and reduce the internal conflict. By then, the 3 venerables' combined luck would rise rapidly and surpass Fang Yuan's. Without the 3 venerables knowing, once I get past this obstacle and obtain Rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo, my luck will be higher than the 3 venerables combined. After the qualitative change, I will not face this difficulty in refining other Rank 9 Immortal Goo. After Fang Yuan analyzed, he realized that this was a crucial battle. If becoming a Refinement Path Venerable was the foundation to fight against venerables, then, after successfully refining Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, Fang Yuan would be able to shorten the gap between him and the other venerables. Rank 9 Advanced Refinement Goo would shorten the gap again, it would also deepen Fang Yuan's Refinement Path specialty. And now, refining Rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo could be said to be the turning point of the 3 venerables' confrontation. Once he got past this crucial point, Fang Yuan would vaguely surpass the other venerables, he would have a true advantage. The star mist rose and blocked Yu Qingguang's path forward. Evidently, this was the incomplete form of a battlefield killer move. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to use a battlefield killer move to trap Heavenly Light and Wild Rank 9 Light Goo before making her move. Fang Yuan had never seen Star Constellation Immortal Venerable use a battlefield killer move. He hesitated. Was he going to destroy it? It was not impossible for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to take Wild Rank 9 Light Goo. It was difficult to refine Rank 9 Light Goo. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not cultivate Light Path. After obtaining it, before the refinement, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's positive luck would fall sharply. And looking at the situation, to prevent Fang Yuan from destroying her plans, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would definitely give more benefits to Fang Yuan. This was very advantageous to Fang Yuan. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan immediately activated his killer move. Immortal Killer Move, 7 kills Rainbow. Metal Paths Yellow Light, Wood Paths Jade Light, Water Paths Light Blue Light, Fire Paths Red Light, Earth Paths Brown Light, Wind Paths Green Light, Lightning Paths Dark Blue Light. These 7 paths lights intertwined and shot out in a spiral towards Heavenly Light. Heavenly Light immediately faced a fatal crisis. If he was hit by this attack, he would die for sure. The Rank 9 Light Goo on him would also be destroyed. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was already on guard against Fang Yuan. What are you trying to do? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable shouted. Starlight flew out and formed into a stardust veil. It was like a huge wall that blocked Fang Yuan's 7 kills Rainbow. Fang Yuan's thoughts were almost dried up. He had to refine Heavenly Secret Goo while maintaining his defensive killer moves and movement killer moves. He had barely managed to activate 7 kills Rainbow earlier. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He did not show any flaws on the surface. Star Constellation, you want to obtain Rank 9 Light Goo, aren't you thinking too easily? On the surface, Fang Yuan looked like he was not going to give up. He was going to pester her, but he had already made up his mind. Destroy this wild Light Goo first. If he failed, it did not matter if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable obtained it. With Fang Yuan's current condition, he definitely could not snatch it. First was to destroy Rank 9 Light Goo, second was to let Star Constellation Immortal Venerable get it, and last was to let Giant Sun Immortal get it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal were not Light Path Goo cultivators, but if Giant Sun Immortal obtained Rank 9 Light Goo, the scale of his luck would rise sharply. This was very advantageous to Giant Sun Immortal. He was very skilled in the aspect of luck, he would be able to gain a huge boost. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed. Fang Yuan, Giant Sun Immortal has not arrived yet, is it really good for us to fight like this? Fang Yuan smiled coldly. What's not good about it? If I don't make a move now, wouldn't I be letting you obtain this Rank 9 Immortal Goo? Fang Yuan and star constellation Immortal Venerable fought. Fang Yuan dealt with the incomplete star fog battlefield killer move at times. He attacked Yu Tianguang at times, while attacking star constellation Immortal Venerable at other times. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was indeed a wisdom path venerable. Her mind was filled with thoughts, she took care of all aspects and defended herself well. Even though the situation was in a deadlock, it was clearly tilting towards star constellation Immortal Venerable. In the fight between the venerables, Yu Tianguang was already heavily injured. Rank 9 Light Gu tried to break out of the encirclement but was obstructed by star constellation Immortal Venerable. Seeing that the star fog was about to close and form the complete battlefield killer move, Light Monarch could not sit still anymore. Shine for me. He suddenly attacked, using his most powerful technique at the moment. Dazzling white light filled the entire battlefield. Light Monarch risked his life and created a hole in the star fog. Escape, escape, escape. Light Monarch escaped frantically. He did not care about that rank 9 Immortal Gu. He had waited for a long time. Finally the killer move star fog was weakened by Fang Yuan. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had no time to replenish it. Thus, after he attacked, he created a hole in the star fog. If he did not make a move and the star fog battlefield was completed, he would have no hope of escaping. Chapter 23:13. Light Emperor's sudden appearance made star constellation and Fang Yuan slightly shocked. They did not expect someone to be hiding right under their noses. This person has a profound luck path method. He is definitely closely related to Giant Sun Immortal. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's pupils shrunk. The star fog quickly closed up. Fang Yuan also quickly attacked Light Emperor. Light Emperor stared anxiously. He shouted in his mind, "What does this have to do with me? Why are you targeting me? I'm only passing by." But at the next moment he turned around and saw that wild rank 9 Light Gu was shining with white light, wrapping around the light of Yu Tianguang as it chased after him. Light Emperor wanted to cry. He finally understood. Wild rank 9 Light Gu had an intense survival instinct. It was attached to Yu Tianguang. Firstly, because this legendary immemorial beast had many light path Dao marks, it was naturally close to him, and secondly, Yu Tianguang did not have the strength to refine it. But if it landed in the hands of a venerable, it would be different. Light Emperor opened the only gap in the star fog. He also cultivated light path and only had rank 8 aura. Wild Light Gu naturally chose to get close to him and escape. "Father, save me." On the brink of life and death, Light Emperor shouted resolutely. "Don't worry, my son." Giant Sun Immortal flew over from the horizon, rapidly approaching. Before he arrived, his killer move had already arrived, successfully blocking Fang Yuan's offensive method. Fang Yuan did not have enough thoughts. He could not change his attacking methods flexibly, otherwise Giant Sun Immortal would not have blocked him so easily. Of course, this was not a flaw in the other two venerables' eyes. In this battle between the three venerables, Fang Yuan chose to save his thoughts for a backup plan. It was normal for him to fight conservatively. After all, in the two venerables' view, Fang Yuan had the least immortal essence. Star constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. She had already recognized Light Emperor's identity. She immediately activated Star Fog and chased after Emperor Shiguang. The distance between them rapidly shortened. Giant Sun Immortal activated his killer move again. Golden Aurora appeared behind Light Emperor, blocking the Star Fog. Can I really escape by myself? I might need to borrow the power of wild rank 9 Immortal Gu Light to have any hope of escaping. Father, you've caused me so much trouble. The Light Emperor was a decisive person. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth, turned around and grabbed Yu Tianguang. Follow me if you don't want to die. Light Emperor Lord shouted loudly, bringing along protective heavenly light and the wild rank 9 Immortal Gu as they escaped towards Giant Sun Immortal. Yu Tianguang was already on the verge of death and was on the verge of fainting on the spot. It was difficult for him to resist the Light Emperor, so he just let him do what he wanted. After all, the Light Imperial Monarch and he both cultivated the Light Dao, so they were naturally close. Star constellation Immortal Venerable stomped her feet lightly, her body turned into starlight as she chased after them. He stretched out his hand and threw out the constellation chessboard. On the other side, Giant Sun Immortal flew over and slapped his immortal aperture. The door opened and closed as he flew out of Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Countless chess pieces flew down from the constellation chessboard like a torrential downpour. Golden light swirled around the Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace as it tried its best to conceal the Light Monarch. However, it was penetrated by the chess piece and turned into a sieve. There were still a large number of agile chess pieces that attacked. The Light Emperor struggled with all his might. His expression was ruthless. Under Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's attacks, he dodged left and right, but he could not dodge them, he could only take them head-on. Thankfully, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's attacks had already been weakened by more than half by Giant Sun Immortal's golden light. Meanwhile, the Light Emperor had pseudo-venerable battle strength after all. Even though he was heavily injured and blood was spurting out of his mouth and nose, his speed did not decrease. Persevere. Giant Sun Immortal shouted. The situation was urgent, it concerned his son's life and death, he used all his strength. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gritted her teeth, Giant Sun Immortal used his full strength, each move was grand and mighty, she immediately felt immense pressure. Seeing that the Light Emperor was about to escape, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacked with all her strength while shouting at Fang Yuan, "Great love Immortal Venerable, how long are you going to watch?" Giant Sun Immortal appeared, Fang Yuan only attacked a few times, they were all small skirmishes. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was already very displeased. Fang Yuan being so restrained was a huge threat to her. If Fang Yuan and Giant Sun Immortal secretly contacted each other and set up an ambush for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used her full strength to deal with Giant Sun, Fang Yuan would suddenly attack. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would be in a passive situation. Fang Yuan had no way to explain it. He had already used all his strength. Heavenly Secret Gu's refinement had reached the most difficult stage, it involved a huge amount of thoughts and mental energy. Fang Yuan was only skilled in Wisdom Path defensive methods. In terms of generating thoughts, he was far inferior to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. And his compound killer move also had a huge requirement in this aspect. Persevere. Fang Yuan could only grit his teeth and encourage himself. Giant Sun, take this. At the same time, Fang Yuan shouted as he flew rapidly towards Giant Sun Immortal. Fang Yuan did not use any offensive killer moves, he only used his movement methods. But just this small action made Star Constellation Immortal Venerable let out a sigh of relief. Giant Sun Immortal started to feel fear. Because Fang Yuan was far away from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and was close to Giant Sun Immortal, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's wariness was greatly reduced. And Giant Sun Immortal had to protect his son from the attacks of the two Venerables, he felt immense pressure. He shouted he had no choice but to use even more trump cards. For example, this move, Shifting Silver Hook. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, he sensed the incoming killer move, the windfire lightning wheels under his feet spun rapidly as he instantly retreated from the spot. At the next moment, his original spot flickered and turned into a pure silver hook. The curved hooks quickly flashed and then disappeared. It was as fast as lightning but also like an illusion. Fang Yuan continued to move, his figure was like a phantom, he did not stop at his original spot for even a breath of time. Meanwhile, the silver hook continued to flash and attack Fang Yuan, it was only a few millimeters away from him. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was furious, in her opinion Fang Yuan was still playing tricks. He had Cooking Luck Pot to protect him, he could take on the silver hook and attack Light Emperor, but he chose to dodge everywhere, he fell into Giant Sun Immortal's trap. Giant Sun Immortal was very relaxed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was completely unaware of Fang Yuan's true situation. Giant Sun Immortal has never used this Luck Path killer move before, if I get hit by this move, my luck will be greatly damaged. At the crucial moment when the three Venerables' luck are attacking together, it will be a fatal blow. Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of the situation. He could not use offensive methods to begin with, he was completely focused on refining Heavenly Secret Gu. But the two Venerables were not easy to deceive, his disguise was extremely difficult. Fang Yuan used all sorts of methods, he almost squeezed his brain dry, but his thoughts had already fallen to an extremely dangerous level. Heavenly Secret Gu's refinement took up most of his thoughts, the current situation was also very tense. Fang Yuan did not even want to touch these silver hooks. He was walking on a tightrope at the edge of a cliff. If he was careless he would lose everything. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable charged towards Giant Sun Immortal, she helped Fang Yuan out of his predicament. At this moment, Light Emperor was already very close to Giant Sun Immortal. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to attack him, but Giant Sun Immortal blocked her with all his strength. Fang Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable urged. Then let me take a gamble. Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly, he almost squeezed his brain dry, he activated Reverse Flow Protection Seal in an extremely dangerous manner. Fang Yuan carried Reverse Flow Protection Seal as he dove down like an eagle, creating intense sounds of wind and thunder as he pounced towards Light Emperor. Father, save me. Light Emperor was scared out of his wits by Fang Yuan's actions. He could only shout for help. Giant Sun Immortal took on Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's fierce attacks head-on. He activated a killer move. Golden light shot out like a pillar, obstructing Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not dodge, he got close to Light Emperor. You dare to snatch an immortal goo in front of me? Hand over your life. Fang Yuan sneered, his mind was completely blank. Light Emperor stared angrily, he gritted his teeth as his body stiffened like a rock. At the crucial moment, wild rank 9 light goo also erupted. A blinding white light swept across the entire battlefield. Fang Yuan was first hit by the white light. Before being attacked by the golden light pillar, his entire body fell towards the ground like a meteor. Thoughts continued to appear in his mind, they were all placed into the goo refinement. He also had to maintain his defensive killer move, he could not support Fang Yuan's thoughts at all. After a few breaths of time, reverse flow protection seal showed signs of instability. Once this move broke, not only would Fang Yuan suffer a heavy backlash, the other venerables would also notice something amiss. Fang Yuan's situation was very dangerous. If he was attacked by a venerable, he would not be able to resist at all. But everything was within Fang Yuan's plan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal were fighting for rank 9 light goo. It was already a crucial moment, they had no time to care about Fang Yuan. Under Giant Sun Immortal's full protection, Light Emperor finally flew to his father's side. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacked fiercely. Giant Sun Immortal's injuries were not light. Blood was flowing out of the corner of his mouth. The two venerables confronted each other, their gazes were like lightning as they collided in the air, fighting fiercely. Giant Sun Immortal gritted his teeth, he did not act rashly. He wanted to open his immortal aperture's entrance a little and place Light Emperor, the unconscious heavenly blessing light, and rank 9 wild light goo into his rank 9 immortal aperture. But he knew that he could not act rashly at this moment. As time dragged on the other side, inside the sovereign immortal aperture's 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, the hairy man goo immortals cheered loudly. The most difficult step of heavenly secret goo's refinement had been passed. The difficulty of the following refinement was simply falling like a waterfall, it was a piece of flat land. The thoughts supporting the refinement decreased rapidly. Fang Yuan soon had enough thoughts to think about. He immediately realized that he was falling, he turned around and flew towards Giant Sun Immortal again. When he saw Light Emperor standing beside Giant Sun Immortal, he shouted anxiously, "We cannot let Giant Sun obtain the rank 9 Light Path Immortal goo. If worst comes to worst, we will destroy it." Giant Sun Immortal snorted coldly, staring at Fang Yuan with killing intent. "Come at me, I will make you pay a terrible price." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was silent. Fang Yuan accelerated the refinement of heavenly secret goo while looking at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Star Constellation, this is a rank 9 immortal goo." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a cold expression, she was very unhappy with Fang Yuan. "If Great Love Immortal Venerable used your full strength, how could you have ended up like this?" Chapter 23:14. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered with uncertainty, his expression was grim. "I just did not expect light goo to erupt so suddenly, it cooperated perfectly with the golden light pillar." Giant Sun Immortal smiled smugly. "My soft gold pillar killer move was created specifically for your reverse flow protection seal, how does it feel?" Fang Yuan nodded. "This move's power is hidden internally, it actually has a mystical impact force. When it collided with reverse flow protection seal, it actually penetrated and shook my reverse flow river, thus disrupting the entire reverse flow protection seal's operation. But unfortunately this move still has room for improvement, it has not been fully created yet. Otherwise I would not have calmed the chaotic reverse flow river so quickly." Giant Sun Immortal nodded, he felt some regret about this. Maybe if he gave up on Light Emperor and kept this move, it might become a killer move against Fang Yuan in the future. But Giant Sun Immortal would not make such a choice. He would rather expose himself in advance to protect his son's life. "I was rash this time to think that a rank 9 immortal goo would be involved." Giant Sun Immortal said to Light Emperor, "Father, what is the point of saying this now? Let's quickly think of a way to escape. All the hairs on my body are standing on end." Light Emperor quickly replied, even though he returned to Giant Sun Immortal's side, his legs were still trembling, he was on guard. "Didn't you create the light body inheritance? Your entire body is covered in light path Dao marks, you don't even have a single hair?" Giant Sun Immortal asked curiously. The Light Emperor rolled his eyes and shouted, "Dad, now is not the time to care about this. The situation is bad, we need to think of a way to escape. Giant Sun Immortal suddenly laughed loudly, then let's go. Saying so, he grabbed Light Emperor and Yu Tianguang as he retreated rapidly. You want to leave? Not so easy. Giant Sun, please leave your immortal goo behind. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Great Love Immortal Venerable attacked. The Giant Sun Immortal roared and clashed with the two Venerables, causing the two fragments to explode. At the center of the explosion, under the terrifying power of the killer move, nothing existed. Even the supreme ancient two heavens were destroyed, forming a void. In the next moment, the surrounding fragments of the two heavens instantly filled up the void like seawater flowing backwards. Using this chance, a golden path flew out from the depths of northern plains. This was Calamity Luck Alter's strongest technique, luck-changing golden light path. Giant Sun Immortal purposely left Calamity Luck Alter in Longevity Heaven and left his will and a batch of 9 revolutions immortal essence. At this moment, with the amplification of a vast number of luck path Dao marks in Longevity Heaven, Luck Golden Light Great Path Killer Move's power rose sharply. It shot from Northern Plains Longevity Heaven to the battlefield. Giant Sun Immortal brought Light Monarch and Yu Qingguang with him as he stepped onto the path. His speed increased explosively, and in the blink of an eye, he had already flown to the horizon. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Great Love Immortal Venerable were not willing to let this go. But their attacks were constantly running out of energy due to all sorts of accidents around the Golden Path. Even if a Venerable attacked alone, under the chaotic situation of the two heavens, they would either be obstructed by soul beast groups or black-white overturning clouds. This was the power of Luck Golden Light Great Path. Fang Yuan had attacked several times, but he almost caused an accident in the refinement of Heavenly Secret Goo. Fang Yuan had seen Luck Golden Light Great Path killer move before, but this killer move was so difficult to deal with because it was amplified by Longevity Heaven's vast number of Luck Path Dao marks. Boom. The two Venerables chased into Northern Plains, but they still destroyed Luck Golden Light Great Path in the end. But at this moment, Giant Sun Immortal brought Light Monarch and Yu Qingguang down. From start to finish, he did not find a good opportunity to open his Immortal Aperture's entrance. Giant Sun Immortal had been attacking with all his strength, protecting Luck Golden Light Great Path and blocking all sorts of attacks from the two Venerables. The intensity of the battle was clear to see. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable fully displayed the power of Wisdom Path. She did not give Giant Sun Immortal even a chance. There was another reason Giant Sun Immortal did not dare to rashly put Yu Qingguang into his Immortal Aperture. The wild rank 9 light goo was on Yu Qingguang's body. It sensed that Giant Sun Immortal's rank 9 aura was very close to it. It was very uneasy. Once Giant Sun Immortal made a move, light goo would immediately jump up in agitation. It would act against Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal had no choice but to bring Light Monarch and Yu Qingguang towards Longevity Heaven. Heavenly Secret Goo's refinement is already at the final few steps. Fang Yuan was secretly happy, but he became more anxious on the surface. He shouted, Giant Sun, leave behind the rank 9 Immortal Goo. I will not let you succeed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's gaze was extremely resolute. She did not say anything, but her attacks became sharper. The battle of the three Venerables had finally extended to the vicinity of Longevity Heaven. Light Monarch laughed loudly. Victory was in sight. He shouted, Father, you are so powerful. Longevity Heaven opened the Immortal Aperture's entrance. At the final moment, Giant Sun Immortal had a solemn expression. He did not show any carelessness or flaws. The moment he entered the Immortal Aperture's entrance, rank 9 Wild Light Goo sensed something amiss. It suddenly exploded and wanted to escape. Giant Sun Immortal snorted coldly. He was already prepared. He immediately used his methods to suppress it. But right at this time, Fang Yuan also activated a Refinement Path Killer move. Giant Sun Immortal defended against it. But this Refinement Path Killer move had already been prepared by Fang Yuan for a long time. Its power was profound. The killer move affected rank 9 Light Goo. Crack. With a soft sound, Light Goo's surface cracked. Oh no. Light Monarch cried out. But thankfully Light Goo was only injured. It survived and was not destroyed by Fang Yuan's attack. Giant Sun Immortal finally stepped into Longevity Heaven. He looked at Fang Yuan angrily. Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. Good method. What is the name of this move? Fang Yuan smiled coldly. You have soft gold impact pillar. I will return you an incomplete refinement move. Giant Sun Immortal said good 3 times. He glanced at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable before closing the door and vanishing. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at Fang Yuan with a dark expression. She criticized, Fang Yuan, since you have an incomplete refinement killer move, why didn't you use it earlier? Giant Sun Immortal succeeded in the end. She finally sensed that something was amiss with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, his expression was dark. If I did not make deductions during the battle, I might not have been able to use this move even at the last moment. I can injure Light Goo. What about you, Star Constellation? If I did not fight for the opportunity for you, would you have such results? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a displeased expression. She did not want to talk to Fang Yuan. She turned around and left. From start to finish, the two did not try to enter Longevity Heaven. It is really convenient to have a base. Fang Yuan sighed as he left. Giant Sun Immortal's injuries were actually quite severe, but with Longevity Heaven, he was invincible once he entered. Longevity Heaven is like this, Celestial Court is even more terrifying. Fang Yuan deduced the power of luck-changing golden light great path. He felt a chill in his heart. He did not stay in Northern Plains, he quickly returned to Eastern Sea. His obscured heavenly secret killer moves effect had been greatly expended after the intense battle. There was not much left. Longevity Heaven. Father, how is Light Goo? Light Monarch was very concerned. Don't worry. That scoundrel Fang Yuan became venerable in refinement path after all. He heavily injured rank 9 Light Goo, but I also took the chance to suppress him. Giant Sun Immortal coughed twice, spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Father, are you alright? Light Monarch asked again. In his memories, Giant Sun Immortal was so grand and strong, he was an invincible existence. But now he saw Giant Sun Immortal's fatigue and injuries. Times had truly changed. Light Monarch recalled the entire process. He had a dejected expression. He found that he, a great pseudo-venerable, was just a mascot. At most, it could only be used as a bait to lure the Light Goo to his side. Most of the process was because of Giant Sun Immortal. Father, you should quickly heal your injuries. Light Monarch was very worried. This was the first time he had seen his father so heavily injured. But Giant Sun Immortal shook his head. I need to watch them leave Northern Plains and prevent them from destroying and slaughtering the Huangjin tribes. Light Monarch was shocked. They are venerables, they won't be so shameless, right? Giant Sun Immortal shook his head again. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable might not, but I cannot guarantee that Fang Yuan will not be shameless and crafty. Most importantly, we unexpectedly obtained a rank 9 Immortal Goo this time. Our gains are truly huge. Oh great Light, you are truly my son. Giant Sun Immortal's praise made Light Monarch's spirits rise. He patted his chest. Father, I will work harder. Cough cough. He patted his chest with too much force. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Father and son looked at each other as they coughed out blood, smiling bitterly. Giant Sun Immortal waved his hand. Your injuries are also severe, go and heal them. We gained the most this time, we need to recuperate and digest our gains. When our strength rises in the future, we will return today's injuries several times over. Light Monarch hesitated. Father, this Light Goo is injured, what do we do? That Celestial Court spent a lot of time and resources to repair Fate Goo. Hearing this, Giant Sun Immortal could not help but frown. Let's talk about it later. In the sky of Central Continent. All kinds of fire immortal materials were gathered by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's methods. They were all stored in Celestial Court's secret treasury. The starry sky calculation formation was not disrupted too much. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was satisfied with this. To her, this battle was very sudden. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable expended a lot of immortal essence, but she also had many gains. Even though Giant Sun obtained rank 9 Light Goo, it is an injured immortal Goo. Giant Sun cultivates Light Path and Blood Path, he cannot use Light Goo. Rank 9 Light Goo is not Great Development Goo, the latter does not need to be refined, while the former can only be used after refinement. Giant Sun needs to expend some immortal essence. It is possible that Fang Yuan created the remnant refinement killer move during the battle, but it is more likely that he was restricted by his immortal essence, thus he did not use it much. But in the end he was in a rush to destroy Light Goo and exposed the remnant refinement killer move. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at the two heavens again. Without the sun, the two heavens were dark and gloomy. In the depths of the two heavens, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was bathed in fire. He screamed in pain. Rank 9 Fire Goo was not so easy to swallow. This might be another opportunity. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes shined with starlight. She paid closer attention to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Chapter 23:15. Spectral Soul Annihilation. The fight between the three venerables started and ended abruptly. The influence of this fight was spreading to the whole 5 regions. Southern border. Such a huge free fire. The rank 4 Gu Master Xiaoyan was dodging with all his strength. A huge lump of orange fire surged towards him. It was as large as an elephant, trying to devour him. Just as Xiaoyan was about to take action and collect this free fire, a Gu Master suddenly attacked. Bam! With a loud explosion, Xiaoyan was sent flying. Who is it? This is Shang clan's territory. Xiaoyan shouted. Not only did he fail to collect the free fire, he was also heavily injured. You are so proud of being a dog of Shang clan? A demonic Gu Master walked out of the shadows. He also had rank 4 cultivation. Xiaoyan's pupils shrunk. So it is you, fiery star Bao Tong. He immediately understood why Bao Tong attacked him. He also cultivated fire path. He was definitely interested in this free fire. Bam bam bam. The two fought intensely, sparks flew and explosions occurred continuously. Initially the two were evenly matched, but gradually Xiaoyan gained the upper hand. Bao Tong became angrier as he fought. Xiaoyan was only a rising star. To think that he could fight to a draw with him, and even show signs of suppressing him. This was the benefit of having a large force behind him. A moment later, Bao Tong spat out blood as he retreated, holding his chest. The soot on his face could not hide his ugly expression. It seems that the rumors are true. You actually have so many rank 4 Gu. You are a subordinate that Shang clan leader Shang Xnci slept with, right? Xiaoyan was furious. Scoundrel, you dare to slander clan leader. Xiaoyan had wanted to let Bao Tong go. He did not want to pursue him, but now he was filled with anger. He pounced at Bao Tong. Bao Tong thought to himself he was forced to retreat under Xiaoyan's ferocious attacks. The situation was dangerous. In another dark corner, there was another Gu Master quietly observing this battle. This Gu Master had rank 5 cultivation. His face and body were blurry, he was shrouded in fog. Shang Xnci. The rank 5 Gu Master gritted his teeth. He had deep hatred towards Shang Xnci. A will occupied his mind. Little Tian, don't be impulsive. Shang Xnci is a Gu immortal seed of Shang clan. It was not easy for you to escape and hide your identity. What he needed to do now was to hide in the dark and cultivate diligently. I will strive to break through the limits of mortals and become a rank 6 Chi Path Gu immortal. The rank 5 Gu Master was Kong Ri Tian, and the will in his mind was Kong Sheng's will of providence. Back then, when Kong Ri Tian inherited Xing Tian's true inheritance, Wu Ji, Shang Xnci and the others fought over it. He swore that he would take revenge in the future. Kong Ri Tian gritted his teeth. But ancestor, I'm very confident that I can ascend to immortality. But didn't you advise me not to ascend as an immortal for the time being and not to miss the exceptional opportunity to learn from nature? Kong Sheng explained. Spectral Soul succeeded in destroying the sun and destroyed a large number of white heaven path nodes, heaven pillars, heavenly chasms and so on. The primordial white heaven would be rapidly swallowed by the primordial black heaven. The confusion of the two heavens and the chaos of providence would not last for long. Once providence stabilizes, it will be time for you to undergo your immortal ascension. So that's it, I really can't wait. Kong Ri Tian snickered. At the next moment he suddenly attacked. Since I can't take revenge on Shang Xnci for now, I'll find her subordinates and kill her lover, Xiaoyan. I'll let her have a taste of pain. Kong Ri Tian's mind was filled with killing intent. Don't worry, after I kill Xiaoyan I will frame Bao Tong. I am very familiar with this method. Kong Ri Tian secretly pounced towards Xiaoyan, but the latter was completely focused on Bao Tong and did not sense anything. So, then you must end this quickly. Kong Xing Tian's will sighed helplessly. That night, golden flames burned the entire mountain. Countless living beings were buried in the sea of fire. The flames soared to the sky and were near Shangliang Mountain. Shang Xnci quickly discovered them. Oh no, something happened on Xiaoyan's side. A pure natural fire does not have such power. Shang Xnci's heart sank. She could not help but worry about Xiaoyan's safety. Even though she only had rank 5 cultivation level now, she had great foresight. She could tell that this was an immortal material flame from the flames. Shang Xnci did not send reinforcements to Xiaoyan, because immortal materials were no longer mortal matters. Shang clan's Gu immortals would definitely go and deal with them. Shang Xnci looked at the sky. Without the sun, the sky was pitch black. This gentle and kind woman sighed deeply. Her expression was filled with worry. I wonder how many people are suffering in torment at this very moment? Even though I am Shang clan's leader, I am still too weak. The change in the world caused people's hearts to tremble. In southern borders Gu Master World, the demonic path became very rampant. Shang Xnci had already tried her best to save them, but against natural and man-made disasters, her efforts were just a drop in the bucket. Eastern Sea. White Crane Sea area. Nangong Yuan was trying his best to gather the crane group. Far away from where the sky and sea intersected, vast frost energy swept over, causing the surrounding temperature to fall rapidly. White Crane Sea area was originally owned by Eastern Sea lone immortal Qin Baihe. After Qin Baihe was killed by Fang Yuan, White Crane Sea area was taken over by the nearest superforce, Nangong clan. Nangong clan invested a lot of resources and built a formation. They wanted to manage it properly, but the sun was destroyed by spectral soul. Once the sun went out, the 5 regions' temperature continued to fall. White Crane Sea area was next to ICC area. It suffered even more. In the last few days, ICC area had already expanded by 4 times. White Crane Sea area was about to be devoured by ICC area. The world is changing. This is truly an unprecedented chaotic era. Nangong Yuan sighed. Nangong clan's situation was still good. Su clan controlled Light Wave Sea. Once the sun went out, the value of the entire sea area plummeted. Su clan was extremely busy. Of course, there were also super forces that took the chance to make huge profits. For example, Eastern Sea's Hua clan. Hua clan's rank 8 immortal Gu House Jade Cloud Fireworks warship entered the 2 heavens many times, collecting a vast amount of cloud path resources. Eastern Sea's righteous path was very envious. The world was changing, not to mention mortals and Gu masters, even super forces and Gu immortal experts were affected. They were in a state of unrest. Some were overjoyed, some were worried, some decided to leave their homes and start anew. In the darkness of the night, Lu Qingming and Su Guang had already flown to the border of northern plains and western desert. They were originally 2 of the traveling 3 elites, but after Han Dong's death, there were only 2 elites left. They were northern plains lone immortals, but they were not willing to join the Huangjin tribes, Chudu, Heavenly Lord Baizu or Fairy Black Moon. In the huge Gu cultivation world, people had their own hearts. There will always be people who prefer more freedom. As Longevity Heaven continued to work hard, Northern Plains living space for lone cultivators became smaller and smaller. The situation forced Lu Qingming and Su Guang to leave Northern Plains. They were not willing to go to Central Continent or Eastern Sea. Western Desert and Southern Border were more suitable for them. Because Lu Qingming cultivated Wind Path, while Su Guang cultivated Light Path, they were more suited for Western Desert's environment. Sigh, we have to leave Northern Plains after all. At this moment, I feel that it is hard to leave my homeland. Lu Qingming sighed deeply. Su Guang said, Western Desert is in chaos and Fang clan attracted its attention. It is more suitable for us to cultivate. Let's go. The 5 regional walls have vanished. The 2 heavens have fused into one. Heaven and earth are our home. Lu Qingming laughed. You are more carefree than me. But at the next moment their expressions changed. A terrifying pitch-black darkness suddenly descended. The 2 immortals could not resist. They were grabbed by the mysterious expert, unable to move. Lu Qingming and Su Guang were filled with fear. Because the one who captured them was not a Gu immortal, but a legendary immemorial desolate beast. This legendary immemorial beast was like a giant. Its body was black as ink. A head of jet black, thick hair hung down to his waist like a cloak. Its eyes were huge, emitting a bloody light. At this moment, 2 huge claws were grabbing Lu Qingming and Su Guang. It was Zui Yihui. Zui Yihui's voice was deep and hoarse. 2 Northern Plains Gu immortals, you can lead the way. Tell me, Longevity Heaven, how do I infiltrate it? Lu Qingming and Su Guang heard this and their faces turned pale, without a trace of blood. Western Desert. An extremely short confrontation had come to an end. Flower petals fell and gathered, forming Wan Zihong's complete immortal body. She looked at Ling Husu's disappearing figure as she smiled. Ling Husu, ha, interesting. Zhou Xiong Xian's expression was ugly. This Ling Husu deserves to die. If he did not use Fang clan's name to steal, would we have been misled by him? Zhou Xiong Xian wanted to find Fang clan's hiding location, but to think that he followed the wrong clues. Ling Husu was a rare theft path Gu immortal. He had once stolen Fang Dongxi's soul core in Sand Heap Blessed Land. Evidently, he did not just obtain the soul core, he even used it to disguise himself as Fang clan's item. While spectral soul destruction was in a state of panic, he committed crimes everywhere, purposely leaving behind clues and placing the blame on Fang clan. In the end, Zhou Xiong Xian exposed him. Back then, the pursuit was very short. Ling Husu only had rank 7 cultivation level, but he used a strange theft path method to escape from the 2 rank 8 experts of Celestial Court. In the sky of Central Continent, many Gu Immortals' gazes were gathered on Gu Immortal Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji successfully placed the final Immortal Gu. Good, prepare to activate the formation. Inform the Gu Immortals of the 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens to pay attention to the Grotto Heavens formations. Friends in the formation cores, please check again. After arranging everything in an orderly manner, the Starry Sky Precision Calculation Array was finally activated. First, a star shone with dazzling starlight, then the second star, the third star. After more than 10 breaths of time, millions of stars shone brightly in the sky of Central Continent, forming a beautiful star chart. The Starry Sky Calculation Formation is finally complete. Li Xiaobai sighed internally at this sight. Not long ago, Fang Yuan's main body had secretly contacted him. As profound literature Grotto Heaven turned to Celestial Court, this move of Li Xiaobai's became extremely valuable. But at the same time, Fang Yuan had to be careful. Li Xiaobai was his clone after all. If his identity was exposed and he was captured, it would become a huge weakness of Fang Yuan's main body. Chapter 23:16. Millions of stars filled the sky, forming a sea of stars that floated above Central Continent. The blue radiance of the stars interweaved, creating a dreamlike scene. If one looked at the 5 regions now, Northern Plains, Southern Border, Eastern Sea, and Western Desert were all shrouded in darkness, only a few special areas were shining brightly. In stark contrast to the 4 regions, only Central Continent was shrouded in light. Central Continent, which was filled with stars. Compared to Giant Sun Immortal, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable understood Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's situation very well. She had already made arrangements. Even Fang Yuan was lagging behind Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He was gradually understanding Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's true state. This was Wisdom Path's forte in preparing for a rainy day. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was inside Embroidered Tower. She was multitasking now. She was refining Central Continent's natural wisdom path Tao marks while healing her injuries. She was controlling the Starry Sky Calculation Formation, and a portion of her attention was placed inside Celestial Court. This was also the advantage of Wisdom Path. Thoughts were plentiful. The Starry Sky Actuarial Array was operating slowly. Everything was normal. This formation only had some basic offensive and defensive abilities. It was not even at pseudo-venerable level. But precisely because of this, Great Love Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal gave up on them. They chose to transact with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and seek their own benefits. Giant Sun Immortal had a strong need for Blood Path, while Fang Yuan obtained a batch of Primordial Domain. The Starry Sky Calculation Formation's main ability was to cover the whole of Central Continent. It could gather information from all over Central Continent, and make deductions to mobilize Central Continent's Gu Immortals to cooperate more precisely. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was number 1 in Wisdom Path. Wisdom Path was created by her. She was still the number 1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal in the current world. No one understood the essence of Wisdom Path better than her. Wisdom Path emphasized control. It was the research of fixed numbers. Wisdom Path had 3 essential elements: thoughts, will, and emotions. Thoughts were ever-changing, wills were fierce, and emotions were disturbing. Wisdom Path cultivation advocated for Gu cultivators to control these 3 aspects. This was the most basic. Thus, Wisdom Path Gu cultivators were usually very calm and self-disciplined. They knew how to control and adjust themselves. On this foundation, Wisdom Path Gu cultivators were good at memorizing information and understanding the current situation. This was controlling the present. Furthermore, Wisdom Path Gu cultivators could use all sorts of clues and information to deduce certain possibilities based on the rules of heaven and earth and common sense. This was controlling the future. This was the essence of Wisdom Path. Precisely because of this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the only venerable in history to become one with the Tao. She interfered with providence and affected fate Gu because fate was the greatest determinant in the world. In this aspect, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the most unique. Countless pieces of information flowed out of the Starry Sky Calculation Formation like streams, entering Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mind. This information included the most basic topography of mountains and rivers, weather changes, the distribution of the various Gu cultivation forces, and even the specific locations of Gu Immortals, their current conditions, and so on. A vast amount of information poured into Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mind like rivers flowing into the sea. If it was Giant Sun Immortal or Great Love Immortal Venerable, they would not be able to handle it. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was different. She mainly cultivated Wisdom Path, her mind was vast, far surpassing other venerables. She received this vast amount of disorderly information with ease, she had more than enough ability to handle it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable felt a faint sense of joy in her heart. Her control over the whole of Central Continent was rising rapidly. The more information a Wisdom Path Gu cultivator had, the more they could display the advantage of Wisdom Path. Why else would Information Path and Wisdom Path be the most compatible? With the Starry Sky Calculation Formation, I can monitor the whole of Central Continent at all times. It is like mini heaven overseeing tower. Central Continent's mood is rather stable, the morale of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects is higher than before. It seems they have compared the situation of the other 4 regions. However, the Starry Sky Calculation Formation is only at the most basic level now, it still has a lot of room for improvement. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable thought to herself. For example, in terms of collecting information, her investigative methods were not good. Not to mention Gu Immortals, even Mortal Gu Master experts could conceal their own secrets to a certain extent. For example, in the Starry Sky Calculation Formation, there were few Information Path Immortal Gu that stored information, they needed to be replenished. Of course, the best arrangement was to directly insert the Qian Kuan crystal wall. For example, the Starry Sky Calculation Formation's deduction, thinking, and deployment abilities could also be raised. But this also required a large number of related Immortal Gu. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable created Computer Gu, Wisdom Brain Gu, Light Brain Gu, and others. Genesis Lotus Demon Venerable created a special immortal plant, Brain Gu. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable once had Monkey Brain Gu, Dragon Brain Gu, Phoenix Brain Gu, as well as Brain Gu that could be used with Strength Path methods. There was also Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's Food Path Research, Brain Gu. These Gu worms were suitable for the Starry Sky Calculation Formation. Other than that, the Starry Sky Calculation Formation's basic offensive and defensive abilities also had huge room for improvement. However, the Starry Sky Calculation Formation has already reached the bottom line of the other venerables. Any improvement in any aspect will attract the venerables' attacks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable observed the world. The Starry Sky Calculation Formation was mainly restricted by external pressure, it also needed a large number of Immortal Gu. Thus, it could only stop here for now. Next, I will gather the information of all the Gu Immortals in Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Lifespan, cultivation level, path, Immortal Gu, killer moves, Immortal Aperture situation, path attainment level, and so on, will be sent to the Starry Sky Calculation Formation for allocation. As for the Gu Immortals in the 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable decided to slow down. This matter could not be rushed. Spying on a Gu Immortal's information was a taboo to begin with. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was forcefully pushing it, and because Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were subordinates of the Celestial Court, it was possible to do so. Even so, the Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects would feel uncomfortable, they might even hide it secretly. But these were minor details, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not want to force it. Forcing it was going against the will of the people, it was going against the grain. How could Star Constellation Immortal Venerable be so unwise? When the Immortals start to taste all sorts of benefits, their mentality would gradually change, they would even take the initiative to cooperate with the Starry Sky Calculation Formation. In this situation, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would force the Gu Immortals of the 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens to report their complete information to the Starry Sky Calculation Formation. She could not do so now. Many super forces of the 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens had just joined the Celestial Court after all. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did this, not only would she disappoint them, she would also let the world see the plight of the foreign Gu Immortals who joined the Celestial Court. In the long run, it would be disadvantageous to the Celestial Court and the future situation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable first refined the Celestial Court and interfered with Western Desert, obstructing and interfering with Fang Yuan's arrangements. Then she created the Great Development Immortal Formation and instigated Fang Yuan's 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens forces to defect. Afterwards, she worked together with Fang Yuan to defeat Giant Sun, creating the most basic Starry Sky Calculation Formation. She made all sorts of moves, she countered them as they came, but she also did it steadily. Right now, the Celestial Court's situation was clear, the dark clouds of their previous defeats were swept away, their future was bright. Giant Sun Immortal's injuries are more severe than mine. He is also repairing and refining rank 9 light goo. As for Fang Yuan, he lacks immortal essence, be it refining natural Dao marks or fighting venerables, he is unable to do anything. The biggest variable is still Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Thinking of this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked afar again. In these 2 days, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was bathed in flames, his mountain-like body was melting and recovering rapidly, his 3 heads had twisted expressions as they screamed in pain. Spectral Soul. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable muttered. Intense killing intent surged in her heart again. Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan's heart shook, joy filled his heart, but his expression did not show it. Rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo was refined successfully. Ever since the battle for Light Goo, Fang Yuan had passed the most difficult period of raising Heavenly Secret Goo's refinement. Next, Fang Yuan returned to Eastern Sea. He did not refine Eastern Sea's refinement path Dao marks. He acted like he was accumulating immortal essence while secretly refining Heavenly Secret Goo. Just now, Fang Yuan finally succeeded. He refined rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo. It was very rare. This was only his first attempt, and he had already succeeded. The main reason was because of rank 9 Advanced Refinement Goo. It helped Fang Yuan a lot. Furthermore, Heavenly Secret Goo's Immortal Goo recipe was outstanding to begin with. After Fang Yuan's modification, it had reached a certain extreme. But looking back at the entire process, the difficulty was quite high. If not for Fang Yuan risking his life, he might have failed miserably. With rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo completed, Fang Yuan's next step was to modify Obscured Heavenly Secret. This step was not difficult at all. Fang Yuan was very confident. He had already accumulated a lot of experience in modifying Heavenly Secret Goo. Obscured Heavenly Secret was also outstanding enough. It was the most stable foundation. I need to find a chance to meet Li Xiaobai and use the rank 9 Obscured Heavenly Secret Killer move on him. That way he will be able to hide peacefully. Maybe I can use this chance of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable? Longevity Heaven. Giant Sun Immortal was doing his best to heal his injuries. Using the vast amount of luck path Dao marks in Longevity Heaven, he was slowly whittling away at his Star Path, Wisdom Path and Refinement Path Dao marks. Even though he obtained rank 9 Light Goo, he felt an even greater sense of urgency. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable swallowed a wild rank 9 Fire Goo. He is truly foolish. His mind is not clear. There is no way he can refine Fire Goo. Right now, Fire Goo is fighting desperately in his body to protect itself. It is whittling away at the Soul Path Dao marks in Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body. Once Spectral Soul Demon Venerable weakens to his limit, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable will definitely take action. There will be another intense battle by then. Giant Sun Immortal did not use his investigative killer move. He needed to start storing immortal essence. This time, in order to protect Emperor Light and rank 9 Light Goo, he had to fight against 2 venerables at the same time. He expended a lot of immortal essence. If they fought against 3 venerables because of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, because of the advantage of rank 9 Light Goo, he might be targeted by the other 2 venerables. Rank 9 Light Goo was obtained by Giant Sun Immortal, but it was a hot potato. Chapter 23:17. Celestial Court. 10 rank 5 Goo Masters excitedly arrived at an important place in the depths of Celestial Court. They were the 10 children of Human Path. This is the Great Yen Formation? Xiao Qixing walked at the front. Behind him were Sun Yuan Hua, Fairy Bai Xia, Gu Ting, Wei Wushang, Ing Xingji, Chen Dejiang, Tang Ruqi, Sun Yao and Zhao Shuyi. These 10 were the most outstanding Goo Masters of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. They were heavily nurtured by Celestial Court and became rising stars of Human Path after cultivating painstakingly in Divine Emperor City's painting world. They bore a heavy burden. It was the desire of the past venerables of Celestial Court towards Human Path. It was the germination of Central Continent's grand plan to dominate the 5 regions. The 10 looked over and saw a gray-white light that was like a mountain or a sea in everyone's vision. This light was constantly changing, sometimes winding like a dragon, sometimes dancing like a butterfly, sometimes standing tall like a wall, and sometimes rippling like water. The Great Yin Formation was personally set up by Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It is the greatest secret of Celestial Court. How honored are we are actually the first batch of Goo Masters to enter the formation to cultivate. Black Heaven annexing White Heaven is already a foregone conclusion. Providence will stabilize and no longer be chaotic. Not long later it will be time for us to become Human Path Goo Immortals. So, the Great Yin Formation is our greatest fortuitous encounter before we become immortals. We must grasp this peerless opportunity. That's right, after entering the formation to cultivate, our relevant memories will be erased. We don't know when we will be able to come again. The 10 children of human path discussed for a while and finally arranged the order of entering the formation. Sun Yuan Hua was the first to enter the Great Yin Formation. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, he staggered out of the changing light and shadow. How was it? What did you experience in the formation? What gains did you get? Quickly tell us. The other 9 quickly gathered around and asked. Sun Yuan Hua's expression was still a little dazed, but he quickly recovered. He recalled, after I entered, all I could see was a vast white fog. I tried to step into it and vaguely saw a figure. I chased after it. The more I chased, the further I went. I don't know how far I went, but more and more people appeared in the white fog. At first, there were 5 or 6 of them, then 50 or 60, then 600 or 700. When I finally came to my senses, I was already in a sea of people, surrounded by people. I wanted to ask, but I couldn't make a sound. I tried to smile and connect with these people. In the end, I discovered that they were all smiling at me. Their smiles are fake, like a picture drawn with lines. Can you imagine it? Tens of millions of people surrounded me with this kind of fake smile, crowded around me and squeezed tighter and tighter, making it hard for me to breathe. I used all my strength to push them away, but my strength was getting weaker and weaker. In the end, I was drowned by countless people with fake smiles. By the time I reacted, I had already stepped out of the formation and met you all again. At the same time, a skin figure Gu's immortal Gu recipe appeared in my mind. After Sun Yuan Hua finished narrating his experiences, there was still lingering fear on his face. He revealed the truth. It would be very helpful to the others. Why does it feel like I had a nightmare? This formation is truly profound and extraordinary. Currently, it seems that after going through the Yin formation, a human path immortal Gu recipe will appear. We can't make a conclusion with just one person who will be next. The other human path 9 children discussed for a while, but they could not find anything. The second choice was Gu Ting. Gu Ting slowly walked into the fog under everyone's gazes. After a few minutes, Gu Ting walked out of the formation with a dazed expression, similar to Sun Yuan Hua earlier. But soon he recovered. Everyone gathered around him, listening to him narrate his experiences. Gu Ting's experience was different from Sun Yuan Hua. He did not see anyone. In fact, he felt that he did not even open his eyes. His greatest feeling was the music. The music produced by a certain instrument was constantly lingering in his mind. When the music stopped, Gu Ting walked out of the immortal formation. I received an immortal Gu recipe. It is my modified vital Gu, musician Gu. The 10 children of human path discussed among themselves. Skin figure Gu and musician Gu were human path Gu worms. They were also Sun Yuan Hua's and Gu Ting's vital Gu. This means that the gains are related to vital Gu? More accurately, it should be the immortal Gu recipe of vital Gu? This is too useful to us. That's right, who knows, we might be able to use the excess tribulation chi to refine our vital immortal Gu when we undergo tribulation. The 10 children of human path were very excited. They were going to cultivate human path. This was the arrangement of the celestial court. There were advantages and disadvantages to cultivating this path. The advantage was that it was a brand new path. They could dominate the world with one move. Once human path developed, they would have a natural advantage over other paths. The disadvantage was that because they had just started developing on a large scale, the road ahead was dark. There were almost no inheritances to support them. The 10 children of human path had to forge a path for themselves. As for the celestial court, even though the venerables had human path killer moves, these killer moves were too high level. They were related to secrets. The 10 children of human path could not come into contact with them. The 10 children of human path knew clearly, it was extremely difficult for them to create human path immortal Gu recipes. The amount of time, resources, and manpower they would expend was immeasurable. Even during the tribulation transcendence, using the peerless opportunity of nature imitation to ask the heavenly will might not yield any results. Because they were developing human path, it was likely that the entire world did not have the corresponding human path immortal Gu. However, when the third person, Ying Xingji, entered the immortal formation, he did not obtain the immortal Gu recipe. I obtained a brand new human path Gu recipe from rank 1 to rank 5, it is called Pill Refinement Master. Ying Xingji's vital Gu had already been changed to Dr. Gu, but after entering the formation he obtained a different human path Gu recipe. Ying Xingji was somewhat disappointed. After all, his immortal ascension was imminent. Without Dr. Gu's immortal goo recipe, he would not be able to use human path immortal goo for a long time in the future. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had been paying close attention to the 10 children of human path. After Sun Yuanhua entered the formation, his comprehension and experience towards human path formed a profound connection with the inheritance of the former shadow path Gu Immortal of the Celestial Court, Immortal Lord Gu Ying. Eventually he obtained the immortal Gu recipe of Skin Shadow Man Gu. Immortal Lord Gu Ying was a person after star constellation Immortal Venerable's first life. But after star constellation Immortal Venerable looked through the records of the Celestial Court, she had a deep impression of this person. Immortal Lord Gu Ying had mentioned in his inheritance, even though Shadow Path was only a branch of Dark Path, it had greater potential. Shadow Path was not just a branch of Dark Path, it was also a branch of Light Path. Without light, how could there be shadows? Because of this, if they developed the Shadow Path, they might be able to use it as a foundation in the future to merge the Dark Path and the Light Path, forming a brand new and enormous path. After Gu Ting entered the formation, he formed a connection with the Sound Path inheritance. That was how the musician Gu Immortal recipe was created. As for Ying Xingji, after he entered the formation, he did not form a connection with the inheritances of those healing Gu Immortals. Instead, he formed a connection with Yuan Dan's Pill Path. Pill Refinement Master Gu. Different from Ying Xingji, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable felt that Ying Xingji's gains were greater this time. Human Path was the path that the Celestial Court focused on developing, while Pill Path was also a brand new path. The small spark created by the collision of these two paths was Pill Refinement Master Gu. It was Ying Xingji's Human Path achievement. He absorbed a portion of the essence of the Pill Path inheritance and turned it into his own achievement. Pill Refinement Master Gu's Gu recipe ranges from rank 1 to rank 5. After refinement, a large number of Pill Refinement Masters can be created. And these Pill Refinement Masters are most proficient in refining Pill Gu. Pill Gu were mostly expendable Gu, and from the many Pill Gu that Yuan Dan refined, their effects were very strong. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable acutely realized. If Pill Refinement Master Gu was popularized, it would change the current situation of Gu Masters at the bottom level, it would have a huge impact. After Sun Yuanhua, Gu Ting and Ying Xingji, it was Shao Qixing's turn. This person was vaguely the leader of the 10 children of human path. After entering the derivation Immortal formation this time, he actually obtained the corresponding Immortal Gu recipes of Soldier Gu and Squad Leader Gu. But regretfully, Shao Qixing's Vital Gu was Martial Gu. Qinda Jiang was the 5th person to enter the formation. His Vital Gu was Capture Gu, but he did not obtain the corresponding Immortal Gu recipe. I obtained Fandor Gu. I have Gu recipes from rank 1 to rank 6. They are 1 Fandor Gu, 2 Fandor's Gu, all the way to rank 6 Immortal Gu, 6 Fandor Gu. Fandor Gu are connected to each other. After they are established, my Capture Gu can turn into a constable and quickly teleport from one door to another. After Qinda Jiang was Zhao Shuyi. Her Vital Gu was Craftsman Gu. And after entering the formation this time, she had a connection with a certain Metal Path inheritance, forming the rank 6 Immortal Gu recipe of Blacksmith Gu. The 10 children of human path entered the derivation Immortal formation one after another. Their gains were huge, but there was a huge difference between them. No matter what, this derivation Immortal formation is too amazing. In just half a day, because of it, the whole of human path in heaven and earth experienced a huge breakthrough in development. Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is indeed the #1 wisdom path person in history. The eyes of the 10 children of human path shined. They were willing to submit. They really wanted to enter the formation again, but they were not allowed. It was not that the derivation Immortal formation's power was limited, but that they themselves had reached their limits. The essence of the derivation Immortal formation was to fuse the human path research results of the 10 children of human path with the inheritances and thoughts left behind by generations of Gu Immortal experts, then create sparks and create brand new human path research results. The 10 children of human path had only cultivated human path for a short period of time. They were also mortals who were only rank 5 Gu Masters. Their foundation was very limited. They had already squeezed out all of their potential. If they entered again, they would be corroded by other inheritances and thoughts. It would severely affect, restrict their original path and hopes. They were like seedlings. After being stimulated once, they needed to rest for a long time. Otherwise, they would be pulling up the seedlings to help them grow. They would no longer have their own unique thoughts and human path. Their originally unimaginable future would become dim and unworthy of any expectations. Chapter 23:18. Immortal Killer Move, Obscured Heavenly Secret. Everything happened silently. But Fang Yuan knew clearly how much immortal essence he expended after activating this rank 9 killer move. 360 beads of rank 9 immortal essence. After Heavenly Secret Gu advanced to rank 9, Obscured Heavenly Secret was modified by Fang Yuan into a complete rank 9 killer move. Compared to the original rank 8 Obscured Heavenly Secret, the rank 9 killer move expended a lot more immortal essence. The activation time was 10 times longer. The activation steps were also 5 to 6 times more complicated. Fang Yuan's thoughts were also expended more intensely. After paying a huge price, rank 9 Obscured Heavenly Secret's power had become much stronger. This strength was not a quantitative change, it was a qualitative change. Originally, rank 8 Obscured Heavenly Secret killer move could form a fishnet-like temporary heaven path Dao marks. They were layered and complex, covering Fang Yuan's entire body. For example, it was like a silkworm using silk threads to weave a thick, dense, and bloated cocoon. Right now, the heaven path Dao marks were still in the shape of a fishnet, but they were denser, they were not layered, there was only one layer. This layer of fishnet heaven path Dao marks were not temporary Dao marks, they were fixed, forming a certain state. Fang Yuan knew about this. He used investigative killer moves to observe and barely sensed this layer of heavenly secret fishnet. It was almost like it existed and did not exist. This fishnet's shape made Fang Yuan immediately think of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's ghostly concealment killer move. Truthfully speaking, Heavenly Secret Fishnet was still inferior to ghostly concealment. But Fang Yuan could clearly sense that the two had a certain similarity. Ghostly concealment did not expend immortal essence, it could be maintained for a long time. Heavenly Secret Fishnet was the same. But Heavenly Secret Fishnet was slightly inferior to ghostly concealment. Even though it could be stabilized, it could be expended. As long as the outside world surveillance was strong enough, the Heaven's Fate fishing net would be damaged in order to resist the surveillance. This damage would be greater than the net's self-recovery speed. Then, the balance of the Heaven's Fate fishing net would gradually be broken, like a sinking ship. Of course, ghostly concealment had its weakness too. However, its recovery speed and defensive capabilities were much higher than the Heaven Fate fishing net. But because Fang Yuan had ghostly concealment, his enemies already knew about it, they targeted and countered him. The true value of ghostly concealment was far inferior to Obscured Heavenly Secret. Even though ghostly concealment was much better than Obscured Heavenly Secret, it was already outdated. Other than the increase in power and qualitative change, Obscured Heavenly Secret had another benefit, that was the consumption of Heaven Path immortal materials to activate it fell drastically. All of a sudden, it was reduced to the previous 20%. This reduction in the consumption of Heavenly Law immortal materials would be of great help to Fang Yuan's future accumulation of Heavenly Law immortal materials. Heavenly Law immortal materials were not that easy to obtain. It was only during the past 2 days that Fang Yuan had such a good opportunity. In fact, the reason why Heaven Path immortal materials could appear in such a large scale was also because of the delirious spectral soul demon venerable. This was an extremely rare opportunity. Rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu and the Rank 9 Obscured Heavenly Secret Killer move were extremely important to Fang Yuan. This was a sprint. If the sprint failed, after Fang Yuan was exposed, he would be attacked by the two venerables. Just look at how Star Constellation Immortal Venerable dealt with Giant Sun Immortal because of Rank 9 Light Gu. She was very forceful and aggressive. Eventually, Giant Sun Immortal brought Light Emperor to hide in Longevity Heaven, only then did Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stop. Once Fang Yuan was exposed, he would be using 2 Rank 9 Immortal Gu. He did not have headquarters like Longevity Heaven or Celestial Court. But if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal worked together, they would be even more terrifying. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Wisdom Path controlled fate. Giant Sun Immortal's Luck Path controlled variables. The two could be said to be restraining each other, but once they worked together they could complement each other. Fang Yuan could not resist their combined strength. After all, Fang Yuan did not have any Rank 9 offensive methods. Even if Fang Yuan resisted them, the external situation of the 3 venerables would be extremely disadvantageous to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not have enough strength to wipe out Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable were in an invincible position. If they deepened their cooperation, it was very likely that they would create some trouble. One could say once Fang Yuan was exposed he would fall into a very passive situation. But now everything was fine. With Rank 9 Obscured Heavenly Secret Killer move, he stabilized the situation at the final juncture. Raising the Rank 9 Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu was not hard, but Fang Yuan risked his life to succeed. He succeeded in raising the rank 9 immortal goo on the first try. There was some luck involved. This was the turning point of the three venerables' confrontation. Right now, Fang Yuan's Heaven Path Foundation was at Grandmaster attainment level. He had all sorts of killer moves like Heaven's Jealousy of Heroic Geniuses, Heavenly Net, Emotionless Heaven and Earth, Heavenly Order and Earthly Norm, Obscured Heavenly Secret, and so on. He also had immortal goo like Heavenly Secret Goo, Heavenly Web Goo, Heaven's Envy Goo, and Heavenly Birth Goo. He also had the Truthful Floating Ice. By now, the Truthful Floating Ice had already cleared a little more than half of its inventory. What was worth mentioning was that after Fang Yuan became a Heaven Path Grandmaster, the speed at which he cleared the Truthful Floating Ice also increased greatly. This was easy to understand. Fang Yuan's Heaven Path attainment level rose, his foundation also rose. He could understand and comprehend the other Heaven Path profundities in the Truthful Floating Ice even faster. Back then, during the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable obtained the Truthful Floating Ice. He digested it very quickly and almost became a Heaven Path Venerable. However, I only managed to raise my Heaven Path attainment level to Grandmaster after consuming more than half of the Truthful Floating Ice. The remaining portion will be very difficult for me to reach Great Grandmaster. The higher the cultivation level of a goo cultivator, the greater the gap between their cultivation levels. Attainment levels were the same. About half of the Truthful Floating Ice could help Fang Yuan advance from ordinary attainment level to Heaven Path Master level, and then Grandmaster level. But the same half of the Truthful Floating Ice made it very difficult for Fang Yuan to advance from Heaven Path Grandmaster to Great Grandmaster. Even so, Fang Yuan was already very satisfied. The Truthful Floating Ice, the spoils of war in Crazed Demon Cave, brought too much value to Fang Yuan. Not to mention anything else, just the rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo's Immortal Goo recipe did not exist in the original goo cultivation world. Fang Yuan was very clear about this. This Immortal Goo recipe was the result of Limitless Demon Venerable's Crazed Demon formation. It absorbed the chaos outside the world and used rank 9 derivation goo as the core, operating for millions of years. This was far ahead of the entire world. It was very difficult to achieve such an achievement. Fang Yuan's Human Path attainment level was not weak, he was at Grandmaster level. But why did he not try to create a Human Path rank 6 Immortal Goo recipe? It was very difficult. This attempt would expend too much time, energy, manpower, and resources, and the results could not be guaranteed. Because in the current world there were very few Human Path Immortal Goo. Creating a Human Path rank 6 Immortal Goo recipe was doing something that did not exist in the world. It was expanding the boundaries and upper limits of Human Path. It was also expanding the boundaries and upper limits of the entire world. From 0 to 1, from nothing to something, it was a qualitative change. It was very difficult. From 1 to 2, from something to more, it was a quantitative change. The difficulty would fall drastically. Human Path rank 6 Immortal Goo recipe was already very difficult. Then Heavenly Secret Goo's rank 9 Immortal Goo recipe was at least 10,000 times more difficult. Fang Yuan was almost certain that this rank 9 Immortal Goo recipe was the essence of the largest Truthful Floating Ice. Now, I need to find a chance to interact with Li Xiaobai and secretly use Obscured Heavenly Secret on him. The rank 8 Obscured Heavenly Secret killer move could fool Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The rank 9 killer move was even more likely. Of course, this was based on the fact that Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not have the corresponding rank 9 Immortal Goo. There was no chance he would create one. But it was not easy to make the two Venerables not suspect him. Fang Yuan looked into the distance, looking at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable again. Different from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable who was filled with killing intent, Fang Yuan wanted to use Spectral Soul Demon Venerable as a cover to conceal his true actions. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's entire body was enveloped in fire. Rank 9 Wildfire Goo was at the brink of life and death. It unleashed its strongest attack. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had been tortured for dozens of days. He was in a terrible state. His body, which was originally as huge as a mountain, had now shrunk by 30%. Even though his rank 9 aura was still berserk, he was showing signs of fatigue. Out of the tens of thousands of thick black arms, only a few hundred remained. One of the 3 heads had already been burned off. However, Fire Goo's aura was not as strong as before. Its aura had clearly fallen by several levels. A rank 8 Goo Immortal quietly got close to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable still had his consciousness, it would be easy to deal with Fire Goo. Unfortunately, his mind is not clear. He cannot even seal off the natural primeval energy, allowing Fire Goo to unleash its terrifying might for no reason. This Gu immortal had a deep gaze, he was continuously comprehending some sort of mystical thing from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He was Feng Jioge. At this moment, a soul beast army was advancing over 100 li away. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable seemed to have sensed the soul beast army. He had a ruthless expression as he roared and pounced forward. The soul beast army was easily dispersed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He opened his two mouths and continued to devour. In just a few breaths of time, he had devoured over 10,000 soul beasts. These soul beasts melted. Their soul path Dao marks were all transferred to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's injuries recovered rapidly, but soon he was burned by fire. New injuries were created. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable has the instinct to eat, he was just lucky. He encountered a soul beast army and managed to stall for some time. Then let me give you a helping hand. Feng Jioge activated an immortal killer move, Destiny Song. The song was ethereal and heavy, it was filled with contradictions. Initially the song was like a small stream in the mountains flowing slowly. But soon the stream seemed to turn into magma, it expanded into a long river, it was like a giant dragon swimming in the mountains. At the same time, the mountain range beneath the enormous river of lava turned into waves that rose and fell without end. The magma and the waves collided and interacted, creating a huge amount of water vapor. The water vapor condensed into azure clouds, the azure clouds rose up, it was as if they were going to reach beyond the 9 heavens. Suddenly lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, the lightning pierced through the azure clouds, the immortals felt like they were falling from the clouds, their hearts were empty. Fake and real, high and low. At times they were in high spirits, at times they were wandering aimlessly. At times they bent their backs, at times they spread their wings and soared. Feng Jioge's expression turned pale. His current Song of Destiny was far more powerful than before. Furthermore, the song was extremely beautiful, it contained the charm of heaven and earth. Evidently, Feng Jioge had gained a lot from collecting the heavenly music earlier. Destiny Song only lasted for a dozen or so breaths of time. Feng Jioge stopped this move and quickly retreated. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was still engulfed by the terrifying flames. He screamed in pain. It seemed like Feng Jioge's Destiny Song had no effect. However, 3 days later, the red flames on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body suddenly turned from a blazing red to a gray-blue ice-cold color. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable calmed down. He was like an injured beast that had finally gotten some time to rest. He did not refine the wildfire goo, but the fire goo no longer attacked or repelled him. Instead, they formed a strange symbiotic relationship in his body. They were helping each other. Huff, huff, huff. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's breathing slowed down. The grayish-blue flames around him gradually retracted until there was nothing left. His entire body seemed to have turned into a tombstone, emitting an endless sense of deathly stillness and coldness. At the next moment, rumble. The flames surged and suddenly erupted. In an instant they swept out for thousands of miles and rapidly expanded in all directions. Everywhere it went, all living beings disintegrated and burned to ashes. Their soul essence was rapidly absorbed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable like rivers flowing into the sea. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's injuries healed quickly, his body grew larger and larger. Chapter 23:19. In these two heavens, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's shocking transformation foiled the Venerable's plans again. Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan raised his head as he activated his investigative killer move. The ice-blue fire had already covered most of the immemorial two heavens, destroying all living beings wherever it went. Even immemorial desolate beasts could not last for long. This was an absolute massacre. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable benefited greatly from this. His body had expanded to 100 times the size when he was in Crazed Demon Cave. There were more than 10,000 pitch-black pillar-like arms. A terrifying aura and killing intent filled the entire sky. He was unmoving in the two heavens, like he had replaced the sun in the day, becoming the absolute overlord of the night sky. Feng Jioge. Fang Yuan had a deep gaze. He had already found out that the reason for Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's transformation was because of Feng Jioge. After the Fate Destruction battle, Feng Jioge had betrayed the Celestial Court and vanished. To think that when he appeared again he would have such a shocking move. What made Fang Yuan suspicious was that Feng Jioge probably had pseudo-venerable battle strength. Only with such strength could he influence Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and retreat successfully. Be it Fang Yuan, Giant Sun Immortal, or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, they could not investigate Spectral Soul Demon Venerable continuously. Maintaining an investigative killer move expended immortal essence and thoughts. This was also the reason why star constellation Immortal Venerable set up a starry sky calculation formation to inspect the whole of central continent in her place. Destiny Song. It can allow spectral soul demon Venerable and wildfire Gu to come to an agreement and coexist peacefully. Feng Jioge's killer move has become even more powerful. Fang Yuan was already a refinement path Venerable now. In the entire world, other than Venerables, Feng Jioge was the most important person. He was worthy of Fang Yuan's attention. His talent was outstanding and stunning, and he was also Feng Kim Huang's father. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Feng Jioge was plotted against by spectral soul demon Venerable, causing him to die while attacking Long-Hair Blessed Land. Now that Fang Yuan recalled it, he could see how much importance spectral soul demon Venerable placed on Feng Jioge back then. Precisely because of this, spectral soul demon Venerable set up a trap to kill Feng Jioge. If not for that, Feng Jioge would have been even more dazzling in his previous life. The strange thing was, in the 500 years of his previous life, spectral soul demon Venerable plotted against Feng Jioge. But in this life, Feng Jioge seemed to be repaying evil with kindness. He helped spectral soul demon Venerable greatly. Then, is the reason why Feng Jioge has pseudo-venerable strength because of future self, or is it because of his own cultivation during this period of time? Fang Yuan kept thinking. This was a crucial question. If there was still future self left in Feng Jioge's body, that meant Red Lotus Demon Venerable was still closely related to Feng Jioge. In that case, Feng Jioge was backed by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, and Feng Jioge might also be part of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's scheme. Fang Yuan was very clear about the relationship between these two. Back then, after he failed to rebirth in order to destroy Fate Gu, he was the one who told Feng Jioge the crucial information, allowing the latter to obtain his Red Lotus true inheritance. Why did Feng Jioge help spectral soul demon Venerable? And the attitude Celestial Court had towards Feng Jioge, it was worth Fang Yuan's consideration. Fang Yuan had already learned that star constellation Immortal Venerable had sent Celestial Court Gu immortals to capture Fairy Myrtle and the rest of the Shadow Sect survivors. Then why did star constellation Immortal Venerable not pursue Feng Jioge? Why did she give Feng Kim Hong the cold shoulder? It was as if she had forgotten about her? What was star constellation Immortal Venerable's plan? Spring-autumn cicada could not be used. Fang Yuan had not reborn. There were many secrets and secrets that he did not know. And because he lacked investigative methods against Venerables, and he had to pretend to be weak, Fang Yuan could only make guesses now. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had finished healing her injuries. She left Celestial Court. Over the last few days, she had been refining Central Continent's wisdom path Dao marks. At the same time, she was making deductions. Feng Jioge, Destiny Song. I cultivate wisdom path, I control fate. Giant Sun Immortal cultivates luck path, he studies variables. This Destiny Song contains fate and variables, it involves heaven path and human path at the same time. Star constellation Immortal Venerable recalled her own experiences, and even looked at the history of humanity and variant humans. She felt that in terms of talent, Feng Jioge was definitely in the top 10. Feng Jioge had interacted with Fairy Myrtle and the rest, he might have even helped them. Now that he is helping Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, his actions are likely to be very helpful to his Destiny Song killer move. The pursuers of Celestial Court had failed. They could not capture Fairy Myrtle and the rest. But star constellation Immortal Venerable used all sorts of clues and deductions to deduce the truth. At this moment, inside Celestial Court, the derivation formation was still operating slowly. Che Wei and several other Gu immortals were waiting in front of the formation. The 10 children of human path had already left Celestial Court, their memories had all been erased. This step was done by star constellation Immortal Venerable herself. She did not erase their memories crudely, she made ingenious changes. The 10 children of human path would have a burst of inspiration in the following period of time, they would create related Gu recipes and so on. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person, but star constellation Immortal Venerable was even more strict in this aspect. She would deal with any living being that interacted with the derivation formation like this. This way, as long as their wisdom path attainment could not match her, no one would be able to obtain information about the derivation formation from the 10 children of human path. The derivation formation was too important to Celestial Court. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had thought of all ways to keep this a secret. Yuan Dan flew out of the derivation formation. Che Wei and the rest immediately went up and asked in concern. Yuan Dan's expression soon returned to normal, he had an expression of wild joy. Amazing, this derivation formation is too amazing. I obtained close to 1,000 pill path Gu recipes, among which there are more than 100 immortal goo recipes. I have been creating pill path killer moves for a long time, but my progress has been slow. But after going through the derivation immortal formation, I obtained more than 200 killer moves and 50 immortal killer moves. Che Wei and the rest were shaken. Yuan Dan was the first goo cultivator to enter the formation. To think that his gains would be so terrifying. Different from the 10 children of human path, Yuan Dan was a legendary immemorial desolate beast. He had a long lifespan and rich experience. His foundation was extremely deep. Yuan Dan, you created pill path, but you do not know much about other paths. However, this derivation immortal formation can allow you to interact with the outstanding achievements of other paths with you as the center. After such a connection, there will be countless results derived, so the harvest is unimaginable. Feng Daki analyzed. She was a goo immortal from Heavenly Lotus sect. She was personally selected by star constellation Immortal Venerable to enter the derivation formation. Yuan Dan nodded, praising, Fairy Feng is right. For a brand new path like pill path, the first step of development is to spread it widely. After that, countless goo cultivators will come into contact with it and cultivate, using their different life experiences, different perspectives, and unique ways of thinking, they will accumulate pill path. After that, more and more people will cultivate and geniuses will emerge, they will make breakthroughs and undergo qualitative changes, obtaining huge results. And now, the derivation immortal formation has replaced these steps. Using all sorts of outstanding goo immortal inheritances, the geniuses of history will deduce it together with me. We will rapidly accumulate a vast amount of pill path knowledge in a short period of time. Hearing this analysis, Che Wei and the rest had heated gazes. It is my turn now. Che Wei was the second to enter the formation. Several days later, Che Wei entered the formation. His gains were as huge as Yuan Dan's. The immortals continued to analyze and discuss. Yuan Dan said, Che Wei, even though you have only created weapon path for a short period of time, far inferior to me. You are a pure human with the strongest intelligence, your gains are almost the same as mine. If you had created your path at the same time as me, your gains would be even greater. However, Che Wei shook his head. Fellow immortals, I have a different guess about this. Any path that reaches Grandmaster attainment level will gain the ability to comprehend other paths by analogy. By then, the goo cultivator will use their own path to imitate the specialty of other paths. For example, using fire path goo worms to form killer moves, or water path abilities, and so on. Immortal formation derivation can also be seen as forcefully comprehending other paths by analogy. The vast number of true inheritances stored in the immortal formation can be interpreted in another way through either Yuan Dan's pill path or my weapon path. For example, the iron rod goo recipe that I obtained is a transformation of metal path research results along with weapon path. And skin whip goo is the result of combining transformation path research results with weapon path. Che Wei's words immediately deepened the immortal's understanding of immortal formation derivation. Next was Feng Deqi's turn. Feng Deqi only had rank 7 cultivation level, but she was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's bloodline descendant. After she entered the formation, she only spent a day and a night before leaving. After regaining her senses, she smiled. I have obtained painting path research results. Next, I will refine painting path immortal goo and change it to my vital goo. I will cultivate painting path. The immortals congratulated her. Immortal formation derivation's effect was not only to help human path, pill path and weapon path develop rapidly, it could also extract the essence of each path's research results and condense them into new paths. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable did not leave behind any painting path inheritance for his bloodline descendants. But through immortal formation derivation, Celestial Court could directly nurture painting path goo immortals. Goo were the essence of heaven and earth, while man was the spirit of all living beings. There was no meaning in talking about goo worms being the strongest, but goo immortals did. The nurturing, use and refinement of goo worms depended on one's heart. Limitless Demon Venerable used rank 9 derivation immortal goo and the other cores to set up the crazed demon formation. He created the truthful floating ice and tried to create eternal life research results, but he failed. Most of the truthful floating ice was lost. The remaining truthful floating ice was divided by Fang Yuan and the other 2 venerables. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used derivation immortal goo to create the immortal formation derivation, allowing all paths to erupt and produce a vast number of research results. She saved a lot of time and also prevented a huge flaw from spreading too much. If Giant Sun Immortal had such a method back then, he would not have sent the Blood Sea clone to spread a vast number of blood path inheritances. Chapter 23:20 As far as the three venerables were concerned, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's huge change was only beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal. Longevity Heaven. Giant Sun Immortal let out a breath of air. He was naked, sitting cross-legged. His muscular upper body was covered in bulging muscles. His black chest hair gave off an intense aura of masculinity. My injuries are healed. Giant Sun Immortal let out a sigh of relief. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Fire Goo continued to fight evenly with each other, both sides would be heavily injured. The Venerables would fight again. However, Giant Sun Immortal's injuries were much heavier than Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's. If he did not participate, he would lose the opportunity. If he participated, he would be injured, he would be at a disadvantage. In the battle for Light Goo not long ago, Giant Sun Immortal had to endure the pressure of the two Venerables. He also had to protect his eldest son, Light Emperor. He had to pay a huge price. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already healed her injuries, but Giant Sun Immortal had only recovered now. Feng Jioga's sudden attack made Spectral Soul Demon Venerable even stronger. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Great Love Immortal Venerable could only wait patiently. Giant Sun Immortal became the beneficiary of this. But Giant Sun Immortal was very familiar with this feeling in his previous life. After all, he cultivated luck path, he researched variables. As he grew stronger, any variable would be beneficial to him. Giant Sun Immortal prepared for a moment before activating his luck path investigative killer move. But this time he did not investigate the other venerables, he only inspected himself. After Star Constellation Immortal Venerable refined the Celestial Quartz Wisdom Path Tao marks, Giant Sun Immortal's number of times he inspected others decreased. He focused on his own situation. His luck was not good. I successfully obtained rank 9 Light Goo, but my luck is still not good. Which side is against me? Giant Sun Immortal frowned. Don't tell me because rank 9 Light Goo is not suitable for me to use, and because it is injured, it is being nurtured in Emperor Light's body? Giant Sun Immortal guessed. Rank 9 Light Goo was injured by Fang Yuan's incomplete refinement killer move. The Giant Sun Immortal had no way to heal his injuries. On the other hand, the Light Emperor had his own expertise and thought of a solution. That was to use his light body to continuously refine and nurture it, until the Light Goo became his vital goo and be used by him. If it were a rank 9 Wild Light Goo, Light Emperor would not be able to subdue and refine it. But Light Goo was injured and its will was heavily injured. With Giant Sun Immortal's help, Light Emperor saw some hope of success. This method had many drawbacks. For a very long time, the Light Emperor was almost unable to move. He even needed the help of others to drink and eat. As soon as Longevity Heaven had a pseudo-venerable battle prowess, it went into seclusion. But Longevity Heaven could do nothing about it. They could not hand Light Goo to Fang Yuan and let him repair it. This was a rank 9 Immortal Goo. But Fang Yuan had no bottom line. Giant Sun and Light Emperor were not stupid enough to seek Fang Yuan's help on this. Looking at his bad luck, Giant Sun Immortal sighed helplessly. If only I did not obtain rank 9 Light Goo, but a rank 9 Luck Path Immortal Goo, no matter what it was, as long as it was a Luck Path Immortal Goo, that would be great. Giant Sun Immortal was very familiar with this feeling. Although many sudden changes would ultimately be beneficial to him in the end, he had no choice. But most of the time, it was not what Giant Sun Immortal needed the most. After all, it was a variable, not a fixed outcome. Right now, if Giant Sun Immortal had a rank 9 Luck Path Immortal Goo, he would be able to modify a rank 9 investigative killer move. He would be able to determine who posed the greatest threat to him. Giant Sun Immortal did not have a rank 9 Luck Path Immortal Goo now. Even if he used investigative killer moves and obtained the amplification of Longevity Heaven's vast amount of Luck Path Tao marks, he could only see the general trend of Luck Path. The three venerables were in a standoff. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was in a delirious state. There were also pseudo-venerables like Feng Jioga, as well as the schemes of the other venerables. All of these luck were intertwined. Giant Sun Immortal could not distinguish the details, he could only see the vague general trend. Rank 9 Immortal Goo were very important. They often brought about a qualitative change. No matter how much the Luck Path Tao mark amplification was, it was just a quantitative change. Maybe I have made the most progress among the three venerables. This change in luck is likely because of the rank 9 Light Goo. The other venerables decided to work together to deal with me. That is why their luck surpasses mine. Of course, there is another possibility. I have already been surpassed. My advantage is gone. But in this situation, who is the hidden person? Similar to how Fang Yuan thought about Feng Jioga and Celestial Court, Giant Sun Immortal could only guess. He could not deduce the truth. Giant Sun Immortal only left Longevity Heaven and continued to refine Northern Plains Dao marks. After completely refining Northern Plains Luck Path Dao marks, Giant Sun Immortal expanded his base from Longevity Heaven to the whole of Northern Plains. There were many benefits to this. For example, Giant Sun Immortal was attacked by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Great Love Immortal Venerable again. He did not need to escape to Longevity Heaven. As long as he entered Northern Plains, he would receive a huge amplification. Even though this amplification was inferior to Longevity Heaven, it was enough to deal with the two venerables. At the same time, Northern Plains was under Giant Sun Immortal's control. Giant Sun Immortal could specially nurture Gu Immortal descendants. He would not have to worry about some shameless venerable slaughtering the Huangjin tribes, while Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not have a good way to stop them. Giant Sun Immortal understood deeply. As time passed, the venerable strength would continue to grow, they would become stronger, their immortal essence would become more abundant. During the initial stage of the conflict, the venerables did not have enough immortal essence to use. This was the best time to refine the natural Dao marks of heaven and earth. If they missed this opportunity, it would be difficult. When refining natural Dao marks, if there was any disturbance, the progress would be very slow. If other venerables gained the upper hand, it would be even worse. For example, if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable refined the Wisdom Path Dao marks of a place first, her strength would rise greatly in that place. At that time, if Giant Sun Immortal wanted to refine the Luck Path Dao marks of this place and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacked, retreating would be the logical choice for Giant Sun Immortal. Not counting the unconscious Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, among the three venerables, Giant Sun Immortal's advantage was still very clear. He had refined the largest number of Luck Path Dao marks. Once he refined all of Northern Plains Luck Path Dao marks, he would not allow other venerables to get their hands on it. Be it Star Constellation Immortal Venerable who wanted to refine Northern Plains Wisdom Path Dao marks, or Fang Yuan who wanted to refine Northern Plains Refinement Path Dao marks, they would face a heavy blow from Giant Sun Immortal. Thus, now was the most suitable time to refine natural Dao marks. After this period, the difficulty would rise sharply. Other than this reason, there was an even more crucial secret that urged the venerables to refine Dao marks as soon as possible. That was, only by completely refining all of the natural Dao marks in the world could one maintain their attainment level. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable let out icy blue fire as he slaughtered the two heavens. The other three venerables were refining their own natural Dao marks. The 5 regions Gu Immortal world fell into temporary peace again. Countless beast groups escaped from Confusion 2 heavens, landing in the 5 regions. The super forces of the 5 regions were in a terrible situation. Gu Immortals moved out to defend their territories. Most of the beast groups perished in the icy blue fire. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body continued to grow, his aura surged like the sea. After a period of time, his ice-cold blue flame completely covered the entire 2 heavens. Under the attention of the 3 venerables and the gazes of countless living beings in the 5 regions, the blue fire burned for 2 days and 2 nights. Countless fragments of white heaven and black heaven in Confusion 2 heavens fused together in this blue fire, becoming one. A new heaven appeared. People called it Spectral Heaven. With immemorial black heaven as the leader, immemorial white heaven was completely conquered and annexed, while Spectral Soul Demon Venerable who devoured black heaven's spirit became the ruler. His body was like a mountain or a sea, he was not inferior to the sun from before. The blue fire gradually extinguished everywhere in Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, only the surface of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body was burning quietly, even the weakest fire was tens of feet tall. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable became the biggest source of light in Spectral Heaven. He emitted a vast cold killing intent towards the 5 regions at all times. This was an unprecedented change. Even in the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, there was no such change. The entire Gu cultivation world's environment was changing under Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's control. Light path was suppressed, dark path was growing. Battles and casualties rose all over the world. Most living beings and even Gu masters could not escape from the influence of killing intent. Soul beasts started to proliferate all over the world. But at the same time, providence also stabilized. Eastern Sea. A rank 5 female Gu master looked at Spectral Heaven, at the grand existence at the center of Spectral Heaven. She only looked at it for a while before lowering her head and retracting her gaze. In such a short period of time, the killing intent in her heart had accumulated to the peak, almost breaking through her own limits, making her dizzy with killing intent. She had to slaughter wantonly in order to slightly calm down and ease it. The female Gu master was old, she was 93 years old, her name was Hua Ben Cry, she had just left her position as the leader of Eastern Sea's Hua clan. She purposely stared at spectral soul demon Venerable. When her killing intent dissipated, Hua Ben Cry started the biggest attempt of her life. Ascending to immortal as a mortal. First step, shattering aperture. Heaven and earth chi burst out, forming a grand tribulation. Hua Ben Cry had a solemn expression. Even though she had Hua clan's detailed information, facing the immortal ascension tribulation, her mind and body were shaken. Second step, taking in chi. Heaven, earth, and human chi enveloped her. Hua Ben Cry concentrated, trying her best to balance the three chi. At the same time, it was natural inspiration. As for the tribulations in the outside world, Hua clan's Gu immortals would resist them. This was the benefit of being a super force. Third step, releasing Gu. The vital Gu was released into the three chi mixed essence chi lump. There was a loud explosion, heaven and earth were split apart. At this moment, Hua Ben Cry had a rank 6 immortal aperture. She succeeded in her immortal ascension. A high-grade blessed land. But there was no excess heaven and earth chi left to refine her vital Gu. But Hua Ben Cry was already very satisfied. She could not calm the excitement in her heart. When using natural inspiration, she had great gains. The killer move that she was most proud of in her life's accumulation had already undergone a qualitative change. It had become an immortal killer move. As long as she used this move and sat on any immortal Gu house, crying out in pain, the target immortal Gu house would suffer huge losses. The reputation of the Gu immortals inside the immortal Gu house would also fall. Literature Library. Chapter 23-21. After the formation of spectral heaven, it gradually stabilized. The beast groups that had escaped earlier returned to live in the sky. All the grotto heavens closed their entrances and left them in the void. Although there were some losses, they all survived. Spectral soul demon Venerable dominated spectral heaven and rarely moved. The two heavens grotto heavens did not open their entrances to communicate with the outside world, in case spectral soul demon Venerable came looking for them. Fang Yuan, star constellation, and giant sun, the three venerables, were busy refining natural Tao marks. Their confrontation fell into a deadlock again. While the venerables stopped fighting and the world was taking a breather, a large number of Gu immortal seeds chose to advance to Gu immortal realm at this moment. Central Continent. Heavenly Lotus Sect's headquarters, Blessed Land. Mu Huai greets First Supreme Elder. A newly advanced rank 6 Gu immortal respectfully knelt on the ground. Heavenly Lotus Sect's First Supreme Elder nodded slightly. After giving some words of encouragement to Mu Huai, he said to an immortal beside Mu Huai, "Wu Zhang, Mu Huai is someone you nurtured, you will be in charge of making arrangements." "Yes." Wu Zhang replied and led Mu Huai out of the hall. Wu Zhang was Heavenly Lotus Sect's 5th Supreme Elder. He had created 5 Virtues Sect in Central Continent long ago. 5 Virtues Sect had 5 Virtue Elders. Mu Huai was one of them, Wood Virtue Elder. After his immortal ascension, he became a middle-grade blessed land. Wu Zhang led him to join Heavenly Lotus Sect and obtain the First Supreme Elder's recognition. From now on, Mu Huai was a member of Wu Zhang's faction. Several days later, Northern Plains. An immortal ascension tribulation had just passed. Ouyang Bai Sang, who had risked his immortal ascension, only had half his body left. He barely survived. "Second brother, you succeeded." Emo Shi Kuang's voice was very loud. He excitedly rushed forward. Ouyang Bai Sang could only force a smile. He could not speak, he could only look at Lu Wenwu with a grateful gaze. If not for Lu Wenwu's help, Ouyang Bai Sang would have died for sure. Now it was all thanks to Lu Wenwu using an immortal killer move to help Ouyang Bai Sang survive. Lu Wenwu was once a Lu tribe Gu immortal seed. He was brothers with Ouyang Bai Sang and Emo Shi Kuang. He had participated in the Imperial Court contest. Lu Wenwu was now a Gu immortal. With his help, Ouyang Bai Sang also succeeded in his immortal ascension. Lu Wenwu understood Ouyang Bai Sang's meaning and smiled warmly. "Brother, go to sleep. As long as I'm here, I'll make sure you don't have to worry." Ouyang Bai Sang didn't even have the strength to nod. He closed his eyes and fell asleep on the spot, showing his absolute confidence in Lu Wenwu. "Big brother. Look, second brother has successfully ascended to immortality. I can do it too. When are you going to help me? Let me have a try too." Emo Shi Kuang's eyes were burning with desire and his expression was anxious. Lu Wenwu smiled bitterly. "Third brother, don't be impatient. You've seen your second brother's situation with your own eyes. Immortal ascension is extremely dangerous. He almost failed completely because of the imbalance of his 3 chi. Furthermore, it's very unreliable for me to deal with the infinite possibilities of the immortal ascension tribulation alone. We were lucky this time. The calamity we encountered was within my abilities, so I could deal with it. However, you have to know that there are thousands of calamities and tribulations, and they are all very strange. The next time you ascend to become an immortal, you might not be so lucky. This? Emosher Kwang scratched his head. Lu Wenwu urged again. Let's wait for some time. When your second brother's cultivation level stabilizes, he will also have Gu immortal methods. At that time, if we help you together, there will be more hope. Big brother is right, then I will wait. Emosher Kwang listened to the advice and reluctantly changed his mind. But he did not know that Lu Wenwu was sighing inwardly. In the early years, Lu Wenwu was only a Gu master and did not have high standards, thus he became sworn brothers with Emosher Kwang. But after becoming a Gu immortal, Lu Wenwu discovered that the world was dominated by humans. All variant humans had to stand aside. Emosher Kwang's Inkman identity became even more sensitive. Lu Wenwu helped Ouyang Bai Sang become an immortal, and Ouyang Bai Sang became Lu tribe's external supreme elder, becoming Lu Wenwu's supporter and a member of the same political faction. Ouyang Bai Sang was a pure human. Lu tribe's internal factions would still take the chance to cause trouble. Lu Wenwu did not nurture Lu tribe's Gu masters, but instead nurtured an outsider? And if Emosher Kwang became an immortal with Lu Wenwu's help, and became a member of a political faction, that would be even worse. This would become a weakness of other factions. Sometimes, Lu Wenwu envied Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Most of the supreme elders of these ancient sects would create new sects in their own name, recruiting and dividing Central Continent's resource points. If they were lucky enough to nurture a Gu immortal, they would become his capable subordinates and companions. This method was also one of the ingenious policies used by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects to control Central Continent. But such a method could not be used in a super tribe. Secretly dividing the tribe was a taboo. In Giant Sun Immortal's previous life, he had brought up the idea of the world as one, to unify the whole world. Eastern Seas Hua Ben Ku, Central Continent's Mu Huai, Northern Plains Ouyang Bai Sang. Super forces had deep foundations and were familiar with the secrets of immortal ascension, thus related Gu immortal seeds ascended one after another. Southern border. Oh no. Yi Peng's expression was grim as he watched the three chi masses of heaven, earth, and human gradually lose their balance. The Gu master Yi Peng's immortal ascension failed, and when the three chi masses dissipated, he was almost shredded into jerky, his limbs were gone, and his body was badly mutilated. Calamities and tribulations could be helped by others, but the coordination of the three chi had to be completed by the Gu master himself. Others were powerless. Sai, you were too engrossed in the opportunity of natural inspiration. I told you not to be too greedy. Yi Peng landed beside Yi Chong, sighing in regret. Yi Chong did not move. After a few breaths of time he died. Half a month later. In a nameless valley in Central Continent, Ben Duo Yi succeeded in his immortal ascension. I finally became a rank 6 Gu immortal. He had a complex expression. There was excitement and joy but also regret. To resist the calamities and tribulations, as well as to harmonize the three chi, he had almost given up on the opportunity of natural inspiration. Ben Duo Yi's master was Yu Mu Chun. The latter was a refinement path quasi-great grandmaster, a member of Shadow Sect's Central Continent branch. In this sense, Ben Duo Yi could be considered a remnant of Shadow Sect. He was chosen by Yu Mu Chun. His aptitude was naturally extraordinary. Ben Duo Yi was more intelligent than ordinary hairy men. He had a clear mind. His intelligence was not inferior to humans. This success in his immortal ascension also proved Yu Mu Chun's foresight. Ben Duo Yi packed up and quickly left the valley. But not long after, a Gu immortal arrived. This is the place. The starry sky calculation formation shows that someone underwent tribulation here. It seems to be a lone cultivator. After this Gu immortal investigated, he immediately obtained more detailed clues. The Gu immortal's eyes started to shine. It was not easy for a lone immortal to become an immortal. Since he succeeded, it proved his worth. If I succeed in recruiting this person, it will be a huge sum of sect contribution points. In fact, in the future this person might even stand by my side. Where there were people, there would be benefits and conflicts. The sect's internal conflicts had to be controlled. It was an excellent competition and elimination mechanism. The sect's higher-ups were happy to see this. However, this Gu immortal did not know that the person who underwent tribulation was not a human, but a variant human hairy man. Ben Duo Yi's immortal ascension was only a small part of it. First, the Gu immortal seeds of the 5 regions superforces tried, followed by lone cultivators and demonic cultivators. Gradually, an immortal ascension trend was formed. The immortal ascension trend included righteous path, secluded cultivators and demonic path. Many lone cultivators like Ben Duo E showed their talents. They appeared one after another, making everyone's eyes shine. And almost all the super forces of the 5 regions had their own performances. Even among the super forces, there was a kind of private competition. Tai Clan's Tai Ruanan successfully became a rank 6 metal path Gu immortal. Shang Clan's Shang XNCI successfully ascended. Western Desert's Shi Clan had 2 Gu masters who ascended at almost the same time. Eastern Sea's Nangong Clan did not lose out. 2 Gu masters succeeded in 7 days. They had their own gains. Next, Southern Border's Tai Clan sent out good news. Tai Mu Bai and Tai Bai Chi, who had revived long ago, both succeeded in their immortal ascension. And the one who shook the 5 regions Gu immortal world the most was Southern Border's Wu Clan. Wu Clan's Zhong Yi Wu Shin Tong, Divine Dr. Xing Shou, Wei Shinshur and others became rank 6 Gu immortals. The number of people who ascended reached 9, the number 1 in the 5 regions. Wu Clan originally lacked Gu immortals, but under Wu Yong's reform, they boldly recruited outsiders. With the addition of these Gu immortals, Wu Clan became a Southern Border superforce with the most Gu immortals. At once, congratulations from all over were transmitted to Wu Yong through jewel yellow skies or information path Gu worms. Wu Clan was in the limelight, but Wu Yong sneered without any happiness. Such a celebration is only the desire of a venerable in the future chaos. Is it safe to have more Gu immortals? In front of a venerable they are all ants. Moreover, the ones who ascended the most are definitely Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. They are all behemoths with too many super forces. Wu Yong was very clear-headed and vigilant. He knew that the true problem was not the number of Gu masters who succeeded in their immortal ascension, but the impact these external Gu immortals would have on Wu Clan's established tradition. As Wu Clan's first supreme elder, Wu Yong had to maintain the stability of Wu Clan. If Wu Clan had too many internal conflicts and internal friction, it would be better to maintain the status quo. Central Continent. Shao Qi Xing descended from the sky. His white robe was only slightly stained with dust. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, his posture was straight like a spear, and his expression was stern, emitting an intense arrogance. Good. Gu immortal Xiao Baihong stroked his beard and laughed, looking at Shao Qi Xing with an admiring gaze. As expected of my great-grandson. You passed the tribulation and ascended to immortal with your own strength. Shao Qi Xing said, Great-grandfather, this is nothing to be proud of. Many lone cultivators can do it, why can't I, Shao Qi Xing? Moreover, a mere rank 6 is only a new starting point. Aha, well said. Xiao Baihong laughed even louder. Shao Qi Xing asked the others about the 9 children of human path. What? Sun Yuan Hua, Gu Ting and the others might have become rank 6 Gu immortals, but their vital Gu have not advanced to immortal Gu? Truly a bunch of trash. Different from the others, the 10 children of human path succeeded in their immortal ascension and kept it a secret. They were crucial figures in the development of Central Continent's human path, they were the pillars of human path in the future. Before they grew to a certain extent, it was better to keep a low profile. Some people succeeded in their immortal ascension, but even more Gu masters who took risks failed. Some brought glory to their ancestors and shook a region, while some continued to work hard and kept a low profile. Some did not attempt to ascend to immortal like Feng Kim Hong. Some did not even have the qualifications to try, like Southern Border's Xia Cha and Ba Shi Ba. Some were still preparing to ascend to immortal, like Western Desert's Mo Li Gue Fang Xiang, who was inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Writing pen Chinese net. Chapter 23-22. Southern Border. Deep in a certain earth trench. Kong Ri Tian inspected the Gu formation one last time, confirming that there were no problems. In the last dozen or so days he had carefully chosen this location, and had even set up several Gu formations in the surrounding 10 li. Even though I am not skilled in formation path, I can still set up mortal Gu formations. With these Gu formations, you will be able to detect any abnormalities in the surroundings. With my guidance you have a high chance of passing the tribulation. Kong Sheng's will of providence appeared in Kong Ri Tian's mind, he said with a smug tone. Kong Ri Tian nodded. Ancestor, do you have any other advice for me? Kong Sheng Tian thought about it. Don't be greedy but make good use of it. You walk the Qi path, when you ask about providence ask about Qi path. Don't ask about the secrets of other paths, you will get much less than Chi path. There is a limit to what I can learn. You cannot ask for unlimited things. Furthermore, don't ask about Chi paths questions that are too broad and high level. Don't ask about rank 8 or 9 Chi path immortal goo recipes, you will not get all of them. Even if you get an incomplete immortal goo recipe, it will not even contain half of the contents. Kong Ri Tian engraved these words in his heart as he nodded. Then I will ask some questions that are related to Chi path, but are questions that are currently within my reach. That is the right thing to do. Kong Xing Tian laughed heartily. Kong Ri Tian began to undergo the tribulation. Heaven and earth Chi fluctuated, forming a 3 heavens flying wheel tribulation. The flying wheel was powerful, it flew in the sky for 3 days and 3 nights. Kong Ri Tian endured it with difficulty. He became a rank 6 Gu immortal and obtained a high-grade blessed land. Kong Sheng's will of providence sighed, "Your luck is terrible, you actually encountered such a tribulation. This tribulation is special, it will last for 3 days and 3 nights, even if you destroy the flying wheel, it will regenerate again. To protect you, I expended almost all of my immortal essence. I have already warned you not to go and provoke Xiao Yan." Kong Ri Tian was confused. What does this have to do with Xiao Yan? Kong Xing Tian said, "That Xiao Yan's luck is like you before you obtained Xing Tian's true inheritance, it is not bad. More importantly, he was Shang Xin's subordinate. This girl's luck is no small matter. If you deal with Xiao Yan, your own luck will first be exhausted against Xiao Yan's and Shang Xin's luck. Your fate chi is low, so you triggered the 3 heavens flying wheel tribulation when you went through the tribulation, which almost exhausted all the celestial essence I had left." Kong Ri Tian's face darkened. Back then he attacked Xiao Yan and tried to frame another demonic path Gu master, Bao Tong. In the end it caused an accident. He didn't expect that the flames of nature actually contained another layer of immortal material flames. Kong Ri Tian was not a Gu master back then, he did not want to expend his precious immortal essence to let Kong Sheng Providence use his Gu immortal methods, but in the intense battle, he destroyed the free will fire and ignited the immortal material inside. The flames of the immortal ingredients burned the entire mountain range. The situation was out of control. Xiao Yan and Bao Tong were trapped in the fire. With the help of Kong Sheng's will of providence, Kong Ri Tian managed to break through. He did not expect that the aftereffects of this conflict would affect his immortal ascension. Kong Xing Tian sighed, "It seems that I underestimated Shang Xnci. Unless your cultivation level and strength completely surpass her, do not go against her. Even the people close to her shouldn't act rashly." Kong Ri Tian gritted his teeth. "Ancestor, aren't you exaggerating a little? Ignorant child. Fate Chi is mysterious. Back when Chi path dominated the world, there were already many people who studied its profundity. Do not underestimate Fate Chi. Think about Giant Sun Immortal. I believe that when this person created Luck Path, he definitely used Fate Chi as a reference. You are already a Gu Immortal now, you should know more. Gu cultivation paths do not exist independently, they influence each other and are interconnected. Fate Chi is the connection between Chi Path and Luck Path." Eventually, Kong Sheng's will of providence persuaded Kong Ri Tian. Gu immortal cultivation is much more profound and mysterious than Gu master cultivation. It is all thanks to ancestors' help, otherwise even if I became an immortal alone, I would not know anything. Kong Ri Tian sighed. Next he asked, "Then what should I do from now on? What's most important?" Kong Sheng's will of providence did not hesitate. "Little guy, even though you became an immortal, you did not have enough heaven and earth chi, you could not raise your vital Gu to an immortal Gu. This Chi Path Gu worm is very important to the entire Xing Tian true inheritance." Kong Ri Tian immediately realized, "So now I should refine this immortal Gu?" Kong Sheng's will of providence snorted coldly, "Hee hee, you are truly ignorant. What immortal Gu can you refine? Even if you go bankrupt, you will not have any hope of success. Do you know that most rank 6 Gu immortals do not even have a single rank 6 immortal Gu? And most rank 7 Gu immortals are searching for the first rank 7 immortal Gu in their lives. This situation is the same for venerables. Think about how hard it is to refine immortal Gu suitable for Gu immortals." Kong Ri Tian was tongue-tied, his heart shook. Isn't this too difficult?" Kong Sheng's will of providence sighed, "Gu immortal cultivation is not easy, it is far riskier than Gu masters. Lad, you need to learn how to survive. Every immortal aperture calamity or tribulation is a test for you. Your starting point is already much higher than ordinary people, but you cannot act rashly. Especially refining immortal Gu, it is very likely that you will go bankrupt without any gains. Kong Ri Tian was troubled. Then what should I do? Oh ancestor, you told me that my vital goo needs to be refined into an immortal goo, but you also told me that refining immortal goo is a dead end. What good ideas do you have? Don't keep me in suspense, okay? Kong Sheng's will of providence snorted again. Lad, now you know to listen to me? Earlier I told you not to deal with Xiao Yan, but what did you do? You are still too inexperienced. Yes. Kong Ri Tian quickly apologized. Ancestor, I will definitely listen to your suggestions in the future. Kong Sheng's will of providence saw that this junior admitted defeat. He did not pester him anymore, saying, You are quite lucky to have met a refinement path venerable like Fang Yuan. If you want to refine immortal goo, transact with him directly. Wait. You want me to transact with him in jewel yellow skies? Aren't you afraid? Before Kong Ri Tian finished, Kong Sheng Tian rebuked. It is just a rank 6 immortal goo. Do you think a great venerable would care about it? I know what you are worried about. Aren't you worried that Fang Yuan had a relationship with Shang Xinci? You did nothing to Shang Xinci. Kong Ri Tian heard this and thought back. He felt a stab in his heart. Kong Sheng's will of providence was right. Kong Ri Tian and Shang Xinci had interacted several times. He had suffered losses. Previously he was chased by Shang Xinci and Wu Ji because of Xing Tian's true inheritance. Next time he had suffered a huge loss during the tribulation against Xiao Yan. Shang Xinci was living well, but he, Kong Xing Tian, suffered more and more. Then let's go to Jewel Yellow Skies and talk to Fang Yuan's will. Eventually Kong Ri Tian said in a muffled voice. Western Desert. The sandstorm had stopped. Emoli had rank 6 cultivation level. He bowed deeply to the Featherman Gu immortals in front of him. Thank you for your help, friends from E-Clan, otherwise I would not have been able to become a Gu immortal alone. Emoli thanked sincerely. After the battle for Sand Heap Blessed Land, he was saved by Western Desert's mysterious superforce, E-Clan. Emoli came to E-Clan's headquarters. After interacting with them, he found that E-Clan's Gu immortals were all Featherman. This time, with the help of E-Clan's Gu immortals, Emoli succeeded in his immortal ascension. E-Clan Gu immortal Zhou said, Emoli, you are too polite. You are the inheritor of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. You are Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritor. Back then E-Clan's ancestors were able to survive because of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's help. And because of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's methods, E-Clan was able to conceal E-Clan for so many years. Our E-Clan is greatly indebted to Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. We have always believed that Lord Demon Venerable would not die quietly. This time, we helped you because we want to repay Lord Thieving Heaven's kindness. If one day Lord Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable revives, our E-Clan will definitely follow him. So you and I are on the same side. Emoli felt a surge of warmth when he heard the Featherman Gu immortal Zhou Yi's words. Central Continent. Wei Wuxiang stared at the chi lump in his immortal aperture with a heated gaze. Just earlier he had passed the tribulation and became a human path Gu immortal. He obtained a high-grade blessed land, and the remaining heaven and earth chi was enough for him to refine his vital immortal Gu. His vital Gu was Thief Gu. It was already surrounded by heaven and earth chi. I heard that even though Gu Ting, Sun Yuan Hua, and the rest advanced to immortal, they did not refine human path immortal Gu. But I am different. A few days ago I was sleeping at night when I suddenly had the urge to pee. I was forced to wake up. But I had a burst of inspiration and actually comprehended Thief Gu's immortal Gu recipe. With this immortal recipe and so much heaven and earth chi left, I can definitely obtain Thief immortal Gu. Haha. It was not a waste to comprehend the immortal recipe despite wetting my bed. Even though Wei Wuxiang had entered the derivation immortal formation, his memories were changed. He thought that he had truly comprehended Thief Gu's immortal Gu recipe with inspiration. However, after the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, Wei Wuxiang grunted. The heaven and earth chi were completely exhausted. His vital Gu was heavily damaged and fell. I actually failed the Gu refinement? This is impossible. Wei Wuxiang could not believe it. I used heaven and earth chi to advance my vital Gu. This is using the power of heaven and earth to refine Gu. It has nothing to do with my refinement path attainment. How could I fail? Wei Wuxiang could only think of one explanation. Don't tell me because immortal Gu are unique, I failed. Wei Wuxiang thought of this and shook his head. In his opinion this was even more impossible. Because this meant that someone had already refined Thief immortal Gu. Thief immortal Gu was created by me. Who could be ahead of me? Unless the world itself has Thief immortal Gu. Strange, The human path of heaven and earth should not have developed so deeply. Wei Wuxiang fell into deep confusion. Chapter 23-23. Celestial Court. Another Gu immortal walked out of the derivation immortal formation. This female immortal wore golden armor, her cloak flickered with golden light as it hung down from her shoulders to the ground. She was tall, her shoulders were broad, her long legs were eye-catching when she walked. She was tall and beautiful. Her nose bridge was high, her lips were thin and her eyes were long and narrow. Her aura was outstanding, it was as if she was born to be a noble, above all mortals. People would lower their heads unconsciously, not daring to look at her, it was as if they could only look at her feet to avoid offending her. She was Qin Ding Ling. After Qin Ding Ling walked out of the derivation immortal formation, she quickly recovered. She turned around and looked at the derivation immortal formation behind her, her eyes shining with an unprecedented brilliance. She was excited. This time she entered and left the formation with great gains. The most important thing that made her so excited was that she could see the great hope of Celestial Court defeating Giant Sun Immortal, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable, and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable in this derivation immortal formation. Why did she say that? Because the effect of derivation immortal formations on Gu cultivation paths was too strong and powerful. Like this time, Qin Ding Ling had great gains after entering the formation. This was not just a huge improvement to her own strength, it was also a huge boost to the entire luck path. Because after she entered the formation, the luck path of heaven and earth took many steps forward in a short period of time, it was greatly developed. What did this mean? It meant that as long as a luck path Gu immortal like Qin Ding Ling entered the derivation immortal formation more often, their luck path would develop even more. When enough times were accumulated, there would be a breakthrough in quantity, it would lead to a qualitative change. Thus, Giant Sun Immortal would be kicked out of Luck Path Supreme Grandmaster Attainment Level. Supreme Grandmaster Attainment Level was when a Gu cultivator's understanding of a certain path was on par with heaven and earth. When Qin Ding Ling entered the formation this time, the formation used her as the core, using Celestial Court's vast number of true inheritances to deduce all sorts of new results related to Luck Path. These new results were just the accumulation of quantity. Giant Sun Immortal only needed one look to see through all the profundities. Because these luck path results were still the profundities of current luck path, they did not transcend the limits of heaven and earth. It was just a quantitative change, not a qualitative one. However, when the quantity was accumulated to a sufficient level, there would always be a qualitative change. Once there was a qualitative change, the entire world's luck Dao realm would rise by a level, and the Giant Sun Immortal's realm would fall behind the world. Then he would no longer be a Luck Path Supreme Grandmaster. This way, Giant Sun Immortal would no longer be a Dao Lord and would not be able to refine the natural Luck Path Dao marks. To the Giant Sun Immortal, this would be an extremely heavy blow. It's a pity that the Giant Sun Immortal has always kept his luck a secret, not allowing it to spread. Otherwise, if there were more Luck Path Gu Immortals like me, we would enter the derivation immortal formation more often. There would be a higher chance of kicking Giant Sun Immortal out of Luck Path Supreme Grandmaster Attainment Realm. Qin Ding Ling felt very regretful. After entering and exiting the immortal formation, she could not enter again for a long time. If she forcefully entered the formation, the results would be lackluster, and it would even cause irreparable damage to her. It was too late to start nurturing Luck Path Gu Immortals now. Only a top rank 8 Luck Path Gu Immortal like Qin Ding Ling could push the development of Luck Path forward. Of course, it was not impossible for other Luck Path Gu Masters and Gu Immortals. It was just that they had not reached the peak of Luck Path yet. It was very unlikely for them to break through the limits of heaven and earth. As for the Celestial Court, they lacked motivation to try this, the difference between the investment and benefits was too great. Next, it is my turn. Fairy Maiden Soul nodded at Qin Ding Ling with a smile, the two brushed past each other. Fairy Maiden Soul entered the derivation immortal formation, vanishing without a trace. She was a soul path great expert of the Celestial Court during Spectral Soul's era. She was on par with Thunder Ghost True Monarch. This time she would definitely have huge gains, it would push forward the development of soul path in this world. It is a pity that the current Celestial Court lacks a refinement path great expert. There are many refinement path Gu Immortals in the 10 great ancient sects, but there are only a few rank 8 refinement path Gu Immortals, and none of them are great experts, they have not reached the peak of refinement path. Qin Ding Ling thought about it. The Celestial Court's derivation immortal formation completely displayed star constellation immortal venerables' strength and terror. However, it was still very difficult to kick the other venerables out of Supreme Grandmaster Attainment level. Giant Sun Immortal's luck path, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's Soul Path, and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable's Refinement Path. These three aspects required many great experts to cultivate. The Celestial Court had the Derivation Immortal Formation. Rank 9 Derivation Gu was not refined by star constellation Immortal Venerable, it was still in a wild state, it absorbed heaven and earth primeval energy. Thus, the Derivation Immortal Formation expended very little immortal essence. But the Celestial Court lacked crucial people. Without enough Gu cultivation great experts, it was hard to kick out a Venerable with the Derivation Immortal Formation alone. Maybe Celestial Court's development of human path is related to this? Qin Dingling suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She could only see some aspects of star constellation Immortal Venerable's arrangements, she could not see the whole picture. Eastern Sea. There were no ripples on the sea, it was very calm. Guyue was at the crucial moment of his immortal ascension. The three qi of heaven, earth, and man had already surrounded him. Guyue gritted his teeth, he tried to coordinate the three qi and slowly compress them. I must succeed. Only by becoming a Gu immortal can I save my mother. Also, after becoming a Gu immortal, my strength will rise greatly, I will be able to find my father more easily. Guyue wanted to encourage himself, but soon, his attention was drawn to another matter. At this moment he felt providence. He was about to learn from nature. You must succeed. Mermaid Gu Immortal Yen Kuxn floated in the sky openly, right beside Guyue Fangxiang. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on him without blinking. Unfortunately, no one could interfere in the process of three qi harmonization, otherwise, Lian Kuxin would have done it for Guyue Fangxiang already. This time she had accepted the mission on the mission board and, accidentally, met Guyue Fangxiang, deceiving him that there was a suitable place for his immortal ascension. The truth was, Fang Yuan had secretly opened the sovereign immortal aperture's entrance and lured Guyue Fangxiang into the 5 regions. Guyue Fangxiang was undergoing tribulation, Fang Yuan was hiding far away, he was not idle either. He was secretly activating a rank 9 heaven path killer move. It was not obscuring heaven's secret, but steal heaven's secret. After this killer move was activated, it could steal the knowledge of providence during the Gu Master's immortal ascension. The first core of the killer move Steal Heaven's Secret was rank 9 Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu. The second core was rank 8 Immortal Gu Great Thief Gu. Back then, when Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created the rank 8 Heavenly Secret Gu, his motive was to sense heaven and earth, he wanted to learn from nature again. Under normal circumstances, Gu cultivators only had one chance to learn from nature in their lives. It was when a Gu Master ascends to Immortal, using the qualitative change in their aperture to explode into a small immortal aperture world, they would obtain the recognition of providence and communicate with providence. At this time, the Gu Master would ask about providence, and providence would answer the Gu Master's question to a certain extent. This opportunity could be said to be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but the degree of dispelling doubts was also limited. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable succeeded. As long as something happened in heaven and earth would know about it. Just by activating rank 8 Heavenly Secret Gu, the Gu cultivator could directly ask about providence and get the answer. It could leak the secrets of heaven and earth, even if the Gu Immortal had no evidence they could point to the truth. By using Heavenly Secret Gu with other Gu worms to undergo tribulation, they could probe the contents of the calamities and tribulations in advance, and make targeted preparations. And in terms of concealment, obscured Heavenly Secret was the best killer move. If Fang Yuan used rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu alone, he would not be able to get the answer from Providence. Because Providence did not like Fang Yuan. In the destruction of Fate Gu, Fang Yuan was one of the culprits. Providence had always wanted to get rid of Fang Yuan. How could Providence give Fang Yuan the answer in this kind of conflict? Fang Yuan was deeply aware of the benefits of natural inspiration. When he participated in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, why did he use so many outstanding killer moves? Other than making deductions himself, he had secretly used the immortal ascension of many Gu Masters in his immortal aperture. Using the convenience of natural inspiration, he saved precious time and energy. Without these killer moves, Fang Yuan would have been killed by the 2 venerables. Thus, natural inspiration was a huge factor in Fang Yuan's victory in Crazed Demon Cave. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wanted to use natural inspiration again, Fang Yuan wanted it too. All Gu cultivators knew the value of natural inspiration. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created rank 8 Heavenly Secret Gu for this, but what about Fang Yuan? He created the killer move Thieving Heaven's Secret. He had created this killer move long ago, but it was only at rank 8 level back then, its power was very limited. It could be said that it had no practical value at all. He spent too much immortal essence and gained too little. It would be better to directly order the Gu Master to ask him the questions he had set when he was in a natural state. But this was all in the past. The current situation had undergone an earth-shattering change. The reason was rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu. Where did rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu's recipe come from? Truthful floating ice. This was Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangement. It was the crazed demon formation's grand achievement after absorbing the chaos outside the world. From the 8th layer onwards, Crazed Demon Cave was isolated from the 5 regions. The Crazed Demon Formation was no exception. And during the process of Fang Yuan refining rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu, he did it in his sovereign immortal aperture, isolated from the 5 regions. That was to say, the Gu cultivation world did not have the recipe of rank 9 Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan had rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu. In this aspect he was above the entire universe. Rank 8 Thieving Heaven's Secret Killer move had limited power, but rank 9 Thieving Heaven's Secret Killer move was above the universe, it was above providence. Every time Fang Yuan used natural inspiration from other Gu masters, he would use rank 9 Thieving Heaven's Secret Killer move. The gains were unimaginable to outsiders. As long as something happened in the world, Fang Yuan would have a chance to learn about it. Under normal circumstances, Gu Master's natural inspiration was limited. This was because of Providence's restriction. But Fang Yuan's Thieving Heaven's Secret Killer move directly stole it. Whether Providence was willing or not, it had to get lost. Chapter 23-24. During this period of time, how many Gu Masters in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture underwent immortal ascension? Golden Fur Immortal Monarch, Hair Monster Grotto Lord, Dulay Warrior, Duo Luo Warrior, Rock Warrior, Steel Rush Warrior, Frost Butterfly Warrior, and Chong Yiji, Piercing Heaven Immortal Monarch, Black Locust, Rainbow Rock Immortal Concubine, Great Wisdom Immortal Mother, Bing Yuan, Bing Zhua, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Shizong, Koexen Hong, Rotten Egg 6 Immortals, Xiaohe Jian, Green Forest Great Sage. Only now did Gu Yue remember. Most of the Gu Immortals that Fang Yuan sacrificed in Crazed Demon Cave had revived. Except for those Gu Immortals who died in the chaotic disaster. But Fang Yuan did not directly revive them as Gu Immortals, he only allowed them to have Gu Master cultivation level. On one hand, it was to conserve resources and prevent too many people from dying. On the other hand, it was for this opportunity. Fang Yuan had always been far-sighted, he was also good at making plans. It was just that many times in the past, his plans could not keep up with the changes. But now, his cultivation level was rank 9, he was a refinement path venerable, Fate Gu was also destroyed, there were only a few existences in the world that could interfere with his plans. Fang Yuan had purposely saved up, and during the immortal ascension tide, he had obtained extremely huge returns. In just a few months, just in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture alone, over 30 Gu Masters ascended to Immortal. This did not include Eastern Sea, the 2 Heavens and other super forces under Fang Yuan. Wu Clan, which was in the limelight, could not compare to such results. But Fang Yuan concealed it completely, not a trace of it was leaked. And only a small portion of the benefits from Gu Immortal Ascension belonged to those rank 6 Gu Immortals. Most of the other benefits came from stealing heavenly secrets. This was something that even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal could not have expected. In fact, Fang Yuan himself did not expect his gains to be so huge. He obtained a large number of killer moves, Gu recipes, immortal Gu houses, immortal formations, the construction methods of battlefield killer moves, the best methods to nurture countless resources, the most detailed map of the 5 regions, the locations of many wild immortal Gu, and so on. After satisfying his current needs, he dabbled in human path, pill path, painting path, star path, luck path, and so on. The result surprised Fang Yuan. He was pleasantly surprised. Just by trying, he obtained musician immortal Gu recipes, thief immortal Gu recipes, soldier immortal Gu recipes, sergeant immortal Gu recipes, and a vast number of pill path and painting path immortal Gu recipes. He obtained many profundities of luck path, star path, and soul path. All of these were of great help to him. Now that Fang Yuan looked back, it was still the human Tao that surprised him the most. Who would have thought that human Tao has developed so much in this world? Fang Yuan did not know about the existence of the derivation immortal formation. It was all because of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's concealment. However, the root of the problem was the immortal evolution array. The core of the derivation immortal formation, derivation immortal Gu, was rank 9, it was not refined by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, thus it was still a wild immortal Gu. It was not that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not want to refine it, but she could only use derivation immortal goo in this situation. Once the derivation immortal goo was refined by someone else, it would become useless. Limitless Demon Venerable had tried it before, thus in the Crazed Demon formation he used wild derivation immortal goo as the core. However, the two deepest layers of Crazed Demon Cave were isolated from the outside world. Thus, even if derivation immortal goo was wild, it was not a problem. Celestial Court was not like this. Celestial Court had annexed too many immemorial 9 heavens fragments, it was filled with providence, it was the largest heaven vein node of the 2 heavens. During the confusion of the 2 heavens, Celestial Court mobilized countless rank 8 experts and sent all of its immortal goo houses to defend it. In the end, after Star Constellation Immortal Venerable refined Celestial Court's wisdom path Dao marks, she made an emergency move and stabilized the situation, preventing Spectral Soul Demon Venerable from finding them. But the derivation immortal formation was located in Celestial Court, it was noticed by Providence. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not conceal this providence. As long as it was in Celestial Court, Providence was one of the foundations of Celestial Court. But other than Celestial Court, where else could she place the derivation immortal formation? None. At least not in Central Continent. Thus, everything that happened in the derivation immortal formation happened between heaven and earth. It was not that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not notice this, she knew about it long ago. But it was not a problem. At least it was not a problem in her opinion. Why? Because Providence did not want to see any Venerable in the current era. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had revived, how could Providence allow the dead to revive? Not to mention Fang Yuan, he was an otherworldly demon, a complete otherworldly demon, he was one of the culprits who destroyed Fate Goo. Only Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was favored by Providence. But his mind was not clear, even if he wanted to deal with Celestial Court was tightly shut, he could not find or enter. If he entered, with the amplification of Celestial Court's wisdom path Dao marks, would Star Constellation Immortal Venerable be afraid of him? She could use this chance to eliminate him. Just like how Fang Yuan did not expect the derivation immortal formation, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also did not know that Fang Yuan had ranked 9 Heavenly Secret Goo. And most importantly, Fang Yuan created the killer move Thieving Heavenly Secret. Whether Providence was willing or not, as long as Fang Yuan used natural inspiration, he could wantonly steal heavenly secrets. The 3 Qi enveloped Guiyue, he was starting to use natural inspiration now. Seeing this, Fang Yuan stopped his distracting thoughts. What heavenly secret should I steal this time? He thought about it, maybe I can ask for information about Celestial Court. No matter how Star Constellation Immortal Venerable tries to conceal it, my Thieving Heavenly Secret killer move is at rank 9 level. If she wants to resist it, she will need to have a qualitative change in her rank 9 Wisdom Path Immortal Goo. No matter how many Wisdom Path Dao marks Celestial Court had, it was only a quantitative change. When Guiyue wanted to detonate his immortal aperture and become a rank 6 Goo Immortal, Fang Yuan's mind shook. Immortal Formation Derivation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable hid it so deeply, I only discovered it at the final stage. So that's it. Amazing as expected of the number 1 wisdom path person in history. At this moment, Fang Yuan could not help but feel admiration towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. She actually had such a method to rapidly push the development of all paths. The divine might of wisdom path was truly terrifying. Such an enemy was truly worthy of respect. Northern Plains. Giant Sun Immortal slowly stopped refining Northern Plains luck path Dao marks. It's about time. Giant Sun Immortal observed his surroundings. He had a unique method of refining Northern Plains luck path Dao marks. He did not stay in one place for long, he refined all the luck path Dao marks in one place before moving to another place. Giant Sun Immortal used a wide range of refinement methods. After refining 60% of the luck path Dao marks in every place in Northern Plains, he gave up and moved to another place to refine. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Giant Sun Immortal started to refine Northern Plains Dao marks. After experiencing the declaration of great love, Fang clan joining the alliance, Spectral Soul Annihilation, the 3 Venerables fighting for Light Goo, and the Immortal Ascension Tide, Giant Sun Immortal finally refined 60% of Northern Plains Dao marks. The whole of Northern Plains was covered by him. At the same time, he did not forget to manage his rank 9 Immortal Aperture. He went through several calamities and tribulations, he created many resource points. The foundation of his rank 9 Immortal Aperture increased greatly, his Immortal Essence production also increased. As time passed, the foundation of the Venerable's immortal apertures would increase rapidly, they would have more immortal essence. However, the current Giant Sun Immortal's immortal aperture was far from enough, it was far from Longevity Heaven. Longevity Heaven was Giant Sun Immortal's first life's rank 9 immortal aperture. Because it did not annex the immemorial 9 heavens fragment, it had been tortured by calamities and tribulations for many years. After passing the tribulation, its Tao marks increased greatly. Giant Sun Immortal did not have the sovereign immortal aperture. He could not annex a bigger one. Moreover, Giant Sun Immortal also cultivated blood path. Thus, if he wanted to annex Longevity Heaven and maximize the benefits, he still needed a lot of accumulation. In terms of foundation, Longevity Heaven could not compare to Celestial Court. After all, Celestial Court had the immortal apertures of at least 3 Venerables, while Giant Sun Immortal only had his previous life's rank 9 immortal aperture as his foundation. But Longevity Heaven had a huge advantage. Celestial Court could not compare to it. This was the future. After Giant Sun Immortal's blood path matured, he could annex Longevity Heaven, his strength would rise to a terrifying level. After resting for a while, Giant Sun Immortal started to prepare a killer move. Once the killer move was activated, with the amplification of 60% of Northern Plains luck path Tao marks, it formed a sky full of golden light that dyed the sky of Northern Plains. Alright, with this luck path killer move, my bloodline descendants will be able to undergo tribulations in the future. This included not only the immortal ascension calamities and tribulations, but also all the calamities and tribulations that the Gu Immortal would face in the future. Under the effect of this luck path killer move, the killer move would become easier to deal with. At the same time, the killer move's power would increase or decrease. If the Gu Immortal had excess strength, the luck path killer move would increase the power of the calamities and tribulations. After passing the tribulation, the Gu Immortal would obtain more Tao marks. On the contrary, it would weaken the calamities and tribulations, ensuring that the Gu Immortal could pass the tribulation safely. This luck path killer move was Giant Sun Immortal's latest modification. It involved the profundities of heaven and earth luck and all living beings' luck. In the future it could be linked with other self-luck killer moves. It had incredible power. When Giant Sun Immortal refined most of Northern Plains luck path Tao marks, the entire Huangjin tribes of Northern Plains benefited from him. The mystical power of luck path was also being displayed on a large scale. In the future, Giant Sun Immortal planned to use all sorts of luck path killer moves to strengthen the whole of Northern Plains. It would allow himself, Longevity Heaven, and the Huangjin tribes of all sizes to not just undergo tribulations, they would also have good variables in everything they did. It was good luck path. If the Gu cultivator had the ability, they would first experience bitterness before sweetness, they would first be suppressed, then they would gain even greater benefits. However, these luck path killer moves need to be modified. I need to consider them carefully. Giant Sun Immortal pondered. These luck path killer moves could not be used too often. Killer moves would leave Tao marks on them. If they were used too often, the whole of Northern Plains would turn into a luck path environment. This method had a huge flaw. Under the conflict of Tao marks, other paths would be greatly suppressed. It would be disadvantageous to the growth of other Gu Immortals. Thus, this was a delicate situation. Giant Sun Immortal had to find a balance. This matter is not urgent, I need to consider it carefully. Giant Sun Immortal thought as he activated his investigative killer move again. This time he was not investigating the Venerables, he was investigating Northern Plains. Soon, a vague map of the luck distribution appeared in Giant Sun Immortal's mind. Giant Sun Immortal frowned slightly. In his first life he used this killer move, the effect was quite good. But now that he used it, it was much more blurry, especially at the borders. Previously, the 5 regions were separated, they were not closely connected. Thus, it was easier to investigate a region's luck. But now the 5 regions are united, the 2 heavens have become dark realms. To reach the investigative level of my previous life, I might need to refine all of the luck path Tao marks in the 5 regions. Giant Sun Immortal came to a conclusion. He quickly stopped using his killer move. He used 2 immortal killer moves consecutively, they expended a lot of immortal essence, his immortal essence reserves reached a critical level again. He needed to rest for some time before he could continue refining Northern Plains Tao marks, otherwise if the Venerables fought, he would be in danger. Chapter 23-25. Eastern Sea. In the dark depths of the sea. Fang Yuan's true body concealed his tracks as he snuck into this place. A huge translucent bubble gradually appeared in his field of vision. It should be here. Fang Yuan understood in his heart, stopping his footsteps and carefully inspecting it. This bubble was very unique, It was formed from the eruption of an underground volcano, the surrounding seawater, and the chi tides that came here in the past. All sorts of factors created this hidden underwater world. Fire path, earth path, water path, and chi path, these 4 Dao marks formed a paradise here. This place was very hidden. Unless a Gu immortal encountered it by accident, it would be hard to find it. I'll call it 4 path bubbles for now. Fang Yuan used his investigative method to inspect the surroundings. He opened his immortal aperture's entrance slightly and let out a Gu immortal. This Gu immortal had long wavy hair. It was Fang Yuan's dream path clone, Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen's cultivation level was low, but he cultivated dream path. Because of the special mission this time, Fang Yuan sent him out. Otherwise, he would have been hiding in the sovereign immortal aperture, spending most of his time researching dream path, only helping out and stabilizing the sovereign immortal aperture situation. Fang Yuan used his method to carefully help Meng Qiuzhen enter the bubble. 15 minutes later, Meng Qiuzhen returned to the sovereign immortal aperture. He succeeded. He brought back a wild wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu was once rank 9, but it was arranged by Giant Sun Immortal to be given to Fang Yuan. During the Fate Destruction War, because Fang Yuan wanted to complete the Red Lotus plan, Wisdom Gu became one of the Gu refinement materials. Rank 9 Wisdom Gu perished as a result. But the heavenly Tao was clear, life and death corresponded to each other. Under the influence of Providence, a wild rank 6 Wisdom Gu was soon created in the 5 regions. This Wisdom Gu was hidden in this bubble. After Fang Yuan stole heavenly secrets, he learned of the locations of many wild immortal Gu. Wisdom Gu was the most important of his gains. Thus, he made a move personally to prevent any accidents from happening, to ensure that Wisdom Gu was obtained. Everything matched the information in Thieving Heaven's secret. Meng Qiuzhen used dream path methods and easily suppressed the rank 6 Wisdom Gu. Inside the large bubble, even though there was an underwater volcano and the surrounding deep-sea fish, there was nothing that could threaten Meng Qiuzhen. As for Fang Yuan, he had too many Dao marks on his body. It was very likely that he would burst the bubble with just a palm. Therefore, it was most convenient to use a clone for this matter. The rank 6 Wisdom Gu was quickly refined by Fang Yuan. Although it was Wisdom Gu, Fang Yuan was a grand refinement path venerable. Refining a rank 6 wild immortal Gu was a simple matter. For venerables, using rank 9 immortal essence to refine rank 8 immortal Gu was no pressure. The hard part was refining rank 9 immortal Gu. Be it Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's first life's refinement of rank 9 Wisdom Gu, or Giant Sun Immortal's failure in refining Love Gu, they were both examples. After the Fate War, to think that Wisdom Gu is in my hands again. And this time there is no Giant Sun Immortal tampering with it. This is Wisdom Gu that belongs to me. Fang Yuan felt a faint sense of joy. As for raising Wisdom Gu and returning to rank 9, Fang Yuan felt that this was not an urgent matter. With the killer move Thieving Heaven's secret, after stealing the Heaven Path information, Fang Yuan greatly improved on his Wisdom Path deductions, as well as his Information Path information gathering. After obtaining Wisdom Gu, Fang Yuan secretly returned to his original location, continuing to refine Eastern Sea's Refinement Path Dao marks. Furthermore, he had to stop frequently, giving off a feeling of lacking immortal essence and being half dead. He sent his divine sense into the sovereign immortal aperture. Recently, another huge project had been completed in the immortal aperture. For this project, Fang Yuan had excavated all of his subordinates' immortal material reserves, among which Eastern Sea's Hua clan made the most contributions, earning a huge sum of contribution points. As for the construction method of the brocade cloud lump, Fang Yuan had to use Thieving Heaven's secret to explore Providence's background before he succeeded in modifying it. This huge brocade cloud lump was 10 li in size. It slowly floated in the mini-9 heavens. Every once in a while they would travel from one day to another. Brocade cloud was an immortal material. It ranged from rank 6 to rank 9. The brocade cloud that Fang Yuan had right now could be seen as an accumulation of similar immortal materials. Most of them were rank 6, 30% were rank 7, less than 10% were rank 8, and there were almost none at rank 9. And the feeding of rank 9 heavenly secret immortal Gu required a large number of rank 9 brocade clouds. Fang Yuan was still far from the standard of a single feeding. But it was not a problem. The higher the rank of the immortal Gu, the lower the feeding frequency. According to the current situation, there was still a long time before they could be fed. This period of time was enough for these brocade clouds to grow. There was plenty of time. Gu nurturing, refining, and feeding rank 9 immortal Gu was a test that Fang Yuan had to face. He had 3 rank 9 immortal Gu now, They were Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, Advanced Refinement and Heavenly Secret. The first two were closer to the people, they were easier to feed, while the final Heavenly Secret goo was more troublesome. But Fang Yuan had already taken precautions, he had already resolved this problem. All in all, feeding rank 9 immortal goo was not the biggest problem for Fang Yuan now. He just needed to work hard. After all, he was already a venerable, he had Eastern Sea, one of the 5 regions, and a super force with variant humans in the 2 heavens. Through his declaration twice, the highest-end business in Jewel Yellow Skies was his immortal goo refinement business. Adding on the sovereign immortal aperture's deep foundation, perhaps only Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court were stronger than the sovereign immortal aperture. The Blue Dragon Whale's Grotto Heaven immortal aperture, Fang Yuan had already seen it. Jewel Yellow Skies was a special grotto heaven, it mainly traded with goo immortals, its foundation could not compare to the sovereign immortal aperture. After this period of development, the sovereign immortal aperture was gradually going through a qualitative change. In the past, the sovereign immortal aperture might have been a patient on the brink of collapse, just a little bit and the situation would have gone out of control. But now, the situation had not only stabilized, it was also improving rapidly. There were 2 main reasons. One was that during this period of time, the sovereign immortal aperture's Dao vein construction finally had its first wave of huge results. Fire path, wind path and water path man-made Dao veins had already completed the first ring. The first set of earth path Dao marks had already been completed for the 3rd ring. This had a huge effect on the sovereign immortal aperture's stability, the effect could be said to be instantaneous. The sovereign immortal aperture's goo immortals could clearly feel. The abnormalities in earth path, fire path, wind path and water path were rapidly decreasing, they were no longer common. The second reason was that more than 30 goo cultivators under Fang Yuan had ascended to immortal realm. The number of goo immortals in the sovereign immortal aperture increased sharply. With sufficient manpower, Fang Yuan easily mobilized a group of goo immortals and sent them to various places in the 5 regions to retrieve the wild immortal goo that Fang Yuan had found. Several days later, some goo immortals returned successfully. Some of them brought back resource points that had not been discovered by the world, while others directly obtained wild immortal goo. Among them, Fang Yuan obtained the wild time path immortal goo, moon. At this point he had collected all the immortal goo year, moon and day. After obtaining the latest detailed information, Fang Yuan's subordinates had a clear target, they had a high chance of success. The results of stealing Heaven's secret were far from just these. Fang Yuan refined the Dao marks while secretly unraveling the truthful floating ice, he was also modifying his killer moves. Because after stealing Heaven's secret, he had a large number of finished products to refer to, the modification of killer moves progressed rapidly, especially compound killer moves. Fang Yuan even started to construct his combat system on a large scale. All along he did not have much success in this aspect, but after stealing Heaven's secret, he obtained a large amount of information, it was extremely valuable to Fang Yuan. However, the goo immortals returned one after another, even though most of them succeeded, a small portion returned empty-handed. Most of the hidden resource points were moved back, but a small portion suffered huge losses or were even destroyed due to earthquakes and tsunamis, they lost the value of being moved back. As for wild immortal goo, they were all moving away. Fang Yuan was not surprised. Providence affected people's hearts, providence allowed one to think. Fang Yuan had always been providence's focus. How could providence not react to his sudden large-scale collection of hidden resource points and wild immortal goo? The heavenly Tao emphasized balance, it would naturally do everything it could to restrict Fang Yuan from becoming stronger. Thus, such a reaction was within Fang Yuan's expectations. For this, Fang Yuan's arrangement was to place the important immortal goo and resource points in the early stages of the collection, thus he gained a lot. As for the following ones, their value was lower. In comparison, Fang Yuan gave up on them. But it was meaningful to fight for them. Fang Yuan gradually digested the results of stealing Heaven's secret. During this process he gained a deeper understanding of this killer move. Stealing Heaven's secret gives me a terrifying advantage in terms of information, it completely makes up for my weakness in information path. However, if I use too much of this information, providence will quickly adjust it, the value of this information will decrease greatly. Furthermore, grotto heavens like Longevity Heaven will not be investigated by stealing Heaven's secret. The stolen killer moves, combat systems, and other precious information will be of great help in modifying killer moves and creating combat systems. However, since Providence knows about it, it must have happened in the world, others might know about it too. And Providence also has many things that it does not know about. For example, the true inheritances of venerables. Providence can remember them, but it cannot modify killer moves on its own. The gains I obtained in painting path, human path, pill path, and other aspects were mainly because of the formation derivation. Stealing Heaven's secret could be used for investigation. It could save Fang Yuan's energy and time in deductions. The effect was excellent, but there were still flaws. Fang Yuan still had needs for information path and wisdom path. But this need was mostly satisfied. It was not as urgent as before. Stealing Heaven's secret killer move mainly relied on rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo. Once rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo's recipe is known by Providence, the Heavenly Tao will react and Steal Heaven's secret killer move's effect would not be as strong. Stealing Heaven's secret also relied on natural inspiration. It could not be used freely. Fang Yuan was already planning to nurture the Goo cultivators in his immortal aperture. He would nurture and accumulate Goo immortal seeds. At every crucial moment he would let a group of them ascend to immortal. Chapter 23-26. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. In the secret room, Fang Yuan was sitting in a circle. More accurately speaking, there were a large number of Fang Yuan clones. This secret room was huge. Fang Yuan's clones were newly formed. They were formed from human path Goo worms. Among them were Goo Master level Doctor clone, Alchemist clone, Constable clone, Craftsman clone, as well as rank 6 Goo Immortal level Skin Shadow clone, Talented Girl clone, Soldier clone, Sergeant clone, Musician clone, Thief clone, Farmer clone, Dancer clone, and Blacksmith clone. That's right, after the 10 children of human path entered the derivation immortal formation, their human path research results were all obtained by Fang Yuan. Then he managed to refine all of them. As long as he had the Goo recipe with Fang Yuan's refinement path cultivation level, he could easily refine Goo worms of these levels. This caused the 10 children of human path to fail miserably when they attempted to refine mortal Goo during their immortal ascension. During this period of time, Fang Yuan's clones were in closed cultivation in the secret room. They comprehended human path cultivation and gained some insights. Even though these clones are of low level, they are still quite outstanding compared to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's clone methods. For example, the investment is low and they can take shape quickly. Spectral Soul Shadow Sect clones, on the other hand, need to cultivate continuously and start from scratch. And these clones, as long as they have human path Goo worms, they can instantly form the corresponding Goo cultivation clone. Human path Goo worms formed clones. Goo Masters had apertures. Goo Immortals had immortal apertures. But be it apertures or immortal apertures, they could not produce primeval essence or immortal essence. They could only store. Human path clones could not cultivate on their own. The clone strength was limited to the level of the human path Goo worms. Human path clones shared the same attainment level as the main body. Human path clones cultivated human path as well as other paths. For example, the musician clone cultivated human path as well as sound path. The farmer clone cultivated human path as well as earth path and wood path. The skin shadow clone cultivated human path as well as transformation path and shadow path. All in all, these clones were not useful to Fang Yuan at the moment. They were too weak. The strongest among them was only rank 6. Among them, Fang Yuan shared the same opinion as Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He also felt that the most valuable thing was the Alchemist clone. These clones mainly cultivated the Tao, Refinement Tao, and Pill Tao. Although it only covered the ranks of rank 1 to rank 5 Goo Masters, it had a huge impact on the grassroots Goo Masters. If Fang Yuan's subordinates did not undergo immortal ascension on a large scale, these human path clones would still be of some use. But now to Fang Yuan they were not very useful. Furthermore, it could be a huge flaw in the obscured heavenly secrets. Fang Yuan willed as the human path clones in the secret room returned to their Goo worms. Their states were very similar to Fang Yuan's supreme immortal physique, but there were also differences. They could freely change from the state of Goo insects to human form, but Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body was fixed on the human body, leaving only the need to feed the Goo insects. But then again, normal people also needed to eat something once in a while. I'll leave Thief Goo behind. At the next moment, Fang Yuan willed as he destroyed most of the Goo worms in the secret room. Central Continent. At the deepest part of the starry sky calculation formation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable inspected a secluded domain of heaven and earth inside the formation. This secluded domain was like a cage but also like a lantern. Back in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already used it to fight against other venerables. This was the Wisdom Path secluded domain. Mental realm. The legends of Renzu had records of it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable placed her mental realm inside the starry sky calculation formation. Using the power of the formation, she secretly extracted emotions. As long as they were negative towards the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent or the Celestial Court, they would be absorbed into her mental realm. Using this method, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable ingeniously made countless living beings in Central Continent feel more positive towards the Celestial Court and the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. This undoubtedly raised the cohesiveness of Central Continent to a higher level. The mental realm needs to store emotions. The more emotions there are, the greater the power of this secluded domain of heaven and earth. But it also needs to be controlled. Sometimes, having too many emotions is as bad as going too far. You will be misled by the mental realm. Just like the Legends of Ren Zhu wrote, it is best to have calmness gu and determination gu to suppress the mental realm. Unfortunately, I only have calmness gu, I lack determination gu. Thus, there is an obvious upper limit to the amount of emotions that can be stored in the mental realm. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had to activate it secretly to prevent it from being exposed to the other venerables and causing trouble. By then, even if Fang Yuan lacked immortal essence, he could use the chance to extort Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. This was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's intention in setting up the Starry Sky Calculation Formation. She managed to deceive the other two venerables. After all, the other venerables could only see the rough details of the Starry Sky Calculation Formation. After the inspection was completed, good news reached Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Among the 10 children of Human Path, someone has already raised Musician Gu to an Immortal Gu? Very good. It seems that the reason why they all failed was because of Providence's interference. Raising the rank of Immortal Gu during the Immortal Ascension Tribulation is essentially using Providence to help one refine Gu. Maybe because of Human Path, Providence was not willing to help. But the artificial refinement after that was a success. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable relaxed. When she found out that the 10 children of Human Path had all failed, she had many doubts. Including the fact that there was a traitor in Celestial Court, the problem with Derivation Immortal Formation, the other venerables hiding in Celestial Court, Providence being exposed, and so on. But after knowing this news, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's doubts were greatly reduced. Half a day later, the first batch of Gu Immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects gathered inside the Starry Sky Calculation Formation. Immortal Killer Move, Endless Learning. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable slowly activated the Killer Move. The Killer Move's light blue light spread down along the Starry Sky Calculation Formation. In a certain space inside the formation, the Gu Immortals had been waiting for a long time. It's here. Someone muttered with excitement on his face. The Immortals were stirred. Soon, the Immortals' expressions became extremely solemn. They were immersed in the indescribable profundity of the Great Tao. Under the influence of the Killer Move, the Immortals' attainment levels of their respective paths rose slowly. As time passed, when they reached their limits, some Gu Immortals would start to hallucinate. At this time, the Starry Sky Calculation Formation would activate and send these Gu Immortals to another space inside the formation to recuperate. Endless Learning was a Human Path Killer Move. It used Book Mountain and Learning Gu as the cores. It could allow the Gu cultivator to produce their own true meaning and absorb it to raise their attainment levels. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already used this move in Crazed Demon Cave. She was now using it on the Gu Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. The nurturing intent behind this move was much clearer than in Crazed Demon Cave. How much the Gu Immortals could gain depended on their aptitude, talent, comprehension, as well as their personal experiences. It is hard to imagine that there is such a method in this world to raise attainment levels directly. This was personally used by Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It is naturally extraordinary. She can break through all the impossible. According to rumors, dream realms can allow Gu cultivators to raise attainment levels. In my opinion, Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method has completely surpassed the dangerous dream realms. Exploring dream realms is very dangerous, but attainment levels are endless. How much we can gain from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Human Path Killer Move depends on ourselves. It can only help us produce true meaning. After using it once, we will need to accumulate and experience for a long time, otherwise our gains will be much lower next time. The Immortals gradually broke free from the illusion. They woke up and conversed. Not long after, the Immortals flew out of the Starry Sky Calculation Formation. Among them, 3 Gu Immortals stayed behind. Among the 3 Heaven's Envy Manners Gu Immortal Tan Ku took the initiative to find ancient soul sects Yang Feng and Spirit Butterfly Valley's Dien Pu. After some discussion, Tan Ku used his Immortal Gu to exchange for Yang Feng's resources. He also used Yang Feng's immortal materials to exchange for Dianpu's other immortal goo. After this transaction, the three sides were very satisfied with their gains. It is all thanks to the Starry Sky calculation formation. After understanding our needs, it mediated between us. Otherwise, how could we know each other's situation and what we want? Dianpu sighed. At this moment, the three immortals won together. They all felt the benefits of the Starry Sky calculation formation. Ever since the Starry Sky calculation formation gathered the information of Gu immortals, this happened frequently to the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Thus, Gu immortals from other small sects were attracted to report their information to the Starry Sky calculation formation. The Starry Sky calculation formation only mediated this point, but it allowed the whole of Central Continent to start a more reasonable and outstanding resource allocation. Undeniably, this had a huge effect on raising the strength of the whole of Central Continent. The three immortals had little interaction, but because of this transaction, their relationship became much closer. On the way back, the three immortals talked about the human path that had been widely spread in Central Continent's Gu Master world recently. During this period of time, human path cultivation had already become a huge trend among the lower echelons of Central Continent. This was naturally because the Celestial Court had instructed the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent to work together to promote it. It seems that the Celestial Court is determined to develop human path. That's right, the 10 children of human path that our sects chose have already become Gu immortals. The Celestial Court has high-level human path research results. Now is the time to promote human path. But I still feel that it is a little rushed. But since Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made this decision, there must be something that I did not consider thoroughly. It is a pity that our path has already been decided. The price of cultivating human path is too high. Tan Ku, you are smiling. Do you have a solution? I am only making the Gu immortal seeds and my immortal aperture cultivate human path. Haha, I did the same. Central Continent's Gu immortals were gradually sensing the benefits of the Starry Sky calculation formation. They also had a common understanding towards the bright future of human path. However, Tanku did not know this. Even though his action was the same as many Gu immortals, he was the one who helped a minor character to rise up in secret and become a legend in the distant future. Chapter 23-27. Quick, cultivate this. Inside Tanku's immortal aperture, Fang clan's middle-aged rank 5 Gu master was passing a cultivation method to Wang Xiao Heir. What is this? Godfather. Wang Xiao Heir was confused. Wang Xiao Heir had his own secrets. He was not of the Fang clan's bloodline, but a prisoner imprisoned by Fang Dongxi. But after Dong Fangxi died in battle, his immortal aperture was invaded by Xiao Yihu, causing chaos. Wang Xiao Heir took the chance to escape and mingled with Fang Dongxi's Fang clansmen. Subsequently, they were sold to Jewel Yellow Skies. Tan Ku was one of the Gu immortals who bought these human slaves. He bought a group of Fang clansmen, including Wang Xiao Heir. Wang Xiao Heir started a new life in Tan Ku's immortal aperture. Tan Ku's immortal aperture naturally had Tan clan's bloodline, thus Fang clan's status was very low. They were all slaves. But there were also people of higher status among the slaves. For example, this middle-aged Gu master in front of Wang Xiao Heir. This Gu master was quite unlucky. When Dong Fangxi's immortal aperture was in chaos, his entire family died. The middle-aged Gu master was disheartened. He had no intention of remarrying, and seeing that Wang Xiao Heir was in a similar situation as him, he was also alone and had no one to rely on. He found him pleasing to the eye. His age and appearance were similar to his son. He decided to adopt him. Anyway, from the middle-aged Gu master's point of view, Wang Xiao Heir was of Fang clan's bloodline. The middle-aged Gu master knocked on Wang Xiao Heir's head, scolding with a smile. What are you suspecting? Why would foster father harm you? I will tell you the truth. The Gu immortal who bought our clansmen came from Central Continent. He saw the aptitude of our group, so he bought us. Now that he has passed down the human path cultivation method, if we can cultivate it successfully, we will definitely be able to raise our status. He might even become a Gu immortal in the future. Wang Xiao Heir was dumbfounded. But soon he had doubts. With such a precious cultivation method, why didn't that Central Continent Gu immortal cultivate it himself? Why didn't he leave it to his descendants but to us? The middle-aged Gu master clearly knew many Gu immortal secrets. He was very knowledgeable. He continued to explain, Gu immortals have different cultivation paths. Human path is one of them. Since this Central Continent Gu immortal has already become an immortal, he definitely cannot cultivate human path. Also, not everyone has the talent to cultivate to become an immortal. The path of human path has just been developed. Central Continent's Gu immortals are giving out these methods mainly to try it out. Therefore, the geniuses of his bloodline had to leave behind a portion of their essence to pass on his cultivation method. The rest of the Tan family and us are the only ones who cultivate the human path. The human Dao sect is indeed very bad. When I was living in our blessed land, I had never heard of it. But we have no choice. If we don't cultivate, we won't have any hope at all. You will live here for the rest of your life, always being stepped on by the Tan family, being ordered around like a slave. Are you willing? Wang Xiao hurriedly shook his head, his face solemn. Then please teach me, Godfather, I am willing to cultivate. Wang Xiao had obtained a large amount of human path information, which helped him improve his understanding of human path. There were also several Gu worms. They were human path Gu worms. They were the foundation of human path cultivation. After the middle-aged Gu master taught Wang Xiao personally, he let the latter cultivate by himself. On this night, Wang Xiao was so excited that he could not sleep. He cultivated by himself. An immortal Gu was awakened by him just like that. The immortal Gu's consciousness actually communicated with Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao was extremely shocked. Self-Gu. Self-Gu was so tiny, it had been hiding in Wang Xiao's body all along, no one had discovered it. He remembered that this was a famous legendary Gu in the Legends of Renzu. Filled with joy and disbelief, he read the Legends of Renzu overnight. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 5, Section 38. After falling into the river of time, Renzu and the other two woke up. The three quickly climbed onto a nearby floating ice. Even though it had only been a short while, they had all aged. The river of time contains time Gu. Our lifespan will be washed away by the water. Great strength, true martial sighed. Renzu felt regret. Always encountering good things is not a good thing, it will instead become a bad thing. It is not good to be happy all the time, it is too easy for people to stop moving forward and forget about time. Carefree Wisdom Heart said with joy, quickly look at our hearts. The three looked at their own hearts. They found that they had a lot of suppressed emotions in their hearts, but when they fell into the water, most of them were washed away. This discovery made Renzu and the other two very happy. Next, they continued to move forward on the floating ice. Every time they encountered bad things and felt bad, they would wash their hearts in the river. This will pass. Their bad moods faded with time. Every time they encountered good things and were about to forget themselves, they would wash their hearts in the river. This will pass. Their good moods also faded with time. They were not too engrossed in it. Cognition Gu saw that the three of them were washing their hearts. It could not help but remind them. It is never time that heals the heart. It is the heart that grows old. Old age is not the worst thing. The scariest thing is the old heart. Don't wash your hearts anymore. Renzu and the other two heard this advice and stopped. But they could not wash their hearts. Their speed fell again. Let me help you. At this time, a Gu worm flew out of the water and landed on Renzu's body. Renzu and the other two saw this Gu worm and were very happy. This Gu was Familial Affection Gu. With the help of Familial Affection Gu, Renzu and the other two shared their emotions. If one was happy, he would split his happiness into 3 equal parts. If one was sad, he would split his sadness into 3 equal parts. Renzu and the other two used familial affection to comfort and share their burdens. They moved quickly and steadily. But good times did not last. The emotions accumulated in the three's hearts became more and more. The three felt very tired, they could not bear it anymore and were gradually getting hurt. Emotions were heavy and sadness was heavy. The situation soon became worse. The three's hearts were heavily injured, they could not bear any more emotions. Carefree Wisdom Heart took out a cage at this time and held it in her hand. This is the mental realm that I created, let us place our emotions inside. Renzu and Great Strength True Martial agreed. They placed their emotions inside the mental realm. Immediately, the truthful floating ice revealed its original shape in front of the trio's eyes. They were just pieces of floating ice. The three had the same feeling towards the floating ice. A person's emotions had nothing to do with anything else, only their mental realm. What is this? Carefree Wisdom Heart found the Gu worm in the floating ice. The Gu worm replied, I am calm Gu. The truth was cold and quiet. This was the most appropriate attitude when facing the truth. Renzu and the other two finally arrived at the center of the truthful floating ice. But they did not find Self-Gu. So Self-Gu is not here. Renzu was disappointed. Initially, people would think that they were the center of everything, but that was not the case. The center of the truthful floating ice did not have Self-Gu, but there were 3 other Gu. The first was Rule Gu, the second was Convention Gu, and the third was Practice Gu. Rules and convention Gu had been with Renzu for a long time. After Renzu's heart was eaten by the predicaments, Rules and convention Gu thought that Renzu was dead and left. They came here to create the truthful floating ice with practice Gu. Any truth had to follow the rules of heaven and earth. The three Gu continued to create the truthful floating ice, then watched as these floating ice floated away under the influence of time Gu, gradually sinking. Rules and convention Gu saw Renzu and was shocked. "Oh human, so you did not die." Renzu asked them how to find his own Gu. Rules and convention Gu pointed at practice Gu and said, "It can help you." Practice Gu replied, "Oh human, you have experienced too many things after such a long time, you have all changed. Self Gu is the same, even if it is right in front of you, it is very unfamiliar, you will not be able to recognize it." What do we do? Renzu was very vexed. This is actually very simple. Practice Gu smiled, "Isn't it enough to know yourself?" That's right. Renzu and the other two's eyes shined. Practice Gu continued, "For humans, knowing themselves is the most important and also the most difficult thing in the world. Great strength, true martial. You are an expert with ability. If we work together, there is a high chance of success." Ability Gu smiled, "Doing practical things can make me stronger." Carefree Wisdom Heart was very supportive. She lent serious Gu to Great Strength, True Martial. Great Strength, True Martial and Practice Gu worked together and started to work. They first created a floating ice. It was very small, like a ball. It enveloped Great Strength, True Martial and Practice Gu. There was a layer of light around the ice ball. Renzu and Carefree Wisdom Heart stood on the ice ball as they floated. They saw Year Gu. "Is this Self Gu?" Renzu asked. Great Strength, True Martial shook his head. "No, Self Gu is smaller than it." They continued to work inside the ice ball. Ability Gu got stronger. The floating ice ball became bigger. There was a layer of water around it. While floating, Renzu saw Moon Gu. "Is this Self Gu?" Renzu asked. Great Strength, True Martial shook his head. "No, Self Gu is smaller than it." Great Strength, True Martial and Practice Gu continued to work hard. Ability Gu got stronger again. The floating ice ball became bigger. There was a layer of water around it. Renzu saw Day Gu. "Is this Self Gu?" Renzu asked. Great Strength, True Martial shook his head. "No, Self Gu is smaller than it." The stronger the ability, the more minuscule it was. Finally, the floating ice ball became the biggest. There was a layer of water around it. Renzu and the other two floated along the ice ball and found Self Gu. So Self Gu is so small. Renzu's heart shook. Cognition Gu sighed. Compared to the entire world, to everyone, a single Self Gu is very minuscule. Chapter 23-28. Deep into the night. Wang Xiao'er looked at the thin volume of The Legends of Renzu. His eyes were bloodshot from excitement. He was breathing heavily. The human path cultivation method that foster father gave me was not wrong at all. The Legends of Renzu is truly a human path classic. I found out now, the content of Renzu discovering Self-Gu actually contains the various attainment levels of a Gu master's cultivation. Light, water, ice and crystal. Renzu and the other two obtained the space path and time path immortal Gu year, moon and day in the river of time. Does this mean that Gu masters need to spend years and years to accumulate their attainment? My attainment level is too low, I can only see the shallow level. According to the human path cultivation method, the most outstanding Gu immortal venerables in history had many comprehensions from The Legends of Renzu. They created many human path killer moves. Even though I cannot compare to them now, I have extraordinary hope. Self-Gu. It had always been hidden in my body, but when I started cultivating human path, I found it. It is definitely a human path immortal Gu. The Legends of Renzu describes many Gu worms, but in my opinion, Self-Gu is the most unique and legendary. Haha, with this immortal Gu, human path is the most suitable path for me. Cultivating human path is definitely the most correct path. Almost at the same time. Sovereign Immortal Aperture inside Mini Eastern Sea. Mermaid Gu immortal Tang Qiong could not help but laugh. My tribe joined Fang Yuan and lived in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. This is definitely the best choice. She could not conceal the excitement on her face. There were a total of 3 Mermaid Gu immortals. They were recruited by Fang Yuan earlier. They led a group of mermen to station in Mini Eastern Sea and lived here ever since. The 3 Mermaid Gu immortals had a clear division of labor. Yuzi was in charge of completing missions and earning contribution points. Lian Kuxin was in charge of diplomacy and liaising with other tribes and forces, while Tang Qiong was in charge of guarding the merman tribe's territory. After all, abnormal situations often occurred in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The important settlements of the various clans needed at least one Gu immortal to guard them at all times for them to be safe. Tang Qiong had just received a decree from Fang Yuan, which revealed an obvious message. In the following days, Fang Yuan would increase his efforts to support the outstanding disciples of the various clans. He would spend a huge amount of resources to help them cultivate and raise the Gu immortal seeds of each clan. Because of this, Fang Yuan even gave the Gu immortals in charge of the various clans a target. Every year, each tribe would nurture a certain number of Gu immortal seeds. If they met the requirements, they would be able to establish the Great Love Alliance. If they didn't meet the standards, they would be punished. Not only does Lord Alliance leader treat everyone equally, he also has a benevolent heart, helping us variant humans by allocating such a huge amount of resources to nurture Gu masters. Throughout the generations of venerables, there has never been a great being who cares for our race as much as Lord Fang Yuan. Even Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable cannot compare to Lord Fang Yuan in terms of help to us. When Tang Qiong thought of this, tears welled up in her eyes. The reason why Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable helped variant humans was because he saw that the variant humans were in danger of being exterminated. He could not bear to see them die. He helped them. Fang Yuan, however, was different. Fang Yuan not only provided a fair environment for the variant humans to live without discrimination, he even supported these variant humans and allowed them to grow stronger. This was unprecedented. Tang Qiong had been fighting hard in the Merman Imperial Court. She had been through many trials and tribulations. She was suppressed by the humans as a mermaid Gu immortal. She lived a life of being bullied. She felt immense pressure both physically and mentally. But now that she was inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, she felt a sense of enlightenment. Even though fighting in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture was more tiring than in Eastern Sea, she had to fight with her life on the line. It was normal to not sleep or rest for more than 10 days, sometimes her liver might even explode. But Tang Qiong liked this place more and more until now she loved this world and this sea area. Because here there was fairness and equality that the 5 regions could not provide. Because here there was hope. Because here, as long as you worked hard enough and risked your life, you would gain as much as you put in. Because in this place, you can clearly feel that you are constantly improving, and that your own tribe is rapidly developing and strengthening. Tang Qiong's divine sense entered the information path Mortal Gu again. She looked at the information that she had already read several times already. Fang Yuan's decree encouraged all the tribes to procreate, the more the better. There were rewards for having more children and rewards for having good children. Fang Yuan also had a clear target for population growth. Those huge amounts of cultivation resources would be distributed to the Gu immortals of the various tribes in a few days. Among them were a large number of relic Gu, unpolished jade Gu, wood element Gu, water element Gu, man triumphing heaven Gu, and others. Relic Gu could raise a Gu master's attainment level, while unpolished jade Gu and others were rare mortal Gu that could raise the aptitude of the Gu master. Their essence was to engrave Tao marks of a certain path on the Gu master's body. Unpolished jade Gu could engrave earth path Tao marks. It was suitable for Rockman Gu masters to raise their aptitude. Wood element Gu was suitable for mini-men, water element Gu was suitable for mermen, man triumphing heaven Gu was suitable for those pure humans without Gu master aptitude. It could forcefully awaken their apertures. With these resources, the tribes will have good days. There has never been a venerable like Lord Fang Yuan who cares so deeply for his people. No matter how ordinary these people are, his love is like the sun, like the warm wind, it will spread to every one of them. He is truly the great love immortal venerable. I'm so lucky to be able to follow him. Tang Qiong thought of this and could not help but feel agitated. Hot tears flowed down her cheeks. Fang Yuan, who was deeply respected by Tang Qiong, had just used obscured heavenly secret again. There was no helping it. The gains from stealing heavenly secret were too much. Even now, there were still Gu immortals going back and forth, bringing back cultivation resources from Eastern Sea, Western Desert, Southern Border, and other places. The most valuable were the information about the 5 regions, Fang Yuan's modified killer moves, and the construction of his combat system. All of this caused the scale of Fang Yuan's luck to rise greatly. Thus, Fang Yuan had no choice but to use obscured heavenly secret again to reinforce the effect on his body. During this period of time, Fang Yuan did not refine a 4th rank 9 immortal Gu. On the surface, he was refining Eastern Sea's refinement path Tao marks, but secretly he was digesting the gains from stealing heavenly secret and deducing many things. As for unraveling the truthful floating ice, it was once the most important task, but now it was no longer the focus. The expected gains from unraveling the truthful floating ice were no longer huge. This was already reflected in Fang Yuan's luck. Fang Yuan's luck inspection could only see a portion of it. but it was very useful for him to use it as a reference. Everything related to rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu was Fang Yuan's greatest secret. Obscured Heavenly Secret and Stealing Heavenly Secret were included. Precisely because of Stealing Heavenly Secret, Fang Yuan started to pay attention to the mortals in his immortal aperture. He acted quickly and decisively. After understanding the value of these mortals, he started to nurture them. Tang Qiong and the others did not know the truth. Fang Yuan's immortal material inventory was very rich, but he lacked mortal materials. The sovereign immortal aperture had already produced many types of mortal materials on a large scale, but nurturing mortals required many types of mortal materials. The sovereign immortal aperture had to communicate with jewel yellow skies and conduct transactions to satisfy this need. The policy was implemented, cultivation resources were not a problem, but Fang Yuan wanted to do better. He calculated and found that he had many methods that could help nurture these mortal Gu masters. For example, Blood Skull Gu, Bone Flesh Unity Gu, Guts Gu, and rank 1 to rank 6 second aperture Gu. Aptitude was very important to Gu masters. Back then, Fang Yuan used Blood Skull Gu to slaughter his own clan and obtained a great aptitude. A great aptitude helped him a lot in his cultivation journey. At the same time, a great aptitude had a higher chance of becoming a Gu immortal seed than B or C great aptitude. If one had poor aptitude, they would reach their limit at rank 3 or 4, how could they advance from rank 5 to rank 6? Blood Skull Gu's effect in raising aptitude is even more outstanding than would Root Gu, Water Source Gu, Unpolished Jade Gu and Pure Gold Gu. Maybe I can use Blood Skull Gu to massacre a large number of people, then use Human C to revive, and then use Blood Skull Gu to massacre again and again. This way I can get many a great aptitude Gu masters. The terrifying cultivation plan lingered in Fang Yuan's mind. He thought of Bone Flesh Unity Gu again. This Gu worm had been a huge help to Fang Yuan when he was still a Gu master. It could purify primeval essence and assist in cultivation. Not only could it help Fang Yuan break through to a small realm, it could also break through to a big realm. It was really useful. But to refine this Gu, I need twins. It is a bit troublesome. Fang Yuan did not need 1 or 200 Bone Flesh Unity Gu, he needed tens of thousands of Bone Flesh Unity Gu, and then put them into the sovereign immortal aperture in large numbers. Only then could he form a steady stream of Gu immortal seeds in the future. I have not had the time to comprehend the human soul cultivation method. I tried it before but made little progress. So Guts Gu can also be used to nurture Gu immortal seeds. A strong soul is very helpful to them. As for second aperture Gu, it is only the icing on the cake. Fang Yuan could not refine rank 6 second aperture immortal Gu to nurture them. He could at most take out rank 1 to rank 5 mortal Gu. Right now, second aperture Gu was clearly a heaven path Gu worm. Rank 6 second aperture Gu needed lifespan Gu as a Gu material, and lifespan Gu was the most classic heaven path Gu worm, containing heaven path Dao marks. Rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus Gu used the 10 extreme physiques as the Gu material. It was an immortal fetus and not an immortal aperture. Thus it was a human path immortal Gu. Fang Yuan concluded that he needed to accumulate Gu immortal seeds. He first needed a large number of people. Variant humans and humans did not matter. Fang Yuan did not plan to purchase outsiders for the time being. It was better to nurture Gu immortal seeds in the sovereign immortal aperture. They were more loyal. Variant humans were naturally the most loyal. Fang Yuan was more at ease with variant humans. With more people there would be more Gu masters. But to have Gu immortal seeds, the Gu master's aptitude had to be raised. This required the mortals to not only have many children, they also had to have many siblings and relatives. It would be convenient for a large-scale massacre in the future. It would be best if they had more twins. That way during the massacre they could also refine Bone Flesh Unity Gu. Twins? Fang Yuan pondered. It seems I need to find Giant Son Immortal. I've told you many times he is most proficient in giving birth. Chapter 23-29. Giant Son Immortal had a strange expression. Just earlier he and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable had completed a transaction. Both of them obtained what they wanted. But Fang Yuan actually has a need for procreation. What scheme is he plotting? This transaction made Giant Son Immortal feel suspicious. But he was also clear that it was hard for Gu Immortals to procreate with Dao marks. And in terms of Gu Immortal procreation he, Giant Son Immortal, was the most outstanding among all the venerables. Among all the venerables who could have more children than Giant Son Immortal. Back then, in order to have more children, Giant Son Immortal did not hesitate to search for countless beauties and build 5 harems. If not for Fang Yuan having a need for this transaction might not have been completed. Sigh, to think that at this time I would still benefit from you. Juju. Giant Sun Immortal muttered a name as a scene appeared in the depths of his mind. Northern Plains. There were many tents in a tribe that had temporarily set up camp. A tattered tent's curtain was pulled open as the middle-aged Giant Sun barged in, shouting, "Zhu, what goo did you secretly use on me again?" The middle-aged Giant Sun bared his chest, revealing his muscular body, but there was a pig's head on his neck. Zhu saw him and smiled. It worked. The middle-aged Giant Sun was furious. "Zhu, I was discussing important matters with the elders, but this happened all of a sudden. You will make me a laughingstock if you do this." Zhu sighed. "I am sorry, husband, but I only want a child." The middle-aged Giant Sun was stunned. He deflated as his anger dissipated. "It is my fault for being useless. No, it is my problem. My body is half a Goo Immortal's body. It is all my problem." Zhu stood in front of Giant Sun, holding his pig's head with both hands as she said with deep emotions and hope, "This time, I used a transformation path Goo. Do you know? This is called a sowing pig, an extinct mystical beast. In autumn, male pigs would eat until they were fat and strong, and then spit out a kind of crystal flower. When spring comes, the crystal flower will bloom. The sow will eat the crystal flower and give birth to a new life." The middle-aged Giant Sun's eyes lit up. "So powerful?" Zhu smiled at him, took his hand and pulled him to the bed. "Come on." The middle-aged Giant Sun laughed, roared, and pounced on Zhu. There was a flag on top of the tent they were in. The flag began to sway as if it were being blown by a breeze. However, it only lasted for a few breaths before the flagpole stopped moving. Giant Sun's voice came from inside the tent, filled with guilt. "I'm sorry, Zhu, I can't do it anymore." Zhu smiled. "Don't worry, I have my ways." Soon after, Giant Sun let out a low roar again, and the corners of the tent began to tremble as if a strong wind was blowing. This time it lasted for a dozen breaths. The tent suddenly fell silent. Giant Sun panted, "I'm sorry, I can't do it anymore." Zhu smiled. "It's fine. Watch me." The third time, the tent shook violently as if a strong wind was blowing. However, this non-existent gust of wind only blew for about 20 breaths of time before it stopped. Giant Sun panted with difficulty. "I'm sorry, I really can't do it anymore." Zhu smiled. "Don't worry, I still have my ways." "Wait. Wife," Giant Sun said weakly. "You have too many ways. Your husband admires you, but let me slowly. Zhu said modestly, "Although I have many ways, they are not very effective. Sigh. The strongest is still the human ancestor's method. All the humans in the 5 regions and 2 heavens are descendants of the human ancestor." Giant Sun immediately patted his chest and promised, "Wife, don't worry. One day I will comprehend the human ancestor's method. We will definitely have many children and grandchildren." The memories came to an abrupt end. A sense of disappointment and frustration lingered in Giant Sun Immortal's heart. He had already grasped this method in his previous life. Otherwise, how could he have left behind so many descendants? However, he could not teach this method to Zhu. He would never be able to see her again. His children were also not of Zhu's bloodline. Recollecting his thoughts, Giant Sun Immortal's expression became calm again. He inspected the results of this transaction. He had obtained a large number of blood path research results from Fang Yuan. Although he had been secretly deducing blood path, Fang Yuan's research results still saved him a lot of time and effort. Other than that, there were a total of 5 blood path immortal goo. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable refined them all and threw them into the blood sea. Blood sea. Giant Sun Immortal's gaze pierced through longevity heaven's land, looking at blood sea. Even if rank 9 light goo recovered, it was not suitable for Giant Sun Immortal. However, without rank 9 immortal goo, Giant Sun Immortal could use blood sea as a temporary substitute. Dao marks scattered in the world, resource points that produce Dao marks, the top resource points, secluded domains of heaven and earth, as well as the essence of heaven and earth, goo. These 4 represented the different levels of Dao marks. Secluded domains of heaven and earth could be considered half rank 9 immortal goo. Goo immortals used immortal materials to form killer moves, immortal formations and so on. Immortal materials were consumables, they could not be used to stabilize their form, they could only let Dao marks flow out. But secluded domains of heaven and earth could be used as the core for a fixed period of time to form killer moves. Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal and Dang Hun Luopa seal were examples of this. Star constellation Immortal Venerable already has a mental state, Fang Yuan might also have a refinement sea. Blood sea is my foundation to resist them. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal had worked together with Long Hair Ancestor to refine goo. he knew of long-hair ancestors' grand plan. Giant Sun Immortal felt that refining the natural Tao marks of heaven and earth was the most important thing in this short period of time. Obtaining a suitable rank 9 immortal Gu was unrealistic. At this time, secluded domains of heaven and earth were the best substitute. Among the venerables, Fang Yuan has the highest chance of obtaining a rank 9 immortal Gu. In terms of potential, he has the greatest. Fortunately, he does not have enough immortal essence to refine rank 9 immortal Gu. Once he starts to refine Gu, that will be his greatest weakness. By then, even if I have to work together with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, I need to stop him. If Fang Yuan succeeds in refining a rank 9 refinement path immortal Gu, it will be much easier for him to refine rank 9 immortal Gu in the future. His advantage will snowball unstoppably, it will accumulate faster and faster. Giant Sun Immortal instructed himself. Blood Sea was surging with waves, rising and falling, its scale was slowly expanding. Giant Sun Immortal nodded to himself. With the addition of 5 Blood Path Immortal Gu, the speed at which Blood Sea is forming has increased again. It will be completely completed in about half a year. Blood Sea was still in its embryonic form. Even though the embryonic secluded domain of heaven and earth could be used as the core of a killer move, it would be at a disadvantage and expend a lot. For example, Fang Yuan's embryonic refinement Sea and Human Sea, even though Human Sea was once complete, it needed to be filled with a sea of people to be considered a true secluded domain of heaven and earth. Giant Sun Immortal's expression changed slightly, an intense luck path intuition appeared in his mind. The last time he had such a feeling was when he revived Emperor Light. And Emperor Light's revival indirectly brought about a rank 9 Light Path Immortal Gu. What about now? Giant Sun Immortal could not help but show some anticipation. Even though reviving others would expend the embryonic Blood Sea, he did not hesitate. He activated the immortal killer move, Birth of the Will, again. Swish swish swish. Blood Sea surged, creating waves that were tens of feet tall. Blood Sea was rapidly expended, forming a whirlpool again. Light and shadow intertwined as a rank 7 Gu Immortal appeared. Who is this? Yao Huang could not recognize him. Giant Sun Immortal's expression of anticipation became even more intense. Because this Gu Immortal's revival expended a bit more immortal essence and Blood Sea than Emperor Light. And he was only a rank 7 Water Path Gu Immortal. Are you Fei Wu? Yao Huang stared for a moment before exclaiming in shock. Fei Clan's last first Supreme Elder, Fei Wu? Giant Sun Immortal frowned slightly. He remembered now. Fei Clan was once a super clan in Northern Plains, they had a genuine Huang Jin bloodline. Fei Clan's first ancestor was not Giant Sun Immortal's son, he was a descendant many generations later. But Fei Clan was very famous in Northern Plains history. It was just that this reputation was not good. Fei Clan was a super Huang Jin force that self-destructed. Fei Wu, as the last first Supreme Elder, had an undeniable responsibility. Many people thought that he was incompetent and greedy, he dragged down Fei Clan and caused it to be destroyed. During his tenure he used up a vast amount of Fei Clan's cultivation resources, he almost emptied Fei Clan. Fei Clan's other Gu Immortals were lacking in resources, their strength grew slowly, they naturally started to fight amongst themselves. And the outside world also gave Fei Clan huge pressure. But Fei Wu did not deal with it properly, his attitude towards the outside world was weak. Fei Wu even gave away many of Fei Clan's resource points to satisfy his own cultivation needs. But his cultivation level did not rise much. Fei Wu's performance was disappointing again and again. Eventually he led Fei Clan to explore one of the 10 great forbidden areas of Northern Plains. In the end, a terrifying beast tide appeared in the forbidden area. The beast tide destroyed Fei Clan's territory and even attacked Fei Clan's headquarters. Most of Fei Clan's Gu Immortals died in the beast tide, the remaining people were annexed by other Huang Jin super tribes. After the beast tide dispersed, Fei Clan was destroyed, Fei Wu died miserably in the forbidden area, and Fei Clan's territory was completely divided by the other super tribes. Fei Clan became a laughing stock, the future generations would remember it as a negative example. Such an incompetent and muddle-headed person, the culprit behind the destruction of the entire clan, why is he here? Yao Huang was bewildered for a moment. After understanding the reason for his revival, Fei Wu reacted and knelt towards Giant Sun Immortal. This unfilial descendant Fei Wu pays respect to ancestor. Giant Sun Immortal had already activated his luck inspection method to observe Fei Wu's background. He was shocked to find that Fei Wu's luck was not small, it far surpassed ordinary rank 7s, but it was still weaker than ordinary rank 8s. More importantly, Fei Wu's luck was closely connected to a certain existence far away. This existence's luck actually affected Giant Sun Immortal himself. Giant Sun Immortal was a rank 9 venerable, but his luck actually affected him so intensely. Soon, Giant Sun Immortal's voice penetrated the ground and reached the surface of the Blood Sea. The truth is often buried deep in history. Fei Wu, my descendant, tell me the truth. Chapter 23:30. Giant Sun Immortal's words shook Fei Wu's body and mind. He showed a moved expression. Ancestor is wise. The so-called internal strife in Fei clan is only a disguise. In truth, if not for the beast tide erupting in the forbidden area, how could our Fei clan be destroyed because of this? In my previous life, I expended countless immortal materials and resources, but I did not exhaust Fei clan's foundation. After that, I opened up the forbidden area to take away the One Chi-Zi in the depths of the forbidden area. However, the legendary immemorial beast, One Chi-Zi, had already recovered a lot. He was not delirious. We fell for his scheme and were drowned in the beast tide. However, our Fei clan retaliated with all our strength, but we did not let One Chi-Zi succeed. His will completely dissipated in the end. What a pity. If not for One Chi-Zi's interference, our Fei clan would have dominated northern plains. We would have an endless supply of immortal Yuan stone. We would have become the #1 Huangjin tribe to a certain extent. We would be on par with Celestial Court. Yao Huang heard this and stared with wide eyes, asking questions. One Chi-Zi? Isn't that the earliest legendary immemorial desolate beast to appear in history? According to legends, he was killed by primordial origin immortal venerable. How could he still be alive? An endless supply of immortal Yuan stone? Could it be that Senior has discovered the secret of Celestial Court's immortal Yuan stone production? Giant Sun Immortal was silent. If reviving Fei Wu only gave him immortal Yuan stone, it was nothing much. But according to the results of his luck inspection, this Fei Wu was of great help to him. In the Blood Sea, Yao Huang became more excited. He clapped his fists. Good, Senior Fei Wu revived at the right time. As long as we have this, we will be able to produce immortal Yuan stone. Our reputation will rise and we will catch up to Celestial Court. This is definitely an opportunity. Celestial Court has already stopped distributing immortal Yuan stone to outer immortals. Once we do so, we will give outsiders the impression that longevity heaven surpasses Celestial Court. The more Yao Huang spoke, the more excited he became. Celestial Court stopped distributing immortal Yuan stone? That is because they have no way of producing it. Fei Wu was still kneeling on the ground, but he straightened his upper body and sneered, showing his certainty. Stand up and tell me in detail. At this moment, the Giant Sun Immortal descended onto the Blood Sea and landed in front of Fei Wu. Yes. Fei Wu bowed deeply again before standing up. Then I will start from the beginning. Fei Wu said slowly, we all know that between heaven and earth, there is an endless amount of vitality, and a spirit spring produces Yuan stone, but no one has discovered that an immortal spring produces an immortal Yuan stone. Wild goo worms, be they mortal goo or immortal goo, can absorb primeval energy and activate their own power. But once it is refined, the goo worm will become a personal possession and lose this ability. Goo worms can only use primeval essence and immortal essence. The primeval essence and immortal essence here include the goo worm's owner and other goo cultivators. For example, once a goo worm is lent, the goo worm can absorb the primeval essence and immortal essence of other goo cultivators. For example, an immortal goo house can absorb the immortal essence of the goo cultivator stored inside the immortal goo house. What is the root cause of all this? According to my research, the reason is that both true essence and celestial essence contain our will. Wild goo worms contain providence, they are objects of heaven and earth, thus goo are the essence of heaven and earth. When we refine the goo worm, we expel the providence inside and replace it with our own will. At this point, the goo worm becomes a personal possession and the will inside cannot obtain the recognition of providence from the outside world, thus it can no longer absorb primeval energy from the outside world. When it is lent to others, the will inside the goo worm recognizes the other goo cultivator and can consume their primeval essence and immortal essence to activate it. Different kinds of immortal essence contain different wills, thus they can be consumed. This is also the last resort of many rank 6 goo immortals when attacking blessed lands with owners. Yao Huang was puzzled. What does this have to do with the production of immortal Yuan stone? No rush, listen to my explanation and you will understand. Fei Wu waved his hand with a smile. Our aperture produces primeval essence, and the immortal aperture origin core produces immortal essence. These contain our will. Then are there no Yuan stone and immortal Yuan stone? Of course there are. The Yuan stone produced by a spirit spring contains the tough and solidified primeval essence of providence. It is just that there is too little providence in primordial origin, it is easily overlooked. However, this heavens will always secretly enter our minds when we are absorbing primordial stones, affecting our thinking. This is one of the methods providence uses to control us. Unfortunately, most Gu cultivators in the world are attracted by the recovery of primeval essence after absorbing Yuan stone. They do not notice this. Even if they notice it, it does not matter to them. Because providence is more ubiquitous than air, it is normal to have some in Yuan stone. The immortal Yuan stone distributed by the celestial court is actually the same as Yuan stone, it also contains providence. Why did the celestial court distribute the rank 6 immortal Yuan stone? This is actually a huge scheme of the celestial court. During primordial origin immortal venerables era, the celestial court purposely distributed immortal Yuan stone. These immortal Yuan stones were spread to the variant human Gu immortals of that time, they were used by them. Providence infiltrated them. Back then, providence protected humans, they rose to power and replaced all the variant humans. During star constellation immortal venerables era, star constellation immortal venerable merged with the Tao. She could distort providence and greatly influence providence. Immortal Yuan stone was even more widely circulated. When Gu immortals use these immortal Yuan stones, it is equivalent to them being infiltrated by providence and being influenced and manipulated by the celestial court. Yao Huang heard this and his mouth opened slightly. Is that the case? Then can we imitate the celestial court and distribute immortal Yuan stone to achieve a result that is beneficial to our longevity heaven? Fei Wu shook his head. Unless we can merge with the Tao like star constellation immortal venerable and alter providence. Yao Huang was somewhat impatient. Even if we cannot achieve the same effect as long as there is an endless supply of immortal Yuan stone, it is extremely beneficial to longevity heaven. Senior Fei, how can we produce immortal Yuan stone? Fei Wu waved his hand again. No rush, listen to me. To produce primeval essence, we need a person's will and aperture. To produce immortal essence, we need a person's will and immortal aperture. To produce Yuan stone, we need providence and spirit spring. What about producing immortal Yuan stone? Yao Huang blinked. To produce immortal Yuan stone, do we need providence and immortal aperture, or providence and immortal essence spring? Fei Wu shook his head. Many rank 8 Gu immortals do not have the confidence to undergo tribulation again, so they annex the immemorial 9 heavens fragments. From then on, the immortal aperture will turn into a grotto heaven, and rank 8 Gu immortals will become caged birds, unable to take a step out of the grotto heaven. These grotto heavens all have providence and immortal apertures. Why can't they produce immortal Yuan stone? As for providence and immortal essence spring? This is the conjecture of celestial court's immortal Yuan stone. They think that celestial court obtained the only immortal essence spring in the world. But the truth is this is not true. There is no such thing as an immortal essence spring in the world. Yao Huang sighed. Senior Fei, don't keep us in suspense. Even Giant Sun Immortal said, just say it. Fei Wu did not dare to disobey Giant Sun Immortal's orders, he sighed with regret. Then I will say it. According to my research, a spirit spring is essentially an ordinary heaven path resource point. It contains heaven path, water path and earth path Tao marks, thus it has the appearance of providence and spring water, and produces Yuan stone that is hard and solidified. The heavenly Tao seeks to balance all living beings, it will absolutely not produce a resource point like immortal Yuan stone. Immortal essence is the most basic, without immortal essence no matter how many immortal Gu you have, they cannot display their power. And the widespread circulation of immortal Yuan stone greatly increases the chances of Gu immortals surviving calamities and tribulations. The production of immortal Yuan stone can only be done by humans. However, even if it is done by humans, it cannot bypass providence. It needs the infusion of providence for immortal Yuan stone to be produced. Thus, a dead knot is formed. Fei Wu clearly pointed out that to produce immortal Yuan stone, providence was the most crucial factor. If providence were to take the initiative and be willing to do it, it would go against the fundamental principles of the heavenly Tao, it was clearly impossible. But this was not absolute. In history, Celestial Court was able to do it. During primordial origin immortal venerables era, it used the uniqueness of Yi Chi Zi to produce immortal Yuan stone. During star constellation immortal venerables era, Yi Chi Zi committed suicide, But star constellation Immortal Venerable fused with the Tao in her later years and altered Providence, allowing Providence and Celestial Court to cooperate and continue to produce Immortal Yuan Stone. So, what is so special about Ichizi? Since he has already committed suicide, how can he revive? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable asked directly. Fei Wu immediately answered, Ichizi is not his full name should be Primordial Ichizi. He is a very special legendary immemorial desolate beast, similar to Di Zongxing that appeared in the future. When a Gu Master ascends to Gu Immortal, there is a crucial step, that is to absorb heaven and earth chi, using human chi to mix and harmonize the three chi. If the harmonization of the three chi succeeds, the three chi lump will be compressed continuously, becoming smaller and smaller until it reaches its limit. This lump is primordial chi. This is the foundation of primordial Ichizi. As long as a Gu Master ascends to Gu Immortal and produces primordial chi, even if he is destroyed, he can revive. Initially, during the immemorial era, he was discovered and enlightened by a beastman expert. Thus, he obtained an immortal aperture and his strength rose all the way until he became a legendary immemorial beast. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable went on an expedition against variant humans. Ichizi fought with the Immortal Venerable and was defeated and captured. But Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable announced that he had already killed him. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable imprisoned Ichizi and used it to produce Immortal Yuan Stone. Ichizi lost his freedom, he was extremely unwilling and tried to break free. He tried many methods, but they all failed in front of Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. After Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, it was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable who took over. The latter was more skilled in scheming than the former, she was extremely shrewd. Ichizi could only commit suicide in despair. This was the reason why he once committed suicide in Celestial Court. Yao Huang did not understand. Then how did he produce Immortal Yuan Stone? Giant Sun Immortal's eyes shined with bright light. He muttered to himself, so that's it. At this moment, Giant Sun Immortal finally understood why the killer move Arise of Time resulted in Fei Wu's revival. Because his revival could indirectly replenish Giant Sun Immortal's immortal essence. This was more practical and beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal than Rank 9 Light Gu. It was just that luck path itself was a variable. Giant Sun Immortal could make variables beneficial to him happen, but he could not control the specifics. That was because it involved the fates. Chapter 23:31. Fei Wu saw Yao Huang's confusion and laughed, happily explaining, when a Gu Master becomes an immortal, there is a fortuitous encounter, it is called natural inspiration. What is the reason for this? Heaven and earth chi contain providence, human chi contains human will. At this crucial stage, the three chi fuse, providence and human will converge. Humans can ask about all kinds of mysteries, seeking the truth and answers of heaven and earth. This is because providence recognizes human will. Why? In my opinion, once the aperture changes, it becomes an immortal aperture. Immortal apertures are fruits and gains to heaven and earth. The heavenly Tao is happy to see this happen, thus favoring human will. Primordial Essence Single Chi Child's specialty is that his body is Primordial Essence Single Chi, which is the fusion of the three Chi, thus he can obtain the favor and recognition of providence at all times. Yao Huang stared with wide eyes. Doesn't that mean he can always use natural inspiration? Fei Wu shook his head. Strictly speaking, that is the case. But the truth is not like that. We all know that the three Chi need to be harmonized to become Primordial Essence. If the three Chi lose balance, the Gu cultivator will die. But Ichi child is not like this. Losing balance of the three Chi does not threaten his life, but he will lose his rationality. To harmonize the three Chi and maintain their balance is too difficult. We have all experienced immortal ascension. We need to do our best to harmonize the three Chi. This state lasting for half a day is enough for us. Primordial Essence Single Chi Child, on the other hand, has to face this process from start to finish. Thus, when he exhausts his mental energy or gets tired of harmonizing the three Chi in his body will lose balance, Providence's human will get entangled and become chaotic, causing his mind to become muddled. In this situation he cannot even think normally. How can he use natural inspiration? But no matter what, as long as it is the Primordial Essence Single Chi, Providence will always favor human will, it is willing to help human will. If it is an ordinary Gu Master without an immortal aperture, they can only communicate with Providence and use natural inspiration. But Ichi child is different, he already has an immortal aperture. Thus, when his mind is clear, his immortal aperture will produce immortal essence. When his mind is muddled, it will produce immortal Yuan stone that contains providence. The medicine sovereign finally understood everything. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was too unique. Using his unique body, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable obtained the immortal Yuan stone. But Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable only gave out rank 6 immortal Yuan stone. But after Primordial Unity Chi Child died, even though Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had merged with the Tao and could alter providence, there was a limit to it. She could not completely destroy providence. Thus, the Celestial Court could only produce rank 6 immortal Yuan stone. Fei Wu continued, "Back then I accidentally found the primordial Chi seed in the forbidden area. He was in a state of confusion and was buried deep underground, unable to move. When I conversed with him, he spoke incoherently and didn't answer my questions. However, he was filled with hatred towards the two venerables of the Celestial Court and kept cursing them. After a few more times, I've accumulated results, and I've deduced many truths through guesses and guesses. I mobilized the entire Fei clan to seize the primordial Chi seed. He spent immortal materials to modify the killer move in an attempt to control it. However, when the preparations were complete and we were about to enter the forbidden area, the primordial Chi seed actually had its own consciousness. Helpless, we could not stop and could only continue fighting. Fei clan was exterminated, but the primordial Chi seed was also trapped by our Fei clan's method. If there is no mistake, he is still hiding in his original location. Ancestor only needs to use him." Giant Sun Immortal nodded and immediately brought Fei Wu to Jade Ring Forbidden Area. Northern Plains' 10 great forbidden areas had countless desolate beast groups. Immemorial desolate beasts and immemorial desolate plants were not rare either. Super forces had the ability to expand, but if they made a mistake they might trigger a terrifying beast tide. Fei clan was an example of a failed exploration of a forbidden area. Jade Ring Forbidden Area had towering ancient trees. From the outside to the inside, there were more than a dozen rings. The deeper they went, the more dangerous the environment would be. The primordial Chi seed was hidden in the 6th ring. With Giant Sun Immortal personally taking action, he could easily reach it. Fei Wu had just revived and did not have any goo worms, but he could guide him. Facing his ancestor, he did not hide anything, he revealed everything. After some deductions, Giant Sun Immortal came up with a luck path modified killer move. Using this move would affect Fei clan's arrangements. After removing the arrangements, Giant Sun Immortal took out a large black bead from the depths of the ground. The black bead was as large as an elephant, its surface was smooth and its aura was deeply concealed. "This is the result of my Fei clan's efforts. Even a legendary immemorial would be sealed by my clan." Fei Wu sighed deeply when he saw the primordial Chi seed again. His grand ambitions were in vain. Fei clan was exterminated, but he was fortunate enough to revive. All his efforts in life to help his ancestor were not in vain. Giant Sun Immortal analyzed for a while and combined with Fei Wu's information, he understood the primordial Chi seed's details. The primordial Chi seed was a lump of primordial Chi. But when its consciousness completely recovered, it would turn into a human form, it would be extremely lifelike, indistinguishable from a normal person. And when it did not harmonize the 3 Chi, when the 3 Chi were in chaos, it would be a lump of primordial Chi. When the heaven Chi was abundant, it would float up. When there was more earth Chi, it would sink into the ground. When he fought with Fei clan, he had not completely recovered his consciousness and could not display his full strength. Fei Wu and the rest had indeed made ample preparations. The killer move they deduced was especially effective against the primordial Chi seed, thus it was able to imprison him. Although Fei Wu only had rank 7 cultivation, Fei clan had many rank 8s, they had immortal goo houses and the foundation of a super force. Of course, the most important thing was that the primordial Chi seed did not have consciousness, its strength had fallen sharply. Once it lost consciousness, even Spectral Soul Demon Venerable could not keep Fairy Myrtle, Wuxia and the rest. The world had changed. By now the power of Fei clan's killer move was already very weak, almost reaching its limit. But even if the primordial Chi seed regained its freedom with its current state, it would still remain at the same spot without any consciousness. Giant Sun Immortal used the primordial Chi to inspect the depths of its immortal aperture and immediately found many rank 8 immortal Yuan stone. The immortal aperture origin core's production of immortal essence was as natural as breathing. Providence always suppressed one's will, causing the legendary immemorial immortal Chi seed's immortal aperture to accumulate a large number of rank 8 immortal Yuan stone. Rank 6 immortal Yuan stone did not have much meaning to Giant Sun Immortal, but rank 8 immortal Yuan stone was different. Giant Sun Immortal was overjoyed, but he also found a problem. There was a lot of providence in rank 8 immortal Yuan stone, If he wanted to absorb these immortal Yuan stones, he would need to get rid of these providence. It was slightly troublesome. If he did not handle it well, it would affect the efficiency of the immortal Yuan stone converting into immortal essence. For example, a rank 8 immortal Yuan stone, after getting rid of providence, could only convert half a bead of rank 8 immortal essence. Rank 6 immortal Yuan stone did not have this problem because there was too little providence. Giant Sun Immortal thought, primordial origin immortal venerable used chi seed back then. He also had rank 8 immortal Yuan stone, but he purposely spread the rank 6. He probably did not want the variant human goo immortals to suspect him. But during Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's era, Chi Seed committed suicide and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable altered providence. She could only use the origin core of the Celestial Court to produce rank 6 immortal Yuan stone. It's just that, where did these rank 8 immortal essence stones go? Was it used up or is it still hidden? If it is hidden, why did we not discover it when we attacked the Celestial Court? Did Spectral Soul Demon Venerable rob the Celestial Court's treasury and let him obtain it? Giant Sun Immortal shook his head. Later, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was captured by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and turned into a puppet. If he obtained this batch of extremely valuable rank 8 immortal Yuan stone, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would take the chance to take it back. But it was clear that up until now, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had always been lacking immortal essence. No, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable cultivates wisdom path. What if this is all her disguise? Giant Sun Immortal frowned, a solemn expression appeared on his face. If she has a lot of immortal essence, why is she lacking immortal essence? What is she using it for? Ever since Star Constellation Immortal Venerable refined the wisdom path Tao marks of the Celestial Court, Giant Sun Immortal could no longer investigate her situation. As for Fang Yuan, Giant Sun Immortal could easily investigate him. If that is the case, O Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, what are you hiding and how deep are you hiding it? Giant Sun Immortal looked towards Central Continent. Eastern Sea. Any venerable has talent that ordinary geniuses cannot surpass. Fang Yuan had already studied the gains he obtained from Giant Sun Immortal's transactions. He had obtained what he wanted. Fang Yuan had already refined the rank 5 Blood Skull Goo recipe. He had only used rank 4 Blood Skull Goo earlier, but Giant Sun Immortal had already developed it to rank 5 recently. Even though it was a mortal goo recipe, it was an advancement that surpassed the limits of the world. This showed how talented Giant Sun Immortal was. Rank 5 Blood Skull Goo only needed to extract a certain amount of bloodline from a relative. It was not like rank 4 Blood Skull Goo, which needed to be slaughtered. There was also the method to produce twins. Giant Sun Immortal had no choice but to reveal the results of his yin-yang path that he had secretly researched. Back then, in 88 Point Jinyang Tower, there was the Giant Sun Immortal inheritance of yin-yang path. The content was for 2 goo immortals to cooperate and prolong one's lifespan through intercourse. But this method had a flaw. If one side's lifespan was extended, the other side's lifespan would be reduced. In other words, it was transferring one side's lifespan to the other. Right now, the yin-yang path research results that Giant Sun Immortal traded with Fang Yuan were far more comprehensive and complete than those in 88 Point Jinyang Tower. Giant Sun Immortal had great ambitions in creating this path. He wanted to use yin-yang to explain all things in the world. This was similar to how Feng Jioge wanted to use sound path to sing about all living beings in the world. But as Giant Sun Immortal's strength and vision continued to rise, he realized that his yin-yang concept was too crude. He eventually gave up on it and did not continue creating it. Even though there were some results in yin-yang path, it was far from a qualitative change and could not truly become a brand new path. At most, there were only many paths mixed in, as well as some scattered small results occasionally. The yin-yang coitus life extension method was one of these small results. As for abortion goo, placate fetus goo, multiple births goo, pregnancy goo, reincarnation goo, dead fetus goo, and so on, they were other small results. Multiple births goo was what Fang Yuan wanted. Rank 1 was 1 birth goo, it could give birth to a second child. Rank 2 was second birth goo, it could give birth to twins at once. Rank 3 was triplets, rank 4 was quadruplets, rank 5 was quintuplets. Chapter 2332. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Top point small speak x23 Yuan. So, can you tell me about my father? Guyue Fang Xiang looked at the hairy man Gu Immortal in front of him. Standing beside him was a female immortal. The hairy man Gu Immortal 12th hair looked at the female immortal before looking at Guyue Fang Xiang. This female Gu Immortal was the mermaid Lian Kuexan. It turned out that after Guyue Fang Xiang passed the tribulation and became a Gu Immortal, He would return to the Hairy Man continent and visit his unconscious mother, the former Steel Thread City Lord. Lien Kuexien had been protecting him during the tribulation. She told him about the true nature of this world. Guiyue understood. If he wanted to save his mother, he had to contribute to this world and great love immortal venerable. This way he could use the contribution points he earned to issue missions and invite those healing Gu immortals to heal his mother. Moreover, Lien Kuexan told Fang Xiang, this Hairy Man continent was guarded by a Hairy Man Gu immortal. If you want to find your father, you can go and ask him. Guiyue Fang Xiang followed Lien Kuexian's lead and met 12th Hair for the first time. He asked about his father. 12th Hair nodded. Your father? I know a little. But that was a long time ago. If you want to know, help me with something. Guiyue Fang Xiang was a little hesitant. He did not agree immediately. Lien Kuexian saw this and said, 12th Hair, this is Fang Xiang, a newly ascended immortal. If your request is too important, forget it. Guiyue Fang Xiang gave Lien Kuexian a grateful gaze. 12th Hair laughed. Fang Xiang, you have half Hairy Man blood in you. Why would I bully you? Don't worry, this is only about the settlement of the drifting refinement nest. Oh, to think that you have already finished refining the nest? Lien Kuexian was truly surprised. 12th Hair said, with the method Master created, us Hairy Man Gu immortals only did some simple things. Then 12th Hair looked at Fang Xiang and said, the drifting refinement nest has been completed. You only need to place it in the refinement sea. This was much easier than crafting a wandering refining nest. If you can complete it, I will tell you about your father. Guiyue couldn't make up his mind and subconsciously looked at Lien Kursen. Lien Kuexan smiled at him and nodded gently. Alright, I agree. Guiyue immediately made up his mind. 12th Hair moved drifting refinement nest into Guiyue's immortal aperture. When Guiyue first saw the drifting smelting nest, he saw this strangely shaped building. It was as big as a mountain, but its shape and structure were like a beehive. It was filled with small spaces of different sizes. The smelting nest was narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. It was orange-yellow in color, and its bottom was the foundation of an island. It could float on the surface of the sea and resist the strong winds and huge waves. It was very stable. How amazing! Fang Xiang used his investigative means to take a look, and his eyes immediately widened in astonishment. 12th Hair laughed and said in a proud tone, this was personally created by Master. Of course it is extraordinary. Every drifting refinement nest can be considered an embryonic secluded domain of heaven and earth. Refinement nests contain countless refinement path Dao marks. Refining Gu inside will not only increase the chances of success, it can also save on the cost of Gu refinement. Refinement nests can not only contain tens of thousands of refinement path Gu masters, they can also contain no more than 10 refinement path Gu immortals. With refinement path Gu immortals guarding them, the refinement nests can continuously produce immortal Gu. Every drifting refinement nest can be seen as a refinement path super resource point. Alright. There is not much time left, you should quickly set off. Fang Xiang nodded and immediately set off with Lien Kuexan towards Refinement Sea. Refinement Sea was at the center of mini Eastern Sea. It was not big compared to other sea areas, but its value was extraordinary. This is a true secluded domain of heaven and earth. After Lien Kuexian's explanation, Fang Xiang learned about the value of Refinement Sea below. Master is truly amazing. His methods are unimaginable, he is like an immortal god, he can even refine a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Fang Xiang praised repeatedly. Right now, Refinement Sea had been completely perfected by Fang Yuan, it had become a true secluded domain of heaven and earth. In the past, the land spirit of Langya had used calamities and tribulations to collect water path Dao marks, painstakingly creating the embryonic form of Refinement Sea. But in Fang Yuan's hands, the efficiency of creating Refinement Sea had increased by countless times. Firstly, Fang Yuan was a venerable, he was stronger than long-hair ancestor, not to mention the land spirit of Langya. Secondly, Fang Yuan was a Refinement Path Supreme Grandmaster. The current Supreme Martial Grandmaster was definitely more powerful than the previous Supreme Martial Grandmaster. Thirdly, Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal body, his Dao marks did not conflict, he could use any path's methods. He directly used water path methods, it was much more convenient than the land spirit of Langya back then. Fang Xiang soon found his target location, but he needed to set up an immortal formation, it was much more complicated than he had imagined. Because there was not just one floating refinement nest in the current Refinement Sea, there were many of them. Setting up a floating refinement nest was not as simple as leaving it behind, it needed to be stabilized at the same spot and form some sort of connection with the surrounding refinement nests. When the number of refinement nests reached a certain amount, the immortal formation would activate, and all of the refinement nests would float along with the waves of refinement sea. They were like ink and brush, drawing on the image of refinement sea. Refinement sea helped refinement nests refine goo, and when refinement sea expended a lot, refinement nests would become refinement sea's replenishment. This was already a vast and grand system. Under Lian Kuxian's guidance and cooperation, Fang Xiang started to set up the immortal formation. 3 days later they had only completed 10% of it. This won't do, it is too slow. Lian Kuxian immediately decided to spend some contribution points to issue missions and recruit helpers. Not long after, a Gu Immortal arrived. I am a newly ascended formation path Gu Immortal, my name is Honest Ni. This Ni clan Gu Immortal was a pure human, he received Lian Kuxian's mission. With his help the progress was rapid. After another 3 days the construction of the smelting nest was completed. Fang Xiang and Honest Ni parted reluctantly. In these 3 days he and Honest Ni became good friends. Fang Xiang had been living in the 3 continents of hairy men his entire life. He rarely interacted with humans. He knew that his father was a human, thus, he had always been curious and had good feelings towards humans. Honest Ni had an honest and kind nature, thus the two naturally became good friends. Fang Xiang's good feelings towards humans increased once again. After completing 12th hair's task, he immediately returned to the hairy man continent to ask about his father. As for Honest Ni, after getting some contribution points from Lian Kuxian, he decided to return to his clan. After returning to Ni clan he was welcomed and cheered by the entire clan. Ni clan was originally located in southern border, but Fang Yuan moved it into the sovereign immortal aperture to make it easier for him to research human path Gu refinement methods. Now that Fang Yuan had become a refinement path venerable, Ni clan lost its value, but they were also rooted in the sovereign immortal aperture. Ni clan had several Gu immortal seeds, but only the most inconspicuous Honest Ni succeeded in his immortal ascension. With a Gu immortal, Ni clan became a super force. Honest Ni gathered the higher-ups of Ni clan and explained his thoughts. One of Master's clones has made some progress in researching Dream Path recently. He has created a Dream Path formation that can raise the aptitude of a clan. I have already prepared enough contribution points, I will bring you to the formation now, how about that? Seeing that Honest Ni succeeded in his immortal ascension, he did not forget his roots and was concerned about the development of the clan. The higher-ups were very touched, they nodded in agreement. Honest Ni placed his clansmen into his immortal aperture and set off again. They flew towards Meng Qiuzhen's location. After Honest Ni knelt down and explained his intentions, Meng Qiuzhen brought him to a Dream Path formation. After Honest Ni paid enough contribution points, Meng Qiuzhen activated the formation. The former opened his immortal aperture's entrance and let out his clansmen, watching them enter the Dream Path formation. Little won't be injured, right? Honest Ni stared intently until the last person from the Ni clan entered the formation and disappeared. His face was filled with worry, especially when his parents were among them. Meng Qiuzhen smiled lightly, shaking his head. How can there be injuries? Don't worry. Saying so, he activated the formation. At the next moment, the Ni clansmen who entered the formation fell down one by one. Some started to snore, they fell asleep on the spot. Next, puff puff puff, a series of muffled sounds could be heard. These Ni clansmen self-detonated in their sleep. Their blood was extracted by the big formation and transformed before it was injected into the body of the only surviving Ni family clansman. After completing all this, the human sea in the depths of the formation activated. Thereupon, the countless Ni clansmen who self-detonated revived, but they were still asleep. How many clansmen have entered the formation? Honest Ni asked again. There have been 4 waves, you are the 5th. Meng Qiuzhen said, don't worry, it is very safe in this formation. At the same time, the Ni clansmen started the second wave of self-detonation, but this time the remaining clansmen were replaced by someone else. After such a massacre, the Ni clansmen all raised their aptitudes. Meng Qiuzhen stopped the formation and woke these clansmen up. At once, the Ni clansmen cheered loudly, their voices were deafening. This is great, my aptitude has increased again. What method is this? So strong, so strong. This child Honest Ni is very valuable. He did not forget his roots after becoming an immortal, he still wants to repay the clan. Honest Ni checked all the clansmen, almost all of them had a great aptitude. This is truly a miracle. Only a person like Master, such a legend, can do it. Honest Ni sighed in admiration, His reverence towards Fang Yuan deepened. But he did not know the truth. This was not a dream path formation, it was a blood path formation. But the dream path explanation was easy to convince Gu immortals. The matter of entering the formation to sleep seemed very normal when it was related to the dream Tao. Chapter 23:33. Fang Yuan's divine sense spread rapidly in the sovereign immortal aperture. Maybe I need to construct some wisdom path formations to facilitate the spread of my divine sense? Fang Yuan thought. The divine sense's speed was actually very fast, but the sovereign immortal aperture was too big. Every time Fang Yuan used his divine sense to check the situation in his immortal aperture, it was not very convenient. Ordinary Gu immortals did not have such a problem. Although their immortal apertures were also called small worlds, they could not compare to Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan's divine sense soon arrived at his destination. Mini Western Desert, Inkman City. In an inconspicuous corner of the city there was a family. The male Inkman Gu master was a young man with limited aptitude. He was only rank 2. Right now, he had a worried expression as he paced back and forth outside the bedroom. Wah! A baby's cry suddenly came from the bedroom. The male lead was overjoyed. He quickly rushed into the bedroom and saw his wife, as well as the female doctor who he had spent a lot of money to invite. The female doctor was holding an Inkman baby boy in her hands. He was very small and somewhat ugly, but he was very healthy. Everything is normal. Except. The female doctor smiled at the male lead before turning her gaze to the baby boy's hand. There was a pair of Gu worms in his hand. It was bone-flesh unity Gu. The female doctor's eyes were filled with shock. Because she had personally delivered the baby, she had seen this pair of Gu worms being born together with the baby boy. If I had not seen it with my own eyes, I would not have believed it. This should be the effect of the life-sending temple? The female doctor asked the Inkman male lead. This was the first time the Inkman male lead had seen it. His eyes quickly turned red as he looked at this pair of Gu worms. With his level and wealth, he did not know how much time and effort he would have to spend to obtain such Gu worms. But now this pair of rare Gu worms was born together with his son. This was such a huge surprise. The Inkman male lead nodded and said with a choked voice, "Yes, after the life-sending temple was built in the city, we discussed to give it a try. To think we actually succeeded." The female doctor sighed, "You are definitely not the only one. This life-sending temple is indeed as advertised, it can quickly give birth, and if we are lucky there will even be Gu worms." The male Inkman wanted to say something but hesitated. The female physician gave him a questioning look. On the bed, the still very weak female Inkman took the initiative to ask the female doctor to examine the bloodline of their family of 3. The female doctor suddenly realized that the family was worried that the baby boy was not their biological son. A moment later the test was completed. The result made everyone happy. "This is my son, I finally have a son. Heavens, I finally have a son." The male Inkman no longer had any misgivings as he hugged the baby boy and cried tears of joy. Fang Yuan's spiritual force quietly retreated after witnessing the entire scene. The life-sending temple was his setup. There were many of these mortal Gu houses. After Fang Yuan ordered them to be built, they were distributed all over the sovereign immortal aperture to make it easy for people to use them. Life-sending temple was a human path immortal Gu house. It used the human path Gu worms, pregnancy Gu, third fetus Gu, death fetus Gu, multiple fetus Gu, and safe fetus Gu. He even used a large number of time path and refinement path Gu worms to assist him. The actual effect of the life-sending temple was to extract the yin and yang energy of the man and woman, then use the pregnancy Gu to make the woman pregnant. He then used 3 births Gu to form triplets. Under the effect of death fetus Gu, 2 of the triplets were refined as Gu materials. The remaining triplets were protected by safe fetus Gu. The 2 triplets were refined into bone-flesh unity Gu and were born at the same time as the remaining triplets. The entire process of pregnancy and birth did not exceed 7 days. This was the effect of time path Gu worms. This way the population of the various clans in the sovereign immortal aperture would grow rapidly. As the population grew, clans would be formed, and through dream path methods, they would be able to raise their aptitudes and Gu immortal seeds would increase. Moreover, during this process, everyone in the sovereign immortal aperture would worship, love, and be deeply grateful to Fang Yuan. It could be foreseen that they would become more and more loyal to Fang Yuan. The attached bone-flesh unity Gu is the vital Gu of newborns, they will naturally refine it. Thus, these people will have rank 5 vital Gu when they are born. When the scale of bone-flesh unity Gu reaches a certain level, they will switch to other Gu worms. This way these people will grow even faster. Fang Yuan planned in his mind. It was not difficult for the current him to do this, it was a simple matter. He was using a human body goo refinement method. It was one of the profundities of refinement path. Ni clan was of a higher level. When Ni clan's bloodline reached a certain stage, the current generation Ni Xiang would appear and produce immortal goo in their bodies. Fang Yuan was only producing mortal goo this time. Giant Sun Immortal created the yin-yang path. Its essence is abortion goo, safe fetus goo and multiple fetuses goo. Almost all the venerables in history have comprehended human path killer moves from the Legends of Renzu, but these methods are too high level, they are not suitable for the lower levels. Thus, the Celestial Court set up Divine Emperor City to develop the foundation of human path. But the truth is, there is a special man among the venerables. He has already developed many basic mortal goo of human path. It is just that he kept them and did not spread them widely. Human path's development prospects are quite good. Fang Yuan sighed. High-level human path killer moves could easily overturn the situation of the Fate War. But low-level killer moves could also be put to good use. Fang Yuan was certain. Human path was not inferior to heaven path. Most importantly, human path had not been developed yet. Human path should be suppressed by heaven path. Just by using these human path mortal goo created by Giant Sun Immortal, I have already achieved such terrifying results. The heavenly Tao that cares about balance cannot tolerate such a qualitative and quantitative growth of human path at the same time. Fang Yuan was starting to understand why the Celestial Court was developing human path. The Celestial Court had been messing with Providence, using Fate Goo as the pillar. After Fate Goo was destroyed, the first thing Providence disliked was the #1 superforce Celestial Court. Without using Providence, the Celestial Court decided to develop human path. But how could Star Constellation Immortal Venerable not know about the current flaws of the Immortal Formation derivation? Fang Yuan had a deep gaze. The Immortal Formation derivation was located in Celestial Court. All the results of its derivation would be known by Providence. This meant that the goo cultivators who entered and exited the derivation formation would be advancing the Heavenly Tao at the same time. But even if it was known by the Heavenly Tao, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's use of the derivation Immortal Formation could still benefit from it. She could develop it and surpass the other venerables. Maybe in her scheme, she would first eliminate the other venerables and let the Celestial Court gain dominance again before dealing with Providence. Thus, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has never entered the derivation Immortal Formation. Maybe she is waiting for a good opportunity? Fang Yuan guessed. At least, Fang Yuan knew that Crazed Demon Cave was suitable for the derivation Immortal Formation. The first 7 layers of Crazed Demon Cave might not be able to isolate Providence, but the 8th and 9th layers definitely could. Other than that, Fang Yuan did not see any other examples. It was even more impossible to put the derivation Immortal Formation in a Venerable's Immortal Aperture. Because derivation Immortal Goo was rank 9, there was too much Providence contained in it. If it was left in a Venerable's Immortal Aperture, the Providence inside derivation Immortal Goo would be connected to the 5 regions Providence, thus allowing the Venerable to be sensed by Providence. Fang Yuan had once suffered from such a disadvantage. Limitless Demon Venerable must have participated in the Crazed Demon Formation. After all, this formation required Wisdom Path. Thus, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had the initiative in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. After returning to the Celestial Court, she easily constructed the derivation formation. But Crazed Demon Cave was probably created by Limitless Demon Venerable alone. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable does not know the profundity of it. Otherwise, she would have constructed such a super resource point first. Fang Yuan's divine sense continued to search. Many families in Inkman City were giving birth. The overall situation was very smooth. Every newborn had bone-flesh unity goo as their vital goo. Speaking of which, the goo recipe of bone-flesh unity goo was also modified by Fang Yuan. Rank 8 wisdom goo gave Fang Yuan a certain amount of help. During this period of time, Fang Yuan easily raised wisdom goo to rank 8. Other than that, Refinement C and Human C were also constructed. But Human C lacked Human Mountain. It was not a complete secluded domain of heaven and earth, thus it would still expend energy. The cost of reviving mortals was much lower than reviving goo immortals. Human C could last for a long time. Other than Human C and Refinement C, Fang Yuan had also collected a lot of Chen Kuan Crystal Wall. The scattered Chen Kuan Crystal Wall in Eastern Sea, Southern Border and Western Desert had probably all been collected by Fang Yuan. As for the other 2 regions, because of Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's protection, Fang Yuan did not ask about it when he stole Heavenly Secret. The complete Chen Kuan Crystal Wall was stronger than thieving Heavenly Secret. it recorded everything that happened in the world. If thieving heavenly secret was said to be a ladle used to scoop water out of a water vat, then Chen Kuan crystal wall was that water vat. And according to Fang Yuan's understanding of thieving heavenly secret, the complete Chen Kuan crystal wall could nurture primordial domain. With a thought, Fang Yuan's divine sense left Inkman City and went to Mini Eastern Sea to inspect the floating refinement nests. These floating refinement nests were arranged properly, there were no problems. Their source was Fang Yuan's stone nests. Back then, Fang Yuan used the concept of assembly line production to create these stone nests to accommodate hairy man-gu masters to refine gu. Right now, each of the floating refinement nests could be considered an incomplete secluded domain of heaven and earth. They were of a much higher grade than Fang Yuan's stone nests. Some of the floating refinement nests had already accommodated many hairy man refinement path gu masters. The first batch of gu worms to be refined were relic gu and connecting heaven gu. Fang Yuan's divine sense lingered for a while before moving again. A moment later, under the control of his divine sense, many gu worms expended a large amount of rank 9 immortal essence to activate an immortal killer move, Endless Trouble. The core immortal gu of this move was rank 8, it could teleport calamities and tribulations to the next time, and erupt together with the next calamity or tribulation. Fang Yuan had already modified this killer move and used it many times. He adjusted the sovereign immortal aperture's time flow to be very fast. The calamities and tribulations were already going to descend, but Fang Yuan used endless trouble time and time again to delay them until the next time. This had the disadvantage of angering Providence. When the calamities and tribulations truly erupted, they would be even more powerful. But for the current Fang Yuan, this disadvantage was exactly what he wanted. Even if the calamities and tribulations erupted and angered Providence, causing their power to rise sharply, Fang Yuan would still be able to survive and obtain a huge amount of Dao marks. Chapter 23-34. Actually, Fang Yuan had no choice but to use the killer move Endless Trouble. Wild Sand Literature Network. If he wanted to undergo tribulation, he would need to place the sovereign immortal aperture in the 5 regions and absorb heaven and earth chi. At that time, the will of the heavens would be manipulated and a calamity would be formed. Calamities and tribulations were not scary in the first place. Fang Yuan had complete confidence in dealing with them. But because of the tribulation, he would definitely be suppressed and probed by the other venerables. By then, because Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture could not be moved and was deeply connected to Providence, if the venerables attacked too fiercely, obscured heavenly secret might not be able to conceal Fang Yuan. That would expose Fang Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal should have used their methods to delay the calamities and tribulations. Fang Yuan was almost certain. The 3 venerables confronted each other. No one wanted to undergo tribulation first. Once they underwent tribulation first, they would expose their weakness and be suppressed first. If they were suppressed badly, it would be hard for them to catch up to the other venerables. They might even die because of it. Grand tribulations and myriad tribulations were like this. The chaos great disaster was a venerable's greatest weakness. After using endless trouble this time, I am not far from the chaos great disaster. Fang Yuan thought. Venerables still faced calamities and tribulations. A grand tribulation every 10 years, a myriad tribulation every 50 years, and a chaos great disaster every 100 years. That was to say, after 8 grand tribulations and 1 myriad tribulation, it would be the chaos great disaster. Fang Yuan's endless trouble killer move had already been used many times. After 2 more grand tribulations, it would be the chaos great disaster. In this aspect, Fang Yuan was the weakest among the 3 venerables. When the killer move Endless Trouble stopped, Fang Yuan showed a strange expression. Even though Endless Trouble succeeded like before, there was a difference this time. Fang Yuan felt a faint sense of hunger. After transforming into the sovereign immortal body, he naturally needed to eat, otherwise he would be hungry. But this hunger was clearly different from ordinary hunger, it came from the essence. Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn. He understood the reason. The sovereign immortal aperture wanted to devour the venerable immortal aperture. The sovereign immortal body originally had this flaw, or rather it was a drawback. However, Fang Yuan originally estimated that after he became a venerable, the time limit would be even longer. But what he didn't expect was that at this moment, he already felt a faint sense of hunger that couldn't be eliminated. This was much earlier than what he had expected. Is it because the sovereign immortal aperture has grown too much? It annexed too many grotto heavens previously, so it is constantly buying resource points? Fang Yuan vaguely felt that he had guessed the truth. He had developed the sovereign immortal aperture too well. The greatest disadvantage of the sovereign immortal aperture was also its greatest advantage. It was the non-conflicting Dao marks. But Fang Yuan developed the sovereign immortal aperture too well. The sovereign immortal aperture's Dao marks did not conflict with each other, causing the sovereign immortal aperture's foundation to be unstable. But previously, even with rank 8 cultivation level, I had never felt hungry. After reaching the venerable realm, I've developed a sense of hunger. What is the reason for this? No matter what, refinement path, food path, heaven path and human path, these 4 paths all have the possibility of resolving the sovereign immortal body's problem of eating. Fang Yuan continued to think. Refinement path was his most proficient path, there was no need to say more. Raising the sovereign immortal body to rank 10 would solve the problem. Food path replenished consumption and promoted growth. Children needed to eat constantly to replenish their nutrients and grow. The sovereign immortal body had the same logic. As for heaven path and human path, sovereign immortal fetus Gu's body used the 10 extreme physiques as its Gu materials. It was a pure human path Gu worm. But even though it turned into the sovereign immortal body, it had the sovereign immortal aperture. In this aspect, it also had the profundity of heaven path. And from the point of non-conflicting Dao marks, it clearly belonged to the heavenly Dao. The problem now was that these 4 paths all had the possibility of completely solving the sovereign immortal body's problem of consuming food. It was like there were 4 paths, but Fang Yuan did not know if these 4 paths could be taken at the moment. Refinement path Fang Yuan was the clearest about it. He had to modify and innovate to have a chance of resolving the sovereign immortal body's problem. Food path and human path had not been developed yet. Heaven path was also uncertain, they might not exist, Fang Yuan might need to innovate further. After all, the rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus Gu had already broken the balance of the heavenly path. It was spectral soul demon Venerable's creation. The difficulty of resolving the sovereign immortal body's problem of eating from the root was high even for Fang Yuan. Even though he was a venerable now, he did not have much confidence, he needed to invest resources and effort to deduce. After all, rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus Gu was already an unprecedented existence in the world. Other than a permanent solution, there was also a temporary solution. That was to satisfy the need to eat and annex the Venerable's immortal aperture. This was very difficult. It meant that Fang Yuan had to defeat the Venerables. If it was just one Venerable, Fang Yuan would have an easier time. The difficulty was with many Venerables. If one was too strong, it would cause a chain reaction. Fang Yuan currently did not have the terrifying strength to suppress all the Venerables. Once he was exposed, it would be disadvantageous to him. But if I can really annex a Venerable's immortal aperture, there is another benefit, I can avoid the calamity. That means, as long as I do it properly, I do not need to take the risk of passing the chaotic calamity, I can directly jump over this huge flaw. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's heart involuntarily moved. He thought of Paradise Earth. Paradise Earth was assassinated by him in Crazed Demon Cave. His soul dissipated but his immortal body and immortal aperture were left behind. Because he cultivated Heaven Dao, his immortal aperture was very stable, he was different from other paths. Because of this, Fang Yuan was able to preserve it until now. Even though Paradise Earth's immortal aperture was only rank 8, it was only a step away from venerable level. Paradise Earth's immortal body had enough Heaven Path Dao marks, he only lacked Heaven Path attainment level to almost become a Heaven Path Venerable. That was to say, Fang Yuan only needed to split a soul and use Paradise Earth's immortal body's immortal aperture to form a Heaven Path clone. A Heaven Path clone with rank 8 cultivation level, but in fact, it is only a step away from Venerable. Fang Yuan was moved. If his Heavenly Dao realm could reach the supreme level, he would be able to create an avatar of the Heavenly Dao. At that time, be it for a fight between Venerables, or if he had no other choice, annexing this Venerable's immortal aperture would be very helpful to Fang Yuan. It is a pity that there is only a bit of truthful floating ice left, most of it has been used up. The remaining is definitely not enough for me to become a Heaven Path Supreme Grandmaster. Fang Yuan sighed. Yutian. Ziwei, you can't escape. Duke Tong rapidly closed the distance between him and Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle's face was deathly pale. Wuxia, who was being carried, said, "Let me block them, quickly escape." The Celestial Court had many methods. Duke Tong and the rest were revived Gu Immortal seniors. Fairy Myrtle was a Wisdom Path great expert, but she could not deceive them for long. Most importantly, the environment of Yutian had changed greatly. The original black and white reversal clouds had almost all disappeared. Fairy Myrtle could not make use of them. Thus, even though Fairy Myrtle had temporarily escaped from the pursuer's line of sight, not long after, The pursuers of the celestial court found her again and chased after her. Seeing that Duke Tong was attacking again, Fairy Myrtle also felt despair. It was not easy to persist until now. She was already at the end of her rope. "Feng Jioga, if you don't attack now, when will you?" Fairy Myrtle shouted. Duke Tong sneered in disdain. "Ziwei, how many more times do you want to play this trick?" Feng Jioga did not appear. He was not the savior of the Shadow Sect immortals. However, another change occurred. A pink beast roared, its whole body flickered with dreamy radiance as it pounced over. "What is this?" Duke Tong stared with wide eyes. "A dream realm?" Fairy Myrtle gritted her teeth and flew towards the pink beast with Wuxia without dodging. Soon they were swallowed by the beast. After swallowing Fairy Myrtle and Wuxia, the beast did not seem to be satisfied. It did not stop and pounced towards Duke Tong again. The dense dream path aura forced Duke Tong to retreat. "This is a dream realm? Why is it in beast form?" Duke Tong was helpless. He did not have the confidence to enter and exit dream realms freely. What's more, this dream was completely different from the previous love reports. It was a dream where one could move and hunt. Compared to the previous dream realms, this dream realm is more in line with the description in The Legends of Renzu. What is going on? Duke Tong was bewildered. He reported to the Celestial Court while tracking the dream realms. When the dream realms pounced at him, he retreated. When the dream realms left, he followed from afar. Next, he discovered even more dream realms. These dream realms had different appearances, but they were all in beast form. Groups of dream realms. This is a new change in spectral heaven. Duke Tong was even more bewildered. He could only watch as that dream realm that had swallowed Fairy Myrtle and Wuxia mixed into the beast group. Mr. Tong's investigative methods weren't effective against dreams. In addition, the appearance of the dream was constantly flowing and changing, so he quickly lost track of the key dream beast. He didn't know which one of the dream beasts was it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable soon received Duke Tong's report. She sighed, starry light flickered in her eyes. Heaven Path Dream Realm has indeed appeared. It even swallowed Fairy Myrtle and Wuxia. This is all Providence's scheme. In Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's plan, Wuxia was extremely crucial. If she could capture him, he would be the best pawn to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. But now, when Duke Tong chased after him at the crucial moment, a Heaven Path Dream Realm appeared and disrupted Star Constellation's plan. In that case, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a backup plan. She immediately sent an order to Fairy Beautiful Soul. After this Soul Path Great Expert received the order, she first showed a surprised expression. Next, she returned to the Celestial Court and opened the secret warehouse, taking out a soul. Finally, she placed this soul into her immortal aperture and used her own methods to nurture it, modifying the soul's memories. Her immortal aperture's light flowed even faster. Inside the immortal aperture, a few days later, Fairy Beautiful Soul finished modifying this soul. She immediately reported to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, "Bo Qing's soul is ready." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable nodded after receiving this report. Right now, he still lacked the body of a Sword Path Gu Immortal. P.S. Happy May Day, everyone. Last night, I received a notification from Venerable Gu's management team. Only then did I know that Chidian had tacitly agreed to all authors' Scream and Explode chapters activity. I originally had no intention of participating, but in the next few days, I will add 2 chapters to last month's monthly votes. Other than that, it seems that a Gu Immortal team activity has started. This is a chance to obtain a Gu Immortal title. Those who are interested can participate. Fupin Chinese. Chapter 2335. Where am I? Who am I? Fairy Myrtle had woken up from her dream, but she had forgotten about herself. She had a blank expression on her face as she looked at her surroundings. She realized that she was standing on a piece of yellow earth. It was desolate and lifeless. She looked down at herself. Her body was made of mud. Her hands and feet were small, and her entire body was dry. I seem to have forgotten something important. Fairy Myrtle frowned. No matter how hard she tried, she could not remember what it was. She had even forgotten whether the important thing was a thing or a person. She could not remember it no matter how hard she tried. However, this vast and desolate yellow earth gave her a sense of familiarity. Oh. The word popped up in Fairy Myrtle's mind. However, the desolate homeland made her feel a sense of sadness. At that moment, a gust of wind blew past. The wind was getting stronger and stronger, causing sand to fly everywhere. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. There were no clouds in the sky, but it was raining cats and dogs. Millions of raindrops the size of beans fell on the yellow earth. Soon it turned into a huge piece of mud. Fairy Myrtle was standing in the middle of the mud. Her entire body was soaked and she was in a sorry state. However, no matter how strong the wind and rain became, she kept her head up. Her vision was miraculously not obstructed at all. She realized that she knew this piece of yellow earth like the back of her hand. She also realized that she could control the wind and rain as if she was moving her fingers. She thought to herself, this wind and rain is too strong. Let's just make it smaller. The next moment, the wind and rain really did become smaller. Wisps of green appeared from the swamp and spread everywhere. They were the sprouts of wild grass. Looking at the wild grass, Fairy Myrtle's heart was filled with endless joy. This was life. She finally felt that she was not so lonely anymore. It's a pity that they grow too slowly. It would be great if they could grow faster. And so, time began to speed up. The greenery grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon the grass grew taller than her feet. More and more greenery spread out, turning the barren yellow earth into a grassland. Some of the depressions in the terrain were filled with rainwater, turning them into clear ponds. Fairy Myrtle walked through the lush bushes and stood by the pond. With the reflection of the water, she could finally see her face clearly. She was a clay doll made of purple clay. There were golden patterns on it to depict eyes, nose and mouth. Fairy Myrtle suddenly realized who she was. That's right, so I'm this blessed land spirit. Zhongzhou State. Under the starry sky calculation array. Outside the embroidery building. By Qing Feng Kim Hong, pays respects to Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The mother and daughter pair greeted respectfully. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's main body was inside Embroidered Tower. She did not open Embroidered Tower and let the mother and daughter in. Instead, she used an information path Mortal Goo to draw an image in the air outside Embroidered Tower. The image was of those Heaven Path Dream Realms. After a while, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable spoke. Feng Kim Hong, have you seen such a dream realm before? Feng Kim Hong was watching with rapt attention. He answered, reporting to Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, I have never seen such a dream realm before. But I have already expected it. According to the current dream realms, they can be divided into Human Path, Beast Plant Path and Heaven Path. The so-called Human Path dream realms originate from humans or variant humans. They are their dream realms. The Beast Plant dream realms originate from the fierce beasts and plants that existed in the past and even now. As for Heaven Path dream realms, they originate from heaven and earth itself. Inside Embroidered Tower, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable nodded, saying, very well, prepare yourself. One day, you might need to go to two heavens and explore these Heaven Path dream realms. But Feng Kim Hong shook his head, rejecting her. Please forgive me for not being able to do that. I am only a mortal. I do not have any confidence in exploring such a dream realm. I cannot ensure my own safety either. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable raised her eyebrows. She did not expect Feng Kim Hong to reject her so directly. At once, the scene fell into silence. Fairy Bai Qing, who was at the side, felt the pressure. She wanted to speak but did not say anything in the end. The atmosphere made her feel like she was suffocating. As for Feng Kim Hong, he still had an indifferent expression, as if he did not sense anything. All right. You can all leave. After a long while, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable spoke. I will take my leave. Feng Kim Hong stood up and bowed towards Embroidered Tower before turning around and leaving. Looking at the departing figures of the mother and daughter, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed deeply. Her gaze was complex. Wuxia was devoured by the Heaven Path Dream Realm. It was truly a pity. He was a good pawn to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, but Providence got rid of him. Dream realms could not be explored. That meant Wuxia was doomed. Feng Kim Huang's theory of Heaven Path and Human Path dream realms proved Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's thoughts. But Feng Kim Hong was only a mortal Gu master. He was not a Gu immortal yet. It was understandable that he could not do anything about these dream realms. But I cannot conceal these Heaven Path dream realms. It is only a matter of time before the two venerables find out. The battle of three venerables is about to start again. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was worried. Because this time it was much more complicated than before. Black and white heavens had passed, only Spectral Heaven was left. Spectral Heaven was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's territory. If a venerable barged in, how would Spectral Soul Demon Venerable react? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's mind was not clear. He was filled with providence. Heaven Path dream realms were the same. What was the relationship between the two? Would they help each other? Previously, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was weak. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was not worried. But it was different now. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had reached an agreement with Rank 9 Fire Gu. He slaughtered countless life forms in the two heavens. His soul foundation had risen to a terrifying level. If this time, because of the Heaven Path Dream Realms, a fight between Venerables would occur, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable would likely join in. He would be a formidable existence. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable thought about it. She decided to stop refining Central Continent's Wisdom Path Dao marks. She started to accumulate immortal essence to deal with the battle. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's determination to get rid of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable became firmer as time passed. Since Wuxia is gone, I need to make good use of Bo Qing. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable decided to create a powerful Spectral Soul clone. Even though there was a huge risk, modifying the soul was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's specialty. Fairy Maiden Soul's action was no different from showing off in front of an expert. But the situation forced her to do so. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not care less. Bo Qing's soul was filled with Sword Path Dao marks. He needed a Sword Path Gu immortal body. This body should contain an immortal aperture. The higher the cultivation level, the better. However, in the entire world there were not many Gu immortals who cultivated Sword Path. There were a few in Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, but they only had rank 7 cultivation level. Looking at the 5 regions, there was not a single rank 8 Sword Path Gu immortal, lone cultivator, or demonic cultivator. In fact, after Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made some deductions, she found that there was only one rank 8 Sword Path Gu immortal in the current world. Western Deserts She Clan's first Supreme Elder? Prince's Impatience, Red Heart Traveler, and 9 Spiritual Fairies showed strange expressions. The Celestial Court needs his immortal aperture and body. This is crucial to the fight between Venerables and the safety of the world. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's voice was still as cold as the moon. The 3 immortals looked at each other and said resolutely, "Lord Immortal Venerable, please give us your orders." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable transmitted to the 3 immortals. How could she cooperate with Wan Zihong and Zhou Xiong Xian? The 3 immortals heard this plan and their eyes shined with bright light. They left with great confidence. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was silent for a moment before contacting Genesis Lotus Will in the Celestial Court. Genesis Lotus Will was originally stationed in Divine Emperor City, but through Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's methods, it grew stronger and split off a portion to guard the Celestial Court. The main task of this Genesis Lotus Will in the Celestial Court was to nurture Zhang Xianzi. Zhang Xianzi was a legendary immemorial beast. Her main body was a huge green vine that connected heaven and earth. She took 300 years to sprout, 300 years to flower, and 300 years to bear fruit. The fruit she bore was called the firmament fruit. When melted in a grotto heaven, it could enlarge the immortal aperture's sky. Thus, the firmament vine was called the 10th heaven of the world. She had made an agreement with Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. She agreed to move into the Celestial Court. She was very special in the Celestial Court. She did not need to listen to orders, she only needed to offer a batch of firmament fruits every 1,000 years. But in the Fate War she was killed by Fang Yuan's time-cutting edge. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not have any methods. But Genesis Lotus Will originated from Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. She had a method to revive Zhang Xianzi. Zhang Xianzi's death is actually very beneficial to the Celestial Court. Genesis Lotus Will communicated with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. In 100 or so days, Zhang Xianzi's body will return to its original state. By then, I will take over this body and add another legendary immemorial battle strength to the Celestial Court. Even better, the fruits that Zhang Xianzi bears in the future will contain my own will. By using this fruit to reconstruct the Celestial Court, we will be able to isolate Providence. In the future, when we have a new Celestial Court, the results of our derivation formation will all be used by us. Providence will no longer know about it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable nodded. This plan will take a long time, it is not urgent. Regarding the revival of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, what else do you remember? Genesis Lotus Will shook his head. Back then, when my main body set up the revival plan, my knowledge was limited. I only knew that he left behind a self-portrait that could be used to revive. But I don't know where the self-portrait was hidden, I can't recall it either. But you, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, you are Senior Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's disciple. Don't you know about his revival method? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed. To speak the truth, Master did tell me to leave behind 2 revival methods in case of emergencies in the future. The first revival method is the celestial court qi harvest fruit. But before this fruit matured, it was plucked by that scoundrel Fang Yuan. The second revival method is related to Primordial Origin's secret treasury. Primordial Origin's secret treasury? Primordial Origin's secret treasury was created by Master in secret. It stored a large number of rank 8 immortal Yuan stones that Yi Qi Z produced back then. Master also made arrangements in the treasury for rebirth. But I can't find them. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable said that she could not find them. It was not that she had no clues. In fact, be it Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable or Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's revival, she had relevant clues. She even knew that they were both in Central Continent. But she could not begin to examine and explore, because she would be discovered by the other Venerables. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable revived, the other Venerables would definitely be on guard against the other Venerables of Celestial Court reviving. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable needed to refine all of Central Continent's wisdom path Dao marks to conceal these revival plans. She would not be discovered by the other Venerables. Even if the other Venerables found out, she could use Central Continent's geographical advantage to resist the Venerables' attacks and protect the revival plans of the other Venerables of Celestial Court. Only after Star Constellation Immortal Venerable refined all of Central Continent's wisdom path Dao marks would she start reviving the other Venerables of Celestial Court. Celestial Court's foundation was extremely deep. Once the two Venerables revived, they would dominate the world once again. After all, the three Venerables were united, their combined strength was terrifying. It was far superior to Giant Sun Immortal and Fang Yuan fighting alone. Even if Giant Sun, Fang Yuan, and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable worked together, they could not match the unity of the three Venerables of Celestial Court. This was the same concept. But the appearance of the Heaven Path Dream Realm delayed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's plan once again. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had to stop refining Dao marks and accumulate immortal essence to defend against the upcoming Venerable confrontation. Northern Plains. Giant Sun Immortal sighed. He tried his best, but after absorbing the rank 8 Immortal Yuan Stone, the immortal essence he obtained was only 70% of the Immortal Yuan Stones. This 70% was only rank 8 Immortal Essence. Against this providence, I am not a Wisdom Path Immortal Gu after all. I lack the crucial Luck Path Immortal Gu. Maybe I can transact with Fang Yuan? No, I cannot expose myself. Eastern Sea. Heaven Path Dream Realm? Good. Very good. Fang Yuan had been planning to create a Heaven Path Venerable clone not long ago. He was worried that his Heaven Path attainment level was not high enough, but the Heaven Path Dream Realm appeared. But the contest for the Heaven Path Dream Realm might cause the Venerables to fight again. I should refine another rank 9 Immortal Gu to help me attack and defend. Fang Yuan secretly started to refine rank 9 Immortal Gu again. He had a lot of immortal essence. Even if he refined this rank 9 Immortal Gu, he would have a lot to deal with the future Venerable competition. Chapter 2336. Western Desert. Shi Luanzhou suddenly opened his eyes. The immortal formation was warning, someone was invading. Such guts, they actually dared to invade my Shi clan's skeleton mountain. Shi Luanzhou was shocked and furious. He quickly checked. He saw an immortal Gu house crashing into the defensive immortal formation. Inquiry Doc. Fang clan. Shi Luanzhou had a solemn expression. He asked for help from Shi clan while activating the defensive formation. Ever since Fang clan's chaos, Shi clan had strengthened many immortal formations around their resource points. Almost all of them had teleportation abilities. Thus, Shi Luanzhou was not flustered. He frowned as his battle-intent soared. Since Fang clan has been hiding for so long and suddenly attacked me, they must have made ample preparations. I alone am not Fang clan's match, but I can use the immortal formation to stall for time. Once the anti-Fang Alliance army arrives, Fang clan will suffer. Of course, if the situation worsens, I will immediately use the immortal formation to teleport myself out. Shi Luanzhou was controlling the formation when his eyes suddenly opened wide. He could not help but feel flustered. He was shocked to find that the formation was actually restricted. Even though the formation could still operate, the teleportation ability could not be used. They were targeted after all. Shi Luanzhou gritted his teeth. He forced himself to calm down as he thought about how to escape this dangerous situation. He felt that he had a chance to escape. He was a rank 7 Bone Path Gu Immortal. He was guarding Shi clan's resource point, Skeleton Mountain. This resource point was Bone Path. He had the geographical advantage. Moreover, Shi Luanzhou had been guarding here for a long time. He knew the terrain like the back of his hand. After thinking for a while, Shi Luanzhou arranged a portion of his will and some immortal essence before leaving quietly. The defensive immortal formation was still defending under his will. Fang clan's immortal Gu house's attacks were rumbling like thunder, it was getting stronger and stronger. Shi Luanzhou's will shrunk rapidly, but he could hold on for some time. Shi Luanzhou went deep into Skeleton Mountain. This Skeleton Mountain was dark, soul smoke was rising from it at all times. Every once in a while, bone armors would grow out of the mountain rocks, some looked like humans, some were animals, there were all kinds of strange things. Other than these bone armors, there were also black fog crows that flew above Skeleton Mountain, feeding on the soul smoke. Fang clan's immortal Gu house's attacks caused the entire Skeleton Mountain to shake. The countless skeletons that were originally stuck in the mountain rocks were motionless. However, the mountain was shaking uncontrollably. These skeletons pulled their legs out and ran wildly in the mountain. The skeletons collided with each other, killing each other. It was extremely chaotic. Shi Luanjie had already activated his killer move. His appearance changed as he turned into a mammoth skeleton, running in the mountains. He blended in among the countless skeletons, completely inconspicuous. But good things didn't last long. Wisps of water vapor wrapped around his body like ropes. Celestial friend Shi Clan, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Soon after, a voice entered Shi Luanzhou's ears. Shi Luanjie fell into despair. Rank 8 Gu Immortal? You are not a member of the Fang family. In the next moment, the water vapor rope exploded and tied Shi Luanjie up. Shi Luanjie frantically struggled, but his eyes darkened and he fainted. News of the Fang family's attack on Skeleton Mountain, a resource point in the Shi family's territory, was quickly transmitted to the Shi family's headquarters. Soon after, the Shi family notified the Anti-Fang Alliance. When the Anti-Fang Alliance arrived at Skeleton Mountain, there was only a piece of barren land left. The entire Skeleton Mountain was gone. This is indeed Fang clan's style. Shi Luanjie is the Gu immortal guarding this place. He cultivates bone path and is quite strong. To think that he went missing. Sigh, I'm afraid he is in trouble. Fang clan is causing trouble again. This is unforgivable. If we capture them in the future, we will tear their tendons and skin them alive to vent our hatred. Just as the Anti-Fang Alliance was cursing and gritting their teeth, another shocking news arrived. Dong Clan's Dragon Roar volcano was also taken over by Fang Clan. Dragon Roar volcano was a fire path resource point, but every time the volcano erupted, it would emit a dragon roar. At this time, they could plunder a large amount of sound path cultivation resources. When the Anti-Fang Alliance arrived at the original location of Dragon Roar volcano, they could not see any volcano. Good heavens, even the magma underground has been extracted. It seems that Fang Clan is going to cause a huge commotion again. They have been hiding for some time. They must have exchanged for immortal Gu or killer moves from heaven. Refining demon venerable, their strength has risen greatly. Otherwise, why would they dare to come out? That's right. Be it Dragon Roar volcano or Skeleton Mountain, they are important places that Fang Clan would not easily invade before. But now that both of them have been taken over, Fang Clan's strength must have risen greatly. More importantly, will Fang Clan continue to commit crimes? Where will their next target be? Where is the nearest resource point to Dragon Roar volcano? Shangqing Grassland. Shangqing Grassland was a rare grassland in Western Desert. It was rich in water and grass. It produced water path and wood path cultivation resources. But just as the Anti-Fang Alliance was discussing this, news of Shangqing Grassland being taken over by Fang Clan spread again. The Anti-Fang Alliance was in an uproar. Fang Clan's attack this time displayed extremely sharp offensive power. It was several times stronger than before. Skeleton Mountain, Dragon Roar volcano, Shangqing Grassland. Everyone look, Fang Clan's route has been marked. Their next target is Dong Clan's Ascension Pit. Then what are we waiting for? Go and reinforce them. Dong Clan sent news because Ascension Pit is in Dong Clan's blessed land. It is not heavily guarded. Most importantly, Dong Clan did not send any Gu Immortals to guard Ascension Pit. Gu Immortals were far fewer than resource points. Normally speaking, resource points at the border of a territory would be guarded by Gu Immortals. And such blessed lands resource points would reduce manpower as much as possible. The Anti-Fang Alliance rushed to Ascension Pit without stopping. They found that the immortal formation was broken. There was commotion deep in the pit. It seemed that Fang Clan's immortals were still plundering resources inside. We finally caught them. Kill them. We need to get rid of Fang Clan, otherwise our Western Desert will be in chaos because of them. The Anti-Fang Alliance was filled with anger as they charged down. But not long after, An immortal formation rose from the heavenly pit, trapping the entire anti-Fang alliance in it. We fell for a trap. Such a powerful immortal formation, I cannot even communicate with jewel yellow skies, let alone send a message. This immortal formation is mainly used to trap, it does not have much killing power. Oh no. Fang clan purposely set this up, they do not want to fight with us, they want to plunder resource points. Sigh, what do we do? I wonder if Dong clan's resource points will be destroyed next. The anti-Fang alliance was trapped by the immortal formation, they lost all contact. At the same time, Shi clan's headquarters received an urgent report. Fang clan's main force suddenly appeared in Evil Spirit Desert. They were attacking the Giant Spirit Oasis at the center of the desert. Giant Spirit Oasis was Shi clan's super resource point, it was heavily guarded by Shi clan, they could not afford to lose it. Shi clan's first Supreme Elder was still in closed cultivation. The second Supreme Elder thought about it and decided to take action personally. They controlled Shi clan's 2 immortal goo houses and mobilized as many goo immortals as possible to reinforce Giant Spirit Oasis. At the same time, they asked for reinforcements from the anti-Fang alliance. Shi clan's second Supreme Elder had no choice but to mobilize almost all of their forces. Ever since Fang clan lost all of their territories, they could easily mobilize all of their forces. This made it very difficult for the other super forces to resist them. Shi clan's second Supreme Elder would have to deploy enough troops to have any hope of resisting the entire Fang clan's attack. If they sent too few people, they would be sacrificing their lives for Fang clan. But this way, Shi clan's headquarters would naturally be empty. There was a deafening rumble. Several figures suddenly descended and violently charged into the Shi family's base camp. They were Princess Impatience, Red Heart Traveler, 9 Spiritual Fairy, as well as Wan Zihong and Zhou Xiong Xan who had just arrived from Feather Heavenly Pit. 5 rank 8 experts attacked Shi clan's headquarters together. Shi clan's first Supreme Elder, we came for you. Red Heart Traveler said loudly. If you surrender now, you will be able to preserve your life. 9 Spiritual Fairy added. In the secret room, Shi clan's first Supreme Elder slowly opened his eyes, sighing faintly. What ability does my Shi clan have to make the Celestial Court make such a huge move? Celestial Court is the leader of the righteous path, why would they launch a sneak attack on a Fangjing Path superforce? My Shi clan has never colluded with the demonic path. Wan Zihong sneered, Shi clan's first Supreme Elder, don't try to argue. You act one way on the surface and another way behind the scenes, secretly protecting Fang clan and colluding with Fang Yuan. Otherwise, how could Fang clan exist so freely until now? Zhou Xiong Xan nodded, I have already gathered sufficient evidence. Shi clan's first Supreme Elder was silent for a while before smiling. Celestial Court? As expected of the Celestial Court.